Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Also, let me know if you want the next part of this video in the comments section. I won't leave you hanging. I'll definitely update it if there's a demand. Now, let's get it started. Chapter 1 Rebirth. Boom! Thunderclouds filled the sky, forming a vast expanse of lightning, causing the entire celestial realm to tremble. All living things fell silent, and countless powerful beings disappeared without a trace, for the supreme immortal emperor of the immortal realm was undergoing tribulation at the peak of the immortal realm. Within the sea of lightning, the supreme immortal emperor Hua Qiu sat cross-legged, enduring the bombardment of the lightning tribulation. A moment later, he looked up, his expression solemn. The most formidable inner demon tribulation has arrived. A bolt of purple lightning streaked by and slowly formed a human figure. When the figure appeared before Hua Qiu, his expression immediately changed. She was a beautiful woman. Zhou Yuan. Hua Qiu uttered the woman's name, a look of resentment appearing on his face. That was a woman he had remembered for thousands of years, and he hated her to the core. Hua Qiu, you've transcended tribulation to become a god, severing all emotions and desires. Can you really let go of them? Zhou Yuan asked him with a smile. Are you really going to forget all the love and hate from before? She said with a sneer. With a wave of her slender hand, some images appeared before Hua Qiu's eyes. That was thousands of years ago, when he was just an ordinary high school student on Earth. He came from an ordinary family, had excellent grades, and his parents had high hopes for him. But he mistakenly fell in love with Zhou Yuan. Back then, he was practically a pathetic lapdog. Even a smile from Zhou Yuan could make him happy for days. He served Zhou Yuan like a dog, attending to her every need, but never received any response. He confessed his feelings upon graduation. You are not worthy, Zhou Yuan uttered 3 words with contempt. Hua Qiu froze, watching her leave with a heavy heart. Suddenly, a car went out of control and rushed towards Zhou Yuan. Without thinking, he rushed forward and shoved her aside. The scene shifts to Hua Qiu being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. The mother and sister cried their hearts out, while the father's face was filled with worry and anxiety. Dad, Mom, little sister. Immortal Emperor Hua Qiu looked at his family, tears streaming down his face. For thousands of years, his family has been the true source of his pain. Too much to owe, too much reluctance and regret. To pay for Hua Qiu's medical treatment, her parents spent all their savings and even sold their property, almost becoming homeless. He became disabled. However, Zhou Yuan, whom he risked his life to save, never came to see him even once. Hua Qiu seemed to have lost her soul, constantly muttering Zhou Yuan's name and sinking into despair. The mother spent her days in tears. She didn't want to see Hua Qiu become depressed. She actually went to the Zhou family. Bang! The mother knelt heavily in front of Zhou Yuan. Please, I beg you, go see him. He did all that because of you, the mother pleaded, kneeling and weeping. Ah! Immortal Emperor Hua Qiu let out a deafening roar. He was unaware of this scene. The mother actually knelt down before Zhou Yuan, pleading so humbly. Hua Qiu's heart was breaking. It felt like being pierced by 1,000 needles, so painful I could hardly breathe. He later learned that his mother was seriously ill and on the verge of death at that time. She knelt humbly before Zhou Yuan, her body still trembling weakly. She pleaded with Zhou Yuan in a humble voice, putting her dignity to the bare minimum. She called out to Zhou Yuan repeatedly, until the blood stained the cold floor of Zhou Yuan's house. Her forehead was covered in blood. It was a shocking sight. Zhou Yuan, however, was cold and aloof, showing no regard whatsoever. She was so cold-blooded. Hua Qiu's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was surging with murderous aura. Boom! A mountain 10 miles away collapsed under his power. Please, I beg you, just go see him, just once, the mother continued to plead. I didn't ask him to save me, it was his own choice, so you can't blame me, Zhou Yuan said coldly. Your son is a toad trying to eat swan meat, trying to woo me. He should take a good look at himself in the mirror. Does he even deserve me? she said with a look of disdain. Mother cried. She couldn't understand how her son could have saved such a woman with his life. What price do you want for me to go see him? She asked through gritted teeth. 700,000, take out 700,000, and you're good to go see him, or even marry him temporarily, Do Yuan sneered. Okay, 700,000, I'll give it to you. The mother said without hesitation. Off-screen, immortal Emperor Hua Qiu's face was already covered in tears. Mommy called out as he looked at the screen, his voice filled with endless longing and guilt. He later learned that the 700,000 yuan was money his sister had earned by selling herself to save their mother's life for medical treatment. But just to help her son out of his slump, she humbly begged for help, knelt before Zhou Yuan, and even risked her life. How could Hua Qiu bear such maternal love? Such profound love. He doesn't deserve it. When Hua Qiu learned that Zhou Yuan had agreed to marry him, he was overjoyed and immediately called on his friends to propose marriage. They waited a long time for the engagement day, but Zhou Yuan never came out. Hua Qiu became anxious and went inside to find someone herself. Approaching Zhou Yuan's room, strange noises were heard. He quickly pushed open the door to Zhou Yuan's room. In that instant, Hua Qiu was dumbfounded, his blood rushing to his head. What did he see? The pure goddess he had always dreamed of was being pinned down by a man, as submissive as a kitten. At that moment, Hua Qiu was incredulous, feeling as if the sky had fallen. He cried out in alarm, attracting the attention of his relatives and friends, and lost all face. The father was furious, and the mother fainted on the spot. He accused Zhou Yuan, but Zhou Yuan was shameless and mocked him, saying that he was a toad trying to eat swan meat and that he deserved to be cheated on. He was so excited that he wanted to make a move, but the adulterer trampled him underfoot and rubbed him hard. He was furious. But all they could do was writhe in powerless rage. In the chaos, the father was injured and the mother vomited blood while unconscious. Ignoring everything else, I could only rush my mother to the hospital. Late-stage leukemia, you've missed the treatment window, you won't live more than a few days, the doctor said with a sigh. Hua Qiu was struck dumb and collapsed. Knowing everything now, he was filled with remorse and self-blame. But it was all too late. Off-screen, immortal Emperor Hua Qiu was also deeply grieved. Weak Yuan, you damned bitch. He growled, filled with utter hatred. He risked his life to save her, but she demanded an exorbitant dowry of 700,000 yuan from his mother. On the day of their engagement, they completely disgraced the Hua family. She is greedy, shameless, and ungrateful. In the video, he watches helplessly as his mother dies. His mother couldn't close her eyes until her death. In her last moments, she was still worried about him and giving him many instructions. As he spoke, his voice faded away. Hua Qiu cried her heart out at the bedside. Mom! Immortal Emperor Hua Qiu cried out, the grief he had felt before returning, causing him unbearable pain. The resentment, helplessness, and grief he felt then still cause him immense sorrow when he recalls them now. Boom boom boom. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, everything was annihilated. Not long after his mother passed away, his father, overwhelmed with grief, also passed away. You must find your sister were his dying words. Hua Qiu tearfully agreed. Hua Qiu sold herself into servitude to raise money to save their mother, and then disappeared despite her many hardships. Hua Qiu was never able to find her in her entire life. There are no remains to be found. Want to know where your sister is? Be my dog and I'll tell you, a sinister-looking young man said to him. He believed it, and from then on he became worse than a pig or a dog, suffering endless humiliation and torment. On the verge of death, he fell into a great river, entered a dark cave, and unexpectedly arrived in the world of cultivation, embarking on the path of cultivation. Returning a century later, the enemy is gone, but the sister's remains are still nowhere to be found. That was his regret for thousands of years, and he has never forgotten it. Hua Qiu, can you forget all this hatred? Zhou Yuan's illusory figure was still mocking. Don't you hate me? Of course I hate it. Hua Qiu looked up, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. Zhou Yuan marked the beginning of his tragic life. If it weren't for Zhou Yuan, her mother wouldn't have died a painful death, her father wouldn't have passed away in despair, and her sister wouldn't have disappeared without a trace, her remains never found. He would not live a life of sorrow, regret, and remorse, nor suffer thousands of years of torment. How could he not hate Zhou Yuan? How can we let go of these hatreds? Cannot. You hate me, but what can you do to me? Zhou Yuan said sarcastically. Thousands of years have passed, and once you become a god, you will forget everything completely. Hua Qiu, you're so pathetic, Zhou Yuan laughed loudly. You were a piece of trash before, and even if you become an immortal emperor, you'll still be a piece of trash. Hua Qiu's veins bulged, and his fingernails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. He wished he could tear Zhou Yuan to pieces. Those hateful enemies deserve to be damned forever. Ah! Hua Qiu roared and waved his hand, obliterating Zhou Yuan's illusory image. But the hatred in his heart could not be lessened in the slightest. Brother, why can't you find me? I died so tragically. The sister's phantom suddenly appeared and cried to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu trembled, filled with remorse. Little sister, I'm so sorry, he said in a trembling voice. Xiao Qiu, are you going to forget us all? The mother said mournfully to Hua Qiu. How could I forget? Hua Qiu whispered, tears streaming down her face. The grudges and hatred of the past can never be forgotten. He roared. How can I forget the debts I owed, the guilt I felt, and the regrets I felt in the past? If I don't overcome this heavenly tribulation, I won't become a god. Even if it costs me everything, I will turn back time, go back to the past, and change everything. He used all his cultivation to recklessly challenge the laws of time. Time began to rewind rapidly. He fainted the moment Hua Qiu's cultivation was exhausted. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a hospital room, sitting in a wheelchair. On the hospital bed next to her, a pale-faced woman lay weakly. This is the night my mother was hospitalized after our engagement. Hua Qiu's body trembled. On this day, he suffered a great humiliation, and his mother was on the verge of death. Hua Qiu looked at the person on the bed, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, I'm home. Chapter 2 Rescuing Mother. Hua Qiu gazed at his mother on the hospital bed, her breath faint. At this very moment, the father is running around borrowing money because his family can't even afford a single day's hospitalization fee. Unfortunately, all the relatives and friends he used to know turned their backs on him, and no matter how much his father begged and pleaded, he couldn't borrow a single penny. Hua Qiu remembers their faces. Now, they are in dire straits, and without a miracle, they can only watch their mother die. Hua Qiu examined himself and found that his astonishing cultivation had vanished. Without hesitation, he adjusted his breathing and began practicing his cultivation techniques. My cultivation technique rivals the creation of heaven and earth, making it the best in the immortal realm even at its lowest level. It is enough to make me invincible in this mortal world. Outside the hospital, invisible spiritual energy gathered towards Hua Qiu's ward and was absorbed by him. Soon, the night passed. As dawn broke, Hua Qiu finished his work. The creation technique is about to enter its first level, he sensed this. He looked at his legs and smiled slightly. The first level can completely transform a person, allowing them to quickly stand up again. There was a sudden commotion outside the ward. Hua Qiu opened her eyes, and her vision immediately brightened. A stunningly beautiful young woman, dressed in a light green dress, walked in. Holding the four-drip in one hand, she quietly walked to the bed next to her, stood on tiptoe to hang the four, and then lay down on her side on the bed, facing Hua Qiu and her son. She came to receive an four-drip. She was serene and aloof, her temperament and appearance were so captivating that any man would be unable to resist taking a second look. Hua Qiu's heart was stirred. It wasn't because he was attracted by the woman's beauty. Zhong Xiling, you have come as you have in my past life, Hua Qiu murmured to himself. In his past life, he had many enemies, but also many benefactors. In their past life, they couldn't afford the hospital fees, and the father tried to borrow money everywhere, but to no avail. On the day Zhong Xiling came for her 4-drip, a hospital happened to be trying to forcibly remove her. She generously donated money to pay her mother's hospital fees for a month. That's no small sum for an ordinary person, but she didn't even blink. At that time, Hua Qiu was determined to repay her kindness, but after dealing with her mother's funeral, when she heard news of her again, her mother had already passed away. The once powerful Zhong family of Beishan fell into decline, and the eldest daughter of the Zhong family committed suicide by drowning herself in a lake. Zhong Xiling glanced over and met Hua Qiu's gaze. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and nodded to him. Seeing his clear gaze, Zhong Xiling nodded slightly in response. She glanced at Hua's mother again, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She was no ordinary person, she could sense how faint Hua's mother's aura was. Why isn't this patient transferred to the intensive care unit? She asked. No money, Hua Qiu uttered. Zhong Xiling was slightly taken aback. Looking at Hua Qiu again, she realized that she was disabled. Clearly, it's a family that has suffered a lot. Before she could speak, someone pushed the door open and entered. Bed 18, have you made a decision? The patient can't be delayed any longer, the doctor asked as he entered. Hua Qiu remained silent. I'm sorry, but if you still can't pay, we'll have to ask you to leave the hospital. After the doctor finished speaking, several more people came in from outside. They were prepared to forcibly remove the people. I'll pay for them, Zhong Xiling's cool voice rang out. She casually tossed out a card. Take this and use it for a month. In fact, she knew that the patient probably wouldn't last a month. Please bring the best doctors from your hospital. Money is not a problem, Zhong Xiling said. With someone paying, the doctor naturally wouldn't refuse, and instead of kicking the patient out, obediently left. Miss, I will definitely repay your kindness today, Hua Qiu said earnestly, looking at Zhong Xiling. No need, Zhong Xiling said calmly. If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, please don't hesitate to ask, and I will lend a helping hand, Hua Qiu said. Zhong Xiling glanced at Hua Qiu and shook her head slightly. If you're in trouble, there's nothing you can do to help. It was just a small favor, don't worry about it. After saying that, she turned to face the other side and stopped talking. What can a person with disabilities in both legs do to help her? She didn't take Hua Qiu's words seriously at all. Hua Qiu remained silent and said nothing more. But he had already made his decision. Zhong Xiling, a fleeting encounter, yet an indebted kindness I can never repay. With me by her side, she will never perish again. The ward was quiet for a while. Soon after, footsteps sounded, approaching. Xiling, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the hospital? An elderly doctor wearing glasses walked in with a smile. Upon hearing the sound, Zhong Xiling quickly got up. Mr. Hong, what brings you here? She looked surprised and stood up. I'm just here for an 4-drip, you're so busy. Alright, didn't you want the best doctor in the hospital? Here I am, the old doctor said with a smile. Zhong Xiling felt a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected to alarm him. The visitor was the hospital's director, a very famous and highly respected physician. Old Hong is a top-tier physician renowned in the medical field, the best doctor in the entire Beishan. It's an honor for you that he's willing to help, Zhong Xiling said to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and looked at the person. Can you cure late-stage leukemia? He asked. The old doctor's smile froze. Late-stage leukemia? He looked troubled. Even if he were a top-notch doctor, he couldn't cure that disease. Young man, you should know that it's an incurable disease with current medical technology, there's nothing we can do. I thought you could cure it, Hua Qiu said. The old doctor looked embarrassed. Since you can't cure it, go and find me a set of silver needles, Hua Qiu said. The old doctor was taken aback. What do you need the silver needles for? Hua Qiu said calmly, to cure the illness. The old doctor couldn't help but show a look of surprise. You want to use silver needles to treat leukemia? Hua Qiu nodded. The old doctor was even more surprised. Relying solely on silver needles, how could leukemia possibly be cured? That's impossible, it's utterly delusional, no, it's absurd. He even found it laughable, this young man might have something wrong with his head. Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't either, Hua Qiu said coldly. I'd like to see how you treat this. The old doctor's face darkened with anger, and he stormed out. Zhong Xiling stared blankly. Old Master Hong is highly respected, how could you offend him? She regretted helping Hua Qiu. She didn't know where Hua Qiu got the confidence to look down on top doctors and even dream of curing a terminal illness with mere silver needles. If he were truly capable, why would he come to the hospital when he can't even afford the hospitalization fees? I'm just telling the truth, Hua Qiu said calmly. Zhong Xiling frowned slightly, her heart filled with displeasure. She found the man somewhat unreasonable. Not long after, the old doctor returned with a set of silver needles and handed them to Hua Qiu. Mr. Hong, please don't be angry. He probably said those things out of anger because he was so eager to save people, Zhong Xiling said kindly. Humph, maybe they really are capable. It'll be good for me to see what they're capable of, the old doctor sneered. As a top-notch physician, he had never been looked down upon, which made him very angry. He didn't believe that the kid really had any skills. Can silver needles cure leukemia? Ha, what a fantasy! Hua Qiu didn't waste any words and slowly opened the needle box. With a gentle clap of one hand, more than a dozen silver needles flew up. As if controlled by an invisible force, the silver needles danced between his fingers like shadows, a truly beautiful sight. The old doctor, who had initially looked angry and disdainful, widened his eyes in shock upon seeing this scene. Chapter 3 You Can't Help Me. This is the needle control technique. The old doctor stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in surprise. That's right, the needle control technique, this must be the needle control technique. He looked extremely shocked. Zhong Xiling had never seen him so excited before. He is the top physician in the Xia kingdom. Old Master Hong, what is the art of needle control? She asked in a low voice. The imperial needle technique is an acupuncture method that has long been lost in ancient Chinese medicine, the old doctor said slowly. Only the most skilled physicians can utilize this technique, and all those who used it before were figures who have left their mark on history, or were known as medical gods or medical saints. All were the founders of a certain school of thought. The old doctor looked at Hua Qiu incredulously. At this moment, his previous anger and contempt had completely vanished. This one move alone was enough to amaze him. I never imagined I would witness such a miraculous technique in my lifetime, especially from the hands of a young man, the old doctor exclaimed. Zhong Xiling's expression changed after hearing this. She stared at Hua Qiu in astonishment. In Hong Lao's eyes, a person with disabilities in both legs who couldn't even afford hospital fees was comparable to ancient medical gods and saints. Is this really possible? Who exactly is this person? The two of them stared intently at Hua Qiu's every move. Hua Qiu calmly inserted silver needles into some acupoints on her mother's body. Actually, the silver needles were only an auxiliary treatment for him. Leukemia certainly cannot be cured by injections alone. The silver needles were what he used to control the flow of spiritual energy. Next, Hua Qiu used the creation technique to channel spiritual energy into his mother's body. Creation, exhausting all kinds of creation. It can heal, it can attack, it can defend. Under the influence of the creation technique's spiritual power, earth-shattering changes occurred within the mother's body. The mutated cells are eliminated, and at the same time, the cells regenerate, regaining their vitality and vigor. Not long after, Hua Qiu finished his work. On the hospital bed, the mother's once pale face had become rosy, and her breathing had become as even as a normal person's. Sensing the change in her aura, Zhong Xiling's pretty face showed surprise. In a very short time, they brought a person who was on the verge of death back to life. What an amazing and miraculous medical skill! And this person is actually disabled. The old doctor walked to the bedside and took the patient's pulse. It actually cured him. His voice trembled as he spoke, overwhelmed with shock. This is an incurable disease. Today, he witnessed a miracle. Young friend, May I ask which school you studied under, and which lineage you belong to? Could you be a remarkable person from the lineage of divine healers? He asked cautiously, his attitude revealing respect. I'm self-taught, and I've only done a little research, Hua Qiu said casually. The old doctor's expression froze. If this is just a little research, then what does it mean for him to be a top-tier doctor? Hua Qiu looked at Zhong Xiling beside her. Miss Zhong, I wonder if I am qualified to help you now. He said. Zhong Xiling stared at him in astonishment. Hua Qiu's miraculous medical skills shocked her. His medical skills certainly surpass those of Elder Hong, and his future status will never be lower than that of this top-tier physician. However, I'm sorry, you're amazing, but you really can't help me with this. Thank you for your kindness, she said, forcing a smile. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He has already demonstrated such ability, but Zhong Xiling is still not impressed. What kind of problem could be troubling her so much? Why don't you tell me, maybe it won't be too difficult for me, Hua Qiu said. No need, you really can't help me, Zhong Xiling said earnestly. She glanced at Hua Qiu's wheelchair and shook her head slightly. I'm sorry, I don't want to involve outsiders. Hua Qiu's expression hardened slightly. Do you dislike him because he's disabled? Beep beep, Zhong Xiling's phone rang. She took out her phone and glanced at it, her pretty face changing instantly. Old Hong, there's something going on at the black market, I have to go, she said, then pulled out the 4-tube and left with a heavy heart. Hua Qiu frowned deeply. He remembered his past life. Not long after, the Zhong family fell into decline, and Zhong Xiling committed suicide by drowning herself in a lake, which made the news and was a great pity. It's because of what's happening now. I don't believe that I, as a celestial emperor, can't solve a problem for the Zhong family. His eyes gleamed. Hua Qiu fell into deep thought. Young friend, I was unaware of your abilities before I was blind to your greatness and offended you greatly. I hope you won't take offense, the old doctor said apologetically. Don't worry, we will not charge you a single penny during your mother's recovery in the hospital. If you need anything, just let us know. He was now convinced that Hua Qiu must have come from that mysterious lineage, and his words were filled with respect. Hua Qiu glanced at him. Do you know what the black market is? He asked. The black market, the old doctor pondered for a moment. It's a secluded place, not governed by external rules, a huge trading hub. There, you can trade anything, from intelligence to other items, you can hire people, search for missing persons, and do all sorts of buying and selling. Hua Qiu's eyes lit up. Although their parents hadn't realized it yet, their younger sister, Hua Dong, had already gone missing. Hua Qiu spent his entire life searching for her but never found her. If the black market really has that much power, maybe it can help him find his sister. In addition, he also wanted to know Zhong Xiling's purpose in going to the black market. Actually, Zhong Xiling left in a hurry probably because the bounty posted by the Zhong family on the black market had made a move, which is why she was so anxious. A bounty? What kind of bounty has the Zhong family issued? Hua Qiu asked. I don't know the specifics, but I heard that the Zhong family is in danger and their lives are in danger. So the Zhong family offered a high reward and put a bounty on the black market to find someone to help them through their difficulties, but it seems that no one has dared to accept the bounty even though it has been posted for a long time. Original, that's how it is, Hua Qiu understood. No wonder Zhong Xiling didn't even explain it to him. His current image is that of a paralyzed disabled person, worse than an ordinary person, and in her eyes, he is of no use whatsoever. Dean Wu, could you please do me a favor? Hua Qiu asked the old doctor. What help is needed? As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely help. The old doctor seemed very willing. Take me to the black market. Chapter 4 Arrogance? The old doctor's name was Hong Zhengyang, and he was a first-level physician recognized by the Xia Kingdom Medical Association. Young friend, your medical skills far surpass mine. If you were willing to go to the Medical Association for evaluation, you would definitely be a top-tier, Hall of Fame physician, worthy of the title of National Preceptor. Hong Zhengyang said as he pushed Hua Qiu toward the black market. The more they talked, the more he realized that Hua Qiu was no ordinary person. Calm and collected, his every move and word was unlike that of a vibrant young man, rather, he seemed like a wise and composed sage who had lived for hundreds of years, mysterious and unfathomable. He became increasingly convinced that Hua Qiu must have come from that legendary lineage, and his attitude became more and more respectful. The so-called black market is located in a secluded place in Beishan City, which is difficult for ordinary people to find and enter. Hong Zhengyang pushed Hua Qiu until they finally arrived at a market and entered a secret passage. The entrance to the black market is guarded by designated personnel. Hua Qiu could tell at a glance that the guard was muscular and strong, and that he was skilled in martial arts. Without Hong Zhengyang revealing his identity, the guards bowed to him first. This indicates that he held a significant position in the black market. "Young friend Hua, let's go in." Hong Zhengyang pushed Hua Qiu in, speaking respectfully. This startled the guards. The renowned top doctor Hong Zhengyang was so respectful to a young man in a wheelchair. Just who was he? The black market is a mixed bag. Some people have a smile that hides a knife, some people have a murderous aura, and some people seem innocent but have a bloodthirsty smell about them. Following Hua Qiu's instructions, Hong Zhengyang took him directly to the black market where the bounty had been posted. There are also many people here, mostly fugitives. There were many different kinds of bounties posted. There are cases of searching for people, searching for lost items, and even murders. Posted at the very top was none other than the Zhong family's wanted poster. The Zhong family is willing to contribute half of their assets to find a master to fight against a king-level assassin. The sign read. There were people nearby discussing it. The Zhong family has posted this reward for many days, but no one has dared to claim it. Who would dare take that job? That's a ruthless, king-level assassin. Who in the entire Beishan city can stand up to a king-level killer? Are they out of their minds? Exactly, no matter how much money you have, you still have to be alive to collect it. The Zhong family is finished. How could they have provoked an international king-level assassin? What a pity, their vast family fortune is about to be destroyed. I wonder how many members of the Zhong family will escape with their lives. It's going to be tough. That's a king-level assassin. The Zhong family is likely to be wiped out. Listening to the conversations around him, Hua Qiu pondered. He didn't know what level the king-level assassin everyone was talking about was. He sounded incredibly powerful. However, no matter how powerful a mortal is, how powerful can she be? Although he was only a beginner in the creation technique, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was extraordinary compared to ordinary people. Dean Hong, please accept the Zhong family's bounty for me, Hua Qiu said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire scene fell silent. Everyone looked at Hua Qiu with strange expressions. A young man in a wheelchair. They actually want to accept the Zhong family's bounty? How dare he do that? Are you out of your mind? That's a king-level assassin. A cripple fighting against a king-level assassin. What a joke. Even Hong Zhengyang was dumbfounded. Young friend Hua, did I hear that right? You're going to accept the bounty offered by the Zhong family? Not bad. Hua Qiu nodded. Hong Zhengyang couldn't believe his ears. Young friend Hua, do you know what a king-level assassin is like? They're not just ordinary ferocious. That's a real killing machine. Killing dozens of well-trained bodyguards would be an easy task for any assassin. He didn't know where Hua Qiu got the courage. Sitting in a wheelchair, looking thin and frail, how could he possibly deal with a king-level assassin? This is not something that can be solved with magical medical techniques. Dean Hong, listen to me, take it, Hua Qiu said. Hong Zhengyang remained hesitant. Seeing this, Hua Qiu flicked his finger slightly, and an invisible burst of energy shot out, knocking down the Zhong family's bounty poster. He reached out and caught it. The Zhong family offered a bounty and they actually accepted it? Everyone was shocked and looked at Hua Qiu as if he were a fool. Isn't this just courting death? Oh dear, this isn't something you can just accept casually. Hong Zhengyang slapped his thigh in frustration. Once the bounty is accepted, someone will immediately notify the poster. The Zhong family is here. Someone shouted shortly after. A group of people walked quickly towards them, led by a sprightly old man. Hua Qiu looked over and saw Zhong Xiling among them. Who accepted the bounty? Old Master Zhong rushed over in a panic, shouting loudly. Grandpa Zhong, it was that person who accepted the bounty, someone prompted, pointing to Hua Qiu. Zhong Yuanshan immediately looked over with hope. Then, he froze. Everyone in the Zhong family was stunned. A young disabled person. It's you! Zhong Xiling exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's me, Hua Qiu said calmly. I told you I would help you if you were in trouble, so here I am. You, Zhong Xiling looked at Hua Qiu in disbelief. At that moment, she didn't know what to say. She had said long ago that she couldn't help with that. But this person actually went to the black market to accept the Zhong family's bounty. Does he even know what a king-level assassin is? While he may be a highly skilled doctor, what good is that? Xiling, who is he? Zhong Yuanshan asked. He is a doctor, Zhong Xiling stammered in reply. What, a doctor? We're not here for treatment. The Zhong family was furious. Young man, are you kidding us? Zhong Yuanshan said with an unfriendly expression. They can't afford to make jokes like that at this time. I'm not joking, Hua Qiu said, her expression unchanged. He made up his mind that he had to save Zhong Xiling. The Zhong family posted a reward notice, so it was only reasonable for me to accept it. You're playing games with our Zhong family. A strong young man jumped out angrily. You brat, do you think just anyone can take on the Zhong family's bounty? Someone like you, I could kill 10 of you with one punch. What makes you think you can stand up to a king-level assassin? You're courting death, you wouldn't have enough lives even if you had 10. Hua Qiu smiled. It's been a long time since anyone has spoken to him like that. Zhong Xiling walked over. Thank you for your kindness, but you really can't help me. Just pretend you didn't offer the reward, she advised. Give me the sticker. She held out her hand. Hua Qiu, however, did not move at all. Now that I've taken the plunge, I will carry it out. A mere king-level assassin, what difficulty could there be? Hua Qiu's arrogant words stunned everyone. Goodness! They actually dare to look down on even a king-level assassin. How dare someone be so arrogant? Even Zhong Xiling was speechless. Humph, you don't know your place. Let me teach you a lesson so you'll realize how overconfident you are. The strong young man couldn't stand it and immediately attacked. His kung fu skills were not low among the Zhong family members. With swift movement, he grabbed Hua Qiu by the collar and threw him out. Hua Qiu looked at his actions and shook her head slightly. Slow. Too slow. 5. Chapter 5. He is the martial venerable. Elder brother. Zhong Xiling called out, fearing that the strong young man might have used too much force. After all, the other party is a disabled person. In the blink of an eye, the young man had already approached Hua Qiu and grabbed his collar. They were about to catch him. Hua Qiu patted the wheelchair slightly, and the wheelchair instantly moved backward, causing him to miss his grip. The young man stumbled and almost fell. You are no match for me, stop, Hua Qiu said. Considering he was Zhong Xiling's older brother, they didn't hurt him. This scene caused the Zhong family members to pause slightly. This kid seems to have some talent. Arrogant, I'll beat you to a pulp. Feeling insulted, the young man steadied himself and lunged forward again. Hua Qiu frowned slightly and moved his body gently. Buzz, an invisible force burst forth from his body. Before the young man even touched Hua Qiu, he was struck by this force and immediately felt an immense force bearing down on him, causing him to feel suffocated. Bang! The young man flew backwards in a bizarre manner, his face filled with disbelief. What's going on? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Zhong Ao. Zhong Yuanshan reacted quickly and rushed to catch the young man who was flying backward. He braced one hand against the young man's back, thinking he could catch him. But the moment he touched it, he knew he was wrong. The force emanating from Zhong Ao caused his expression to change drastically. Left with no other choice, Zhong Yuanshan immediately used all his strength to resist. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he pressed against Zhong Ao, and the two slid backward for quite a distance before stopping, then panted heavily, seemingly exhausted. Silence, deathly silence. The way everyone looked at Hua Qiu changed completely. No one knows what methods he used, but he inexplicably defeated Zhong Ao. Even the old master of the Zhong family almost couldn't catch it. A paralyzed person, yet so terrifying. No wonder he dared to accept the Zhong family's bounty, he really is a master. Zhong Xiling's mouth was slightly open. She was shocked. She didn't understand even more. This person possesses superb medical skills and exceptional physical abilities. How could he not even be able to afford the hospital fees? Unreasonable. His appearance seemed to be solely for his own benefit. At this moment, Zhong Yuanshan and Zhong Ao were both sweating profusely, their hearts filled with turbulent emotions. Only those who have truly faced that force know how terrifying it is. The grandfather and grandson's legs were weak and they were almost exhausted. That force was ridiculously powerful, and it came and went quickly. But they had a feeling. That was a terrifying power that could easily kill them. And this is just the tip of the iceberg for that young man. No one could see how he made his move, he was even sitting in his wheelchair and barely moved. Grandpa, brother, are you alright? Zhong Xiling and the Zhong family members noticed that they were not in good condition and quickly went over to them. Zhong Yuanshan took a deep breath. Martial venerable, he uttered the two words solemnly. What? What? The Zhong family was taken aback. Only legendary, incredibly powerful martial arts masters possess such terrifying power, Zhong Yuanshan said in a low voice, his face filled with lingering fear. Grandpa, are you saying that person is a martial venerable level expert, 1 in 10,000? Zhong Xiling asked incredulously, looking as if she had been greatly shocked. She is usually very aloof. But at this moment, it was no longer possible to remain calm. Because martial venerable is an extraordinary concept. Who among those who practice martial arts hasn't dreamed of reaching the realm of a martial master? A martial venerable who has undergone a complete transformation, surpassing ordinary people and possessing extremely powerful strength. That's someone who stands at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. Zhong Xiling felt that her understanding had been completely overturned. The person looked to be about the same age as her, and was paralyzed in both legs. But he was actually a martial venerable. How amazing! All the members of the Zhong family had the same expression. Martial venerables are extremely rare in the Xia kingdom, and none of them are less than 60 years old. But the one opposite. Too young. She's so young it's unbelievable. Unheard of, unseen. God knows how he trained. Our Zhong family is saved, Zhong Yuanshan said in a trembling voice. Upon hearing this, the Zhong family members showed expressions of relief. The shadow of gloom has loomed over this family for far too long. Now, their savior has finally appeared. The oppressive feeling from the king-level assassin was too strong and suffocating, and now, a young martial venerable is actually willing to help the Zhong family. Zhong Ao, go apologize right now. Zhong Yuanshan shouted in a low voice. Zhong Ao understood immediately. Young man, I was very rude just now, it was all my fault for looking down on you, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me, he said humbly. What little brother, how dare you call him that? Zhong Yuanshan angrily slapped Zhong Ao. This gentleman, I don't know how to address you? He bowed directly to Hua Qiu. My surname is Hua, and my given name is Qiu, Hua Qiu replied. Young friend Hua Qiu, I apologize again and ask for your forgiveness. Hua Qiu waved his hand. Miss Zhong has been kind to me, and I am merely repaying that kindness. The Zhong family looked at Zhong Xiling. After calming down, Zhong Xiling told everyone what had happened at the hospital. She is currently experiencing very mixed feelings. Surprise and disorientation. I never imagined that a kind act by the hospital would bring a savior to my family. But she couldn't understand how such an extraordinary person could be tied down by her. That shouldn't be the case. I see, Xiling the family was able to survive entirely thanks to you. You did a great job. Zhong Yuanshan praised without reservation. Zhong Xiling gave a forced smile. She still didn't understand and looked at Hua Qiu with a puzzled expression. Possessing miraculous medical skills, he is also an extremely rare martial venerable in the Xia kingdom. Such a person cannot be described as merely excellent, their very existence seems unreal. Could it be that he's taken a liking to me, which is why he staged that scene? Zhong Xiling started to have wild thoughts. Gentlemen, the bounty offered by my Zhong family has already been accepted. Now I hereby announce the termination of the bounty, Zhong Yuanshan said loudly, informing everyone. This also allows them to spread the message. The Zhong family now has a powerful ally. The onlookers looked on with dismay. A paralyzed young man suddenly appears out of nowhere, yet possesses immense power, and accepts the bounty offered by the Zhong family. He will face a terrifying international king-level assassin. The terrifying reputation of a top-tier assassin is widely known. Whether the Zhong family can survive this time remains to be seen. But without a doubt, this will be a very interesting story. Hua Qiu looked around. He had long noticed that there were eyes watching him from the shadows. A king-level assassin who strikes fear into the hearts of all, he must be a very powerful being in this mortal world. I want to see just how far it can go, and whether it can withstand the power of my beginner's creation technique. 6. Chapter 6 The Shameless Mother of Zhou. Beishan City First Hospital. Zhang Lan slowly woke up. Wife, you're awake, how are you feeling? Hua Yue asked with concern as he stayed by the bedside. I feel more relaxed than ever before, as if I've never been sick, Zhang Lan said incredulously. Really, that's wonderful. Hua Yue wasn't very happy. Instead, his expression darkened because he felt this was likely a final burst of energy before death. Where's Xiaoqiu? Where did Xiaoqiu go? Zhang Lan looked around and asked anxiously. Maybe he went out for a walk to clear his head, Hua Yue said, his expression showing some worry. Hua Qiu suffered a significant blow, and it's uncertain whether he can withstand it. Being cheated on in public is something no man can bear. Those people from the Zhou family are truly heartless. Our Xiaoqiu risked her life to save their daughter, and we even gave them a dowry of 700,000 yuan. How could they treat Xiaoqiu like this? Zhang Lan said angrily. Oh Xiaoqiu, my poor son. Zhang Lan couldn't help but shed tears, overcome with grief. Yue, hurry up and find Xiaoqiu. I am afraid he might do something stupid in a moment of despair. Hua Yue sighed. He was worried about his son, but even more worried about his wife. She doesn't have much time left. In the past 2 days, he has begged everyone for help to pay for his wife's medical expenses, enduring countless cold stares, but still to no avail. The couple were deeply saddened. Dad, Mom, I'm back, a clear voice suddenly rang out. At the door, Zhong Xiling pushed Hua Qiu in. Xiaoqiu. Zhang Lan's face immediately showed heartache when she saw her son. Are you all right? She asked cautiously. Hua Qiu's nose immediately stung with tears. Even with her mother in this state, her first thought was still only for him, without any concern for her own health. This kind of maternal love is what makes filial sons feel most heartbroken and guilty. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine, Hua Qiu said with a smile. I'm so glad you're alright, I'm relieved that you're okay. Zhang Lan smiled. Son, don't be discouraged. Although Zhou Yuan is beautiful, she has a heart of stone. She is not good enough for you. I will definitely find you someone better in the future. After hearing this, Hua Qiu couldn't help but want to cry. His mother took out 700,000 yuan, his life-saving money, to raise funds for his wedding. Even though all their efforts were in vain and they were on the verge of death, they still comforted their son without a trace of resentment, their love unwavering. She is truly the best mother in the world. How could I possibly disappoint her? How can we let her live such a miserable life again? Dad, Mom, don't worry, I've long since lost interest in Zhou Yuan. She's really not good enough for me, Hua Qiu said. The couple were taken aback, not expecting Hua Qiu to say such a thing. He used to insist on marrying no one but Zhou Yuan, has he really come to terms with it now? Oh my, what a big mouth. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out at the door of the ward. Following the sound, a plump middle-aged woman slowly walked in. She wore heavy makeup, gold and silver jewelry, and her face revealed a meanness. Hua Qiu looked over, his gaze sharpening. Anger was rising in my chest. Wang Ping, a vicious woman. It was Zhou Yuan's mother. The exorbitant dowry of 700,000 yuan was largely driven by her greed. The woman came in with an arrogant air, as if she were a noblewoman. You cripple, don't you even look at yourself, how dare you say my Zhou Yuan isn't good enough for you? Wang Ping looked at Hua Qiu with disdain and sneered. Hua Qiu's face instantly turned cold. Those two vile women are exactly the same. They can't distinguish right from wrong, they're crying stop thief. Like a thief crying stop th. How could a promiscuous slut like you be worthy of me? Hua Qiu said coldly, her face full of disgust. He was a prodigy, a celestial emperor, and countless pure and beautiful goddesses wanted to throw themselves at him, but he never even gave them a second glance. What did you say? Wang Ping immediately jumped up and down, her eyes wide with anger. You cripple, don't you even take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Besides my daughter, who else would want to marry you? Not only are you ungrateful, but you dare to call her a slut. Don't you have any self-awareness at all? Hua Qiu's temper grew increasingly fiery. He found Wang Ping's demeanor utterly repulsive. She took his mother's life-saving money, then had an affair, and now she's refusing to return the betrothal gifts. How dare she cause trouble here? Does this mother and daughter really have no sense of shame? A murderous intent had already risen within Hua Qiu's heart. Hua Yue, look at me, you begged and cried before I came, and now that I'm here, you crippled son have no manners at Alice. This how your family begs for help? Wang Ping pointed at Hua Yue's nose and roared in anger. Hua Qiu paused for a moment and looked at her father. Father went to beg her? What is this venomous woman? Hua Yue looked embarrassed and gave a bitter smile. My dear-in-law, Xiao Qiu is being unreasonable. I apologize on his behalf. He stood up and said in a humble tone. Humph, what good are your words? I want this cripple to apologize to me personally, to kneel down and apologize to me. Wang Ping shouted angrily with a disdainful look on her face. Hua Yue looked bitter and glanced at Hua Qiu. My dear-in-law, you know that Xiao Qiu has difficulty walking. If you insist on doing this, then I will kneel down for you. He trembled as he made a move to kneel down. Dad! Hua Qiu's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't bear to look at him. Yue cannot kneel. Zhang Lan shouted loudly. I'd rather die than see you begging the Zhou family. Hua Yue froze, his expression full of hesitation. He was in a lot of pain. To raise money for his wife's medical treatment, he had begged everyone he knew, and finally, swallowing his pride, he pleaded with the Zhou family. What does dignity matter for his wife? What, can't you kneel down? Wang Ping sneered again. If you won't kneel down, you can forget about getting this 30,000 yuan. She said, taking out 3 stacks of money. Whether Zhanglan lives or dies has nothing to do with us. It was you who begged and pleaded with our family that I came. I only gave you this 30,000 yuan because I felt sorry for you. Now that you don't want it, forget it. Wang Ping spoke with a condescending attitude. This is utterly incomprehensible. They've taken my good intentions for granted. Hearing these words, Hua Qiu could no longer bear it. She swallowed her mother's 700,000 yuan life-saving money, and now her father is begging her for help. She gives him 30,000 yuan as if it were charity, and even demands that her father kneel down and apologize to her. Hateful. Unforgivable. So, will you kneel or not? Wang Ping waved the 30,000 yuan in front of the group, her face showing a haughty and mocking expression. Hua Yue's face was ashen, his expression one of struggle. Hua Qiu's eyes seemed to be burning with fierce flames. Kneel to your mother's head. A furious roar erupted from him, his rage and aura bursting forth like a raging torrent. 7, Chapter 7 Bomb out. A murderous intent surged wildly in the hospital room. At this moment, it was as if the sky was dark and the sun and moon had lost their light. Wang Ping felt as if she were being watched by an incredibly terrifying being, and her whole body felt as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She couldn't breathe, her face turned deathly pale, and she didn't understand what had happened. Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the silence. Ah! Wang Ping suddenly felt a sharp pain in her left cheek, and then her obese body was thrown out of the air. Boom! It sounded like a depth charge exploding, and the entire inpatient building seemed to shake a few times when Wang Ping landed. Ouch! Wang Ping lay on the ground and wailed, half of her face swollen up and unrecognizable. This Hua Yue and Zhang Lan were both dumbfounded. Before they could even see what happened, Wang Ping was suddenly sent flying with a wail. However, seeing Wang Ping's miserable state was quite satisfying. Only Zhong Xiling, who was behind Hua Qiu, knew what was going on. She looked surprised. Just now, she sensed an incredibly terrifying aura. Just like in the black market, an invisible force emanating from Hua Qiu knocked Wang Ping to the ground. Is this the power of a martial venerable? Zhong Xiling's expression was complicated, with a hint of longing. Killing without a trace, mysterious yet exceptionally powerful. Ouch! It hurt so much. Wang Ping cried out in pain, blood streaming from her mouth. Hua Qiu's face was icy cold. He could kill Wang Ping as easily as crushing an ant. But he didn't want to kill anyone in front of his parents. Besides, letting that woman die like that is too easy on her. He made up his mind to make the Zhou family pay an extremely heavy price. A price worse than death. It took Wang Ping quite a while to get up from the ground. Who hit me? She roared angrily. If you dare bark again, I'll make sure you never bark again, Hua Qiu said coldly. The ferocity in his eyes made Wang Ping involuntarily shrink back. Humph, don't you want this 30,000 yuan anymore? As far as I know, you can't even afford a single day's hospitalization fee. Wang Ping shouted, unwilling to give up. Take your money and get out, Hua Qiu said calmly. As for the 700,000 yuan you owe the Hua family, I will make you return every single penny. Wang Ping laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. That 700,000 is what we deservates your Hua family who wants to break off the engagement, not us who refuse to marry want it back. Don't even think about it. I'm not afraid to tell you that 700,000 has been handed over to the young master of the Hu family of Xinguang Group for safekeeping. If you have the guts, go ahead and ask for it back. After saying the words young master of the Hu family, Wang Ping's arrogance returned, and she became fearless. Hua Yue and Zhang Lan's expressions turned somewhat grim. Xinguang Group is a well-known enterprise in Beishan City, and the young master of the Hu family is an even more ruthless character, not someone that ordinary people like them can afford to offend. Hua Qiu's face was as cold as ice. Young master who? It was the adulterer who had an affair with that slut Zhou Yuan. He won't let Zhou Yuan go, let alone that arrogant young master of the Hu family. Just because he's the young master of a large corporation, does he think he can do whatever he wants? He could never forget the day of his engagement, when the young master of the Hu family trampled him underfoot and humiliated him in every way. He deserved to die too. I will get the money back, but Xinguang Group and the Hu family will be wiped out, Hua Qiu said. Wang Ping looked at Hua Qiu as if she were a fool. What a pipe dream, urea cripple, what gives you the right to say such things? She looked down on him with utter contempt. You should be worrying about when you'll be kicked out of the hospital. Oh, it's so pitiful to think about. They have no money for medical treatment and can only wait to die. Hua Qiu looked annoyed and, too lazy to listen to the woman's nagging any longer, prepared to blast her away. Who said they'd be kicked out of the hospital? Hospital director Hong Zhengyang appeared at the door and shouted. They can stay in the hospital as long as they want without paying a penny, Hong Zhengyang said as he walked in. What? Wang Ping was shocked and could hardly believe it. What makes you so confident in saying that? Because I am a top-level physician recognized by the Medical Association, and because I am the president of this hospital. Hong Zhengyang said. Wang Ping was stunned. Is this true? Unlike Wang Ping, Hua Yue and Zhang Lan were filled with surprise and delight. They had already prepared themselves to be kicked out of the hospital. But how could the president of Beishan First Hospital grant them a special pardon? A top-tier physician in the Xia Kingdom is no ordinary person, he is a well-known figure with a high status. Young friend Hua, during your mother's hospitalization, you can make any requests you may have, and the hospital will do its best to meet them. All services are free of charge. Because it is a great honor for me and the hospital to serve your mother. Hong Zhengyang's words stunned Wang Ping and Hua Yue. He was speaking to Hua Qiu, and his words seemed to carry a hint of respect. How is that possible? How come these two people, whose social statuses are worlds apart, are reversed? Wang Ping found it even more unbelievable, staring at Hua Qiu again and again. A disabled person in a wheelchair. A cripple, unable to resist, is trampled underfoot by the young master of the Hu family. How could he know such an important person as the president of Beishan First Hospital? Moreover, the dean's attitude towards Hua Qiu seemed quite incomprehensible. Wang Ping even felt that the dean was a fake, deliberately invited to put on an act in front of her. My mother won't be staying for long, Hua Qiu said calmly. But there's a fly here, making a lot of noise. Hong Zhengyang understood. Someone come here. He shouted. Get this whole bunch out of here. Wang Ping's face turned pale with anger. Before he could even speak, several security guards rushed in. Dean Hong Zhengyang's identity has been confirmed. You are not allowed. Don't mess with me, my daughter's boyfriend is the young master of Xinguang Group. Wang Ping shouted anxiously. From now on, no one from the Zhou family or Xinguang Group is allowed to enter the first hospital. If they come, we will bomb them out. Hong Zhengyang ordered sternly. Yes, Dean, the security guards replied. Wang Ping was dumbfounded. They actually didn't take Xinguang Group seriously. What is Xinguang Group? Go back and investigate thoroughly. There are some people you can't afford to mess with. Keep your eyes open in the future, Hong Zhengyang said coldly, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Wang Ping looked completely bewildered. Could the person he said he couldn't afford to offend be that cripple? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She absolutely refused to believe it. Get them out. Hong Zhengyang shouted. Several security guards carried the struggling Wang Ping like a pig and threw her directly out of the hospital. You'll regret this, you'll definitely regret this. She kept shouting, her voice fading into the distance. Soon, the ward returned to quiet. Young friend Hua, I'm so sorry to have frightened your mother, Hong Zhengyang apologized to Hua Qiu. Hua Yue and Zhang Lan both had their mouths slightly open. A top-tier physician and the president of the first hospital actually humbly apologized to Hua Qiu. They looked at their son with astonishment in their eyes. 8. Chapter 8 Promises. Xiao Chou, you. Hua Yue and Zhang Lan stared blankly at Hua Qiu, wanting to ask something but not knowing how to ask. Dad, Mom, I have some good news to tell you, Hua Qiu said with a smile, changing the subject. What good news? Hua Qiu looked at her mother. Mom, your illness has been cured. The two elders were stunned when he uttered those words. Xiao Chou, what did you say? Zhang Lan couldn't believe it. It's true, Mom, your illness has been cured, you don't need to worry anymore. Zhang Lan shook her head with a wry smile. Xiao Chou, you don't need to make Mom happy. Mom knows that leukemia is incurable, she sighed, her voice filled with too much attachment to this world. Seeing that her mother didn't believe her, Hua Qiu looked at Hong Zhengyang and gave him a wink. Ms. Zhang, what your son said is true, your illness has indeed been cured. Hong Zhengyang said solemnly. As a top physician and hospital director, Hong Zhengyang's words carry even more weight. Zhang Lan and Hua Yue immediately became excited. Dean, is this true? But leukemia is incurable. Didn't your hospital say before that you couldn't do anything about it? Before yesterday, leukemia was indeed incurable, but now it is no longer. This is a miracle in medical history. Hong Zhengyang said earnestly, his face full of admiration. The legendary descendant of a lineage of divine healers is said to have cured incurable diseases upon his appearance in the world, which is bound to cause a sensation. Ms. Zhang, don't you feel anything? Your body is completely different now than before. Zhang Lan covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. She was overjoyed and relieved, and was very emotional. She thought she was going to die, but she couldn't bear to leave her family and didn't want to go, so she lived in sorrow every day. And now, she can live again. That's wonderful, that's really wonderful. Zhang Lan burst into tears. Even the usually calm and collected Hua Yue shed tears and cried while holding his wife. He had endured so much, and now he could finally release it all, turning pain into joy. Looking at her parents, Hua Qiu almost couldn't hold back her tears. At that moment, he felt that everything he had done was worthwhile. No matter how invincible or supreme the immortal realm is, nothing compares to the warmth of spending time with family. The guilt and regret of the past 1,000 years can finally be made up for in this lifetime. This is just the beginning, Hua Qiu said to himself. He wants to change far more than just this. I only want to protect the family ties I've lost. Anyone who dares to destroy them will be doomed. The couple cried for a long time, releasing all the pent-up emotions in their hearts. Zhong Xiling silently watched this touching scene, then looked at Hua Qiu. More and more doubts arose in her mind. Why, a martial venerable expert with medical skills surpassing even a top-tier physician, would have such a background? They have been insulted and are in adversity. Then suddenly, it shone brightly, a truly earth-shattering event. This person is truly too mysterious. Xiaoqiu, tell mom who cured my illness I must thank them properly, Zhang Lan asked, wiping away her tears. Hua Qiu was taken aback. After a moment's thought, he decided not to tell his parents the truth yet. Those experiences were too bizarre for them to accept immediately. Mom, it was naturally this hospital director, a top-tier physician from Xia State, who cured you, Hua Qiu immediately said, pointing to Hong Zhengyang. Cough cough cough. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Zhengyang immediately started coughing violently, choking quite badly. He looked puzzled and surprised. He couldn't possibly deserve the credit for conquering an incurable disease. Although he is a top-notch doctor, he is far from having that kind of skill. Hua Qiu gave him a wink, which prevented him from losing his composure. Just act well, and I can teach you how to cure your illness afterwards, Hua Qiu said in a low voice. Hong Zhengyang's eyes lit up instantly. The teachings of a descendant of a legendary healer. That was an immense temptation for him. In the medical field of Xia Kingdom, the most revered are the Hall of Fame physicians who hold the title of national hero. If he could receive instruction from the lineage of divine physicians, perhaps he could truly be honored as a national hero in his lifetime. Just thinking about it made Hong Zhengyang excited. Dean, you are simply a miracle doctor, thank you so much, you saved our family. Zhang Lan said to Hong Zhengyang with tears of gratitude. Hong Zhengyang looked embarrassed. He really wanted to say that your son in the wheelchair is the real miracle doctor. I just went through the motions for a while. Xiaoqiu, who is this young lady? Hua Yue and his wife finally noticed Zhong Xiling behind Hua Qiu, and their brows relaxed and their eyes lit up. Zhong Xiling's temperament and appearance are far superior to Zhou Yuanka's. The two are simply incomparable. Such a beautiful girl stood silently behind Hua Qiu, supporting her like a dutiful wife. Hello, uncles and aunts, my name is Zhong Xiling, I am his. Zhong Xiling greeted them with a smile, but her words were a little hesitant. Dad, Mom, she's my friend, Hua Qiu interjected. Hello, friends. It's great, Zhang Lan and Hua Yue smiled broadly. They were also afraid that Hua Qiu wouldn't be able to overcome the harm caused by Zhou Yuan. If Hua Qiu and this girl could get together, they would be laughing in their sleep. Hua Qiu naturally knew what they were thinking. Dad, Mom, from now on, just focus on living your own lives, don't worry about anything else. I will take care of everything, I promise. I will make you two happy from now on, Hua Qiu said sincerely. And my little sister, I will definitely find her. When the younger sister was mentioned, the two elders looked somewhat gloomy. My younger sister, Hua Dong, borrowed 700,000 yuan at exorbitant interest rates and then disappeared without a trace. Please believe me, I can definitely do it. Hua Qiu said solemnly. I believe you, how could I not believe you? Zhang Lan said, looking at Hua Qiu with affection. She always trusted Hua Qiu unconditionally. Xiao Qiu, promise mom you'll find Xiaodong. Hua Qiu nodded heavily. This was his promise to his mother, and also his obsession across 2 lifetimes. In his past life, he spent his entire life searching for news of his sister but could not find her remains. Even if he returned 100 years later as a cultivator, he thought that with his extraordinary abilities, he would be able to find some clues. But Hua Dong, Hua Qiu's younger sister, seemed to have vanished into thin air, and all of Hua Qiu's efforts were in vain. He couldn't believe what kind of power could completely erase a person's information and traces. All of this will come to light in this lifetime. He will look for the answer. If something blocks your way, then we will slay gods and Buddhas alike if they stand in our way. 9, Chapter 9, You want me to apologize? Mom, you're all better now, let's get discharged, Hua Qiu said to Zhang Lan felt very energetic and naturally didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer, so she immediately agreed. Auntie, it's wonderful to celebrate your recovery and discharge from the hospital. I would like to invite you to the Donghu Hotel to welcome you back. Is that alright? Zhong Xiling said with a smile. The Zhong family had repeatedly told her to be careful in dealing with Hua Qiu. Sure, thank you. Zhang Lan seemed to really like Zhong Xiling and readily agreed. Then I'll go make the arrangements first, Zhong Xiling said and walked out. Zhang Lan looked at Hua Qiu with a smile. Xiao Qiu, this girl is more than 10 times better than Zhou Yuan. You should really make the most of her. Hua Qiu gave a perfunctory smile. He was once a celestial emperor and had many beautiful women by his side, but in the end, they could not be together. He has no time to think about romantic relationships right now. He just wants to take care of his parents and find his sister as soon as possible. Donghu Hotel is located next to an artificial lake in the central area of Beishan City. When Hua Qiu's family arrived, Zhang Lan and Hua Yue stared wide-eyed. This is an extremely luxurious place, only the upper class can afford to dine here. Xiao Qiu, is that girl's family very wealthy? Zhang Lan asked tentatively. Hua Qiu nodded. This Donghu Hotel belongs to her family. The couple immediately shook their heads with wry smiles. So she's a rich family's daughter, then our son has no chance. Hua Qiu was speechless for a moment. He took down the bounty offered by the Zhong family, and afterwards he could get half of the Zhong family's fortune. Although he had no such intention, wealth was nothing more than an external thing that was easily obtained by him. Uncle, aunt, you've arrived. Zhong Xiling came out to greet them personally. After learning that she was from a wealthy family, the couple became somewhat reserved. Zhong Xiling personally arranged for them to stay in the hotel's most exclusive private room. They treated the family with utmost care throughout, as if they were the most honored guests. Hua Qiu's parents were flattered and secretly asked Hua Qiu what was going on, but Hua Qiu brushed them off. During this time, a waiter came and whispered something to Zhong Xiling. Zhong Xiling frowned slightly, nodded, and gave a few instructions. What's wrong, is something the matter? Hua Qiu asked. It's nothing, just a small problem. IVE already had them take care of it, Zhong Xiling replied. Hua Qiu didn't pay any attention. The family continued their meal. After a while, bang! Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, and the door to the private room was kicked open. This sudden change startled Hua Qiu's parents. Zhang Lan was about to drink tea when she was so frightened that she dropped her teacup on the ground. Hua Qiu's face darkened as she looked towards the door. A young man with a flushed face was standing aggressively at the door, embracing a glamorous woman. Zhong Xiling, you come out here right now. The man shouted, pointing at Zhong Xiling. Zhong Xiling's pretty face showed anger. Zhou, if you have something to say, go outside and talk. Don't disturb our distinguished guest, she said displeasedly. Oh, a distinguished guest? What kind of guest could be more distinguished than me? Zhou glanced around the private room with displeasure. He looked at Hua Qiu's family with disdain as they dressed simply. It seems the Zhong family has truly fallen on hard times. To treat such a commoner like an honored guest is truly laughable. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu put down her chopsticks, her gaze turning cold. This person is clearly here on purpose to cause trouble. Please leave first, okay? You're not allowed to insult the distinguished guests of the Zhong family. Zhong Xiling said angrily. Now you know to call me out. You were dead when I called you just now? Zhou Tsong remained unmoved, revealing a cold smile. I found a bug in my food at your restaurant. How do you plan to settle this? How can such a disgraceful incident happen to the prestigious Zhong family restaurant? Do you even want to stay in business? That's impossible. Zhong Xiling said firmly. Zhongjia Donghu Hotel operates with meticulous care and adherence to regulations. Such a situation would never occur. She knew it must have been Zhou Tsong's doing, deliberately coming to cause trouble. Are you looking for trouble? Hua Chou asked Zhong Xiling. Zhong Xiling nodded. Ever since the news spread that our Zhong family was about to be targeted by a king-level assassin, some competitors have taken advantage of the situation to kick us while we're down, trying to damage the Zhong family's businesses. Hua Chou nodded. He was unhappy because he was disturbed while having a peaceful meal with his parents. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm invisible? Zhou Tsong was furious when he saw that Zhong Xiling ignored him and instead whispered with a young man. Zhong Xiling, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear down this Donghu hotel. He said viciously, I'll start with this private room and kick all your so-called poor, shabby guests out onto the street to starve. Before Zhong Xiling could speak, Hua Qiu wheeled herself out. He stared at Zhou Tsong and uttered a single word. Roll. The entire private room fell silent. Zhou Tsong's expression remained frozen for quite a while. What did you say? His expression gradually turned somewhat ferocious. No one had ever dared to say such a thing to him before, and he even doubted that he had heard correctly. I told you to get lost, Hua Qiu said again, his expression turning cold. Tell me to get lost, ha 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 ha. Zhou Tsong laughed maniacally, his expression frightening. Kid, you're pretty good. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that before. You're the first. Hua Qiu looked impatient. I'll say it one last time, get out. If it weren't for the two elders watching, his killing intent would have already been unleashed. Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Zhou Tsong's face showed a mocking expression. An unknown young man in a wheelchair, a disabled person. How dare you tell him to get lost? Hua Qiu, isn't this Hua Qiu? Suddenly, the glamorous woman who was arm in arm with Zhou Tsong stared at Hua Qiu and shouted. Hua Qiu frowned and looked at her one glance. I don't know him. Do you know him? Zhou Tsong asked the woman. Of course I know him's the most famous love-struck guy in our school. He chased after our class beauty like a lapdog. Later, he even crippled his leg trying to save her, and was cruelly dumped by her. Still a legend in our school to this day, the woman said with great enthusiasm, making no attempt to hide her mockery of Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu glanced at the woman again. Former classmates? He forgot. Over 1,000 years have passed, those who did not have a deep memory of it have long been forgotten and are not worthy of his remembrance. Heh, so this is the kind of person he is. Zhou Tsong laughed, a somewhat chilling laugh. He thought that since Zhong Xiling treated him like a distinguished guest and dared to talk back to him like that, this kid must have some kind of background. But to my surprise, he turned out to be a complete waste of space. Hua Qiu, do you know who my boyfriend is? He's the eldest son of the wealthy Zhou family. How dare you offend him? You're simply out of your mind. The woman sneered. For the sake of being an old classmate, quickly apologize and beg him sincerely. Maybe he'll spare you because of me. Apologize? Hua Qiu revealed a contemptuous smile, then his face quickly darkened. Chapter 10 Terrifying People. Dad, Mom, I'm going out to take care of something. You two eat first, Hua Qiu said to her parents as she turned around. Xiao Qiu, don't cause trouble if you can't handle it, just apologize to them, Zhang Lan said with a worried expression. They were an ordinary family and couldn't afford to offend the rich kids. The couple wanted Hua Qiu to be tolerant to avoid causing trouble. Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Then, he glanced at Zhou Tsong and the other man, and wheeled himself outside. Zhou Tsong and the woman sneered and stepped out of the private room. Zhong Xiling apologized to Hua Qiu's parents, then left and closed the door to the private room. Zhou Tsong, You have no idea what a terrifying existence you were facing. She found it amusing. After leaving the private room, Huaqiu didn't stop and continued walking for a while. Zhou Song was getting very impatient. Kid, where do you think you're going? Hurry up and apologize, my time is precious. He stopped walking. Huaqiu turned around and looked at him coldly. Young master, I hate it when people look at me like that. Is this your way of apologizing? Zhou face darkened, displeased. Huaqiu, I advise you not to be so tactless. If you anger young Master Zhou again, no amount of apology will help, the woman beside her sneered. Ha, apologize, Huaqiu snorted coldly. I'm having dinner with my parents here, and you dare to disturb us, he said indifferently. Zhou expression turned gloomy. I'm surprised. What can a piece of trash like you do to me? He said with a disdainful look. It seems you have no intention of apologizing. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Help! Zhou Song shouted. Whoosh! Two figures responded and quickly darted up to the second floor, appearing in front of Zhou Song. This is Zhou Song's bodyguard. He's very skilled. He came to the Donghu Hotel today to cause trouble. Having prepared in advance, he decided to use his disability as an excuse to create a big scene. This brother is a tough one. You guys help him out and have him come to me and kowtow 3 times to loosen up his muscles, Zhou Song said casually. Yes. The 2 bodyguards replied in unison, and walked towards Huaqiu without saying a word. Huaqiu shook her head and gave a mocking smile. He brought this on himself, he deserves it. Stop! Zhong Xiling quickly called out to stop them. Zhou Song, I advise you not to disrespect him. He is not someone you can mess with. What a joke! Zhou Song was even more disdainful upon hearing this. I can move against a mere cripple. Does the Zhong family really intend to fight me to the death over a cripple? Honey, this Huaqiu isn't very capable. His family is just ordinary working class. I don't know how he dares to be so arrogant. He should be taught a lesson, the woman next to him said at the right time. Hearing this, Zhou Song became even more confident. Hurry up and do it. What am I keeping you around for? He shouted at the 2 bodyguards. The 2 quickened their pace and soon approached Huaqiu. She reached out to pull him up from the wheelchair. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled thud was heard, followed by something astonishing. The 2 bodyguards closest to Huaqiu were suddenly sent flying backward without warning, crashing heavily at Zhou Song's feet. Zhou Song and the glamorous woman were completely stunned. What are you guys doing? Zhou Song shouted at the bodyguard on the ground. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. The 2 skilled bodyguards exchanged a glance, their expressions turning horrified. They didn't understand what was going on either. Just as they were about to catch the person, a tremendous force suddenly blasted them away, leaving them no time to react. The 2 of them felt a sense of dread, as if they had seen a ghost. Go, what are you standing there for? Zhou Song roared. Despite the excruciating pain, the 2 struggled to their feet and charged at Huaqiu once more. This time they dared not underestimate the situation and were on high alert. Seeing that the 2 still dared to come closer, Huaqiu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Humph! He snorted coldly. In an instant, the sound seemed to pierce the sky like a resounding bell, striking the hearts of the 2 bodyguards. What a terrifying sound that was! It penetrates everything, runs through the very marrow, and destroys everything in its path. Puff! The next moment, the 2 bodyguards stopped in their tracks, their faces turning extremely pale, and they both spat out a mouthful of blood. They were terrified, feeling as if their entire bodies were about to be shattered. The 2 of them could barely stand and collapsed to the ground when they looked at Huaqiu again. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. They didn't even encounter anyone. What exactly happened? Is that person a ghost or deity? These 2 are crippled, they will never be able to use their fists again. What's wrong with you guys? What are you doing? Zhou Song, who was behind them, was once again dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. My bodyguard was acting like he was in a movie, suddenly about to die. Are you kidding me? The alluring woman was also baffled. Zhong Xiling let out a soft breath, trying to calm her racing heart. Despite knowing that Hua Qiu was a young martial venerable, 1 in a million, and despite knowing that he was very powerful. But at this moment, she was still deeply shocked. With just a cold snort, he directly shattered the meridians of 2 skilled individuals. How terrifying! Is the legendary martial venerable really that terrifying? Oh my god! Is Wu Zun even human? What puzzled Zhong Xiling even more was how that person had cultivated to this level. He's about the same age as me. Get up, I told you to bring him here and make him kowtow to me. Zhou Tsong roared at his 2 bodyguards in a fit of rage. He was very irritable and annoyed. The 2 bodyguards lying on the ground gave a wry smile. Where would they find the strength to get up? The naive and arrogant rich young master behind him had no idea what kind of terrifying being he had provoked, and still dared to shout. Damn it, I've wasted my time raising you guys. Seeing that the bodyguards hadn't moved for a long time, Zhou Tsong was furious. Noisy Hua Qiu uttered 2 words indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out a hand and casually waved it at Zhou Tsong. As if a gentle breeze had swept by, Zhou Tsong felt a cool sensation on his face. The next moment. Bang! Zhou Tsong's face was distorted on one side, and his body floated up, flying down from the 2nd floor like a kite with a broken string. The feeling of floating in the air left Zhou Tsong in a daze. He didn't react in time. Until landing. Ah! A pig-like scream echoed from the 1st floor. He fell hard, it felt like all the bones in his body were broken. He was terrified, not knowing what had happened. Young Master Zhou. The glamorous woman's expression changed drastically in an instant. You what's going on? She looked at Hua Qiu in shock, her face stiff. She only saw Hua Qiu wave at Zhou Tsong, and then Zhou Tsong flew down from the 2nd floor. This is something that ordinary people cannot understand. Hua Qiu remained expressionless. Zhou Tsong and his old classmate are both ordinary people. But he made no attempt to conceal his actions, and instead used the power of a cultivator. I have no concerns, and I don't care to have any. Do whatever you want, without fear. In the celestial realm, I am the Supreme Emperor. In this mundane world, nothing can stop me, I am God. Ouch! Zhou Tsong cried out in pain, and the glamorous woman rushed down to help him. Hua Qiu suddenly frowned. In an instant, a surge of murderous intent erupted from him. 11, Chapter 11 Assassin's Attack. Young Master Zhou, are you alright? The glamorous woman helped Zhou Tsong up. Zhou Tsong howled in pain as he looked at Hua Qiu in fear. He didn't understand what kind of method it was, but it was beyond his comprehension and terrified him. At this moment, Hua Qiu's face was icy cold, filled with murderous intent. His fierce appearance sent a chill down Zhou Tsong's spine. He wouldn't want to kill me, would he? Zhou Tsong's face turned pale because Hua Qiu looked terrifying. Mr. Hua, you. Zhong Xiling noticed that Hua Qiu's expression was off and thought that he really wanted to kill Zhou Tsong, and her heart skipped a beat. Is it a bit too much to just go straight for killing someone? Come to me, Hua Qiu said. Zhong Xiling was puzzled, but she obediently did as she was told and walked toward Hua Qiu. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking rang out. A dark figure quickly appeared from the 1st floor and rushed up at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for Zhong Xiling. A professional assassin. Zhong Xiling's pretty face changed. The assassin, who appeared suddenly, had a clear target and attacked without hesitation, thrusting a short knife straight at Zhong Xiling's chest. Even though Zhong Xiling had martial arts training and was quite skilled, she was still unable to react quickly enough to be attacked by such an assassin. At the critical moment. Humph! A cold snort rang out. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. He had long sensed the hidden atmosphere in the restaurant. Although the assassin was very secretive and deliberately concealed his presence, he still couldn't escape Hua Qiu's senses. To kill someone in front of him is to severely underestimate a cultivator. Hua Qiu's cold snort contained spiritual power, which immediately caused the assassin to pause and let out a muffled groan. It directly caused him internal injuries. But the assassin stubbornly endured it, paused for a moment, and continued forward, his short knife still aimed at Zhong Xiling. Hua Qiu, with a stern face, waved his hand and unleashed a burst of spiritual energy. Spiritual power is formless. But the perceptive assassin clearly noticed and showed a shocked expression. He finally gave up the assassination attempt and tried to dodge quickly, but it was too late. Bang! The assassin who was hit was thrown from the second floor and crashed to the ground. He looked up and stared at Hua Qiu, his expression one of utter horror. Then, he suddenly darted to a hidden spot on the first floor and concealed himself. This series of sudden changes happened extremely quickly, and Zhong Xiling had only just reacted when she ran to Hua Qiu's side, unable to help but feel a lingering fear. If Hua Qiu hadn't intervened, she would definitely be dead. "Don't be afraid, with me here, no one can lay a finger on you," Hua Qiu said. Zhong Xiling nodded blankly. "For some reason, I feel extremely safe when I'm with Hua Qiu." "Is this the so-called king-level assassin?" Hua Qiu asked. Zhong Xiling pondered for a moment. "It shouldn't be," she shook her head. King-level assassins are the highest level among assassins. There are only 7 in the world, and each one is incredibly terrifying. That one was also very powerful, but a king-level assassin should be more than that. He should be considered a gold-level assassin, which is also very powerful. The Zhong family isn't just being targeted by a king-level assassin, Hua Qiu pondered. Our Zhong family has offended some powerful figure. A mysterious person has issued a bounty on the international black market, offering a hefty reward for the head of a member of the Zhong family. We don't know how many assassins will come, but the most terrifying one is the world's 4th-ranked king-level assassin, Greedy Wolf. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He didn't take any worldly assassins seriously. However, the sheer number of people was a problem. There were more than a dozen members of the Zhong family's direct lineage, and he couldn't be in 2 places at once to protect them all. "Mr. Hua, you only need to deal with the king-level assassins, the Zhong family can handle the rest," Zhong Xiling said quickly, seeing what he was thinking. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Let alone a king-level assassin, if he hadn't been there, Zhong Xiling would have lost her life. In her previous life, Zhong Xiling committed suicide by drowning herself in a lake after the Zhong family fell into decline. Did things change because of his involvement? Has that assassin left? Zhong Xiling asked, glancing downstairs. No, Hua Qiu said calmly. Although the assassin thought he had hidden himself well, little did he know how clumsy his methods were in the eyes of a cultivator. A hitman, that guy has a gold medal, he's an international gold medal hitman. Zhou Tsong on the first floor belatedly exclaimed. Both he and the glamorous woman were terrified, never expecting to experience such a scene. Although he wasn't from the martial arts world, Zhou Tsong had heard of the existence of top assassins and knew how terrifying they were. He was terrified he had only come to cause trouble, and if he got caught in the crossfire, he would lose his life. Quick, take me to hide. Zhou Tsong cried out in fear. The glamorous woman was also frightened and quickly dragged him behind the sofa, only peeking out to observe the outside world. Zhong Xiling is finished, that cripple is finished too. Zhou Tsong said viciously. That's a top international assassin, almost never missing a shot, a terrifying figure capable of assassinating even heads of state. Hua Qiu had caused him some psychological trauma, and he hoped that the top assassin would succeed in the assassination. Mr. Hua, should I inform the family? Zhong Xiling asked softly from the second floor. The assassin was very fast. Although Hua Qiu was powerful, he had difficulty walking and couldn't keep going indefinitely. No need, Hua Qiu said indifferently. They're just a few assassins, aren't they? They're not much of a threat. His expression remained unchanged. How many? Zhong Xiling was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then her eyes widened. Could there be more than just that top assassin in the restaurant? Stop hiding, you 4 cowards, your hiding skills are pretty bad out here. Hua Qiu shouted down. After he finished speaking, silence fell over the surroundings. After a while, a sound came from the first flooring. Someone emerged from the shadows and walked to the middle of the lobby on the first floor. Someone appeared from a hidden corner. Some people only became visible after they dropped their disguise and got up from the ground. Even the sofa where Jo Seong and his companion were hiding was suddenly attacked by another person, who frightened them so much that they turned pale and their hearts stopped. There were 4 people standing together. Each of them wore a gold medal that signified their status. For international gold medal killers. For Arjong Siling's pretty face on the second floor couldn't help but turn pale. This scene greatly frightened her. Even when assassinating heads of state, such a scale is rarely used. Just who was the Zhong family that they offended, to be able to hire so many top-tier assassins? Not to mention the final king-level assassin. She felt a little suffocated. My God, for top-tier assassins. Jo Seong, sitting behind the sofa, gaped, speechless. The scale and magnitude of the operation were astonishing. They're dead, those 2 are absolutely dead. No one can escape the combined assassination of 4 top-tier killers, unless they're not human. 12, Chapter 12 Killing. The restaurant was filled with a somber atmosphere. The aura created by the 4 top assassins standing together is extremely intimidating to ordinary people. Hua Qiu remained calm. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than slightly stronger mortals. He was sizing up the top assassin, and the top assassin was sizing him up too. I heard the Zhong family found a young expert to help them, and seeing him today, he is indeed extraordinary, one of the assassins said. He's very strong. I suffered internal injuries in just one exchange, the assassin who had fought Hua Qiu said solemnly. The other 3 were all composed. I suspect he has already reached the peak of advanced martial arts among the martial artists of the Xia Kingdom. Upon hearing this, even the top assassin's expressions changed slightly. In the Xia Kingdom, such a young master has never been heard of before. Moreover, he was a disabled person who used a wheelchair. There's no need to get too entangled with him. Our target is the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. Her head is worth a fortune. 3 of you hold this person off, and the other will kill him. The bounty will be split equally. The 4 top assassins quickly reached an agreement. The martial artists of the Beishan City Martial Alliance branch have already noticed this. Within 5 minutes, they will kill the person and flee. On the second floor, Hua Qiu smiled. He could hear everything the assassins were plotting. I'll take care of you in less than 5 minutes. Within a minute, he said indifferently. The 4 assassins were stunned. Arrogant! Someone exclaimed angrily. No one has ever dared to underestimate top assassins like this, especially 4 top assassins working together. The 4 exchanged a glance. The next moment, 4 figures shot out like arrows. As planned, the 3 of them headed towards Hua Qiu, while the other went straight for Zhong Siling. Mr. Hua! Zhong Siling exclaimed in surprise. She knew that Hua Qiu was very powerful, a strong martial venerable. However, the combined might of the 4 top assassins is extremely formidable, leaving even the martial venerable temporarily overwhelmed. Hua Qiu's expression was icy. As the 4 men rushed towards him, he calmly reached out and plucked a few leaves from a small tree in the flower bed beside him. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them were close by. Hua Qiu flicked the leaf in his hand and shot it out. Swish, swish, swish. Exactly 4 green leaves, after leaving Hua Qiu's palm, actually created a streak of air as if they were about to pierce through everything and shoot towards the 4 people. At this moment, the 4 top assassins all changed color. Because that blade was faster than a bullet. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing screech. The 4 dared not underestimate him, and managed to stop their attack, doing everything in their power to dodge. Although the blades are fast, the title of Golden Killer is well deserved. Although they looked disheveled, everyone managed to avoid the situation. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to launch another attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the ear-piercing whistling sound of air drew near again. What? The 4 top assassins stared wide-eyed, their scalps tingling. The green leaves, carrying a sharp aura, returned and struck again. This violates the laws of physics. For the first time in their lives, the top assassins at the pinnacle of the assassin world experienced a sense of terror. This time, the blade seemed to move faster and its sharpness became even more pronounced. How could such a thing happen? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Even the top assassin couldn't remain calm. The four men fled like stray dogs. This scene left everyone speechless. Zhong Siling's mouth was slightly open. Every time Hua Qiu displayed his divine power, he was redefining her understanding. Despite preparing herself mentally each time, she was still shocked every time. These were all miraculous methods that she had never heard of, never seen, and could never imagine. Is he really just a martial venerable? Zhong Siling's heart pounded. Is the legendary martial venerable really that powerful? This is beyond human capability. How did he do that? Zhou Tsong and the glamorous woman behind the sofa were so shocked their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He casually tossed out 4 leaves, which sent the 4 top assassins fleeing in terror. What kind of bizarre and outrageous method is this? Are you making a movie? Zhou Tsong was stunned by what he saw. The glamorous woman was completely dumbfounded. Hua Qiu was her old classmate. Back then, Hua Qiu followed Zhou Yuan, the class beauty, like a lapdog, and even after risking his life to save her, he was abandoned. He was a laughingstock, and his old classmates would always bring him up to make fun of him when they met. But now, she feels like she doesn't recognize Hua Qiu at all. That cripple was high above, using godlike methods, as if he were a god who controlled everything. Ah! Suddenly, a scream snapped everyone out of their reverie. Blood splattered as a top assassin finally succumbed to his wounds, his chest pierced by a green leaf. After letting out a scream, he fell straight down with his eyes wide open. Dead? Zhou Tsong asked incredulously. A top-notch assassin died just like that. A top-tier assassin who should have struck fear into the hearts of all, met his end without even touching a hair on his target's head. Even Zhong Siling's eyelids twitched violently. On the other side, a top assassin covered his throat with his hand, swaying unsteadily. His throat was grazed by the blade, leaving a deep bloody mark. He hadn't walked more than a few steps when he breathed his last and collapsed. With 2 people killed in quick succession, the remaining 2 assassins were completely panicked. They had never fled so desperately before. But all their efforts were in vain in the face of the cultivator's methods. Hua Qiu's creation technique was constantly in operation, and at this moment he had completely entered the first level. Even the most fearsome top assassins are nothing more than larger ants in his presence. I don't want to die. A top assassin, driven by a strong will to survive, desperately ran around the hotel pillars, trying to shake off the deadly green leaf. But soon, he saw his body separating from itself. They are getting further and further away. A head flew up and then fell back down. Thump! The round head landed between Zhou Tsong and the glamorous woman, spinning around a few times. Oh my god! Zhou Tsong and the glamorous woman were so frightened they almost peed their pants, letting out terrified screams as they scrambled out of the room. This will become a permanent psychological shadow in their hearts. Only one top-tier assassin is left. He, too, could not escape death. Because Hua Qiu never intended to leave any survivors. Puff! With his chest pierced, the last top assassin fell. His gaze gradually became unfocused, and he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the young man in a wheelchair on the second floor. What level of martial artist is this? He murmured, filled with resentment and regret. How the hell is this the peak of advanced martial arts? The Xia state had a martial lord, who was extremely powerful. But he wasn't as scary as he seemed. If he had known beforehand that the Zhong family was protected by such a terrifying entity, he would never have accepted that mission. They're all dead. Zhong Siling's face was pale as she stared blankly at the 4 corpses on the first floor. To be honest, as the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, although she was a martial artist, this was the first time she had ever witnessed a killing. For a moment, she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Hua Qiu remained calm despite killing 4 top assassins. He gazed indifferently at the first floor. At that moment, a terrified Zhou Tsong looked up and their eyes met. In an instant, Zhou Tsong was struck as if by lightning, and his whole body began to tremble. 13, Chapter 13 Ruthless. Zhou Tsong was just an ordinary rich young master. When had he ever seen such a bloody scene? In a short period of time, 4 top international assassins died before his eyes. In his eyes, Hua Qiu was no longer a cripple. He is a devil, a terrible devil. Hua Qiu's gaze fell upon him, carrying a hint of ill intent. Zhou Tsong trembled uncontrollably. He's still young and doesn't want to die. I just had a little argument with him, he shouldn't do anything to me, right? Zhou Tsong thought guiltily. Just as he was lost in thought, Hua Qiu spoke up. Young Master Zhou, who is so high and mighty, didn't you want me to kneel down and kowtow to you? Hua Qiu said calmly, without a trace of anger. Zhou Tsong felt a chill run down his spine and immediately shuddered. How could he dare to do that now? Having witnessed Hua Qiu effortlessly kill 4 top assassins, he was terrified out of his wits. At this moment, Zhou Tsong wished he could slap himself twice across the face. Why did they have to mess with this jinx? He glared fiercely at the glamorous woman beside him. What happened to the promised ordinary background? Even glamorous women have things they can't say. She never imagined that the former good-for-nothing would become like this. Even the phrase reborn wouldn't be enough to describe it. Young Master Zhou, do you still want me to kowtow to you? Hua Qiu asked again. No, I wouldn't dare. Zhou Tsong was almost crying with fear as he answered tremblingly. I'm sorry, I've lost my mind, please, have mercy on me this once, he pleaded, shrinking back. He was truly afraid that Hua Qiu might take his life if she became displeased. Hua Qiu looked at him expressionlessly and indifferently. It's as if to say, is this how you ask for favors? Zhou Tsong gritted his teeth. Thump! He actually knelt down directly in front of Hua Qiu. I'm kowtowing to you, he said, and then he really kowtowed heavily to the ground. He kowtowed 3 times in a row. Spare my life, please. The glamorous woman was stunned. This is the rich second-generation heir she's hooked up with, someone she's proud of. But now he's kowtowing to the good-for-nothing he once looked down on, completely devoid of any dignity or backbone. On the second floor, Zhong Xiling also felt somewhat wistful. Zhou Tsong used to be very arrogant, which gave her a lot of headaches. In just a short while, the situation changed dramatically. They were brimming with the will to survive. Hua Qiu looked at Zhou Tsong, who was kowtowing, with a mocking smile, as if he were a clown. Having cultivated for thousands of years, he had seen far too many clowns like this. Alright, seeing that you still have some sincerity, I forgive you, Hua Qiu said calmly. Zhou Tsong felt as if he had been granted a pardon and showed a joyful expression. However, you disturbed my parents' meal and frightened them, so you have to pay a price, Hua Qiu added. Zhou Tsong's expression immediately stiffened. I've already kowtowed and apologized to you, what more do you want? He was angry, he had never been so humble, but the other party still wouldn't give up. You're so unethical. He could only say angrily. If it weren't for your kowtowing, what difference would it make if another corpse were on the ground? Hua Qiu said, his eyes sharp as knives. As for morality. Oh. He is the most powerful immortal emperor in the immortal realm, and also the most evil immortal emperor in history. Morality, magnanimity, benevolence. That's all bullshit. He can do whatever he wants. Who says the strong have to be dignified? Whoosh! Hua Qiu picked up a pebble from a flower pot and launched it. Ah! Zhou Tsong cried out in pain. A pebble hit one of his legs, and the sound of bones cracking rang out. I'll break your leg, that's the price you pay for disturbing my parents, Hua Qiu said. Zhou Tsong was pale and sweating profusely. But he could only endure the pain and dared not say anything more. As long as I can stay alive, that's good. As for next time, he will definitely not appear where this evil star is. Zhong Xiling opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. She added another word to her definition of Hua Qiu, ruthless. Powerful to the point of despair, and ruthless without a word. Although she is kind, she is not an innocent little rabbit. Although she felt uncomfortable, she didn't say anything. Hua Qiu then looked at the woman dressed in a flamboyant manner. The woman's body trembled, and her face turned pale. Hua Qiu, we used to be classmates, she said, trembling, afraid that Hua Qiu would also cripple her legs. Perhaps, but I don't remember you anymore, Hua Qiu said coldly. Get out of here with that Zhou guy. The glamorous woman breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart was filled with bitterness. She was jumping around excitedly, but Hua Qiu didn't remember her at all. She knew that this person would never amount to anything, but she wouldn't have any further interaction with him. She deeply regretted it, wishing she hadn't said anything sarcastic, or at least had just maintained a normal attitude. With mixed feelings, the glamorous woman helped Zhou Tsong up and left the restaurant. Hua Qiu glanced at the mess on the first floor. Clean it up quickly, it won't look good if someone sees it, he said to Zhong Xiling. Zhong Xiling rolled her eyes. Killing 4 top international assassins, how could that have a good impact? Once this news gets out, it will definitely cause a huge uproar in the international black market. International assassin organizations have never suffered such a huge loss. Don't let my parents know about this, Hua Qiu glanced at the private room where the two elders were. The hotel's private rooms are very soundproof, but we still managed to hear some of the noise from earlier. I understand, Zhong Xiling nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Hua Qiu wheeled himself towards the private room. Watching his retreating figure, Zhong Xiling remained silent for a long time. Killing seemed to be something he took for granted. At this moment, he was spotless, without a trace of ferocity, and looked like a clean-cut boy next door. Hua Qiu, who exactly are you? Zhong Xiling murmured to herself, her gaze slightly unfocused. A mysterious and powerful man appeared in her life in a bizarre way. The more you understand, the more confused. Hua Qiu returned to the private room. The father and mother looked worried. Xiao Qiu, how did it go? Did you apologize properly? Zhang Lan asked. No, after I reasoned with him and appealed to his emotions, the person finally realized his mistake and left feeling embarrassed, Hua Qiu said with a smile. The two were then relieved. So, that rich young master is a reasonable and civilized person after all, Hua Yue said with a smile. It's a civilized society, everyone understands reason, isn't that good? Hua Qiu replied. With the matter resolved, the elderly couple were no longer worried, and the family continued eating together. Not long after, Zhong Xiling returned, her expression normal, and quietly told Hua Qiu that everything had been taken care of. She also brought a message. Assassins also attacked other core members of the Zhong family. Although no one was killed, they were seriously injured. Hua Qiu frowned, his gaze sharpening. The Zhong family is large, but there are even more assassins, he cannot protect everyone. The constant harassment left the Zhong family in constant fear, and he was also very troubled. Why should we just obediently wait for assassins to come and kill us? I'll turn everything around. 14, Chapter 14, Provoking the Entire Assassin World. The Zhong family. After the assassination attempt, the Zhong family fell into silence and appeared desolate. I never imagined the person behind this had such a grand scheme, managing to hire so many high-level assassins. Zhong Yuanshan, the head of the Zhong family, said with a solemn expression. All the Zhong family members looked dejected. To this day, they still haven't figured out which enemy they've offended. The other side deployed so many high-level assassins, including a top-tier assassin among those targeted today. If the Zhong family hadn't been prepared in advance and laid numerous traps within the family, someone would probably have lost their life today. Even though they survived, the Zhong family was severely weakened. If things were like this now, what would happen if a king-level assassin were to be dispatched? Even with the help of a martial venerable level expert, they no longer had much confidence. After all, the assassins were hidden in the shadows, and they outnumbered the assassins and had the upper hand. How is Xiling doing? Mr. Hua is with her, she should be alright, right? Zhong Yuanshan asked. 4 top assassins are targeting Xiling at the Donghu Hotel. A message came through. What? Zhong Yuanshan stood up in shock. The entire Zhong family was shocked. How can there be so many top-tier assassins? They exclaimed in shock and anger. One top-tier assassin was enough to cause trouble for the Zhong family, but they actually sent 4. And the result, what was the result? Zhong Yuanshan asked anxiously. The 4 top assassins were wiped out in 1 minute. Someone replied. After he finished speaking, the entire Zhong family fell silent. Gulp. After a long while, someone swallowed hard. 1 minute, all wiped out, Zhong Yuanshan gasped, muttering to himself. That was a notorious and terrifying top assassin. Even heads of state who are heavily protected must be treated as if facing a formidable enemy. At Zhongjia Donghu Hotel, 4 people were wiped out in just 1 minute. I was simply shocked. Mr. Hua, just how strong is he? The Zhong family members were speechless with amazement, filled with relief. With such a person protecting them, they felt even more confident. As they were discussing this, Zhong Xiling called. She inquired about the Zhong family member's situation and then said that she was taking Hua Qiu back to the Zhong family. Xiling, can you tell me how Mr. Hua wiped out the 4 top assassins? The Zhong family couldn't contain their curiosity any longer. There was a moment of silence on the phone. He plucked 4 green leaves from the potted sapling, tossed them aside, and in an instant, killed 4 top-tier assassins. Zhong Xiling tried her best to keep her tone calm. The Zhong family members on the other side were dumbfounded. What a miraculous and terrifying method that was. It has long surpassed the understanding of ordinary martial artists. Martial venerable, is this the power of a martial venerable? Zhong Xiling's brother, Zhong Ao, repeated the question over and over, filled with longing for that legendary realm. He decided to work hard to cultivate martial arts, hoping that he might have a chance in his lifetime. But he didn't know that Hua Qiu's level of martial arts was beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. About half an hour later, Hua Qiu and Zhong Xiling arrived at the Zhong family home. The Zhong family respected him even more, treating him like a god. I don't know who your Zhong family has offended, but these constant assassin attacks are indeed very annoying, Hua Qiu said bluntly. I can't be in 2 places at once right now, so it's impossible for me to look after everyone. The Zhong family panicked, thinking that Hua Qiu wanted to back out. Mr. Hua, you only need to deal with the king-level assassins, we can handle the rest, Zhong Yuanshan said. No, you can't do it, Hua Qiu shook his head. Zhong Yuanshan was speechless. I have neither the interest nor the time to wait for those assassins to come and kill me one by one before I can retaliate, Hua Qiu said. Therefore, I decided to take the initiative. The Zhong family members widened their eyes upon hearing this. Can we still take the initiative? Mr. Hua, what do you want to do? Zhong Xiling asked. Your Zhong family should spread the word for me, to all the assassins, insult them however you like, call them trash or useless, provoke them so that they all come to the Zhong family in a short time, so I can deal with them all at once, Hua Qiu said calmly. He spoke casually, but it made all the Zhong family members widen their eyes in an instant. Mr. Hua, are you going to provoke the entire assassin world? This is not a provocation, just stating the facts. The Zhong family members were all speechless. Provoke all the assassins, inviting them to come and kill you. This is the first time in history. In the past, those who were targeted by assassins were all trembling with fear. He actually wants to challenge the entire assassin world. Crazy, absolutely insane. Even the strongest martial venerable in the Xia kingdom probably wouldn't do something like this. Mr. Hua, are you really going to do this? Zhong Yuanshan asked, his voice lacking confidence and filled with worry. Hua Qiu is a martial venerable, and he has the strength to make a show of force. But the stakes are the lives of all the Zhong family members. They can't afford to gamble. You don't believe me? Hua Qiu asked when he saw their hesitation. Mr. Hua, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just, this is really too crazy. Zhong Yuanshan looked troubled. Since I dare to do such a thing, I am naturally confident. Don't worry, if anyone in the Zhong family dies, I will give my life to compensate you. Hua Qiu said coldly. Do you want to live this life of constant fear forever? Zhong Yuanshan fell into deep thought. Grandpa, I believe in Mr. Hua, he has the ability. Zhong Xiling stepped forward and said earnestly. Although she also felt it was crazy, she chose to trust Hua Qiu unconditionally. Having witnessed Hua Qiu's various actions, she now held absolute hope for this mysterious man. Zhong Yuanshan struggled with his thoughts for a while. Damn it, let's do it. He slammed his hand on the board. Our Zhong family will follow Mr. Hua's lead and go crazy this once, to let them know that our Zhong family is not a coward. He said angrily. The Zhong family had been feeling incredibly frustrated and resentful for days, having been targeted by assassins. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. If the Zhong family doesn't trust him, he will only protect Zhong Xiling, the rest is up to fate. Since the Zhong family has chosen to trust him, he will not let them down. That evening, the Zhong family posted a message on the black market forum under the name of Hua Qiu. A bunch of good-for-nothings dare to cause trouble at the Zhong family. The so-called top assassins are nothing but trash. I killed 4 of them easily. They can't interest me at all. I, Hua, advise all assassins in the assassin organization, if you don't have the strength, don't come to the Zhong family to die killing trash like you will only dirty my hands. You are not worthy to die by my hand. So what if he's a top-tier assassin? Even a king-level assassin is nothing more than slightly stronger trash. I'll be waiting for you at the Zhong family's residence. Assassin organizations from Xia Kingdom, and all international assassin organizations, anyone who thinks they're capable, come to the Zhong family. I'll show you that you're all trash and useless, and I can crush a whole bunch of you with a flick of my wrist. The post was full of mockery and disdain for the assassin organization, and was brimming with provocation. This post quickly caused a huge uproar on the black market forum. 15, Chapter 15. The battle that everyone was watching. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant, daring to provoke the entire assassin world? The greatest man of all time, the greatest madman of all time. Isn't this just courting death? Who does he think he is, a god? The Zhong family's post immediately ignited the entire black market forum. The fact that the Zhong family was targeted by a king-level assassin was already big news, but now it's even more explosive. In an instant, posts on the black market forum were scrolling wildly, all discussing this matter. Without exception, everyone felt that the expert hired by the Zhong family was incredibly arrogant and conceited. He is the first person in history to single-handedly challenge the entire assassin world. How dare they say that top-tier assassins are all trash, and king-level assassins are just stronger garbage? Who wouldn't be impressed after seeing this? Aside from admiration, all that's left is contempt. Many people were sneering, thinking that the Zhong family would probably be wiped out soon by that so-called expert. It's one thing for one person to act foolishly, but the entire Zhong family acted foolishly as well. They deserve to be wiped out. This is what most people think. Even passers-by felt uncomfortable, let alone those arrogant and cold-blooded killers. That very day, several well-known high-ranking assassins posted on the black market forum, declaring that they would definitely visit the Zhong family in Beishan City within 3 days, and that they would personally twist off the heads of the Zhong family's experts and use them as footballs. In response, the master of the Zhong family simply replied with 4 words, "Come on if you dare." They were incredibly arrogant and looked down on everyone. More assassins were enraged. The crowd was outraged and began to condemn the Zhong family's experts. Even some assassins who had not originally accepted the bounty were drawn to the cause. This is the most heated discussion on the black market forum in years. As the verbal battle between the two sides intensified, another post sparked a huge reaction. The world's 4th-ranked, taciturn, king-level assassin made a rare appearance on the black market forum, responding to the post by the Zhong family expert. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., I will take your head and wipe out the Zhong family. These few words, however, made the black market forum even more heated. Greed Wolf, an extremely powerful and cold-blooded king-level assassin. His glorious achievements are too numerous to mention. He has dominated the assassin world for more than 10 years and has never made a mistake. He was from the Xia Kingdom and became an assassin at the age of 15. Over the years, he had hunted down only those with outstanding reputations. Assassinating important national figures was a simple task that came easily to him. His most commendable achievement was assassinating a highly respected martial arts master from the Xia kingdom in Jiangdong 2 years ago. This incident shocked the world at the time and triggered a series of chain reactions. Every martial venerable in the Xia kingdom is a national treasure and possesses the lofty status of a national hero. It is said that the high-ranking officials of the Xia Kingdom Martial Alliance headquarters were furious about this, and even dispatched martial venerable level members to hunt down Tanlang, but in the end they failed to catch him and ended up in a mess in the end. The Martial Alliance had to stop the damage in time and had to give up. Such a king-level assassin can already be called a legend. Now, even he couldn't stand the provocation from the Zhong family's experts, so he directly responded and sealed the Zhong family's fate. When Hua Qiu learned of this news, he simply smiled slightly. Everything is going as expected. He wanted to enrage those assassins so they would flock to the Zhong family. Let them come in droves, and then let them all go to meet the King of Hell. Mr. Hua, it's best to be careful that Greedy Wolf is no ordinary king-level assassin. He has a track record of successfully assassinating martial venerables, Zhang Yuanshan cautiously reminded him. To be honest, this has exceeded their expectations. The reaction was too great, too many assassins were enraged. The Zhong family felt panicked, thinking that their chances of winning were slim. Is successfully assassinating a martial venerable really that impressive? Hua Qiu said dismissively. He's just a king-level assassin, nothing special. He didn't take him seriously. The Zhong family members' lips trembled. Even veteran martial arts masters wouldn't dare say such a thing. So many top-tier assassins, plus a terrifying greedy wolf. Can he really protect the Hua family? The Zhong family was filled with doubt and unease. Zhong Yuanshan regretted that he had acted too impulsively. Send another message saying that a king-level assassin is nothing but trash, and I'm waiting for him to come and die, Hua Qiu laughed. What? What? The Zhong family members looked at each other in bewilderment. Okay, fine, what else could they do but obey? They had already come to this point. This naturally made the forum discussion even more lively. Still dare to be arrogant, so cocky even in front of a king-level assassin. I don't know whether to call him arrogance or ignorance. People were very disdainful. Just watch, when Greedy Wolf really arrives, he probably won't even be a match for him, and will have to kneel down and beg for mercy. What's the use of begging for mercy? Who is Tanlang? It would be merciful if we didn't tear him to pieces. Foolish and arrogant people will eventually reap what they sow and become a laughingstock in the martial arts world forever. No one had any faith in the Zhong family's experts. They all sided with the king-level assassin, Tanlang. Because they felt there was no suspense whatsoever. Given the immense popularity of this incident, even the black market authorities eventually got involved. Their method of intervention was to directly open the market. Bet on Greedy Wolf to win, odds of 0-1, bet on Zhong Family Master to win, odds of 10, bet on a draw, odds of 115. The black market officially opens betting, with bets based on win rate and battle duration. Without a doubt, everyone bet that Tanlang would win and that the Zhong family's expert wouldn't last more than half a minute. There wasn't a single expert from the Zhong family. Upon learning this, Hua Qiu grinned from ear to ear. The chance to get rich quick has come. He immediately borrowed money from the Zhong family and staked it all on himself. The Zhong family was speechless. Even at a time like this, he still has the mood to play. Don't worry, if you bet on me, you'll definitely make a fortune, Hua Qiu assured him earnestly. So be it if we lose, all that wealth will just benefit those with ill intentions. Zhong Yuanshan shook his head helplessly. Then let's bet everything, let's bet on Mr. Hua victory. The Zhong family, having burned their bridges, gambled their entire fortune. Has the Zhong family truly gone mad? He must have realized there was no hope and given up on himself. The black market forum was filled with mockery. The involvement of black market officials has caused the Zhong family incident to become a major public spectacle, attracting increasing attention. More and more people are placing bets. Under such circumstances, the Zhong family is the center of attention, watched by countless eyes. Ignoring the mocking voices from the outside world and the probing of those with ulterior motives, Hua Qiu remained calm and composed, waiting for that moment to arrive. On this day, he sat in a wheelchair in the center of the Zhong family garden. The appointed day has arrived. Today, this place will surely be awash in blood. 16, Chapter 16 Slaughter. Hua Chou could sense that there were many probing eyes both inside and outside the Zhong family. The matter caused quite a stir, and too many people were paying attention to the outcome. This battle will be fought in full view of everyone. Hua Chou sat in the garden, without any change in expression. In the pavilion on the other side, all the direct descendants of the Zhong family were gathered, their faces filled with barely concealed panic. "Do you think Mr. Hua can really win?" someone asked in a low voice, sounding very uncertain. "He will definitely win," Zhong Xiling said with a tense expression. "If he loses, the Zhong family is finished." Regardless of their confidence level, they had to believe in Hua Chou. Before the war even began, people were already discussing it. "He's putting on airs even when disaster is imminent, he's really good at faking it. With so many assassins, he'll probably be dead before a king-level assassin even shows up." Besides those who secretly investigated, some people also came openly to watch the battle at the Zhong family's house. They are officials from the black market and members of the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance branch. Those in the black market will provide real-time updates on the battle situation on the forum. Hua Chou closed her eyes to rest in the garden. At one point, he opened his eyes. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking rang out, and a figure suddenly appeared from the shadows, rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. "They're here!" The spectators were taken aback. The first impatient assassin operation. Hua Chou glanced at the dark figure but didn't move an inch. A flash of cold light appeared, and the sharp weapon pierced Hua Chou's heart with lightning speed. Suddenly, the first assassin froze in mid-air. The next moment, a corpse collapsed to the ground with a thud, his own dagger embedded in his own chest. The first to kill, die. How did he do that? The spectators couldn't help but look astonished. No one saw how Hua Chou made his move. In an instant, the high-ranking assassin was dead. Even the black market officials and the Martial Alliance branch couldn't see it clearly. The Zhong family's experts are indeed quite skilled, but their fate is still sealed. People were only slightly surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of wind breaking rang out again. This time, 5 figures rushed out in succession. They were all high-level assassins, attacking Hua Chou from different directions. Hua Chou didn't even glance at him, just waved his hand, sending a few fallen leaves flying. He waved again. Several muffled groans were heard, and 5 corpses fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, life is taken away, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, all the spectators fell silent. When Hua Chou revealed this move, it already had a sufficient deterrent effect. That wasn't an ordinary assassin, it was a high-ranking assassin with an extremely high price tag, yet he killed them as easily as chickens and dogs in front of him. What a powerful martial artist! The people from the Beishan Martial Alliance branch looked extremely solemn. This person's level of skill is extremely high. He judged. The battle situation was broadcast live, and the people on the forum were shocked for quite a while. Even if he is truly skilled, he cannot withstand the relentless attacks of top assassins, especially since Tanlang hasn't even made a move yet. People still have no doubt about the final outcome. Kill! A huge commotion broke out in the garden. Having witnessed Hua Chou's strength, the assassins no longer fought alone and launched a coordinated attack in an instant. Dark shadows were everywhere, and a murderous aura permeated the entire Zhong family compound, making it seem as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. So many assassins were hiding in our house. The Zhong family members couldn't help but change color. None of them had noticed. If it weren't for Hua Chou, these people could have easily slaughtered the entire Zhong family. The real show is about to begin. The spectators who bet on the greedy wolf pair smiled. If that person dies before fighting the greedy wolf, they still win. With so many assassins at his disposal, even if he doesn't die, he'll be completely exhausted. It should have been done long ago. Hua Chou smiled slightly in the center of the garden. He stood up from his wheelchair. Having achieved the first level of the creation technique, his legs had now fully recovered. Tonight, he's going to go on a killing spree. The will to fight was surging wildly. The killing intent was like a raging torrent. The moment Huaqiu unleashed his aura like a whirlwind, everyone's expression changed. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The night was clear and bright. Under this clear night, it seemed as if an unparalleled demon god had broken free from its seal, causing the wind and clouds to change and the sun and moon to lose their light. He reached out and beckoned, and one of the assassins, his face filled with horror, flung his knife from his hand as if summoned by a tremendous, invisible force. The knife ended up in Huaqiu's hands. The next moment, an incomparably sharp, cold light suddenly burst forth. Buzz, the ear-piercing sound of the blade was an invisible, fleeting, deadly chant. Under the moonlight, crimson blood gushed forth, the only color in the Zhong family garden at that moment. Huaqiu was like a bolt of lightning. No one could see his figure clearly, no one could stop his blade. He danced amidst the blood, creating a pinnacle of art of slaughter. These assassins were once deadly killers who walked the line between life and death. But at this moment, they were utterly powerless to fight back, and were easily slaughtered like ants. As the blades flashed, people fell one after another. Some people died with faces full of fear, their deaths gruesome. Some people stared wide-eyed in terror, dying with their eyes wide open. Some people were filled with remorse, but it was too late, they died a violent death. The Zhong family was stunned. The black market officials and the Martial Alliance branch were stunned. Everyone was stunned. No one had ever imagined such a scene. The number of assassins was unprecedented. But at this point, numbers are meaningless, they are just pitiful lambs waiting to be slaughtered. No one dared to imagine that so many high-level assassins gathered together would be so vulnerable. After a while, the garden gradually returned to calm. Clang Huaqiu threw down the knife in his hand and sat back in his wheelchair. The sound startled everyone awake. Looking at the scene in the garden, their throats went dry, and they couldn't speak for a long time. The corpses were piled up like mountains. Numerous assassins, not a single survivor. The person in the wheelchair had a calm expression, as if he had only done something insignificant. His clothes remained clean, without a single drop of blood. For a long time, there was no sound from the Zhong family garden. The spectators didn't know how to describe their feelings at that moment. I just felt a tightness in my chest and couldn't say anything. A completely opposite outcome, a battle that left everyone speechless. Huaqiu silenced everyone with his terrifying strength. No one dared to discuss or ridicule it anymore. What kind of person was he? More than a dead assassin, he was a god of death. How could anyone possess such terrifying power? The Zhong family's experts took action, facing off against more than 50 high-level assassins, none of whom could withstand a single blow. The black market official trembled as he posted the report on the forum. The battle lasted 5 minutes. All the assassins were dead, none survived, and among the dead were 5 internationally renowned top assassins. After the battle report was uploaded, the entire black market forum fell silent. Soon after, it exploded. Shocking, unbelievable. With so many top-tier assassins, including 5 gold medal assassins, what an incredibly powerful lineup. And they were all slaughtered by one person in just 5 minutes. Is this possible? Absolutely not. People couldn't believe the results and suspected the authorities of fabricating the report. However, eyewitnesses quickly confirmed that everything was accurate and uploaded images of the Zhong family garden littered with corpses. The black market forums have fallen silent once again. Today's battle will be recorded in the annals of martial arts history. The members of the Martial Alliance branch exclaimed excitedly. Their eyes shone as they looked at Huaqiu in the garden. At this moment, Huaqiu's expression shifted slightly. He sensed it. The infamous king-level assassin, Greedy Wolf, has arrived. 17, Chapter 17. He is a martial venerable. Under the moonlight, a figure appeared and slowly walked into the Zhong family garden. There was no concealment, nor any sharp edge. He was tall and robust. Aside from wearing a wolf face mask, there was no other disguise. The world's fourth-ranked, king-level assassin, Greedy Wolf. The moment this person appeared, it caused quite a stir. In the eyes of the spectators, he was the protagonist of tonight's battle. People eagerly awaited his appearance, and finally, he made his debut. The scene before was so shocking that the spectators were stunned and overwhelmed by Hua Qiu's strength. But the appearance of the Greedy Wolf star rekindled their hope. They all bet on the Greedy Wolf star to win. The highly anticipated battle is about to begin, and many people are excited. Among the spectators, the Zhong family members disliked Tanlang the most. Mr. Hua, Zhong Siling's beautiful eyes were fixed on Hua Qiu, with a hint of worry in them. The pressure from the king-level assassin was too intense, and she couldn't help but worry about Hua Qiu. Can he win this time? Besides the Zhong family, the members of the Martial Alliance branch also harbored hatred towards Tanlang. 2 years ago, Tanlang attacked and killed a veteran martial arts master in Jiangdong. The Martial Alliance headquarters sent martial arts masters to hunt him down, but to no avail. Report to headquarters immediately, a young, unparalleled genius has emerged in Beishan. The branch manager ordered his subordinates. Immediately assemble all forces in the branch today, we must protect this promising young man no matter what. For the Martial Alliance, every martial arts genius is a pillar of the nation. That young man's talent and strength are unparalleled in a century, and they cannot allow such a genius to be destroyed by the Greedy Wolf again. In the arena, Tanlang walked up to Hua Qiu. You are very strong. Tanlang stared at Hua Qiu and said calmly. You're alright too, Hua Qiu said calmly, meeting his gaze. This Greedy Wolf is the most powerful mortal he has ever seen. They are at least several levels better than those top-tier assassins. Tanlang ranks fourth, not first, among the world's top assassins. Hua Qiu was slightly curious about what level the most powerful mortals in this world had reached. I wonder if I'm qualified to fight a beginner cultivator. You are young, powerful, and have a bright future, Tanlang continued. Today, I will destroy the Zhong family. If you stop, you can escape. Tanlang's words surprised Hua Qiu somewhat. This king-level assassin didn't possess a strong killing intent. His killing intent was even less intense than that of high-level assassins. It couldn't be me who's dead, Hua Qiu said calmly. It's good that you're confident. Tanlang nodded and said nothing more. Then, he took direct action. Without using any weapon, he threw a punch directly at Hua Qiu. The powerful force of the punch, wrapped around the iron fist, caused the air to become turbulent. The power of Tanlang's punch was enough to shatter gold and stone, and its force surpassed the impact of a bullet. Before the punch even landed, Hua Qiu's hair was already disheveled by the force of the blow. Buzz. Just as the Greedy Wolf iron fist was about to strike Hua Qiu, a ring of energy suddenly appeared around his body. Greedy Wolf punched it, but the force vanished instantly like a mudox sinking into the sea, and he was instead knocked back several steps. This scene caused an uproar. In their first encounter, Tanlang seemed to be at a disadvantage. Hua Qiu made a judgment about the power of Tanlang. Among mortals, this is considered quite good, but it's not enough to break through his protective aura. You are Martial Venerable's Greedy Wolf stopped in his tracks, his voice filled with surprise. What? His words shocked everyone. Wu Zun is a legend in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. Each and every one of them is a vital asset to the Xia Kingdom, enjoying the treatment of a national hero. The identity of the Martial Venerable was enough to shock everyone. But what truly surprised the spectators was Hua Qiu's youth. He is really too young. Even the strongest young expert in Xia Kingdom is still far from the Martial Venerable realm. Such a young Martial Venerable expert has never appeared in the Xia Kingdom in the past 100 years. He's reached the Martial Venerable realm at such a young age. How did he train? Does he cultivate while eating, drinking, and sleeping? Many martial artists found it unbelievable. A peerless genius indeed. I never imagined that such a genius would come from our Beishan. So he's a legendary Martial Venerable. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Damn it, if I had that kind of strength, I'd definitely be even more arrogant than him. Everyone except the Zhong family was surprised. The most excited were the people at the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance branch. A genius, a once-in-a-century genius. The branch manager's voice trembled slightly. A peerless young martial venerable, he is the greatest hope for the future of our Xia kingdom. Protect him, even if it costs the entire branch its lives, we will protect him. The person in charge stared at the assassin, Tanlang, with bloodshot eyes, as if he had gone mad. In the center of the garden, Tanlang's expression was slightly solemn. 2 years ago, he attacked and killed Jiangdong Wuzuan. However, that was a very old martial venerable who had lived for too long and whose strength had declined. Now, facing a young martial venerable at his peak, he had to be cautious. Martial venerable, it's not like I haven't killed before killing one more today won't hurt. Greedy Wolf was cautious, but full of confidence in himself. Greedy Wolf, stop! The Martial Alliance branch leader shouted. 2 years ago you killed one of my Xia Kingdom's martial venerables. If you dare to kill this young martial venerable today, the Martial Alliance headquarters will never let you off. I have just received a message from the Martial Alliance leader. He told me to tell you that if the young martial venerable dies, he will lead all the martial venerables of the Martial Alliance to hunt you down to the ends of the earth, until you are dead. The branch manager's words stunned the onlookers. Even the legendary Martial Alliance saint was alarmed. The Martial Alliance must protect it at all costs. The Martial Alliance leader personally led all the martial venerables in pursuit. What a terrifying spectacle. I doubt even the National Martial Arts Alliance has ever mobilized like this. Clearly, that unparalleled genius had thoroughly alarmed the Martial Alliance's higher-ups. Such a threat, even the fearless, top-tier assassin hesitated. The Greedy Wolf star hasn't made a move yet. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. No one is allowed to interfere in today's battle, he declared loudly. The people at the branch looked puzzled. This young martial arts master is probably just young and arrogant. Young man, don't be impulsive. You are no match for the Greedy Wolf. The person in charge earnestly advised. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and shook his head. Greedy Wolf, make your move, he said to Greedy Wolf. I want to see if you're worthy of my attention. Greedy Wolf was taken aback. This kid is indeed arrogant enough. Then so be it, but the price is death. His aura erupted. Only now did Hua Qiu truly witness the powerful killing intent and terrifying aura of a king-level assassin. The Greedy Wolf seemed like a different person, sharp and piercing. It's all right, Hua Qiu nodded. This is the first time since I was reborn. He decided to be a little more serious. 18, Chapter 18. Only one move. Greedy Wolf, use your strongest move to attack me. I'll give you one chance. Hua Qiu looked at Tanlang, whose aura and fighting spirit were constantly rising, and said calmly. You will be shattered to pieces. Greedy Wolf said coldly, his aura overwhelming. Hua Qiu smiled faintly, unconcerned. A young martial arts master, a once-in-a-century talent, I'll grant your wish. Tanlang seemed somewhat displeased with Hua Qiu's arrogance. As he finished speaking, the air around him began to tremble. He assumed a fighting stance, his muscles tense, exuding explosive power. He seemed to be gathering some kind of power. Hua Qiu stared intently at him, sensing the way the power was flowing through his body. Is this the internal energy cultivated by martial artists in the secular world? Hua Qiu realized. The internal strength of a worldly martial artist is vastly inferior to the spiritual power of a cultivator. In the past 10 years, I have used this move no more than 5 times. If you can withstand it and survive, I will spare your life, Greedy Wolf said coldly. After he finished speaking, a faint red light emanated from his body. A unique aura, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists, emanated from him, shocking the senses of the onlookers. So powerful. Many people stared wide-eyed, shocked by such a powerful aura. Even the head of the Martial Alliance branch looked surprised. This is a martial grandmaster. He actually reached the martial grandmaster realm through physical cultivation. The branch manager's words shocked the martial artists once again. When a martial artist cultivates internal energy, and reaches the point where this internal energy can be released externally, they attain the martial venerable realm. a level of power that is 1 in 10,000, and extremely strong. But there is another type of martial artist who does not cultivate internal energy, but only tempers their own body, constantly sublimating the human physique. When such martial artists undergo a complete transformation, they are called martial masters. They have cultivated their physical bodies and martial arts techniques to the extreme, becoming true martial arts grandmasters, and are known as humanoid weapons. The difficulty of becoming a martial grandmaster is several times greater than that of becoming a martial venerable, and the power of a martial grandmaster is naturally much stronger than that of an ordinary martial venerable. It has been a long time since a martial grandmaster has appeared in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. Therefore, the realm of Greed Wolf is even more awe-inspiring. A young martial venerable, a once-in-a-century talent, and a supreme martial grandmaster, who has been missing for a long time. This battle is unprecedented. How fortunate we are to witness it today. Someone exclaimed. Greedy Wolf, he actually became the ultimate martial grandmaster. What a pity he was an outlaw assassin. The head of the Martial Alliance branch looked regretful. This was a rare talent, no less important than any national martial venerable. That young man is in danger. He looked at Hua Qiu with concern, his brows furrowed. A martial grandmaster is considerably stronger than a martial venerable of the same level. Moreover, Greed Wolf is a king-level assassin with incredibly rich combat experience. You all need to prepare immediately and secretly deploy highly destructive firearms if things go wrong. You must protect the young martial venerable. The person in charge quietly instructed. He would not allow such a peerless genius to perish here. In the arena, the aura of the Greedy Wolf had reached its peak. Dragon Fist. He roared, and a dragon's roar emanated from his body. The next moment, Tanlang became a blur, so fast that no one could see him clearly. A tornado formed around him, howling as it swept towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, with her slender figure, seemed to drift like a catkin in the wind, as if she would be destroyed and left with nothing at any moment. This punch was extremely powerful, and everyone who saw it was terrified. The head of the Martial Alliance branch's expression changed drastically in an instant. Such a powerful and earth-shattering move made him feel that the peerless genius was probably doomed. In the midst of the storm, Hua Qiu remained as calm as a still well. Interesting, he said calmly. The next moment. Boom! The roaring tornado crashed down like a raging torrent, engulfing him. Sand and stones were flying everywhere, and the garden was in such a mess that nothing could be seen. That's terrifying. That martial venerable must have been torn to shreds. Someone said, still shaken. It's no wonder he thought that way. The Greedy Wolf's ultimate move was simply too terrifying. Everyone stared nervously at the chaotic garden. Broken branches and fallen leaves, a scene of desolation. Inside the pavilion, the Zhong family members didn't dare to breathe loudly. Zhong Xiling silently prayed that the person would be safe and sound. But she also felt that her idea was not very realistic. Tanlang stood in a corner of the garden, breathing heavily. Recklessness always comes at a price, he said calmly. He also felt that the person couldn't possibly withstand his ultimate move and would have died a violent death long ago. For a mortal, this move is quite powerful, a voice suddenly commented. What? Tanlang's expression changed instantly, and he looked over in shock. A person emerged from the smoke and dust. He was neatly dressed, in perfect order, and unharmed. This is impossible. Even the ruthless king-level assassin lost his composure and exclaimed in shock. He's actually all right. The spectators looked on in disbelief. The power of that move was evident to all. With such terrifying power, he actually survived. Not even a speck of dirt or grime was on their clothes. How did they do that? How is it even possible? Isn't the martial sect supposed to be stronger than the martial venerable? Mr. Hua, you are incredibly strong. The Zhong family members were no longer dejected and were extremely excited. Even a martial arts master couldn't hurt him. He seemed to have no limits and always managed to surprise people. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Greedy Wolf roared, doubting his own strength for the first time. Take one of my moves too, Hua Qiu said, then raised his hand and pointed. A burst of energy shot out from his body, forming a small sword about the length of a finger, which flew towards Tanlang. This is a normal sword finger strike. A cultivator's sword finger. How could mere martial venerable chi hurt me? Greedy Wolf didn't take it to heart. The energy was so fast that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, so he simply didn't dodge and prepared to take it with his body. The greatest strength of a martial arts master lies in their physical body. Bullets cannot cause them the slightest harm. Call out. In the blink of an eye, Hua Qiu's sword finger pierced through it was attached to the greedy wolf. Puff. Blood appeared. Greedy Wolf looked down in disbelief and saw a finger-sized hole in his chest, from which blood was gushing out. Without the slightest hindrance, his prized martial grandmaster body was pierced through in an instant. Greedy Wolf's eyes widened. What kind of tactic is this? What kind of power is this? He didn't know. But he knew that this was definitely not the power of a martial venerable. Even a martial venerable couldn't possibly possess such terrifying power. Tanlang stared blankly at the young man opposite him, his eyes filled with confusion. Who exactly is he? Greedy Wolf fell down. There was complete silence all around, a deathly stillness. The Zhong family expert only used one move, and Tanlang was defeated. The man from the black market trembled even more violently, but he forced himself to post the battle results on the forum. Countless onlookers learned the outcome of this battle. Soon, the entire black market forum was like a nuclear bomb exploding, experiencing a complete upheaval. 19, Chapter 19 King-level assassin kneels. One move, Greedy Wolf was defeated in just one move? The entire black market forum was in an uproar, almost no one could believe it. Greedy Wolf, the world's fourth-ranked king-level assassin, is capable of hunting down martial venerables. The so-called expert from the Zhong family had a mysterious background and no prior reputation or achievements. He actually defeated Tanlang with just one move? People are going crazy. It's not just unbelievable, it's unacceptable. Because apart from the Zhong family, who were betting everything, everyone else placed bets on the Greedy Wolf to win. Originally, it was thought that the Zhong family's experts were ignorant of their own limitations and courted death. Even though the odds for the Greedy Wolf were very low, many people still placed huge bets. But Greedy Wolf lost. This means they will lose everything. In an instant, the black market forum was filled with cries of despair. How could someone defeat Tanlang in one move? Is there really such a strong person? Is Tanlang throwing the match? Many people's eyes were bloodshot from the loss, and they just couldn't believe it. We won! Inside the pavilion in the Zhong family garden, the Zhong family members shouted with joy. Thrilling, a close call. Mr. Hua is a divine being, truly a great benefactor to our Zhong family. Zhong Yuanshan said, word by word. At this moment, he was like an ancestor to the Zhong family, and they wished they could worship him. Greedy Wolf actually lost in just one move. Some rational spectators were utterly astonished. Quickly investigate the background of that Zhong family expert. How could such an incredibly powerful martial venerable expert suddenly appear in this small Beishan? On the other side, the head of the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance branch was so excited that he danced with joy. He is so powerful at such a young age. If he joins our martial alliance, he will definitely be the next leader and lead the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom to even greater heights. People have different thoughts. In the arena, Hua Qiu strode forward and slowly walked to the fallen Tanlang. His finger strike was merely a casual gesture and did not hit any vital points on Tanlang's body. However, being pierced through the body was bad enough, and Tanlang was seriously injured. At this moment, Tanlang still found it hard to believe. What kind of move is that? Tanlang asked weakly. This is the strongest power I have ever seen in my life. Just an ordinary move, Hua Qiu said calmly. He was telling the truth. However, the ordinary techniques of cultivators are difficult for mortals to grasp and understand. Greedy Wolf gave a bitter smile. He thought Hua Qiu was being modest. I have heard about the power of the strongest martial artist's ultimate move in Xia Kingdom, but I think your move is even more advanced. Hua Qiu smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. I have also met some very powerful martial venerables from the Xia kingdom, but you are stronger than them, stronger than inconceivable. Greedy Wolf's eyes were burning. Hua Qiu still did not respond. The ruthless Greedy Wolf rarely talks so much. I think you're not as simple as you seem, Tanlang suddenly said. They may seem harmless young, but they are more terrifying than any martial artist. They may appear arrogant and conceited, but I think it's more like they have absolute confidence in their own strength due to a clear understanding of it. I'm very curious, how exactly did someone like you come into being, and how did you cultivate yourself to such a level? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. This king-level assassin is quite interesting. To this day, no one has dared to speculate about him. Tanlang used his hands to support himself on the ground and slowly got up. Suddenly, he bent his knees and knelt down in front of Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was stunned. The spectators were also dumbfounded. What kind of show is this? Even if a proud and arrogant king-level assassin like Tanlang is weaker than others, he shouldn't kneel before his enemies. Hua Qiu was also puzzled. He could tell that Tanlang was not a coward who feared death and would not beg for mercy from him. What are you doing? Hua Qiu frowned. Please, Tanlang whispered. What do you want from me? I know. I am going to die today. You are not a soft-hearted person, you are decisive in killing, said Greedy Wolf. After I die, please do me a favor. I might not agree to your request, Hua Qiu said coldly. When I came to Beishan, I bought a bag of rose-scented flower cakes on the street. Please send someone to deliver them to my private room number 8 at the first hospital of Nan. It's a gift I promised. As he spoke, Tanlang pulled a bag out of his pocket. Hua Qiu's eyes flickered slightly. Who is in the hospital? He asked. It's my mother, Tanlang said in a low voice. Greedy Wolf then turned to face south and kowtowed heavily. Mom, I'm sorry your unfilial son is incompetent. Your illness is not yet cured, but I can no longer serve you. He kowtowed 10 times in a row, and the garden floor tiles were all broken by the Greedy Wolf. Kill me if you want, I just hope you can do me this small favor in return. You can have the wealth I've accumulated over the years, but you have to leave a portion for my mother, said Greedy Wolf. You could sense that he was filled with regret and guilt, and did not want to die. For the first time, Hua Qiu's expression changed. He was decisive and ruthless, and never left any potential trouble for his opponents, regardless of their strength. But this time, he was moved. Because he was also a filial son. His mother had also died of a serious illness, causing him pain and guilt for thousands of years. He could tell that Tanlang wasn't lying. What illness does your mother have? Hua Qiu asked. An incurable disease, Tanlang said bitterly. Over the years, I've taken on countless jobs and worked tirelessly to pay exorbitant prices for her medication to keep her alive. We've traveled to every famous hospital in the world and consulted every renowned doctor, but not a single one of them could cure her illness. Hua Qiu remained silent for a while. Get up, I will not kill you today, he said. Greedy Wolf looked surprised. Why? Considering your filial piety, I will spare your life. But you must serve me as your master and be at my beck and call. Greedy Wolf remained silent and pondered. Don't think that serving me as your master is a miserable thing. If it weren't for the fact that you are a filial son, you wouldn't be qualified to be my slave, Hua Qiu said coldly. In the past, he was a supreme immortal emperor, and many peerless experts wanted to follow him, but he looked down on them. Even starting over now, he remains proud. You will know later that it is your great fortune to serve me as your master. In exchange, I can cure your mother's illness and extend her life. Hua Qiu spoke casually. Tanlang suddenly shuddered. Are you telling the truth? My mother has an incurable disease, a disease that even the world's best doctor cannot cure. Do you think I'm joking? Hua Qiu said calmly. So-called incurable diseases are simply problems that mortals cannot solve because they are not yet able to access higher levels of knowledge. In my eyes, as long as a mortal has not been dead for many days, as long as he still has a breath left, it is not a difficult thing to bring him back to life. Greedy Wolf's eyes widened instantly. 20, Chapter 20. From now on, I am your dog. If what you say is true, I am willing to be your slave. Tanlang took a deep breath and said with utmost seriousness. Leave here first, and come find me later, Hua Qiu instructed. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed, and a stream of creation technique spiritual power immediately entered Tanlang's body. This spiritual energy immediately exhibited a miraculous effect after entering the body of the greedy wolf. Tanlang's body was pierced, and he was already very weak. But that spiritual energy quickly repaired his injuries. The finger-thick blood hole healed instantly, leaving him completely intact. Even the ruthless Tanlang couldn't help but show an expression of utter shock. Such a miracle is far too mysterious for any mortal. This cannot be explained by common sense or conventional wisdom. Maybe he really can cure Mother. Tanlang suddenly felt a sense of trust in Hua Qiu. After quickly calming down, Tanlang respectfully cupped his hands to Hua Qiu, then leaped up and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. The battle at Zhongjia Garden has officially come to an end. The spectators dispersed with mixed expressions. After today, this matter will surely shake the entire martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. A young martial arts master who suddenly appears out of nowhere is destined to become a new legend in the martial arts world. Therefore, some people wanted to get to know this future big figure in the martial arts world, but Hua Qiu didn't give them the chance. He turned around and left the garden, and no one could keep up with him. Inside Ward 8 of the First Hospital of Nanhai, Tanlang stood in front of the sickbed, silently watching his mother on the bed. Her hair was gray and her face was full of wrinkles. Even in her sleep, she showed an expression of pain. Greedy Wolf opened his palm, revealing a red pill. This was given to him by Hua Qiu. After leaving the Zhong family that night, he soon returned, where Hua Qiu was waiting for him somewhere. In front of him, Hua Qiu placed several precious herbs in his hand, and blue flames emerged from his palm. In a short while, he refined the herbs into a pill. Even the well-informed Tanlang was astonished by that scene. This pill can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded. Take it to save your mother. Hua Qiu waved his hand. Greedy Wolf accepted the offer with some skepticism and immediately set off for the South China Sea. I don't know if what he said is true or false. Tanlang couldn't bear to see his mother suffer, so he gritted his teeth and fed her the red pill, then nervously observed her. But a miracle happened in a moment. The mother, whose hair was white, quickly changed color, turning from white to black at the same time. The wrinkles on her face disappeared, and her complexion became rosy, exuding a strong sense of life. Greedy Wolf was stunned. This is simply a miracle. After his investigation, he discovered that his mother's incurable disease had completely disappeared, and her health was even better than that of some young people. In an instant, Tanlang's eyes filled with tears. After years of tireless efforts, my mother's illness was finally cured. He once thought this scene would never happen. Greedy Wolf was filled with gratitude towards that mysterious young man. With just a small pill, an incurable disease was actually cured. Who exactly are you? Could you be a god descended from heaven? Heaven? Tanlang couldn't help but exclaim. That person was truly mysterious. His actions could only be described as miraculous. I will definitely keep my promise, Greedy Wolf said emphatically. Mr. Hua, if I may ask, why did you let Tanlang go? He's no pushover, Zhang Yuanshan asked Hua Qiu cautiously from the Zhong family. They feared that Tanlang would try to assassinate them again. Although Tanlang was defeated by Hua Qiu, no one in the Zhong family could rival him. You don't need to worry, Tanlang will not make things difficult for anyone in the Zhong family in the future, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Are you really sure about this? The Zhong family was still uneasy. Let him tell you himself, Hua Qiu said, looking into the darkness. A figure stepped out. It was the vanished Greedy Wolf. The Zhong family members were so frightened that they all backed away. The next moment, they all stared wide-eyed. Tanlang knelt on one knee and bowed to Hua Qiu. Master, I'm back. His eyes were filled with reverence. Hua Qiu's repeated miracles deeply impressed this proud king-level assassin. Hua Qiu gestured for him to get up. Master? The Zhong family members' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That's a king-level assassin, ranked 4th in the world. He was also a powerful martial grandmaster. He actually called Huaqiu master? This is unbelievable. What's even more astonishing is Huaqiu, he actually managed to make a martial grandmaster submit to him. How did he manage to do that? Huaqiu surprised them once again. Zhong Xiling blinked her big, bright eyes. Could it be that he subdued the greedy wolf in that brief moment in the garden? But that's the greedy wolf. It's impossible to make him submit based on strength alone. Now that I have followed my master, there will be no more assassins like Greedy Wolf in the world, only Dragon Abyss, Greedy Wolf said loudly, removing the wolf head mask from his face. He was a man in his 30s. He wasn't as rough as I imagined, he was even somewhat handsome, not at all like an assassin. You can rest assured, everyone I have left the assassin industry and will no longer cause trouble for the Zhong family, he told the Zhong family. The Zhong family members nodded blankly. He turned to face Huaqiu and knelt on one knee once more. My name is Long Yuan. From this day forward, I am my master's dog, and my blood will flow only for my master. He said solemnly. Anyone who disobeys will be struck by lightning, they are at the master's disposal. Long Yuan's words left the Zhong family members looking at each other in bewilderment. A king-level assassin, how could he submit to someone so completely? What exactly happened? Get up, Huaqiu said, his expression calm. To be honest, although your physical body is much stronger than the average person and you have reached the martial grandmaster realm, in my eyes you are still too fragile and your aptitude is far below the requirements. You are quite ordinary. Huaqiu frowned, somewhat disdainful. The Zhong family was completely dumbfounded. He actually complained that the legendary martial grandmaster's physical body was too weak. Tanlang looks to be only in his 30s. To reach the martial grandmaster realm at such a young age is something that only 3 people in the hundreds of years of martial arts history can be found. Huaqiu actually said that his talent was mediocre. Good heavens, just how high are his demands? Is there any justice in this world? That guy is a peerless genius, okay? Master is right. I am deeply grateful for your kindness in taking me in, Long Yuan said with shame. He had already guessed that Huaqiu's limit must have exceeded everyone's understanding in the martial arts world, and that he must be on a higher level. Long Yuan believed everything he said. The Zhong family members were all speechless. How can even Tanlang act like this? Doesn't he know how talented he is? Not only were they subdued, but they were also brainwashed? Absolutely outrageous. Huaqiu nodded. Now that I've taken you in, I certainly won't let you remain mediocre. Aren't you cultivating your physical body? I happen to have some experience in this area, and I'll give you some guidance. Let this be your starting point, the so-called martial sect. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Actually, there's someone I really want to kill. Do you think I have a chance? Long Yuan asked. Who is it? The supreme leader of the assassin organization, the god of slaughter. Long Yuan said in a deep voice. I can hardly describe how powerful he is. I only know that he has reached a level that no martial artist in the world can imagine. He has long surpassed ordinary people. Long Yuan wanted to know if Huaqiu could help him grow to that level. Even just getting close would be good. Huaqiu chuckled after hearing this. How dare a mortal claim to be transcendent? He suppressed his smile and said calmly, how can a mere killing god not be killed? 21, Chapter 21 Re-encounter with Zhou Yuan. The Zhong family successfully survived a life-or-death crisis. They decided to hold a celebration banquet to thank Huaqiu for saving their lives. Huaqiu wasn't interested at first, but the Zhong family sent Zhong Xiling to pester him relentlessly, and he couldn't stand it anymore, so he had no choice but to agree. The banquet was still scheduled at the Zhong family's Donghu Hotel, at 8 p.m. During the day, Huaqiu was teaching Tanlang Long Yuan. He removed the wolf head mask, abandoned his identity as an assassin, and revealed his true face, using his real name, Long Yuan. Your main task right now is to find out about my sister, Huadong. No matter what the news is, as long as you can find out, you must tell me everything without missing a single detail, Huaqiu assigned him. Long Yuan is a person from the dark side of the underworld. He's the perfect person to handle this kind of thing. He must have many undisclosed channels. Your foundation is still shallow, so I will temporarily teach you the basic cultivation method of body cultivation. You must practice diligently and not slack off. Hua Qiu taught Long Yuan a set of ordinary introductory body cultivation techniques. Once you cultivate to the initial stage of the treasure body, you will be immune to water and fire. Once you cultivate to the intermediate stage, you will be able to fly and escape into the earth with your physical body, Hua Qiu explained. Long Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Flying through the air and disappearing into the earth? Isn't that something only a god could do? But Hua Qiu spoke with a calm expression, as if he were telling the truth. Long Yuan was excited. He knew that he had truly followed the right person and was fortunate enough to come into contact with a mysterious and incredible realm. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will definitely cultivate diligently, Long Yuan said earnestly. Hua Qiu nodded and sent him to the black market to gather information. He has decided to put in the effort to train Long Yuan into a capable subordinate. Unlike in the immortal realm, there are many worldly affairs now, and it's always more convenient to have someone to do things for you. Time flew by and it was evening. Hua Qiu left home and took a taxi to Donghu Hotel. The area around Donghu Hotel is usually quite lively, but today it seemed unusually bustling, with traffic jams even at the street corner. Looking ahead, luxury cars were everywhere, making a taxi stand out conspicuously. I heard that the wealthy Zhong family is hosting a banquet at the Donghu Hotel today. Many high society people came uninvited, hoping to get into the Zhong family's banquet, which is why it's so crowded here, the taxi driver explained to Hua Qiu. What's so attractive about a banquet hosted by the Zhong family? Hua Qiu asked, somewhat puzzled. The Zhong family was in a state of decline before, like a tree falling into the west when disaster struck. They scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. It was already a good thing that the celebrities didn't kick them when they were down. Young man, you're out of the loop, aren't you? The driver chuckled. I heard that the Zhong family has overcome a huge crisis this time, and they've soared to new heights, seemingly poised to become the most powerful family in Beishan City. That's why people are rushing to curry favor with them like crazy. Hua Qiu remained silent. In her previous life, the Zhong family was destroyed and its members perished, and Zhong Xiling committed suicide by drowning herself in a lake. Now they are beginning to shine, and history has been completely changed by themselves. Zhong Xiling, you have been kind to me, and this is what you deserve, Hua Qiu thought to herself. Kindness must be repaid, and grudges must be sought. The traffic jam was too severe, so Hua Qiu decided to get out of the car and walk. Just then, the door of another car next to them was pushed open, and two women got out. Be careful not to get your dress dirty. Today's high-class banquet is very important, the middle-aged woman said. Mom, this is a rare opportunity. Maybe we can meet a lot of high society people with who've been today, the young woman said. I heard that the host of this banquet held by the wealthy Zhong family is a very important person. It would be even better if we could get to know him. The two men's conversation reached Hua Qiu's ears. In an instant, Hua Qiu stopped, his body trembling. That was a voice he could never forget. Hua Qiu turned around, his eyes fixed on the young woman. Her beauty surpasses that of many women, and in a strapless dress, she truly looks like a socialite. This face, this voice, Hua Qiu will never forget them for over 1,000 years. Zhou Yuan. That hateful woman who caused him a lifetime of pain. The woman he risked his life to save, the woman who became paralyzed in both legs, always looked down on him. She demanded an exorbitant dowry of 700,000 yuan from his mother, but on their engagement day, he caught her cheating on him. It can be said that she was the instigator of Hua Qiu's lifelong tragedy. Hua Qiu hated this woman intensely. He had imagined their reunion many times, but he never expected to meet her so soon. Hua Qiu's eyes reddened slightly, and her breathing became erratic. He couldn't stay calm. A surge of immense hatred and rage welled up within him. He wished he could tear this woman to pieces. Perhaps sensing that she was being watched, Zhou Yuan also looked up. She froze for a moment. It's you! Zhou Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Then, her face revealed undisguised disgust. Hua Qiu stared intently at Zhou Yuan. He found it ridiculous that he could have ever been so infatuated with such a vicious and filthy woman, even willing to give his life for her. Having seen countless celestial beauties, Zhou Yuan was now nothing more than an ordinary woman in his eyes. Zhou Siling's looks and temperament are more than 10 times better than hers. Your leg is actually healed? Zhou Yuan noticed that Hua Qiu was standing and showed a surprised expression. None of your business, Hua Qiu said indifferently, his eyes filled with disgust. He felt disgusted just talking to this woman. This attitude greatly surprised Zhou Yuan. To put it bluntly, Hua Qiu in the past was a lowly sycophant. Someone who would come and go as she pleased. Now they're completely ignoring her and treating her like she's nothing. It's you again, you good for nothing. Zhou Yuan's mother, Wang Ping, said with disgust, her face contorted with rage. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened at the hospital last time. She was aggressive and wanted to cause trouble for Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, who gave you the audacity to hit my mother? Do you have a death wish? Zhou Yuan demanded, accusing her. Your mother is just as despicable as you at heart, so she deserved to be beaten, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. What did you say? Zhou Yuan's pretty face turned somewhat ferocious. Having grown accustomed to Hua Qiu's groveling, this was the first time she had been so insulted by him, and it made her furious. She didn't know how that cowardly guy could have changed so much, becoming so disgusted with her and speaking so ruthlessly. You little brat, how dare you talk like that? Believe me or not, I'll have young master Hu Bin kill you. Wang Ping exploded in anger and roared furiously. Hua Qiu smiled dismissively. Their only support was that so-called young master of the Hu family. An equally despicable adulterer. I'll deal with you slowly, Hua Qiu sneered inwardly, too lazy to pay attention to these two shrewish women anymore, and walked directly towards the Donghu Hotel. Being ignored like this, Zhou Yuan and Wang Ping were so angry that their faces turned pale. Damn it, this good-for-nothing deserves to die. Wang Ping stomped her foot angrily. Mom, look, he went to the Donghu Hotel, Zhou Yuan said, staring at Hua Qiu. Given his lowly status, he has no right to attend the Zhong family's banquet. He must have sneaked in to freeload. Wait a minute, I'm going to humiliate him properly and make him look foolish. 22, Chapter 22 Zhou Yuan wants revenge. When Hua Qiu stepped into the Donghu Hotel, he found it crowded with people. The hotel lobby was packed with celebrities dressed in their finest attire, chatting and laughing in small groups, discussing current events and using various professional terms. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He didn't like such noisy scenes. Everyone else was dressed in expensive suits and tuxedos, making Hua Qiu's simple attire seem out of place. Zhou Siling had told him that the Zhong family banquet didn't invite many people, most of them were acquaintances from the Zhong family's business dealings. But there are just too many people here today. Hua Qiu quietly found a quiet spot, grabbed a glass of champagne, and sat down. Soon, Zhou Yuan and her daughter also entered the Donghu Hotel and arrived at the banquet venue. The two were dazzled by the sights when they first arrived at such a high-class place. This is the place where real high society people should come to. Zhou Yuan's eyes shone with anticipation. One day, I will be the star of this kind of event, the center of attention. She thought to herself. Once inside the banquet hall, the two of them immediately forgot about the annoying Hua Qiu from earlier and focused solely on immersing themselves in the high-class atmosphere. Zhou Yuan was quite beautiful, and with her current act of being a refined young lady, she actually attracted the attention of some young men, who chatted and laughed with her. While chatting with the young men, Zhou Yuan was also searching for Hua Qiu's figure out of the corner of her eye. She was still furious after being insulted by Hua Qiu. That lowly sycophant dared to speak to her like that, which made her extremely unhappy. After searching for a while, Zhou Yuan finally spotted Hua Qiu in a corner. Seeing Hua Qiu sitting there all alone, looking very uncomfortable, she couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. A lowly dog should stay in its kennel. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Is this a place you can come to? Zhou Yuan sneered and elegantly walked towards Hua Qiu with a glass of champagne. Hua Qiu's face darkened when she saw Zhou Yuan walking towards her. My mood instantly vanished. What, could it be that you were invited to this banquet by the Zhong family? Zhou Yuan looked Hua Qiu up and down and sneered. Her meaning was quite clear. How dare a country bumpkin like you come to a place like this? Did the Zhong family invite you? Hua Qiu asked in a deep voice. If that's the case, he will leave the banquet immediately and hold the person in charge of the banquet accountable. Zhou Yuan was speechless for a moment. The Zhong family is a super rich family and Beishan she didn't know anyone in the Zhong family, and she came uninvited. Having learned the news from the young master of the Hu family, she wanted to infiltrate the community and expand her network. Because she wanted to be a socialite. How can I be the same as you? Zhou Yuan's face showed a disdainful expression. With my qualifications, I'm a minor focus at this banquet. I am here to add some color to the Zhong family's banquet. They'll be more than happy to welcome me. And you exude the aura of a loser from head to toe, yet the gatekeeper didn't kick you out and let you in. He must be blind. Hua Qiu smiled. Zhou Yuan has a strange kind of self-confidence. They came uninvited and spoke so grandly, without a shred of shame. Every time he looked at this woman, he felt a growing sense of disgust. I hope you can have some self-awareness. If you can't squeeze into some circles, don't force it. It's best to figure out your own position, Zhou Yuan continued. Are you done talking? Hua Qiu asked impatiently. Now that you've said your piece, get out of here. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened immediately, so angry that her makeup was about to be ruined. She couldn't understand why Hua Qiu had changed so much. Why would a lowly sycophant suddenly become so powerful? If it weren't for our past relationship, I wouldn't bother arguing with you. Zhou Yuan said angrily. We're not on the same path to begin with, so you don't need to be so extreme. I am only giving you this advice out of kindness, since you once saved me. Be a good person, improve yourself, marry a woman from the common people who is worthy of your status, and live a peaceful and uneventful life in your later years. Hua Qiu found it laughable. How dare a whore who rose to power by seducing a rich young master lecture him? Don't say I'm heartless, Zhou Yuan continued. I heard your mother is terminally ill, and your family can't afford a single penny for hospital fees. I'm giving you a chance now. If you behave well and apologize to my mother, I can give you 50,000 yuan to tide you over, she said, as if bestowing charity. I hope you won't act on your emotions, think things through carefully, and don't let money cause you trouble, Zhou Yuan said with a mocking expression. She believed she had Hua Qiu under her control. Because Hua Qiu is currently penniless and desperately needs money. Then how should I apologize to your mother? Hua Qiu asked with a smile. Zhou Yuan smiled. That's more like it. A wise person knows when to yield. My mom said that if you kowtow to her and then let her slap you, she will consider forgiving you. It's just a matter of kowtowing and getting a slap to earn 50,000 yuan. This is an incredibly worthwhile deal. Oh, right, you should apologize publicly here. Hua Qiu sneered. What a vicious mother and daughter. Do you want him to be treated like a dog and played with like this again? Zhou Yuan, do you know that the Hua Qiu before you now is no longer the humble Hua Qiu of the past? Who do you think you are, to expect me to apologize to you? Hua Qiu said with a sullen face and contempt. The smile on Zhou Yuan's face vanished instantly. She realized she had been tricked. Zhou Yuan, do you know what? You are really despicable, so filthy and despicable that even talking to you makes me feel extremely disgusted. Hua Qiu said without any attempt to hide her disgust. I was so blind before, to actually fall for a whore. Zhou Yuan's face turned pale with anger. She had never been insulted like that before. Especially those who were once called the sycophants who come and go astray scorned him like this. She was so angry that her body trembled. Let me tell you, your Zhou family must return every single penny of that 700,000 yuan dowry. That money was earned with my sister's life. Your Zhou family is too corrupt to touch that money, Hua Qiu said coldly. If even a fraction is missing, I will condemn the entire Zhou family to eternal damnation. Hua Qiu's words carried a hint of murderous intent. Zhou Yuan was stunned. Not only shocked, but also angry. This good-for-nothing dared to speak to her like that. Who gave him the courage? What gives him the right? Zhou Yuan was furious. After Hua Qiu finished speaking, he picked up the champagne, but then felt nauseous and couldn't drink it. He stood up, glanced at Zhou Yuan with disgust, and left, not wanting to be in the same place as this woman. At this moment, Hua Qiu was already considering leaving the banquet. Zhou Yuan stared intently as Hua Qiu left. A powerful hatred began to fester within her. Hua Qiu, you will soon regret this and pay a heavy price for your vile words and deeds. She made up her mind to take revenge. 23, Chapter 23 Slander. Yuan. Just as Zhou Yuan was filled with resentment, a man in a white suit called her. Zhou Yuan looked over, and her expression immediately changed, revealing a pitiful look. Hu Bin, why are you so late? She squeezed out a few tears, stood up and ran over to the man in a coquettish manner, throwing herself into his arms. Honey, what's wrong? Hu Bin asked with concern. I just ran into that Hua Qiu. I don't know where he got his leg healed, but he's so arrogant he just gave me a really bad scolding, and it made me so angry. Zhou Yuan cried. He even called you a bastard, accused you of seducing a married woman, and said you weren't worthy of being a man. He was so angry that I argued back, and he threatened to kill me. I am so scared. Upon hearing this, Hu Bin's face immediately darkened. Humph, a piece of trash dares to be so arrogant. I can kill him with a flick of my finger. Where is he? I'll get revenge for you right away. Zhou Yuan smiled when she realized she had achieved her goal. Darling, this is a banquet hosted by the Zhong family. We can't cause trouble, it would set a bad example, she said. I have a plan. You'll have to cooperate with me later as soon as I call you. Come over quickly. Not only will we be able to teach that good-for-nothing a lesson, but we can also get the Zhong family to punish him. Hu Bin nodded with a sinister smile. Zhou Yuan took a few steps forward, then walked towards Hua Qiu with a glass of wine in her hand. Hua Qiu, she called out. Hua Qiu frowned deeply when she saw Zhou Yuan walking over again. What is this woman trying to do now? I was wrong just now. I wanted to apologize to you and offer you a toast. Is that all right? Zhou Yuan said kindly, her face full of smiles. Hua Qiu remained unmoved. This woman will repent, unless pigs fly. When she got close to Hua Qiu, she even leaned in affectionately. Hua Qiu stepped back, his face showing disgust. Don't be so distant. Have you forgotten our past relationship? Zhou Yuan continued to move closer. Then, she lowered her voice. You piece of trash, I'll show you what happens when you offend me. After saying that, she suddenly ripped off her dress, revealing a large expanse of her cleavage, and smashed the wine glass in her hand to the ground. Ah! Zhou Yuan screamed loudly. What are you doing? How could you do this? She cried out in terror, clutching her chest with one hand and pointing at Hua Qiu with the other. The entire banquet fell silent, and everyone turned to look. Hua Qiu, how could you do this? I never thought you were this kind of person, Zhou Yuan cried out in anguish. Hua Qiu's face darkened. What a clumsy trick. Is this Zhou Yuan's way of getting revenge on him? It made him laugh. What's going on? The rich young men that Zhou Yuan had met before immediately volunteered to rush over, protecting Zhou Yuan behind them and glaring fiercely at Hua Qiu. This person assaulted me. Zhou Yuan cried out in fear, her tears streaming down her face, making her look pitiful. How could hot-blooded young men stand it? How dare you do such a despicable thing in public, how shameless! A young master glared angrily at Hua Qiu and cursed. This man used to be my suitor, but I rejected him. I just discovered that he sneaked into the banquet, seemingly trying to steal something, so I came over to persuade him to stop. I never expected that he would try to do that kind of thing to me. Zhou Yuan cried even more bitterly. Hua Qiu, you have really disappointed me, she exclaimed in exasperation. Zhou Yuan's accusation, coupled with her pitiful appearance, immediately swayed public opinion. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, this is utterly shameful. How can we let such scum appear at the banquet? Kick him out. This kind of person needs to be taught a profound lesson. Led by those young masters, everyone began to criticize Hua Qiu. No one knew Hua Qiu's true identity, they all regarded him as a despicable rogue. Apart from the black market officials and martial arts alliance personnel who were watching the battle at Zhong Family Garden, no one knew what Hua Qiu looked like. Hua Qiu smiled coldly, watching Zhou Yuan's performance with amusement. Seeing Hua Qiu being condemned by everyone, Zhou Yuan revealed a triumphant smile. She gave Hua Qiu a smug look. "You piece of trash, I'll ruin your reputation." She conveyed her meaning with her eyes. "Which bastard dares to molest my woman?" As planned, Hu Bin made his appearance at this moment, walking over aggressively. Upon seeing the adulterer, Hua Qiu's eyes turned sharp. Hu Bin had an affair with Zhou Yuan on the day of his engagement. When he was caught in the act, he not only felt no shame, but also injured Zhou Yuan's family. In Hua Qiu's mind, this person was destined to die. But in an instant, a killing intent exploded in his chest. Killing him now would be too easy on him, Hua Qiu thought, suppressing the intense killing intent within him. "So it was you, you piece of trash. I didn't expect you to still have such wicked intentions." Hu Bin walked over angrily and coldly rebuked Hua Qiu. "I told you that if you dare to harass Yuan Yuan again, you will not have a good ending. Never thought you would be so heartless as to do such a shameful thing at the Zhong family banquet. This is a banquet meticulously arranged by the Zhong family. How dare you act so presumptuously here? Do you completely disregard the Zhong family?" Hu Bin immediately slapped an accusation on him. "In that case, this person is truly audacious and unforgivable," someone said. "Look at him, he's dressed like a thief. If that lady hadn't stopped him, the restaurant might have suffered a huge loss." Hua Qiu's image has been transformed back into that of a low-level thief. They were condemned by all and attacked together. Zhou Yuan and Hu Bin were extremely pleased with themselves. This is the effect they wanted. He could use the excuse of standing up for the Zhong family to teach Hua Qiu a lesson and gain their favor. "Very well, this time I'll do my best for Yuan Yuan and the Zhou family. I'll teach you a lesson, you petty thief, so you'll never dare to do it again." Hu Bin walked towards Hua Qiu with a sneer. He was taller than Hua Qiu. On the day of their last engagement, he and Zhou Yuan were caught having an affair at the Zhou family home by Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu even tried to lay a hand on him, but he easily trampled her underfoot, leaving Hua Qiu in a fit of impotent rage. In Hu Bin's eyes, Hua Qiu was still a piece of trash that he could mold at will. "Useless thing, I heard your leg is healed." Hu Bin approached Hua Qiu and whispered. "Don't worry, I'll cripple your legs again, because I love seeing you in your wheelchair being trampled under my feet. I stole your woman, you must be furious, but what a pity, you're a good-for-nothing. No matter how angry you are, you can only be trampled underfoot and will never be able to turn things around." Hu Bin looked down on Hua Qiu as if he were a plaything for amusement. "You want to trample me under your feet again, is that it?" Hua Qiu suddenly revealed a playful smile. "What, you piece of trash, you think you can resist?" Hu Bin didn't take Hua Qiu seriously at all. "Do you have the ability to resist?" Hua Qiu's smile faded. Hu Bin grinned maliciously and, just like last time, stretched out his foot and stomped directly on Hua Qiu's face. He wanted to stomp Hua Qiu to the ground with one kick. A fire suddenly ignited in Hua Qiu's heart. Court Death. 24, Chapter 24. Unable to be a man. As Hu Bin's foot drew closer and closer to Hua Qiu's face, Zhou Yuan's face showed an expectant expression. She wanted to see Hua Qiu get the thrill of revenge after being trampled underfoot. Court Death. Suddenly, a furious roar filled with murderous intent rang out. In a split second, a figure suddenly appeared next to Hua Qiu. He was a tall, handsome man, exuding a powerful aura and displaying extraordinary bravery. With a casual reach, he easily caught the foot that Hu Bin had kicked at him. Hu Bin's expression immediately changed. Everyone stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing giant. No one saw how he appeared, it was as if he had materialized in the blink of an eye. "Who are you? Let me go!" Hu Bin cried out. He tried his best to pull his foot back, but all his efforts were in vain, and he was horrified. Who exactly is this big man on the other side? He had practiced taekwondo and his rank was not low, yet he couldn't even move at this moment. A master. Hu Bin thought to himself. "You dare to lay a hand on my master, kid, you're tired of living." Long Yuan said coldly, his killing intent palpable. He was sent by Hua Qiu to investigate the black market. He had just returned. When he saw what had just happened, he was furious and rushed over to stop him. Hua Qiu is now a godlike figure in his eyes. How dare a mere rich young master blaspheme him? What, he's your master? Hu Bin exclaimed in shock. The hotel guests also showed expressions of surprise. The most surprised person was Zhou Yuan, who looked completely bewildered. Long Yuan was tall and imposing, with an extraordinary aura. He was clearly no ordinary person. Such a person actually took the initiative to address Hua Qiu as master. Hu Bin and Zhou Yuan were incredulous. Hua Qiu, a complete and utter waste. How could he have such powerful servants? What are you? How dare you offend my master? You deserve to die. Long Yuan said coldly, then grabbed Hu Bin and threw him behind him. Hu Bin flew out like a spinning top. Bang! Hu Bin slammed his fist on a table, knocking over a pile of drinks. His white suit was immediately stained with various colors, making him look quite disheveled. Hu Bin! Zhou Yuan exclaimed in shock and rushed over to help him. Hu Bin's face turned a deep purplish red, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. He was extremely frightened, and his face turned very pale. How dare you touch me? Hu Bin was furious. He forced himself to get up despite the pain, already furious and embarrassed. The original intention was to embarrass Hua Qiu and teach him a lesson in public, but now it is he who has lost face. But looking at the mountain like Long Yuan, he couldn't help but feel intimidated. Who exactly are you? Why do you call that person master? Hu Bin stared at Long Yuan and demanded. How much did he pay you? I'll pay you 10 times that. A skilled fighter like you shouldn't be working for a good-for-nothing. Long Yuan smiled contemptuously. What my master gave me, you could never give in several lifetimes. Long Yuan said disdainfully. Impossible. Hu Bin didn't believe that good-for-nothing could offer such good terms. Name your price. Whatever that piece of trash can offer, I'll definitely offer more. Long Yuan's expression turned gloomy. You called me useless twice, he said coldly. What? Hu Bin didn't understand. No one can call my master a piece of trash, Long Yuan said in a deep voice. After saying that, he moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Hu Bin. Hu Bin and Zhou Yuan were so frightened that they took a few steps back. What are you going to do? Hu Bin asked, somewhat frightened. Long Yuan raised his hand with a cold expression. Smack! He slapped Hu Bin hard across the face. How terrifying is a slap from a supreme martial master? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hu Bin flew out in a long arc. It flew many meters before crashing down heavily. Puff! Upon landing, Hu Bin coughed up a mouthful of blood, which contained several broken teeth. Ah! Zhou Yuan's face paled, and she rushed over to help Hu Bin again in a panic. She didn't know how things had turned out this way. How did Hua Qiu, that lowly nobody, suddenly end up with such a powerful figure as his henchman? This scene also frightened the others, and for a moment no one dared to stand up and speak. Hu Bin, who was helped up, was speechless for a long time, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. Tuan, the young master of Xingguang Group, the young master of the Hu family, too will not let you go. His eyes were full of hatred as he glared fiercely at Long Yuan and Hua Qiu. You? Long Yuan remained disdainful, and moved his body again. The next moment, he reappeared in front of Hu Bin. With a quick grab, he pinched Hu Bin's neck and lifted him up like a chick. Zhou Yuan was so frightened that she huddled up in a ball, not daring to move. Hu Bin, suspended in mid-air, kicked his feet wildly, but couldn't break free no matter what he did. For the first time in his life, he felt so powerless and desperate. Do you know who my master is? How dare you threaten him? Long Yuan's king-level assassin's killing intent erupted, terrifying everyone. Zhou Yuan and Hu Bin were just ordinary people, and under such murderous intent, their faces turned deathly pale, and they couldn't utter a single word, their eyes filled with deep fear. Master, should we kill him or not? Long Yuan turned to Hua Qiu, seeking his opinion. He wasn't joking. Zhou Yuan and Hu Bin were both terrified. They had no doubt that if Hua Qiu nodded, the big man would immediately snap Hu Bin's neck without hesitation. Hua Qiu, you need to think this through. Zhou Yuan exclaimed anxiously to Hua Qiu. Hu Bin is the young master of Xingguang Group, the only son of the Hu family. If he dies, the Hu family will never let you off the hook. Think about your own family and friends. The Hu family is not someone you can afford to mess with. Speak up, tell this man to release Hu Bin. Zhou Yuan was extremely anxious, half threatening and half pleading with Hua Qiu to release the man. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile. So what if it's Xingguang Group, so what if it's the Hu family? He said non-committally. Zhou Yuan couldn't believe her ears. She didn't understand. How could Hua Qiu dare to disregard the Hu family? He was clearly just a nobody. Just because you have a powerful thug, you think you can be fearless? Innocent. Hua Qiu, if you don't release them, you'll regret it. Zhou Yuan screamed. She was furious. Hua Qiu was simply audacious. I don't want him to die right now, Hua Qiu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan lessened his strength in displeasure. Hu Bin finally got a chance to catch his breath. Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Hua Qiu had finally come to her senses. I want him, but he can't be a man. The next moment, Hua Qiu said casually. What? Zhou Yuan didn't react for a moment. Yes, sir. Long Yuan smiled coldly, then immediately raised his foot and kicked Hu Bin hard in a certain spot in his lower body. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed throughout the Donghu Hotel and even reached the streets outside, lingering for a long time, utterly horrific. 25, Chapter 25. Are you worthy? Long Yuan's kick was also quite powerful. That vulnerable part simply couldn't withstand it. Long Yuan threw Hu Bin to the ground. Hu Bin curled up in a ball, his face turning bluish-purple, veins bulging on his neck, his mouth agape, but he couldn't utter a sound for a long time. That kind of extreme pain is hard for any man to bear. Hu Bin is finished. From this day forward, he will no longer be able to have sexual relations with men and women, and will be no different from a eunuch. This was Hua Qiu's first punishment for the adulterer. Aren't you very good at stealing people? Let's see how you steal from now on. Hu Bin. Zhou Yuan squatted down next to Hu Bin, her beautiful face becoming somewhat distorted. She never expected Hua Qiu to be so ruthless and audacious. He actually dared to cripple the eldest son of the Hu family. They must have eaten the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard. Those around them couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What kind of person is this? He crippled someone's leg without a second thought. Hu Bin is the only son of the Hu family. One can imagine the fury the Hu family would feel, and their willingness to retaliate without regard for the consequences. Hua Qiu, do you know what you've done? Zhou Yuan shouted hoarsely after checking on Hu Bin's condition, extremely angry. Hu Bin was a vine that helped her climb to the upper echelons of society, but Hua Qiu ruined it just like that. I know, I only crippled an adulterer, Hua Qiu said calmly. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning? Zhou Yuan was so angry she laughed. You're utterly overestimating yourself, ridiculously arrogant. Who are you, a commoner, daring to cripple the only son of a powerful family? Do you know how serious the consequences will be? You're completely finished. You and your family will suffer inhumane torture, and the Hu family will never let you go. You idiot, do you even know how powerful and terrifying the abilities and methods of a major family can be? You'll regret this, you'll definitely regret this. Zhou Yuan was furious. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Just the Hu family, nothing more. He didn't take it seriously. I really don't know why you dare to be so reckless. Where do you get the courage? Zhou Yuan said angrily. She thought Hua Qiu was extremely stupid and ridiculous. Don't even mention the Hu family. You caused trouble at the Zhong family's banquet, and the Zhong family won't let you off the hook. Zhou Yuan sneered. The Zhong family, you should be scared now, right? Now that you mention it, I'm actually a little scared, Hua Qiu said. I thought you were fearless. Just you wait, you'll get what's coming to you. Zhou Yuan said angrily. Hua Qiu did not respond further, but instead looked at the red carpet on the second floor of the hotel. A beautiful figure appeared, standing gracefully. Everyone looked over. She wore a light purple off-shoulder gown, her fair skin glowing under the lights. With bright eyes and white teeth, she was noble and elegant, and her beauty was beyond compare. The appearance of Zhong Xiling, the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, made her the focus of the banquet. Although Zhou Yuan is considered pretty, she immediately pales in comparison to someone of Zhong Xiling's caliber. Zhong Xiling slowly walked down the stairs, exuding immense charm with every move she made. She was like a noble princess, with an ethereal air that no ordinary woman could match. What happened? Why is it so noisy? Zhong Xiling asked. Zhou Yuan felt as if she had seen a savior. You must be Miss Zhong? She quickly asked. Here's what happened. That guy named Hua Qiu tried to steal something at the banquet. I kindly tried to stop him, but he was so audacious that he actually tried to touch me inappropriately. Young Master Hu Bin of the Hu family acted bravely and righteously in order to prevent him from causing trouble at the Zhong family banquet. We wanted to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, he brought a powerful helper and ignored the prestige of the Zhong family. He directly attacked and beat young Master Hu Bin up like this. Zhou Yuan accused the villain first, not giving Hua Qiu a chance to speak at all. This person is so arrogant, he doesn't even respect the Zhong family. Miss Zhong, don't you think we should deal with this kind of person? Zhou Yuan looked at Zhong Xiling expectantly, hoping she could uphold justice. As long as the Zhong family is willing to take action, even without the Hu family, Hua Qiu is finished. Miss Zhong, what this young lady said is all true. At this moment, the group of people who had previously helped Zhou Yuan to fight against Hua Qiu also stepped forward. They felt their chance to curry favor had arrived. That kid is incredibly audacious. Even with the Zhong family's name mentioned, he still doesn't take it seriously and insists on causing trouble. If Miss Zhong doesn't mind, we are willing to do our utmost to help the Zhong family get rid of this rude person. Zhong Xiling didn't even glance at those people. Instead, he stared at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. Is this Mr. Hua's fiancé? She knew in her heart. She already knew about Hua Qiu's past. You're saying he made inappropriate advances towards you in public, is that right? Zhong Xiling asked. Yes. Zhou Yuan nodded quickly. I had rejected this man before. He's not a good person and he's not exactly a decent person. When I stopped him from stealing, he started groping me and even ruined my dress. Miss Zhong, you must stand up for me. If I wasn't afraid he would ruin the banquet, I wouldn't have done this. Zhou Yuan pretended to be pitiful. Zhong Xiling looked at Hu Bin, who was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. Hu Bin stared wide-eyed, stammering for a long time without uttering a single word. But the meaning is also clear. They hope the Zhong family will severely punish Hua Qiu. Zhong Xiling smiled faintly. She walked gracefully to Hua Qiu's side. Then he reached out and naturally took Hua Qiu's arm. Mr. Hua is our Zhong family's most distinguished guest. How could he possibly steal? If he wanted, the entire Donghu Hotel could be his. Zhong Xiling said with a smile. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. Zhou Yuan was completely stunned on the spot. Hu Bin also froze for a moment, as if he had forgotten the pain. You're saying Mr. Hua made inappropriate advances towards you? Zhong Xiling looked at Zhou Yuan, scanned her entire body, and then shook her head with a light laugh. Mr. Hua has me, so why would I take liberties with you? She said, leaning her head gently on Hua Qiu's shoulder, appearing very intimate. Many guests were so shocked that their mouths were agape. The expressions on the faces of those young masters froze, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. No one was puzzled. What exactly is the relationship between Hua Qiu and the eldest daughter of the Zhong family? Zhong Xiling actually defended him so much. Moreover, Zhong Xiling's words were quite intriguing. Is he the most distinguished guest of the Zhong family? A distinguished guest dressed in cheap clothes? How is that possible? The guests were bewildered. Miss Zhou, I don't know why you would accuse Mr. Hua of making indecent advances toward you, Zhong Xiling continued with a smile. A man as distinguished as Mr. Hua, I want to ask you, are you worthy? Boom! Zhou Yuan's mind went blank. That sentence is all I can think about. Do you deserve it? It was said so casually, without any hint of hostility. Yet it was mixed with unparalleled sarcasm. Zhou Yuan's psychological defenses were severely breached in that instant. 26, Chapter 26 The Big Shot is him. Zhou Yuan's face was more pale than ever before. She wanted to retort, but couldn't utter a single word. Her beauty is her asset. But she was completely defeated by the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. Zhou Yuan just couldn't understand how Hua Qiu, that good-for-nothing, could possibly hook up with the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. Oh dear, what happened? A cry of surprise rang out. Zhou Yuan's mother, Wang Ping, rolled over like a ball. She only went to the bathroom for a short while, and such a big thing happened outside. When Wang Ping saw Hu Bin's miserable state, she was shocked and panicked. Yuan, what happened to young master Hu Bin? Who did this? How dare they do this to him? Before Zhou Yuan could speak, Wang Ping spotted Hua Qiu at a glance. It was you, it must be you, you cripple, you're the one who did this to young master Hu Bin, aren't you? You lowly thing, do you even know who young master Hu Bin is? Who gave you the audacity to do this? Wang Ping pointed at Hua Qiu and began to hurl insults. Mom Zhou Yuan called out, but didn't know what to say. Hua Qiu frowned. Whoosh! Long Yuan suddenly moved and appeared in front of Wang Ping. Slap! A hard slap landed on that fat face. Wang Ping was in the middle of her tirade when she was suddenly slapped and sent flying. Boom! The entire Donghu Hotel seemed to tremble a few times. Ouch! Wang Ping couldn't help but cry out in pain. The half of her face that hadn't fully healed swelled up again and was covered in bruises. If you dare utter another curse, I'll snap your neck, Long Yuan said menacingly. But Wang Ping was fearless. Fine, you dare hit me. Do you know who I am? I'm the future in-law of Xinguang Group. If you dare hit me, I'll make you pay a terrible price. Wang Ping fully displayed her shrewish nature, jumping up and down and cursing. Zhou Yuan felt extremely embarrassed. Doesn't she realize that something is wrong now? You're courting death. Long Yuan roared, preparing to attack again. Guards, throw this shrew out. Zhong Xiling shouted first. She was afraid that Tanlang would really kill that shrew. What, you want to kick me out? Wang Ping put her hands on her hips. I'm backed by the Hu family of Xinguang Group. Who do you think you are, daring to kick me out? Zhong Xiling's pretty face darkened. Mom, she's the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, Zhou Yuan whispered. Wang Ping's shouting stopped abruptly, her face stiffening. She found it incredible. Daughter, you mean the one standing intimately with that good-for-nothing is the eldest daughter of the Zhong family? Wang Ping was dumbfounded. Zhou Yuan nodded with her eyes closed. Wang Ping's face twitched with fat. She was prejudiced and assumed that anyone who stood with Hua Qiu must be no good. Unexpectedly, that person turned out to be the host. They came here to curry favor with the Zhong family, but now they've offended them instead. The three of you, it seems our Zhong family didn't invite you, did we? Zhong Xiling asked. Zhou Yuan and Wang Ping looked embarrassed. They sneaked in. Including the guests present today, at least half of them came uninvited. What happened? A voice came from upstairs. The group walked out of the conference room and slowly descended the stairs. It was Zhong Yuanshan and his group from the Zhong family. Greetings, Mr. Zhong. The guests greeted him immediately. This is the head of the Zhong family, a truly important figure. The group initially looked displeased, but upon seeing Hua Qiu, they immediately straightened their posture and quickened their pace. Grandpa, it's my fault for disturbing Mr. Hua, Zhong Xiling said, and then briefly recounted what had just happened. What? Upon hearing this, the Zhong family's expressions immediately changed drastically. Large beads of sweat dripped down Zhong Yuanshan's forehead. At the Zhong family's place, they actually allowed Hua Qiu to suffer such slander. Mr. Hua, I'm so sorry, I really apologize. We were discussing some things and couldn't come to greet you in time, which led to these unfortunate events. Zhong Yuanshan apologized to Hua Qiu with a face full of guilt. It's all our fault, please forgive us. With that, Zhong Yuanshan bowed deeply to Hua Qiu. The hall was completely silent. The guests stared in disbelief at the scene. The Zhong family is very likely to become the most powerful family in Beishan City. As the head of the Zhong family, Old Master Zhong is undoubtedly the top figure in the Beishan pyramid. Yet this important figure of his actually bowed so humbly to a young man, apologizing and begging for forgiveness. How can you do it without shocking people? The three people who felt it most deeply were Zhou Yuan and the others. Zhou Yuan's mind went completely blank, and she stared at the screen mechanically, as if she were in a daze. Wang Ping's mouth dropped open, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Hu Bin seemed to have forgotten the pain, his eyes wide open. The three of them were in turmoil. My mind is full of questions. Isn't Hua Qiu just a loser, a good-for-nothing? Why was he treated this way by the Zhong family? Suddenly, all three of them had a guess. I had heard long ago that the person in charge of the banquet hosted by the Zhong family this time was an extremely important figure. Could it be that person? It's Hua Qiu. The three of them were stunned and dumbfounded. They simply couldn't accept such a shocking reversal. They stared at Hua Qiu, looking him over and over, but they just couldn't connect him with the words big shot. Zhou Yuan was the most affected. Hua Qiu used to be her sycophant, a sycophant she disdained, a sycophant she knew inside and out. Suddenly one day, that simp climbed to the peak she could only look up to, a place she could never reach no matter how hard she tried. The extremely complex emotions almost made Zhou Yuan faint. It's like something you casually tossed away suddenly becomes a priceless treasure, yet you have nothing to do with it anymore. This is outrageous. Zhong Yuanshan roared in fury, glaring fiercely at Zhou Yuan and the other two, his eyes seeming to want to devour them. It's bad enough that you've barged into my Zhong family banquet uninvited, but to dare offend my most distinguished guest is unforgivable, unforgivable. The authority of those in power is something most people can't bear. Wang Ping was so scared that she almost cried, her body trembling violently like a leaf. She dared not imagine the consequences of offending the Zhong family. Zhou Yuan was also terrified and didn't dare to breathe. The Zhong family will settle this score with you properly in the future. Zhong Yuanshan said coldly. He waved his hand impatiently. Throw them all out. Immediately, several people came out and, without saying a word, roughly dragged the three of them out of the restaurant. Kick those guys out too. Zhong Xiling pointed to the young men who had helped Zhou Yuan earlier. The men's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly apologized loudly. But it was no use, they would still be kicked out. Outside the restaurant, Zhou Yuan and her two companions were left at the entrance, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. Zhou Yuan was dressed in a disheveled state and seemed a bit neurotic. She hadn't quite processed what was happening yet. I just can't understand how Hua Qiu suddenly turned her life around and became a distinguished guest of the Zhong family. To make matters worse, they offended the Zhong family. What should they do if the Zhong family retaliates? How could they withstand the wrath of the wealthy families? I want revenge. Hu Bin growled menacingly, his face contorted like a dead dog. He can't be a man anymore. His heart was filled with hatred. Regardless of who Hua Qiu is, he only wants revenge. Hu Bin, this revenge must be taken, otherwise it will be difficult to have another chance. I will stand firmly on your side. Zhou Yuan said with a hardened heart. No matter how successful Hua Qiu is now, it has nothing to do with her anymore, the two still have a grudge. It's better to be ruthless and finish him off. Even if it means going bankrupt, I want him dead. Hu Bin said, his eyes red. Then let him die. Zhou Yuan said coldly. 27, Chapter 27. The position of a national hero. Mr. Hua, I'm so sorry. After kicking the people out, Zhong Yuanshan and his family members continued to apologize. Your attitude should be as respectful as possible. The guests looked at each other, none of them daring to say anything. They were extremely curious about the person's identity. Never mind. Hua Qiu waved his hand. This banquet you've put on is pretty pointless, get me a quiet place, he ordered. Zhong Yuanshan immediately ordered his men to comply. The guests present were extremely disappointed. They were eager to curry favor with this mysterious and important figure, but Hua Qiu had no interest in even speaking to them. Many people regret that they should have stood up and said a word for Hua Qiu earlier. The Zhong family prepared a superior room for Hua Qiu. As various expensive dishes were served one after another, Hua Qiu invited Long Yuan to sit down and eat together. There is a distinction between master and servant, Long Yuan said. Don't be shy, just do whatever I tell you to do, Hua Qiu said. Thank you, Master. Long Yuan then sat down. How's the investigation going? Hua Qiu asked. He asked Long Yuan to investigate his sister Xia Dong's affairs. Long Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. Master, I used all the channels and connections in the black market and spent a lot of money to find the world's largest intelligence organization to investigate your sister's whereabouts. Generally speaking, even people who have been dead for hundreds of years can be found out completely. That intelligence organization failed for the first time, and found absolutely no information about your sister. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, disappearing from this world overnight. Hua Qiu was somewhat unhappy that Long Yuan hadn't found anything. Even the world's most powerful intelligence organization couldn't find a single clue? The last thing I heard from your sister was that she transferred about 700,000 yuan to your father's account from a bank outside her university, and then she disappeared without a trace. I checked all the surveillance footage from the bank and the surrounding streets over the past 72 hours, but I couldn't find her anywhere. She didn't even leave the bank. Hua Qiu frowned deeply. Even cultivators cannot make a person disappear so completely. In today's high-tech world, surveillance is everywhere. It's impossible for someone not to be recorded at all. He realized that this mundane world, which he had previously disregarded, might possess unknown power. It seems I still have to investigate myself, Hua Qiu said. I'm sorry, it's my fault for being incompetent, Long Yuan said with shame. Perhaps this is something that mortals cannot detect. Hua Qiu did not blame him. Who on earth erased all traces of summer and winter? If I, a dignified immortal emperor, cannot even find my sister, then I have wasted thousands of years of cultivation. Hua Qiu's face turned somewhat cold. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door of the private room. Come in, Hua Qiu called out. Mr. Hua, Wu Pingqing, the branch leader of the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance, wishes to pay you a visit, Zhong Yuanshan personally announced as he entered. Martial Alliance? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. He roughly knew that the Martial Alliance was the official organization of martial artists in the Xia Kingdom, which was specifically responsible for managing martial artists and had great power. I had no contact with this organization in my previous life. Let him in, Hua Qiu said. Zhong Yuanshan responded and went out. A short while later, 3 people walked in. The leader was a kind-looking middle-aged man, whom Hua Qiu vaguely remembered. On the night of the Battle of the Garden, this man had advised him and threatened Greedy Wolf not to touch him. Hua Wuzuan, this is our first formal meeting. I am Wu Pingqing, the branch manager of the Beishan Martial Alliance, Wu Pingqing said with a smile. Please sit down. Hua Qiu nodded. As a branch minister of the Martial Alliance, Wu Pingqing held an extremely high position, and could be considered one of the most influential people in the entire Beishan city. However, none of the 3 had any complaints about Hua Qiu's attitude. Simply because he was a powerful martial venerable. As you probably know, our Martial Alliance is committed to maintaining order in the martial arts world and promoting its prosperity and development, Wu Pingqing said, and whenever a new martial venerable is born in the Xia Kingdom, it is something our Martial Alliance is most happy to see. Hua Qiu remained calm. Hua Wuzuan has reached the martial venerable realm at such a young age, and can even defeat Tanlang, a king-level assassin at the martial sect realm. He is truly a genius with extraordinary talent, and the most outstanding genius in our Xia Kingdom in the last 100 years. Wu Pingqing exclaimed. After I reported your information to headquarters, the higher-ups were greatly shocked. The alliance leader even declared that as long as you are willing to join the Martial Alliance, you will be the next alliance leader. Hua Qiu interrupted him directly. I have no interest in joining any organization, he said casually. Wu Pingqing showed a regretful expression. The leader of the Martial Alliance, what an exalted position that is. Calling him an emperor wouldn't be an exaggeration. Hua Qiu refused so decisively. That's a real shame, but I hope you'll reconsider and not rush to refuse. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. He had absolutely no interest in the position of leader of a mere mortal martial arts alliance. In his heyday, his territory was boundless, his kingdoms countless, and his subjects were all immortals. Actually, there's another matter I came here for today, Wu Pingqing said with a smile. The highest authorities have decided to bestow upon you the title of National Hero of the Xia Kingdom. You can't refuse this. Every martial venerable is a treasure of my Xia Kingdom. As long as they are not evil, they will be among the national heroes and enjoy the Xia Kingdom's offerings and privileges. Hua Qiu looked thoughtful. National hero is a noble term. Such an honor is usually reserved for historical figures who have made great contributions to the Xia Kingdom. However, a martial venerable can be directly awarded the title of national hero. Rest assured, the Grand Preceptor does not need to do anything. He only needs to lend a helping hand when the country is in danger. There is no burden on him. Can a national hero use some extraordinary powers? Hua Qiu asked. Of course. Wu Pingqing said with certainty. A national hero has more than 100 privileges, and some power that you can wield with a single word if you wish. If it really doesn't require anything to be done, well, it wouldn't hurt to be a national hero, Hua Qiu said calmly. He was thinking of his parents. The title of National Scholar is a very high-ranking public office, and it is a sinecure. It's not bad to fight for special privileges to make life easier for parents without having to pay anything in return. More importantly, it's much easier to find out about my sister. Great, I'll report to my superiors immediately, and the process will be finalized today, Wu Pingqing said with a smile. He was genuinely afraid that Hua Qiu would refuse even the position of imperial preceptor. This was the first time I had ever seen such a calm and collected martial venerable, who didn't even seem to care about the position of martial alliance leader. Alright, this thing, Wu Pingqing pulled out a strangely shaped lamp. Even the title of national hero bestowed by the martial venerable has different levels. The brightness of this lamp, as you channel your inner energy into it, will determine your level. To be honest, I've had this thing in Beishan for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've used it. Just turn it on? Hua Qiu glanced at the strange lamp. Yes, it's not that difficult. Any martial venerable could light it. Upas for other levels of difficulty. Let's not talk about it. Please go ahead. Wu Pingqing picked up a cup of tea and drank it to soothe his throat. Hua Qiu frowned slightly and placed a finger on it. In an instant, the strange lamp emitted an incredibly blinding light, and then... snap! Lights up! Put! Wu Pingqing suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea. 28, Chapter 28. He can protect the nation. What's going on? Wu Pingqing stared blankly at the fragments of the lamp box on the table. In his mind, no one had ever been able to directly defeat Wu Fudong. This thing of yours, has it been sitting for too long? It's gone bad, Hua Qiu said, frowning. In fact, the moment his fingers touched it, he already knew what it was. In the world of cultivation, every sect has something similar. This should be an item used to test a martial artist's talent in martial arts. He hadn't expected that the lamp would burst under the strain of just a little bit of spiritual energy he released. Human possessions are indeed too fragile. This shouldn't be the case. Wu Pingqing picked up the fragment of the martial arts lamp and examined it again and again, but he couldn't see anything. The Wu Fu lamp is made of special metal, so it should not break even after being left for decades. He was somewhat at a loss. This was the first time the branch minister of the Martial Alliance had encountered such a situation. What do you say now? Hua Qiu asked. Wu Pingqing was in a dilemma. Hua Wuzuan, this martial talent lamp was originally used to test a martial artist's talent below the martial venerable level. The light is gray for 1st to 3rd grade beginner martial artists, red for 4th to 6th grade intermediate martial artists, and blue for 7th to 9th grade advanced martial artists. The color of the martial venerable level is white. The brighter the light is at each level, the higher the talent it represents, he explained to Hua Qiu. Even national heroes are ranked, with the lowest being the merit level and the highest being the Hall of Fame level. Your rank should have been determined by the color and brightness of your light, but I never expected it to explode. Wu Pingqing was a little embarrassed. Given the current situation, I don't know how to judge it. In my personal opinion, a genius like you, who is one in a century, should be firmly in a position of national caliber. Now that something unexpected has happened, I need to consult with my superiors. After saying that, Wu Pingqing gave a wink to his entourage. One person took out a special computer, placed it on the table, and connected it to the Martial Alliance's internal high-level channel. I am Wu Pingqing, the branch leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in Beishan City. An accident occurred during the national level evaluation of Hua Wuzu when the martial talent lamp exploded and shattered into pieces. Please make a decision at the highest level, he said solemnly to the screen. The screen remained black for a while. Why has it taken so long to respond? Wu Pingqing frowned, as he usually responded very quickly. Suddenly, the screen flashed, and a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Wu Pingqing was shocked after just one glance. How could this be? He muttered to himself, quickly sitting up straight, not daring to breathe. Wu Pingqing, the branch leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in Beishan City, greets the alliance leader. Wu Pingqing announced loudly. He never expected that he would connect to the Martial Alliance Leaders channel. That was someone he would never normally have the chance to see. Hearing this, Hua Qiu glanced at the screen. The person appearing on the screen was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was of average height and temperament, and had no air of authority whatsoever. T-Sis, the legendary figure in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. The leader of the Martial Alliance, who bears the title of Emperor. No martial artist dared to underestimate him. Legend has it that his martial arts realm has long surpassed that of a martial venerable, and his strength is unfathomable, beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The leader of the Martial Alliance, this is interesting. Hua Qiu glanced at the person on the screen, his eyes flickering slightly. He appears to be an ordinary person, but he possesses immense hidden power. This person is more than 10 times stronger than Tanlang, who is at the martial grandmaster level. A realm above martial venerable. Hua Qiu pondered slightly. On the surface, the martial arts legend of the Martial Alliance leader is already the pinnacle of the martial arts world. But Hua Qiu always felt that the martial arts of this world were not so simple, and there must be some unknown aspects. Above the martial venerable realm, there should be strength approaching that of a cultivator at the initial qi refining stage. Hua Qiu made this judgment after only one glance. Even with a screen in front of him, Hua Qiu couldn't make any hasty conclusions. The truth could only be determined by seeing the person in question. Young friend, you must be the newly promoted martial venerable? The Martial Alliance leader said with a smile as he looked at Hua Qiu. Yes, it is him, Alliance leader. Wu Pingqing answered loudly and nervously. Not bad, very good. The leader of the Martial Alliance nodded happily, looking Hua Qiu up and down with great appreciation. Our Xia Kingdom hasn't seen such a peerless genius in a long time. This is truly a great joy. Young friend Hua, I hope you will work hard and strive to reach a higher level as soon as possible, so as to revitalize the martial arts world of our Xia Kingdom. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and said nothing. Minister Wu, tell me about the martial arts lantern. The leader of the Martial Alliance's expression turned serious. Reporting to the alliance leader, the broken lamp is right here. Wu Pingqing, with a stern face, held up the broken pieces and presented them to the alliance leader. Are you sure this broke after Hua Xiaoyu tested it? The Martial Alliance leader asked. Reporting to the alliance leader, I witnessed it with my own eyes, and there is absolutely no falsehood. Wu Pingqing said firmly. Hua Qiu noticed a subtle shift in the Martial Alliance leader's gaze. I understand. The leader of the Martial Alliance nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Alliance leader, what should we do next? Please give us your instructions, Wu Pingqing asked cautiously. I have already made a decision regarding Hua Xiaoyu's national hero rating, said the leader of the Martial Alliance. His national hero rank is set at National Protector. In an instant, Wu Pingqing's eyes widened in surprise. They seemed completely unable to believe their ears. Alliance leader, you mean, you're going to designate him as a national-level leader? Wu Pingqing's voice trembled. The leader of the Martial Alliance nodded. Wu Pingqing was dumbfounded. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Among the national heroes Wu Pingqing mentioned earlier, there are only meritorious service level and Hall of Fame level, not the national guardian level mentioned by the leader of the Martial Alliance. This shows that he was not a normal national hero at all level. What is a national level treasure? Hua Qiu asked. As the name suggests, a person can protect the country, guard the nation. Wu Pingqing swallowed and said. Currently, our Xia kingdom only has one national level hero, and that is our alliance leader. Hua Qiu frowned immediately. This is such a great honor. He was made to be on equal footing with the leader of the Martial Alliance simply for breaking a lamp. Although it was just an honorary title and not a real position, its impact was extraordinary. If Hua Qiu accepts this title, one can imagine that he will immediately become world famous and be the focus of countless eyes. But he doesn't like the feeling of being probed. Hua Wuzuan, the alliance leader, has extremely high expectations for you. He hopes that you can surpass him in the future and become a pillar protecting our Xia kingdom. I hope you will not let him down. Wu Pingqing said excitedly. Hua Qiu frowned even more deeply. He has no interest in being someone else's expectation, and the idea of protecting a country is utter nonsense to him. Hua Wuzuan, you should prepare to head to the capital. The coronation of a national hero will be announced to the world, and the alliance leader will personally preside over it at that time. You will be the center of attention, and the entire nation will know you. Wu Pingqing's next words made Hua Qiu even more uncomfortable. I don't want a national level title, Hua Qiu said calmly. What? Wu Pingqing was shocked. The leader of the Martial Alliance also showed surprise. The national level, that's something countless people wouldn't even dare to dream of. He refused so decisively. If you insist on giving me such a title, then I will not accept it, Hua Qiu said. Wu Pingqing was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what this Hua Wuzuan was thinking. Those honors, which countless people dream of, are nothing but a pipe dream. Very well, it was indeed a bit hasty to put you in that position now. It was my oversight, the Martial Alliance leader said with a laugh. Minister Wu, then please step down by one rank. Wu Pingqing nodded blankly. Then it's settled. Young friend Hua, I hope you can come to the capital soon. I really want to meet you, the leader of the Martial Alliance said expectantly before hanging up. It took Wu Pingqing a while to calm himself down before he nervously discussed the awarding of the medal with Hua Qiu. The headquarters of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Alliance. In the Martial Alliance leader's office, the leader stared blankly at the image of the martial arts lamp fragment on his computer screen. 300 years and finally another martial artist has appeared who can shatter the martial arts lamp. I wonder who is better, him or that one from 300 years ago. One day, they will settle their differences. 29, Chapter 29 gives me some pointers? Hu family, Beishan City. Hu Bin, the eldest son of the Hu family, was carried into the house. Who dares to beat my son like this? A roar like that of a raging lion erupted from the villa. It was Hua Qiu who instigated it. Zhou Yuan embellished the story, placing all the blame on Hua Qiu. Ah, you bastard, you deserve to die. Hu Bin's father was furious and trembling with rage. Hu Bin is his only son, the sole heir of the Hu family. Her own son was rendered incapacitated and could no longer carry on the family line. Dad, avenge me! Hu Bin cried out. Avenge us, we must avenge this. Hu Bin's father said fiercely. So what if he has the Zhong family's protection? My Hu family is not a pushover. How dare they do this to my son? Then we'll fight to the death. Hua Qiu, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. After the Martial Alliance members left, Hua Qiu pondered for a moment and then made a phone call home. Mom, I become a civil servant. The notification will be delivered to our home in the next couple of days, Hua Qiu said on the phone. To become a national hero, there is a ceremony to confer an official title. Logically, he should go to the capital and be publicly conferred an official title by the leader of the Martial Alliance. It would be a grand event, attended by many of Xia Kingdom's top figures and major media outlets, and would be announced to the world. However, he disliked being ostentatious and insisted repeatedly. Finally, the leader of the martial alliance agreed to send someone to Beishan to bestow the title upon him. The ceremony was held at his home without notifying any party and was just a formality. Fearing that her parents would be too shocked, Hua Qiu gave them a heads up beforehand. However, his mother immediately let out a joyful scream upon hearing that he had become a civil servant. In the eyes of the older generation, the iron rice bowl of civil servants is extremely important. That's wonderful, Xiao Qiu, you've made something of yourself, you truly are our good son. We want to tell our relatives and friends the news, son, you are our pride. The two elders were overjoyed. Hua Qiu gave a helpless smile. They're so happy about just the title of public servant, will they be able to handle it when they're officially appointed? A national hero is arguably the highest-ranking public official in the entire Xia kingdom. After hanging up the phone, Hua Qiu went to the Beishan black market to handle some business. The Zhong family placed a heavy bet on the matter of him being a king-level assassin. The odds are extremely high, you can make a fortune in no time. Even if Hua Qiu only takes half, he will still become a super rich man in Beishan with assets exceeding 10 figures. Due to the large amount of money involved and the complicated procedures, Hua Qiu did not go home that day. During that time, I received many missed phone calls at home. The next evening, my mother called again. Xiao Qiu, come back quickly, our relatives and friends are almost here. You read the guest of honor, how can you not come? Her mother said urgently. It turned out that his parents had specially invited relatives and friends to celebrate his becoming a civil servant. Unable to disobey her mother, Hua Qiu hurriedly returned home. As soon as I entered the house, I saw many people. It's rare to see such a lively place in a suburban courtyard. Hua Qiu is here, come and take a seat. Someone greeted with a smile. Oh my, another official has come from our Hua family, this is truly bringing honor to our ancestors. The relatives were all smiles and showered him with compliments. Hua Qiu, however, was not particularly interested. On the day of their engagement, they were attacked and injured by Zhou Yuan's family and her lover, while these people stood by and watched coldly. When my mother was seriously ill and hospitalized, my father begged everyone he could, acting extremely humble. Not only did these people not offer any help, but they also made cold remarks and maliciously slandered me. Now that he's become a civil servant, he's shamelessly trying to curry favor with him again. Hua Qiu was filled with disgust. But out of consideration for his parents, he didn't say anything and went over to sit down. Hua Qiu, now that you've become a civil servant, do your job properly and stop being so irresponsible, a relative admonished. The one speaking was Hua Qiu's third uncle. Third uncle's son, Hua Donglai, is also a public servant, and at a fairly high rank. Hua Donglai graduated from a prestigious university and rose through the ranks in his department very quickly, reaching the position of deputy director with a promising future. Therefore, his third uncle was like the head of the Hua family, and even his father, who was the eldest son, had to go along with him and was sometimes scolded by him. Although you will never be as outstanding as my son, you are still quite capable to become a civil servant. You should take Donglai as your role model and not tarnish his reputation. This didactic and belittling tone displeased Hua Qiu, and anger began to rise within her. Let's eat, he said, barely suppressing his anger. What's there to eat? Donglai hasn't arrived yet, we all have to wait. Uncle San said with a stern face. With such an elder here, are we all supposed to wait for him? Hua Qiu frowned, even more annoyed. A junior from East China is coming, yet everyone is expected to wait. What an arrogant attitude. Is it great to be a leader? That's right, everyone has to wait. No one can touch their chopsticks until he arrives. Uncle San said in a deep voice. Hua Qiu's face turned cold, and she was about to explode, but her mother grabbed her hand. It's all right, we can wait a little longer, she said with a smile, and gestured to Hua Qiu not to get angry. After all, Hua Donglai holds a very high position, and they can't afford to offend him. The relatives also said they should wait, and complained that Hua Qiu was impatient. Hua Qiu glanced at her mother, then suppressed her emotions once more. But anger was already surging within him. After waiting for quite a while, Hua Donglai finally arrived late. He was dressed in a designer suit, looking sharp and splendid, and walked with the air of a high-ranking leader. His mother and father quickly got up to greet him, took his briefcase, and pulled out a chair for him to sit down. Hua Donglai looked completely at ease, as if the two of them were supposed to serve him. Snap! He snapped the chopsticks in Hua Qiu's hand. His expression was already very gloomy. As soon as Hua Donglai took his seat, his relatives immediately began to flatter him, much more enthusiastically than they had been towards Hua Qiu, treating him as if he were an ancestor. He was clearly the main character here, the center of attention. Hua Donglai and his third uncle were arrogant and accepted all flattery without question. Hua Dong made a few opening remarks, behaving like a leader, as if his relatives were all his subordinates. Hua Qiu, I heard you became a civil servant? Hua Donglai looked at Hua Qiu and asked with a frown. He was Hua Qiu's cousin, but he never called him brother, addressing him by his first name. I don't know what kind of luck you had to become a civil servant. I thought you would never amount to anything. Hua Donglai laughed. But since you've become a public servant, you should be dutiful and be smart in your dealings with people and things. Being a public servant isn't easy if you're not smart. You'll just be a lowly, unambitious employee for life with no future. We are relatives after all, and I am in a high position. I am about to be promoted to the director level in this sensitive period. You have to be more discerning and don't cause any trouble if it affects me. You can't afford to take responsibility. Hua Donglai reprimanded Hua Qiu with a stern face. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's anger flared up. This guy from East China, once he became a leader, he doesn't even know who he is anymore? Hua Qiu, what's with that expression? If it weren't for our kinship, Donglai wouldn't even bother teaching you. What? Are you unhappy? Uncle San snorted coldly and said unhappily. Hua Qiu's expression grew increasingly cold and sinister. Unhappy? Even if you're unhappy, you have to listen carefully. Hua Donglai reprimanded, displaying his authority as a leader. If you work diligently and don't bother me, I might be able to give you some pointers when I get promoted to a higher position, so you won't stay a low-level employee forever, he said meaningfully. A low-level grassroots position? Hua Qiu sneered. How dare anyone say that the nation's pillars are just low-level officials? The Martial Alliance's representatives to bestow titles should be arriving soon. Looking at the disgusting mouths of the father and son, Hua Qiu could no longer bear it. I will no longer tolerate it. He looked at Hua Donglai with disdain and said with a sneer. You think you can give me pointers? 30, Chapter 30 Lack of distinction between high and low rank. Hua Qiu smiled. This guy from East China thinks he's become arrogant because of his achievements, and he has no respect for elders or superiors. He said he was a public official, but he hasn't told anyone what kind of public official he is. His level is such that he might not be able to get any guidance from Hua Dong. What? Hua Qiu's words displeased Hua Donglai. Can I offer you some guidance? The atmosphere became a little tense for a moment. Donglai, your cousin didn't mean it that way, Zhang Lan quickly said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Hua Donglai frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the word cousin. He never regarded Hua Qiu as an elder brother. Being a civil servant isn't easy if you're too arrogant. You won't have a future even if you work your whole life, you'll just be muddling through at the bottom, Hua Donglai said, tapping the table and looking at Hua Qiu. It was still in a lecturing tone. Yes, Dong is right, Zhang Lan could only agree. Hua Qiu, Donglai is, after all, a leader, and has worked in the unit for several years. He is very experienced. You should listen to him, a relative advised. We're all family. If it were someone else, Donglai might not have been willing to teach them, the relatives chimed in, ostensibly advising Hua Qiu, but it sounded more like they were supporting Hua Donglai and lecturing Hua Qiu. The mother gave Hua Qiu another look, signaling her not to act impulsively. Hua Qiu then fell silent. If he weren't afraid of upsetting his mother, he would have turned on her long ago. Hua Qiu, you don't look like civil servant material at Ali. Don't know how you even got the job, Hua Donglai said, frowning. Being a public servant isn't as simple as you think. If you want to achieve something, put aside your so-called face and self-esteem, otherwise, you'll always just be a nobody. What kind of future will you have if you just drift through life like this? By the way, I haven't asked you yet, which unit did you join, and what is your position? Hua Donglai asked. Hua Qiu smiled. As for work units, I don't really have one after all. it's just a nominal, sinecure position that doesn't require me to do anything. No official position, just a sinecure? Hua Donglai frowned even more deeply. Isn't that just drawing a salary without working? What kind of public official is that? He showed a disdainful expression on his face. Many people would like to take a sinecure as a public official, since they can enjoy the benefits and treatment of public officials without having to do anything. But in the eyes of people like Hua Donglai, that was the most unambitious job. Without real power or promotion, he was just coasting along, waiting to die. I thought you would join some formal organization, or at least become a junior civil servant. I never expected you to end up in a sinecure, Hua Donglai said with a stern face. But that does fit your personality, you're just that kind of person, without any ambition. Hua Qiu's face darkened. Since his rebirth, Hua Donglai is the first person who dares to lecture and belittle him. In another setting, Hua Qiu would have already swept away the enemy with a wave of his hand and a burst of spiritual energy. So it's a sinecure. Upon hearing this, the relatives' expressions turned strange. Compared to the promising Hua Dong, Hua Qiu was nothing, and the relatives lost their enthusiasm for flattery. Over there, Hua Donglai was still chattering on and on. Your engagement last time was utterly foolish, you completely disgraced the Hua family. I was somewhat relieved to hear you became a civil servant, but I didn't expect you to still be so unambitious, actually taking the most worthless, idle position. Hua Qiu's face grew increasingly gloomy. He couldn't hold back any longer. Ahem, Donglai, have some food first, have some food, Hua Yue quickly said, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Come, let me toast you with that. He picked up his glass, stood up, and offered a toast to Hua Donglai. Hua Donglai remained seated, picking up his wine glass with one hand and clinking glasses with Hua Yue. Bang! Hua Yue was already bending over to reach Hua Donglai, and he wasn't moving at all when they touched glasses. Hua Yue didn't hold the glass properly and accidentally dropped it. A wine glass slammed on the table, splashing a glass of wine directly onto the designer suit worn by Hua Donglai. Hua Donglai's expression immediately changed. Oh dear, it's my fault, uncle, I'll wipe it for you. Hua Yue panicked and hurriedly ran over with a tissue to wipe Hua Donglai clean. Get your filthy hands off me! Hua Donglai snapped angrily, slapping Hua Yue's hand away. This scene ignited Hua Qiu's anger. Hua Donglai touched his designer suit with a pained expression. Hua Yue, how do you offer a toast? You're so old, and you can't even offer a toast properly. He angrily accused, calling him by his first name. Hua Yue looked embarrassed and couldn't say a word. Hua Yue, how dare you call me that? Hua Qiu stood up abruptly, his anger surging. What, do you know how much my custom-made suit costs? I just asked for it, so what? Hua Donglai said, looking displeased and glaring at him. You can't distinguish between elders and juniors, is this how you conduct yourself as an official? Hua Qiu coldly rebuked. Custom-made suits, are they something special? With a wave of his hand, a table full of food, dishes, and drinks instantly flew up and poured over Hua Donglai. With a splashing sound, Hua Donglai was soaked to the bone and looked utterly disheveled. The relatives were all dumbfounded. No one expected Hua Qiu to be so irritable, and even more so to act without considering the consequences. You bastard! Hua Donglai roared in fury, his face turning blue. You're the bastard! Hua Qiu's expression was gloomy. He took a few steps over and grabbed Hua Donglai by the neck. Hua Donglai tried to hide, but there was no way to escape. Hua Qiu grabbed his neck and lifted him up, bringing him in front of Hua Yue. Hua Donglai was shocked. He never imagined that Hua Qiu possessed such great strength. Hua Qiu applied a little force with his hand and pressed down, forcing Hua Donglai to kneel on the ground. Now, apologize to your uncle. Remember, call him uncle, he said fiercely. If you dare call my name again, I'll make sure you're forever forced to kneel. Hua Donglai's face was extremely pale, and he remained silent for a long time. Xiao Qiu, this Hua Yue was startled and at a loss for what to do. Xiao Qiu, don't be impulsive, let go of your cousin. Mother Zhang Lan panicked and shouted to Hua Qiu. But Hua Qiu remained motionless this time. His parents could tolerate it, but he couldn't. Hua Qiu, do you know what you're doing? Release Donglai right now. Uncle San was furious when he saw his son being treated like this. You should think carefully about who you're pinning to the ground. Do you want to quit your job as a public servant? Hua Qiu remained unmoved. Let me go. Hua Donglai struggled, but couldn't break free. Apologize, I apologize. Hua Qiu uttered a few words. Hua Qiu, do you believe I'll dismiss you from your public office? Hua Donglai roared. Withdraw me? Hua Qiu sneered. Didn't you want to know what my position is? I'll tell you then, and see if you can leave or not. 31, Chapter 31 Hu Bin's Revenge. You're just a low-level civil servant. Who gave you the audacity to be so arrogant? Hua Donglai's face turned ashen. Having been forced to kneel on the ground by Hua Qiu, he had completely lost face and was now filled with rage. He has decided to cut off Hua Qiu's path to becoming a civil servant. A low-level grassroots position? Hua Qiu chuckled. His position was indeed a sinecure, but if you told Hua Donglai, it would scare him to death. Hua Donglai, you're just a junior. You've been a leader for a few years and you dare to be so arrogant, not even respecting your elders. What kind of leader are you? You've wasted your time. Hua Qiu said coldly. You dare to lecture me? Hua Donglai said angrily and disdainfully. In his eyes, Hua Qiu had always been a useless person, a disgrace to the Hua family. I don't know what kind of luck this good-for-nothing had to get into a civil service job, but he'll soon lose everything. How can I not teach you a lesson? Hua Qiu looked down at him, slightly increasing the pressure on his hand, and Hua Donglai immediately showed a pained expression. Hua Qiu, release my son immediately. He's the second in command of the Resources Bureau. Have you thought about the consequences of your actions? Hua Qiu's third uncle roared, do you still want to be a public servant? As he spoke, his third uncle was about to come up and forcibly intervene. But Hua Qiu merely waved his hand slightly, and he staggered back several steps, feeling as if all his strength had left him. Xiaoqiu, listen to your mother, let them go quickly. Zhang Lan was extremely anxious, afraid that things would escalate. Son, don't act impulsively and ruin your future, Hua Yue anxiously advised. After all, the positions held by people from East China are not low-ranking, and they cannot afford to offend them. His relatives also offered their advice, implying that he was just a lowly official and didn't dare to mess with a high-ranking leader, urging him to recognize his place. But Hua Qiu had no intention of releasing them at all. He apologized and I released him, Hua Qiu said. You're not worthy of my apology. Hua Donglai was defiant, still full of contempt, and refused to comply no matter what. Then I will cripple you. Hua Qiu said coldly. Hua Donglai felt a chill run down his spine. He felt an unprecedented chill. Hua Qiu didn't want to joke or make boastful claims. Hua Donglai couldn't understand it. This good-for-nothing used to be so subservient to him, how come he's become so domineering now? Does becoming a civil servant really make you this arrogant? Just as Hua Donglai was hesitating about whether to relent. Surround them, don't let a single person escape. A loud shout suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, there was a commotion outside, and it seemed that quite a few people had surrounded the place, making quite a scene. The relatives looked at each other, bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Boom! The next moment, the gate of Hua Qiu's courtyard was forcibly broken down. Knock knock knock. The sound of orderly footsteps rang out, and a group of people in uniforms quickly poured in. Every single one of them is armed to the teeth. The Hua family's courtyard was packed with people, and some were even unable to get in from outside. Don't move! The bullet was chambered and aimed at the entire Hua family. The relatives turned pale with fright, hurriedly raised their hands, and dared not move. Hua Qiu's face was grim. He sensed that the entire Hua family courtyard was completely surrounded, and the other side had mobilized at least 100 people. In such a peaceful era, this is already a very large-scale operation. Sir, what happened? Hua Qiu's parents were also quite frightened and asked cautiously. Humph. With a cold snort, a short-haired middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader stepped forward. That's a question to ask what good things your son has done, he said coldly, his tone aggressive. Hua Qiu? Zhang Lan and Hua Yue looked at their son. Could it be? Is it because he attacked East China that these people invaded? Although Hua Donglai is a fairly high-ranking leader, he probably doesn't have the ability to mobilize so many people. Moreover, this happened far too quickly. Sir, my son is a law-abiding citizen, and he is about to start working as a public official. Is there some misunderstanding? Hua Yue offered him a cigarette and said. The man ignored him completely. Listen up, I am Li Shangqian, the captain of the Beishan Qingxi district security team today. I am ordered to arrest Hua Qiu, a first-class criminal. Li Shangqian said loudly. The Hua family was stunned when they heard him call Hua Qiu a criminal. Sir, my son only had a little conflict with his cousin. It doesn't count as a crime, right? Hua Yue said, his tone pleading. How can it not be a crime? Hua Donglai, who was being pinned to the ground, suddenly felt confident when he saw that the security team had arrived. Openly assaulting a high-ranking public official is a grave crime, an unforgivable crime. Let Hua Qiu wait to go to jail. Hua Dong looked at Li Shangqian. Captain Li, I am the deputy director of the Beishan Resources Bureau. This Hua Qiu dared to insult and assault a high-ranking public official. Arrest him immediately and bring him to justice. Oh? Li Shangqian raised an eyebrow. Perfect, that makes it even more serious, he said with a smile. However, these are all minor issues. Hua Qiu's real sins are far more serious. Hua Qiu assaulted someone at the Beishan Donghu Hotel yesterday, injuring Hu Bin, the young master of Xinghuan Group. Doctors have diagnosed that he will be unable to have sexual intercourse in the future. This is a serious crime. As soon as Li Shangqian finished speaking, the Hua family members' expressions changed. Xinghuan Group is a well-known and truly large enterprise in Beishan City. The Hu family, which controls the Xinghuan Group, is undoubtedly a powerful and wealthy family. Hua Qiu actually made the rich young master suffer so much. When a powerful family is enraged, how can an ordinary person bear it? Zhang Lan and Hua Yue were so frightened that they were completely disoriented and their bodies were trembling. And those relatives all looked grim. I shouldn't have come to this meal, I might have gotten myself into trouble. Hua Qiu, I never expected you to be so audacious, daring to even attack the Hu family. You're guilty. Now you probably won't even get a chance to eat in jail, and your life is in danger. Hua Donglai gloated upon hearing this. Although he was a high-ranking public official, he dared not offend a behemoth like the Hu family. This Hua Qiu is incredibly audacious. You reap what you sow. Hua Qiu, with a cold expression, released Hua Donglai. He glanced indifferently at these so-called security personnel. The dark muzzle of a gun was pointed at him and his family. A murderous intent was spreading through his chest. He looked out of the courtyard gate. You lot, you've had your fill of the show, haven't you? Why don't you get out here now? He shouted coldly. Oomph, arrogant brat. A voice rang out from outside the courtyard gate. The security team made way for them. Several people appeared. They were all acquaintances. Hua Qiu saw Zhou Yuan and her mother Wang Ping, and she also saw Hu Bin sitting in a wheelchair. The middle-aged man pushing Hu Bin looked angry. He must be the head of the Hu family, and he was the one who spoke just now. Hua Qiu, when you hurt me, did you ever think about this moment? Hu Bin said, his voice filled with boundless hatred, each word distinct and clear. Today, I will tear you to pieces. He gritted his teeth. You think you can? Hua Qiu chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. 32, Chapter 32. Nobody can touch me. Hua Qiu, do you think that just because the Zhong family is protecting you, I won't dare to touch you? Hu Bin sneered, his expression filled with malice. The Zhong family is powerful, but this time, even the Zhong family can't protect you. The arrest warrant is in order, and your bodyguard isn't here today. You're finished. I, this young master, will torture you until you're unrecognizable, skin you alive, and drink your blood, to vent my hatred. Hu Bin became more and more agitated as he spoke, and almost fell off his wheelchair. Even now, he still feels excruciating pain in his lower body. But driven by revenge, he endured the pain to come here. He couldn't bear it if he didn't vent his anger. Hu Bin's ferocity terrified Hua Qiu's parents. Son, what did you do? How did you get like this? Zhang Lan asked, her face filled with fear and worry. Hua Qiu, why are you so impulsive? Do you think you can mess with the young master of the Hu family? Hua Yuwei directly reprimanded Hua Qiu. Everyone, my son has done something wrong. It's my fault for not teaching him well. The responsibility lies with me. I am willing to take all the blame for him. Please be lenient and don't make things too difficult for him, Hua Yuwei pleaded with the Hu family. Dad, you don't need to beg them. They can't do anything to me, Hua Qiu said. I can't do anything to you? The head of the Hu family snorted coldly, his expression stern. Kid, even in this situation, you still dare to talk big today. You won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. You dare to do this to my son, you'll have to pay 10 times, 100 times the price. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and looked around. A mere 100 or so people, is this all the confidence they have? Loading guns, is that all the courage they have? Innocent. Well, you Hua Qiu, you really are utterly wicked. Hua Donglai suddenly jumped out. Dear members of the Hu family, I am Hua Donglai, the Deputy Director of the Resources Bureau. Although I am related to Hua Qiu, I am determined to put righteousness above family ties. If there is anything I can do to help, I will do my best. He put on a righteous act and flattered the Hu family. You have a good eye, I'll remember you, said the head of the Hu family. Eliminating evil and upholding justice is the duty of every public official, Hua Donglai said with a pleased expression, putting on a grand and dignified air. Donglai, how could you do this? Zhang Lan and Hua Yuwei were extremely surprised. Those are blood relatives, how could they be so cold-blooded and heartless? Humph, he deserved it. Hua Donglai sneered. We are also willing to help. The bad things Hua Qiu did have nothing to do with us, we can testify. Seeing Hua Donglai being praised, the other members of the Hua family quickly said, and expressed their willingness to help. Hua Qiu, you are incredibly audacious, you even dared to injure the young master of the Hu family, you should surrender immediately. They shouted righteously. Hua Qiu's expression was icy. Is this what they call relatives? Oh. You, Zhang Lan and Hua Yuwei were heartbroken and could hardly accept it. They never expected these people to defect so readily, and even to aid and abet the evildoers. The couple were utterly disappointed in these relatives. Is this what it means to be abandoned by everyone? Hu Bin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hua Qiu, I'd really like to know how you're feeling right now. What else could he be feeling? If I were him, I'd probably be furious. Zhou Yuan's mother, Wang Ping, said with a grin, even if I were furious, it wouldn't do any good, he deserved it. Zhou Yuan looked coldly at Hua Qiu and shook her head. If only I had known this would happen, she sighed. Hua Qiu was indeed beyond her expectations. She never dreamed that Hua Qiu could climb the social ladder and marry the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. At the restaurant, she was severely humiliated and left completely dishonored. But in the end, Hua Qiu still met a tragic end. Hua Qiu, how could you possibly defeat me? Zhou Yuan's eyes held both mockery and a sigh. For a moment in the restaurant, she regretted it. But that probably won't happen again. Hua Qiu, you will pay a heavy price for your recklessness. Don't even think about struggling, it's useless, Zhou Yuan said. It's better to be more decisive and leave with dignity, so that I won't look down on you until the very end. For the sake of our past relationship, I can still plead with young master Hu Bin on your behalf to spare you some suffering. Hua Qiu suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? You're about to die and you're still laughing. Hu Bin asked, clearly annoyed. Do you think that everything is under your control and that I am doomed to die today? Hua Qiu said mockingly. Otherwise what? Hu Bin sneered. Do you think there's any other possibility today? Look closely, there are hundreds of security team members here, and take a good look at those loaded gun barrels. Even if you were a celestial being, you wouldn't be able to escape today. Hua Qiu shook his head indifferently. He will not run away today. They weren't planning to take any action. Give up. Even if your bodyguard were here, you would all be dead. Hu Bin said. Hua Qiu glanced around once more. A security team abusing its power for personal gain, cold-hearted relatives, Hua Donglai waiting to watch the show, Hu Bin smugly seeking revenge, and Zhou Yuan coldly observing with a mocking expression. It's rare to have so many people here. Dad, Mom, don't worry, no one can touch me today, Hua Qiu said to her worried parents. My son, how can we not worry? Zhang Lan was almost in tears. Hua Yue looked grim, racking his brains but unable to come up with a solution. Hua Qiu, you really acted too impulsively this time. Hua Yue's expression was full of helplessness. He decided that even if it meant death, he would fight for the mother and daughter to have a chance to escape. They won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Hu Bin sneered. Attack, anyone who dares to resist can be shot on the spot, the Hu family will take full responsibility. At a single command, the security team is ready to take action. The Zhong family has come to offer their congratulations and request an audience with Mr. Hua. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard, a loud shout. In an instant, panic appeared on the faces of Hu Bin and his son. The Zhong family is showing signs of becoming the most powerful family in Beishan, and their strength is much greater than that of the Hu family. Hua Qiu, is this what you're relying on, so you were prepared all along? Hu Bin said angrily. Keep the Zhong family out of the courtyard. The Hu family patriarch suddenly declared, his expression resolute. Even if the Zhong family insists on interfering today, you won't escape this calamity. At worst, we'll just break ties with the Zhong family. Arrest them. The head of the Hu family waved his hand. Immediately, 3 men approached Hua Qiu and his family with guns. Wu Pingqing, the branch leader of the Beishan Martial Alliance, along with 3 of his subordinates, have come to offer their congratulations and request an audience with Mr. Hua. Suddenly, another voice rang out from outside the courtyard. What? This time, not only the Hu family father and son, but also Li Shangxian, the captain of the security team, had a drastic change in expression. The branch head of the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance is one of the few people in Beishan who has the most influence. Even Captain Li Shangxian couldn't say a word in front of those big shots. Why is even this person here? The head of the Hu family was extremely shocked. Isn't Hua Qiu's backer the Zhong family? How did he get involved with Wu Pingqing? At this moment, no one dared to make a move. The weight of the Martial Alliance branch minister was enough to intimidate everyone. The military governor of Beishan district, accompanied by 21 high-ranking military officers, has come to offer his congratulations and request an audience with Mr. Hua. Suddenly, an even louder shout rang out. How is that possible? In an instant, the Hu father and son were struck dumb, their eyes wide with shock. 33. Who is Mr. Hua in chapter 33? My lord, how did he end up in a place like this? Captain Li Shangxian looked surprised and somewhat incredulous. The military governor of Beishan, a top general of Xiaguo with a renowned reputation. Commanding 100,000 troops, he held a strategic position in a corner of the land, safeguarding the peace of the Xia kingdom. Such a big shot actually brought 21 high-ranking executives from headquarters to come here to congratulate Mr. Hua. Li Shangxian heard it clearly. The person who made the announcement used the words "please see me." Li Shangxian couldn't imagine what kind of person he was, that even the military governor had to report to him and request an audience. Does such a place exist in Beishan? What on earth is going on? The Hu family father and son were completely panicked. The situation had developed beyond their expectations. The Zhong family, Wu Pingqing, the branch leader of the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance, and even the general and military governor personally came. Please see Mr. Hua. Which Mr. Hua is it? Please don't let anything else go wrong. Zhou Yuan's expression changed as well. She didn't know the level of those important figures who came, but just looking at the expressions on the faces of the Hu family father and son was enough to terrify her. She recalled the series of sudden changes that had occurred at the hotel and began to feel uneasy. When she looked at Hua Qiu and saw that Hua Qiu's face was calm, her unease grew stronger. This matter has become such a big deal. Hua Donglai, who was unaware of the background, was very surprised. It seems Hua Qiu is doomed this time. Even top figures have been alerted as really something. He naively believed that Hua Qiu had once again provoked an extraordinary being. A commotion arose outside the courtyard. "Who are you people? How dare you even stop the warlord? How audacious!" someone shouted angrily. Li Shangqian, who was inside the courtyard, immediately jumped up and hurriedly ran outside. Let them through now. Are you out of your minds? You even dare to stop the warlord," he shouted as he ran. The security team members were trembling with fear and quickly moved aside. "Your Excellency, I deserve to die. We were on a mission here. We didn't mean to obstruct us." Li Shangqian's voice rang out at the courtyard gate, looking extremely frightened, and he kept apologizing. "Get out of here." The military personnel were unimpressed with him and shouted angrily. Li Shangqian stepped aside cautiously. The rest of the guards stood watch outside, while the warlord led two men into the Hua family's residence. He walked with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger, exuding an imposing aura without anger. Following behind, Wu Pingqing and the Zhong family members also came in. The Bai family from the western suburbs of the capital has come with a small gift to congratulate Mr. Hua on his promotion. Please grant us an audience. Suddenly, a loud announcement rang out from outside the courtyard. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The Bai family? Which Bai family? Someone asked, looking completely bewildered. Could it be the Bai family, a super rich family in the western suburbs of the capital? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. These words stunned everyone. The Bai family in the western suburbs of the capital is one of the top 10 super rich families in the entire Xia kingdom. People couldn't help but be surprised. Compared to the super rich families in the capital, these so-called wealthy families in Beishan City are no different from local gentry. They are the real top-tier elite families. His power was immense, and his wealth rivaled that of a nation. Even the top elite families in the capital have come to congratulate Mr. Hua, Hua Donglai murmured. Who exactly were they congratulating, Mr. Hua? It seems like they're the only ones here with the surname Hua. The Dongfang family of Nanshan in the capital congratulates Mr. Hua on his promotion to a high position and has come to offer their congratulations. Please grant us an audience. Just as he was surprised, another voice rang out. What, Nanshan Dongfang? This time, everyone in the courtyard was even more shocked. Because the Dongfang family in Nanshan, the capital, is no ordinary family. The Dongfang family is also a top-tier wealthy family. But they are also very special. The Dongfang family, with a history spanning hundreds of years, is an ancient and prominent family in the Xia kingdom. Their presence is felt everywhere in the leadership of the Xia kingdom. The Eastern family could stomp their feet and the Xia kingdom would tremble. Although the rumors are exaggerated, they reveal a lot. That's the Dongfang family, they've actually come here, someone said, their face full of disbelief. Mr. Hua, are they all here to congratulate Mr. Hua? Who exactly is Mr. Hua? The Xianyuan clan of the imperial capital has come to congratulate Mr. Hua and requests an audience. Before he could even process the previous message, the call to audience arose again. Xianyuan, everyone gasped, feeling dizzy. Ancient royalty. Today, they are also one of the top clans in the Xia kingdom, with an unfathomable background. Even those arrogant people have come to this remote mountain area. What could possibly make them willing to condescend? The Tian family of the Jiangnan military industry has come to offer their congratulations. Please grant us an audience. The voice rang out again, resounding and firm. The Tian family, yet another super rich family. The crowd had become somewhat numb. What's wrong with me today? The Su family from Jiangbei has come to offer their congratulations. East of the Dragon River, the Zhuge family has come to offer their congratulations. The Gao family of the snowy plains north of the Tianshan Mountains has come to offer their congratulations. As if on cue, congratulatory messages rang out one after another like firecrackers. Each voice represents a super rich family or a top-tier power. Without exception, they were all there to congratulate Mr. Hua. Even now, the people inside the compound are still completely baffled. Normally, these top families and forces each reside in their own territory, all exuding the air of kings. Today, they all came to this rural place by chance, just to congratulate one person. What kind of person can have such a lot of influence? In my entire life I've never seen so many top-tier figures, Hua Donglai said absent-mindedly. He has achieved remarkable success at a young age, and his future prospects are limitless. But no matter how high he climbs, some levels will always remain a dream for him. My God, what's going on today? What happened? Captain Li Shangqian couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The earth-shattering spectacle left him bewildered. Here Mingit was clearly the place he came to arrest people. What exactly happened? The Hu father and son looked terrified. They came for revenge. But now that things have changed so drastically, how can they possibly take revenge? Zhou Yuan clutched her chest and closed her eyes. She felt inexplicably flustered and her mind was in turmoil. The unease in my heart grew stronger. She didn't know what was going on, nor could she predict what would happen next. No one in the courtyard could remain calm. Except for one person. Zhou Yuan glanced at Hua Qiu and saw that he looked perfectly normal, as if nothing could frighten him. How can he remain calm? Anyone would be unable to stay calm in a situation like this. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but frown, feeling a tightness in her chest. Top-tier wealthy families flocked to the scene, and outside the Hua family compound, a multitude of powerful figures waited silently. The courtyard was extremely quiet. At that moment, everyone had only one question in their minds. Who is that Mr. Hua? Which Mr. Hua is it? 34, Chapter 34. He is Mr. Hua. Captain, should we let them through or not? A voice came from outside the courtyard. Captain Li Shangqian's face turned a deep liver color. Release them, of course we'll release them, you bunch of idiots. He was furious. How could those subordinates be so stupid? Which of those big shots outside could he stop? Soon, the members of the wealthy family filed in. The Hua family's courtyard is small. Upon entering, one is greeted by a strange scene in the courtyard. Put down your guns now, are you blind? Li Shangqian shouted angrily. The security team members quickly complied. Get out now. Li Shangqian shouted, jumping up and down. Even after the security team withdrew, the courtyard remained crowded. Because there are too many people. Many prestigious families gathered together. The stern-faced warlord walked up to Hua Qiu and, unusually, smiled. Commander-in-Chief of Beishan, having heard of Mr. Hua's happy occasion, I have come to offer my congratulations. The soldiers are all penniless, so I have only brought a small gift. I hope you will not mind, the commander-in-chief said with a smile, and ordered someone to present a brocade box. Apart from a few people who knew the truth, everyone else was completely baffled. They didn't know who the warlord was congratulating, whether it was Mr. Hua or someone else. There are several people here with the surname Hua. Hua Qiu nodded subtly. The warlord had the brocade box placed in front of Hua Qiu's parents. The couple were completely stunned. Is the military governor congratulating them? But they didn't recognize this general. Mr. Hua, I am an honest and upright official, and I am not very well off. This is just a small gift, please excuse me, Wu Pingqing said apologetically, and took out a box as well. A 300-year-old ginseng, just a small token. After saying that, he placed it on the table in front of Hua Qiu's parents. The Zhong family members stepped forward. Mr. Hua, thanks to you, the Zhong family was spared. We heard that you have good news today, so the whole Zhong family has come to congratulate you, Zhong Yuanshan said respectfully and gratefully. He also took out a beautiful box. As agreed, half of the Zhong family's assets belong to you. Zhong Yuanshan's words astonished everyone in the room. Unlike the previous two, Zhong Yuanshan handed the box directly to Hua Qiu. At this point, who doesn't understand? Mr. Hua, is that Hua Qiu? My God, it's Mr. Hua. Hua Donglai's eyes nearly popped out. The Hu father and son looked terrified. Zhou Yuan was incredulous, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Wang Ping was completely bewildered and couldn't react for a long time. Captain Li Shangqian looked horrified, and cold sweat poured down his face in an instant. The Hua family's relatives were speechless with astonishment. The military governor of Beishan is a top-tier figure who commands a large army. Wu Pingqing, the branch manager, is one of the 3 highest-ranking officials in Beishan. The Zhong family is a top-tier wealthy family in Beishan. They were all there to congratulate Hua Qiu. Even more impressive are the top wealthy families from all over the country. They all came to congratulate Hua Qiu. What a huge amount of face that must be. Everyone was utterly shocked, and some nearly fainted on the spot. It's absolutely incredible. Why is that? Hua Qiu, a child from an ordinary family, was a cripple not long ago. What merit or ability does he possess to be surrounded by so many powerful figures, treated like royalty? What exactly is his identity? The shocked people couldn't understand it at all. The Hu father and son looked extremely grim. It is certain that their plan has completely failed. Sanctioning Hua Qiu is now a pipe dream, and they themselves are probably in dire straits. How could Hu Bin couldn't say anything, his eyes wide open, he was almost dumbfounded. He didn't understand, he just couldn't understand. At the restaurant, the Zhong family was there to support Hua Qiu, but here, his understanding of the world was completely overturned. What right does he have to trample on and rub a cripple like him? Any force here could easily wipe out the Hu family. And yet they dared to attempt to destroy an entity that was sought after by numerous superpowers. This can't be right. Hua Donglai's face turned ashen, and he panicked. He finally remembered Hua Qiu's words. Can you please remove me from my post? What kind of official position is this that even the military governor treats him with respect, that even top wealthy families come to congratulate him? Hua Donglai couldn't even imagine it. His mind was a complete mess, he was no longer quite normal. How could this happen? Zhou Yuan seemed to have lost her soul. She had a bad feeling, but she was still so shocked that she was disoriented and couldn't calm down for a long time. How could someone who was once a sycophant have become so dazzling? It was a dazzling level of brilliance that she never dared to imagine. He received compliments from many influential figures and was sought after by top wealthy families. She couldn't imagine what Hua Qiu had done to reach such a height that she could only dream of. The Hua family's relatives were all dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a long time. They were stunned and dumbfounded. Those of mediocre status and position could not comprehend Hua Qiu's level of understanding. They could only be astonished as if they were insane, and then filled with fear and unease. Xiao Qiu, Hua Qiu's parents were equally shocked, looking at their son as if they didn't recognize him. Dad, Mom, I'll explain later. The 2 elders had complicated expressions. The surprise was so great it was almost like a shock. Now everyone has only one question in their minds. What exactly is Hua Qiu's identity? They couldn't think of anything, their imaginations were utterly lacking at that moment. Congratulations, Mr. Hua, you are truly young and promising. Please come visit our family sometime. All the top wealthy families swarmed over. Please accept this small gift. It's just a small token of my appreciation. People from top-tier wealthy families are extraordinary figures anywhere else. But in front of Hua Qiu, they were unusually polite and humble. One after another, wealthy families offered lavish gifts. When a wealthy family makes a move, it naturally won generally. Each gift was extremely expensive, representing astronomical sums. The Hua family's courtyard was piled high with those kinds of things. The jewels gleamed and competed for attention, dazzling the eyes. Zhou Yuan stared, completely mesmerized. She was a gold digger, and she looked down on Hua Qiu because of his mediocre family background. Every single item here is incredibly expensive. Zhou Yuan felt her mouth go dry. Now those things are piled up all over the yard, looking cheap. All of these were gifts from wealthy families to Hua Qiu. Zhou Yuan's emotions were more complicated than ever before. If she hadn't done that. Could all of these belong to her? Zhou Yuan was in a panic, feeling a little short of breath, as if there was a blockage in her heart. Xiao Qiu, what exactly happened? Hua Yue stared at Hua Qiu with a serious expression. This was beyond what the couple could bear. Dad, Mom, didn't I tell you that I became a civil servant and got a stable job? Hua Qiu smiled slightly. A public servant. Hua Yue was speechless for a moment. What level of public official could possibly command such a display of power? 35, Chapter 35, Awarding of the Royal Patriots. Counselor Jean Tianlin has come to confer the title upon Mr. Hua Qiu. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. This shout had an impact greater than any previous elite families. Like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The jury members, it's unbelievable that even someone like them, who's usually only seen in the news, has actually made an appearance. Members, even members of parliament have come. Hua Donglai's voice trembled, and he stammered. He was truly shocked. As a public employee at the leadership level, I am well aware of the status and importance of the jury members. Normally, members of parliament only appear when dealing with major events in the Xia kingdom or negotiating important matters with other countries. That was a super big shot that even his boss never had the chance to meet. Hua Donglai finds it difficult to describe his feelings at this moment. It seemed that all senses were beginning to go numb, and the soul felt like it was about to leave the body. Hu Bin and the others turned pale. Someone has been sent. How could Hua Qiu's influence be so terrifying? At this moment, they felt an immense chasm separating them from Hua Qiu. A counselor came to our house? Zhang Lan and Hua Yue looked extremely surprised. As an ordinary citizen, I was actually able to meet a top figure in the Xia kingdom. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the counselor had already entered the Hua family's courtyard. He was a sprightly old man with half-gray hair and glasses, followed by several people. Greetings, Representative Kim. Governor Beishan and Wu Pingqing and others immediately stood at attention, saluted, and greeted him respectfully. Even those from wealthy families obediently bowed and greeted him. Tu Ve met the counselor. Hua Donglai stammered, sweating profusely as he bowed deeply. Representative Kim didn't even look at him, but simply nodded to some other people. The Hua family's relatives were already terrified and speechless, and could only stand there dumbfounded. Hu Bin and his son, along with Zhou Yuan and her daughter, retreated to a corner. Now, they have no right to speak here, because they are too low level. Even the lowest ranking person who comes is considered a super big shot by them. Even Li Shangqin could only stand on the edge, trembling with fear, without even having the right to speak. Mr. Hua Qiu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Representative Jean walked straight up to Hua Qiu, smiled, and extended his hand to shake hands with him. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and shook hands with him. Upon first contact, he had already discerned that this counselor was a rather powerful martial arts master. His strength surpasses that of Long Yuan, being a level above Long Yuan. You two must be Mr. Hua Qiu's parents. It's a pleasure to meet you. Representative Jean looked at Zhang Lan and Hua Yue, smiling as he prepared to shake their hands. Thank you both for nurturing such a remarkable pillar of the Xia kingdom as Mr. Hua Qiu. Zhang Lan and Hua Yue were so nervous they couldn't speak, and hurriedly reached out their hands. They never imagined that one day they would be able to shake hands with a member of parliament. Originally, the speaker should have come in person to confer the title upon Mr. Hua Qiu today, but he was busy with official duties, so he sent me to do it on his behalf. I hope Mr. Hua Qiu doesn't mind, Counselor Jean said with a smile. Everyone present stared wide-eyed. A member of parliament, speaking to Hua Qiu with such politeness. Why is that? Could he possibly be on equal footing with the members of the Xia kingdom's parliament? Just thinking about it made everyone tremble with fear, exclaiming that it was impossible. It's all right, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. He already knew. Actually, this was all his request. According to the procedure, he should go to the highest level in the capital, where the leader of the Martial Alliance will personally bestow the title upon him and announce it to the world. But he disliked attracting attention, which is why he requested that everything be kept simple. He even demanded that the martial alliance keep the news under wraps, but it was clear that the conferment of a national hero title was no small matter. As soon as the martial alliance took action, the top families of Xia Kingdom got the news and rushed to the alliance to curry favor. The support of a national hero is still extremely important. Now, I will formally confer the title on behalf of Mr. Huaqiu. Representative Jin's expression turned solemn. Someone carrying a jade plate walked slowly towards us. On the jade plate lay a purple gold medal. I, Jin Tianlin, a member of the Xia Kingdom's Judgment Council, on behalf of the Council's chairman, hereby confer upon Mr. Huaqiu the title of National Hero of Xia Kingdom. Jin Tianlin solemnly proclaimed. A national hero, Hua Donglai trembled a few times upon hearing this. He finally knew what Huaqiu's position was. He is a worthy man of the nation and a vital asset to the country. What a prestigious title that is. So this is what a sinecure is. Hua Donglai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had previously mocked Huaqiu, saying he was just wasting his life. But he never expected that the sinecure was actually a national treasure. A national hero. Huaqiu is a national hero. Zhou Yuan's body immediately went weak, and she almost couldn't stand up. Wuxia refers to a national treasure revered by the Xia state. Its sublimity and holiness are beyond words. In terms of status alone, the title of national scholar surpasses many important positions, and each national scholar possesses enormous privileges. If they wanted to seize power, they could easily wield incredible and immense authority. Zhou Yuan finally understood why even someone as powerful as the military governor of Beishan treated Huaqiu with such courtesy. Why are top-tier wealthy families flocking to curry favor with them? Simply because he is a national hero. I'm doomed. Hu Bin's mind went blank, and his scalp tingled. Hu Bin's father looked extremely grim. Captain Li Shangqian was so frightened he almost wet himself, his face turning ashen. Tonight, they've come to arrest Huaqiu, they've even forged an arrest warrant and intend to kill him. Our son has actually become a national hero. Zhang Lan and Hua Youwei's minds almost went blank, and they couldn't react for a long time. The surprise was so great that it far exceeded their expectations. The couple thought they were dreaming. They need some time to process this. How did Huaqiu become a national hero? What? The most bewildered were none other than the Hua family's relatives. They were filled with regret. When the Hu family brought people to arrest people, they did not hesitate to switch sides and testify against Huaqiu. Before I knew it, he had become a highly respected national hero. Originally, it was a great joy to have a national hero in the family. But now they feel as uncomfortable as if they've swallowed a fly. How does Huaqiu view them? It's good enough if we don't cause them trouble. After careful consideration, it has been decided to award Huaqiu the title of Hall of Fame. Representative Kim announced loudly. It's actually at the Hall of Fame level. People from all the major wealthy families were extremely surprised. In the past, 99% of those who were first awarded the title of national hero were meritorious service level. It is extremely rare for someone like Huaqiu to directly ascend to the Hall of Fame level in one go. Besides, he's so young, who can predict what he'll achieve in the future? Coming today was definitely the right decision. The wealthy family member was extremely relieved. Wu Pingqing, the branch leader of the Beishan Martial Arts Alliance, looked strange. If these people knew that the Martial Alliance leader initially wanted to give Huaqiu the title of National Guardian, I wonder what their expressions would be. Representative Kim personally pinned the medal on Huaqiu. Huaqiu looked up at the people in the corner, a slight smile appearing on her lips. It's time for a reckoning. 36, Chapter 36 begins the liquidation. When Huaqiu looked over, Hu Bin and the others were instantly horrified. Hu Bin, Chairman Hu, and the captain of the security team, didn't you want to arrest me? Are you going to kill me here today? Huaqiu sneered. Whoever he points to trembles. When they arrived, they were aggressive and menacing. Everyone is trembling with fear right now. Huaqiu is now a national hero, holding a high position and renowned reputation, making him someone they can only aspire to but never reach. Who would dare to call for arrests? How dare I retaliate? What, you want to arrest a national hero of the highest caliber? Upon hearing this, Representative Kim's brows furrowed and his face darkened. How dare you disrespect a national hero like him? The North Mountain commander's face contorted with rage. Believe it or not, I'll immediately lead my troops here and annihilate you all. A national hero cannot be insulted. This is an ironclad law. You people have no guts. How dare you disregard the law and commit insubordination? You deserve to die. The members of the powerful families also spoke up with unfriendly expressions. A barrage of oppressive gazes fell upon Hu Bin and his companions, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. Your Excellency, I was forced into this. Captain Li Shangqian was the first to give in and scramble to the front. He had never regretted anything so much in his life. It was only after the Hu family promised him huge rewards that he mobilized his men to arrest Hua Qiu. They said that Hua Qiu was just an ordinary civilian with no background. Li Shangqian thought that arresting an ordinary citizen wouldn't cause any problems. He hated the Hu family father and son to death. A noble and virtuous man, and this guy calls himself an ordinary citizen with no background? At this point, Li Shangqian was terrified. Offending a national hero could, to put it bluntly, even warrant execution. It's all that Hu family father and son's fault. They framed Huaguosher. I didn't know Huaguosher's identity and thought he was a criminal, so I took action. It's all their fault. Li Shangqian said repeatedly, trying to shirk responsibility. I know I have committed an unforgivable crime, but I beg you, Your Excellency and Huaguosher, to show leniency and spare me this time. I promise I will never be deceived by villains again and will do my job conscientiously. Li Shangqian kept begging for mercy. He Huaqiu chuckled softly. Li Shangqian, captain of the Beishan Qingxi district security team, accepted bribes and forged an arrest warrant. His crimes are heinous. The security team members, unable to distinguish right from wrong, destroyed my home and threatened my family. Their crimes are equally unforgivable. As Hua Qiu delivered his verdict-like speech, everyone in the security team turned pale with fright. Li Shangqian has been dismissed from his post and is under investigation. He has been classified as a first-degree criminal and is awaiting further instructions from higher authorities. All members of the security team present have been arrested. He will be sentenced according to the appropriate terms, Hua Qiu said calmly. As a national hero, he enjoyed more than 100 privileges. Even with such interference in certain units, it was easy to pronounce judgment on the crimes of Li Shangqian and others. I'm finished. Li Shangqian collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. He could accept being dismissed and investigated. He could be classified as a first-degree criminal, and he would suffer inhuman torture. Whether he would live to leave prison was uncertain. He may spend the rest of his life inside repenting. The security team members were so frightened that their legs trembled and they could barely stand. The crime of offending a national hero is too grave for anyone to bear. Heaven knows what the verdict will be. The military governor of Beishan came in, arrested the security team members, and then handed them over to the relevant authorities. Hu Bin, Chairman Hu, you two bastards have ruined me. Li Shangqian cried out as he was dragged away. Hu Bin and his son were also trembling all over. They didn't know how Hua Qiu would deal with them. Hua Qiu glanced at the Hu family father and son, as well as Zhou Yuan and her daughter, and smiled slightly. Let them be afraid for now. Hua Donglai. Hua Qiu turned his gaze to the person huddled on the edge. He seemed to want to hide in the shadows and go unnoticed. But it was no use. Hua Qiu remembered him. Cousin, Hua Donglai walked out tremblingly, his face looking worse than if he were crying. Now you can call him cousin? Hua Qiu said with a mocking expression. Before, he used to call Hua Qiu by the name so naturally, and his tone was always lecturing. Even Hua Qiu's own uncle dared to address him by his first name. Cousin, to know I was wrong, but could you please forgive me this once, for the sake of our family ties? I promise I'll never do it again, Hua Donglai pleaded softly. He never imagined that he would feel so humble in front of Hua Qiu one day. He was the pride of the Hua family, the most dazzling and prestigious person in the family. Hua Donglai, you graduated from a prestigious university and rose to the position of Deputy Director of the Resources Bureau at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead of you, Hua Qiu said calmly. It's a pity that as your official position has risen, you've become arrogant and disrespectful, failing to distinguish between elders and juniors and showing no respect for your elders whatsoever. The higher your official rank, the worse your influence on society will become. You should quit being a civil servant and go home to farm. Hua Qiu waved his hand. Hua Donglai was dumbfounded. He once clamored to remove Hua Qiu's public employees. Unexpectedly, it's him who's now being dismissed. And it was just a matter of Hua Qiu saying a word. Moreover, he will never be able to embark on an official career again. He had put in so much effort for the position of deputy minister, how could he bear to give it up? Cousin, I was wrong, please, don't fire me, we're family. Hua Donglai abandoned all pride and knelt down before Hua Qiu with a thud, pleading repeatedly. Hua Qiu watched coldly from the sidelines. Now you're bringing up family ties? Not long ago, I was supposed to help the Hu family father and son kill him. He's not one to be soft-hearted. Hua Qiu, Donglai is your cousin, can't you show some consideration? Hua Donglai's father said with a bitter face. Hua Qiu, we're all family, don't be so harsh, just teach him a lesson. It's always best for a family to stay harmonious, other relatives chimed in. Persuade. Hua Qiu's face was icy cold. Do you even have the right to speak here? He said coldly. His words left his relatives speechless and filled them with fear and unease. They realized that Hua Qiu was a national hero, no longer their junior, and that a single word from him could decide their life or death. Hua Qiu remembered the true colors of these people. From this day forward, you are no longer relatives of the Hua family, and you are never allowed to set foot in the Hua family's gate again. Hua Qiu said again. The relatives looked very grim. Hua Qiu is now a national hero, yet they don't even have the chance to curry favor with him. They themselves destroyed their precious family ties. They could only look at Hua Qiu's parents with pitiful expressions. Xiao Qiu, calm down and forgive them, Zhang Lan advised. Son, we're family after all, let it go after you've vented your anger, Hua Yue sighed. Dad, Mom, I'll make the decision about this, Hua Qiu said earnestly. He knew his parents were soft-hearted. He was already being very lenient by not pursuing those people's crimes. If it weren't for the fact that they were relatives, how could they have escaped? Zhang Lan and Hua Yue sighed repeatedly and said nothing more. They also knew that Hua Qiu wasn't entirely cold-blooded, but the actions of her relatives were indeed disheartening. After dealing with these people, Hua Qiu finally looked at the Hu family father and son and Zhou Yuan and her daughter. His gaze became sharper than ever before. They were the instigators of his tragic life in his previous life. His mother died of illness, and his sister disappeared. He felt guilty and tormented for thousands of years. The past is still vivid in my mind. How can we let them off so easily? 37, Chapter 37, Showing No Mercy. Hua Qiu left these people to be dealt with last, and in a short period of time, they suffered great inner torment. Everyone was filled with anxiety, unsure of what kind of punishment they would receive. Hu Bin and his son were filled with deep regret. How did we end up provoking such a terrifying being? I really didn't expect that you could actually rise to the position of a national hero, Hu Bin said with a bitter smile, looking miserable. He knew that Hua Qiu would not let him go. On the day of Hua Qiu's engagement, he had an affair with Hua Qiu's fiancée, injured Hua's family members, and trampled on Hua Qiu underfoot. No man could endure such humiliation. Why can a piece of trash like you turn things around and climb to such an unattainable height? Hu Bin said with a face full of resentment. Once upon a time, that person was just a cripple whom he could bully at will. How did it suddenly transform into something so earth-shattering? Hua Qiu looked at him coldly. Are you done talking? Hua Qiu asked coldly. No matter how unwilling Hu Bin is, he must pay the price for his past misdeeds. Hua Guosher, can you give the Hu family a chance? Hu Bin's father pleaded, we are willing to do anything as long as you have mercy on us. The Hu family is a prominent family in Beishan with a strong foundation, and he cannot stand by and watch the Hu family be destroyed in his hands. Ultimately, it was Hu Bin who provoked you. All the wrongdoings he committed have nothing to do with the Hu family. The Hu family can hand him over and let you deal with him as you see fit. Hu Bin's father said coldly. Upon hearing this, Hu Bin's expression immediately changed. He was shocked, never expecting that his own father would abandon him without hesitation at this moment. Dad, how could you? Hu Bin said in disbelief. Shut up. Hu Bin's father's face was fierce. If it weren't for you, you bastard, our Hu family wouldn't have suffered such a devastating disaster. I truly regret giving birth to such a wicked child. Hu Bin broke down. The pressure from Huaqiu already terrified him, and now that his family had abandoned him, his psychological defenses had collapsed. And this Zhou family, mother and daughter, they are the real culprits. If it weren't for them, the Hu family wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Huaguosher, you must not let them off lightly. Hu Bin's father pointed at Zhou Yuan and her daughter, his face full of resentment. Zhou Yuan and Wang Ping huddled together in fear. They had tried to curry favor with the Hu family, but now the Hu family resents them and bites back. What a fine patriarch of the Hu family. Huaqiu watched coldly, a mocking smile on his face. This is what a large family is like, so cold-blooded. Do you think I can't deal with Hu Bin unless you hand him over? Huaqiu said coldly. The head of the Hu family paused for a moment. He almost forgot that for a national hero, annihilating a family like the Hu family was as simple as saying a word. The head of the Hu family colluded with the captain of the security team to forge an arrest warrant in an attempt to capture and kill a national hero. How should this be dealt with? Huaqiu asked Wu Pingqing, the branch minister of the Martial Alliance. A lighter sentence would be life imprisonment, a more severe sentence would be execution, Wu Pingqing said coldly. The head of the Hu family began to tremble. Whatever, Huaqiu said non-committally. What about the Hu family's assets, can they all be confiscated? He asked again. Of course, Wu Pingqing replied. However, I believe that Huaguosher has been wronged and humiliated in this farce, and it would be more appropriate for the Hu family's assets to be used to compensate Huaguosher. Huaqiu smiled slightly. Wu Pingqing was very perceptive. However, he had no interest in the Hu family's meager assets. During the battle with Tanlang, he had the Zhong family place bets, and the Zhong family directly gambled away their entire assets. If he wins, the Zhong family will gain 10 times the profit. He didn't want the Zhong family's assets, but even if the gambling money was split equally, he would still be rich enough. The Hu family's money may not be clean. I don't care for it, let's just confiscate it, Huaqiu said, waving his hand. Remember, not a single penny can be left over. Your humble servant obeys. Wu Pingqing replied solemnly. The head of the Hu family collapsed to the ground. The Hu family's hard-earned legacy, built over decades, has been destroyed in the hands of this father and son. A prominent family in Beishan has vanished. Simply because they messed with someone they couldn't afford to offend. Take him away. The men from the Northern Mountain Military Governor's office came up and took the Hu family patriarch away. Zhou Yuan and Wang Ping turned pale. With just a single sentence, Huaqiu caused the family they had tried so hard to curry favor with to disappear. Is this the ability of a national hero? Huaqiu looked at Hu Bin. Just kill me, Hu Bin said with a bitter laugh. He can no longer even be a man, he will never be able to avenge his great grudge, and he has been abandoned by his own father. He is now completely despondent. He had lost the will to live. On the contrary, I don't want you to die, Huaqiu said calmly. You have to live while the entire Hu family is gone. If you try your best, you might be able to revive the family. Huaqiu smiled lightly. I will have someone keep an eye on you at all times, so you won't think about suicide. Hu Bin's face showed anger. He wanted to die, but Huaqiu wouldn't let him. This, on the contrary, was the greatest torment for him. He was a rich young master, arrogant and domineering, indulging in pleasure, to the point that he had no other talents. With the Hu family gone, he'll struggle to survive and might have no choice but to beg for food. Most importantly, he didn't want to live as a eunuch. Huaqiu, one day I'll make you regret this. He could only say viciously. You'll never have that chance, Hua Qiu said dismissively. Hu Bin felt a deep sense of powerlessness, just like Hua Qiu had felt when he had trampled on her feet. Finally, Hua Qiu looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's expression was extremely complicated. After being shocked time and time again, she is now filled with regret. If she hadn't abandoned Hua Qiu back then, but instead married him dutifully, things might be very different now. If I confess to you, will you let me go? She asked tentatively. Hua Qiu remained silent. Zhou Yuan was the direct cause of his tragic past life, the instigator of life. Even though this woman looks pitiful now, Hua Qiu can't forget her wickedness and filth. I've said it before, I will make you return every single penny of the 700,000 yuan in betrothal gifts that the Zhou family swallowed. Now is the time, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Zhou Yuan and Wang Ping looked alarmed. Didn't you say you were going to raid the entire Hu family's property, that 700,000 yuan was already given to Hu Bin for safekeeping? Zhou Yuan said anxiously. That's none of my business, Hua Qiu said, looking impatient. The Hu family's assets have been confiscated and belong to the public, and you also swallowed up the 700,000 yuan dowry. I am only asking you for it. Remember, if you can't repay 700,000 within 3 days, even if you're short by a single penny, be prepared to face my wrath. Hua Qiu showed no mercy. Zhou Yuan and Wang Ping stared, speechless for a long time. Hua Qiu is now a national hero, high above them, and they cannot be allowed to contradict him. They dared not imagine the consequences of disobeying the imperial preceptor's orders. Ultimately, the Zhou family's financial situation isn't much better, and it would be very difficult for them to come up with 700,000 yuan in a short period of time. Oh dear, isn't this making things difficult for me? Wang Ping was extremely distressed, slapping her thigh, almost in tears. When you were making exorbitant demands on my mother, didn't you ever make things difficult for her? Hua Qiu's face darkened, her expression turning menacing. My mother was so desperate that she even had to take out her life-saving money. You only have 3 days. If you can't produce it, you'll pay with your life. Hua Qiu said in a deep voice. Zhou Yuan and Wang Ping were stunned, as if struck by lightning. They finally understood how Hua Qiu's parents had felt. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. This is just the beginning. His anger hadn't been fully vented yet. 38, Chapter 38 News about my sister. All those who offended Hua Qiu were either arrested or driven away. Zhou Yuan, remember, you only have 3 days, Hua Qiu called out to Zhou Yuan as she walked away. Zhou Yuan trembled, nodded helplessly, and then quickly left. For the next 3 days, she had to desperately try to raise money. After finishing her business, Hua Qiu had to deal with the people who came to offer their congratulations. All the top wealthy families showed great goodwill and were very polite to Hua Qiu. By the time everyone had left, it was already 11 p.m. The yard is full of valuable gifts that still need to be sorted out. Hua Qiu turned around and found his parents looking at him, hesitant to speak. Today's Hua Qiu is different from the past. They were so dazzling that they seemed not to recognize them. Dad, Mom, I know what you want to ask, but it's hard to say right now. I'll tell you everything when the time is right, he said earnestly. Okay, we won't ask. Zhenglan nodded. She always trusted Hua Qiu unconditionally. Because this is her biological son. Xiao Qiu, Mom always dreamed that one day you would make something of yourself and regain your vitality. I never imagined that you would actually do it, and do it so amazingly, giving us such a wonderful surprise. Mom is really happy, so happy for you, Zhenglan said, tears welling up in her eyes again. Hua Qiu, you've grown up to the point that even your father has to look up to you, Hua Yuwei said with a look of satisfaction. Dad, Mom, no matter what I become, I will always be your good son. Hua Qiu said solemnly. The couple nodded with satisfaction. Alice, it's a pity your sister Hua Dong isn't here. Zhenglan shook her head regretfully, somewhat saddened. If Hua Dong saw you like this, I don't know how happy he would be. Hua Qiu was speechless. Hua Dong's voice and smile appeared in my mind. She is lively, adorable, considerate, and sensible. She is the best little sister in the world. We have been separated for thousands of years. Hua Qiu longed to see her again. Thinking about it, a surge of anger rose within him. The mighty immortal emperor was reborn, yet he still couldn't find any trace of his younger sister. Even if my current level is low, that is no excuse. My sister must be found. Mom, just wait, it won't be long before I bring my sister to you both, he said, clenching his fist. Zhang Lan nodded. Dad, Mom, you two go and rest first, I'll take care of the rest, Hua Qiu advised. The two obeyed and obediently went inside. With Hua Qiu's skills, tidying up the courtyard would be a very simple matter. After tidying up, I was about to go to Cultivate when my phone rang. Upon opening it, I found a message from an unknown number. Want to know about your sister? If so, go to the big tree at the entrance of your village right now, that's what it said. Hua Qiu's body trembled. Hua Dong, any news? In an instant, he flashed away, not caring who sent the message or whether it was true or not, and sped towards the village entrance. In the blink of an eye, Hua Qiu arrived at the target location. There is a stone the size of a watermelon under the big tree at the entrance of the village. Hua Qiu casually waved his hand, and the stone turned into dust, revealing what lay beneath. It's a small plastic bag. He picked up the bag and opened it. His eyes narrowed instantly. Inside the plastic bag was a broken, emerald green bracelet. This bracelet is very ordinary, it's not made of any precious material, just a cheap item that costs a few dozen yuan at a street stall. But Hua Qiu had a deep impression of this bracelet. This was a gift she gave to her younger sister, Hua Dong. Although it wasn't worth much, Hua Dong cherished it and often wore it on his hand, rarely taking it off. And now it's here. Could it bet that Hua Dong is in danger? The moment that thought crossed Hua Qiu's mind, she became extremely anxious. He quickly took out his phone and dialed the unknown number. But it was just a busy signal, clearly indicating that the other party was refusing to answer. You saw the stuff, right? A message came in. Where is my sister, how is she? Hua Qiu angrily typed and sent the message. If you want to know anything about your sister, you have to listen to me, the other party replied. Boom! Hua Qiu's expression was icy, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the temperature within a 10-foot radius around him to plummet. If anything happens to my sister, I'll make you suffer eternal damnation. His eyes were red. You have no right to threaten me, recognize your situation. The other party replied. Hua Qiu nearly crushed her phone. Someone actually dared to threaten him. After he became a national hero of the highest caliber, who would dare to threaten him? Listen up, tomorrow when we go to a karaoke bar, bring someone with you. If you fail to do so, you will never hear from your sister again. After sending 2 messages, the other end went silent. Bang! Hua Qiu punched a big tree at the entrance of the village. With a deafening roar, the massive tree, which took 2 people to encircle, was blasted open, snapped, and crashed to the ground. For a very long time, no one dared to threaten him. Those who had ever threatened him in the cultivation world and even the immortal realm have long since vanished into thin air. I never expected that my first contact with my sister would be like this. In his past life, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a single clue. Now the cycle has changed, and things are turning in an unknown direction. No matter who it is, if they dare to harm Hua Dong, even if they are the king of heaven himself, I will make sure they die a horrible death. Hua Qiu said viciously. Hua Qiu immediately contacted Long Yuan. Master, please give your orders. Long Yuan responded quickly. A number sent me a message, go check it right now and find out everything. Hua Qiu said. Once you find the person, don't take any action, tell me the location, and I'll go there myself. Long Yuan sensed the anger in Hua Qiu's words and couldn't help but feel a chill. Who is so blind as to dare to provoke someone like Hua Qiu, exist? I'll check right away. Long Yuan said, then hung up. A little while later, Hua Qiu's phone rang again, and he received a multimedia message. An unknown number sent him a photo. Hua Qiu took a look. It was a photo of a girl who looked to be about the same age as her younger sister, Hua Dong. She has a sweet appearance and exudes youthful energy, like a student. Her looks are no less than Zhong Siling's. Once she grows up, she will surely have a stunningly beautiful face that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. A karaoke bar, you want me to kidnap someone? Hua Qiu frowned. The unknown number ordered him to kidnap the girl, or else destroy any information related to Hua Dong. No one has ever been able to threaten me. Hua Qiu's eyes turned fierce, filled with murderous intent. He will definitely get news about Hua Dong. But at the same time, he will not let himself be manipulated. 39, Chapter 39 Hua Dong's Best Friend. Hai Sing Bar is located on a central street in Xingxi District, Beishan City. Bars are usually open at night. At 8 p.m., Hua Qiu arrived at the bar mentioned in the text message. He asked Long Yuan to check the unknown number, but the other party was using a black card and had some methods to interfere with the signal, making it difficult to find out the exact location. Long Yuan said it would take some more time before he could find out who used it and where it was used. So Hua Qiu went to the bar first. Bars are usually noisy places, which Hua Qiu doesn't like. But this bar is a quiet bar, decorated in a rather charming style. Sir, how many are in your party? A waiter greeted him with a smile. One person, please reserve a table, somewhere quiet, Hua Qiu said. Soon, he sat down in a seat on the side. There weren't many people in the bar, just a few here and there. Hua Qiu looked around, searching for the girl in the photo. She didn't arrive until 8:30. The girl was in her early 20s, with long, straight black hair cascading down her shoulders. She was wearing a short-sleeved pleated dress and carrying an electric guitar. The moment she walked in, the entire bar was stunned. It was obvious that most of the patrons in the bar were waiting for her to appear. Cindy has finally arrived, the guest smiled. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. The girl stuck out her tongue shyly, which was very cute. She then went on stage. She is a resident singer at this bar. The girl opened her mouth and sang a heavenly song. Her beautiful singing voice captivated the guests below. Hua Qiu, however, turned her gaze to the entrance of the bar. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses walked in. He walked with a steady gait and calm demeanor. He entered without saying a word, silently walked to an inconspicuous corner of the bar, sat down, and then kept his eyes fixed on the girl on stage. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. He noticed the middle-aged man in sunglasses as soon as he approached the bar. This is a martial artist. Having had extensive contact with the Zhong family and the martial alliance, he can now clearly judge the strength of martial artists below the martial venerable level with just a glance. This person is an 8th-rank martial artist, a high-level martial artist. In Beishan City, such people are considered experts, and each of them holds a high position. Even the patriarch of the Zhong family, Zhong Yuanshan, is only at this level. Zhong Siling and her brother Zhong Ao are both mid-level 5th-grade martial artists, which is considered quite talented among the younger generation in Xia Kingdom. Hua Qiu observed for a moment and found that this person was discreet and kept his eyes on the girl singing on stage. To be precise, he was just observing the slightest movement around her, without showing any malice. This 8th-rank martial artist is here to protect that girl, Hua Qiu concluded. He understood somewhat. The owner of that unknown number threatened him to kidnap the girl, probably because he was wary of this 8th-rank martial artist. Using a martial venerable to counterbalance an 8th-rank martial artist, what a brilliant plan. A cold smile appeared on Hua Qiu's face. Unfortunately, things did not go as he had expected. Hua Qiu called over a waitress and asked her about the girl on stage. Her name is Lin Cindy. She's a student at Beishan University and works part-time here in her spare time, the waiter said. She's beautiful and sings beautifully, all the guests here like her very much. However, you mustn't have any improper thoughts. Her uncle is a very powerful figure. Last time, 2 drunk men tried to harass Cindy, and her uncle simply threw them off the building like a ball. After the waiter left, Hua Qiu fell into deep thought. Lin Cindy, this name sounds vaguely familiar, he muttered to himself. At the same time, he felt as if he had seen the girl somewhere before. Suddenly, Hua Qiu had a flash of inspiration. He remembered. He quickly took out his phone and opened Hua Dongfa's WeChat moments. Scrolling down, I quickly found the girl's photo. In the photo, two sweet girls are posing together, making peace signs and smiling happily, appearing to have a very close relationship. Many of Hua Dong's posts feature girls. This is her best friend. Hua Qiu also commented praising her beauty. Brother, cheer up, and I'll introduce you to the beautiful Cindy. Hua Qiu smiled as he read his sister's reply on WeChat moments. What a coincidence. A mysterious person actually asked him to kidnap his sister's best friend. His anger intensified. That person has already been sentenced to death. Lin Cindy sang in the bar for about 2 hours before leaving. The guests were reluctant to leave, but intimidated by her powerful uncle, they dared not insist on keeping her. She went to the restroom. Hua Qiu stood up and walked outside. He planned to get in touch with Hua Dong's best friend. However, a hand suddenly reached out and stopped him. It was that middle-aged man wearing sunglasses. What is it? Hua Qiu asked, his brows furrowed slightly. You were watching her for a very long time, the middle-aged man in sunglasses said in a deep voice. The patrons in this bar are all paying attention to her, Hua Qiu said casually. You're different. The middle-aged man shook his head. Your gaze shows neither infatuation nor appreciation, but simply a focus on people. You must have some ulterior motive. I advise you not to get close to her, or you'll only make things worse for yourself. The middle-aged man in sunglasses said in a harsher tone. I have no ill intentions, I just have some questions to ask her, Hua Qiu said. The middle-aged man shook his head, indicating that he would not agree. Retreat, and you'll avoid physical pain. His tone turned cold immediately. Hua Qiu remained non-committal and insisted on continuing forward. Insolence! The middle-aged man's face turned angry, and he reached out to grab Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu looked displeased. A mere 8th-rank martial artist thinks he can stop him? Looking at the large hand reaching out to grab him, he slowly extended a finger and gently touched it, like a dragonfly skimming the water. However, this gesture on the middle-aged man's palm caused his expression to change drastically in an instant. He felt an immense force sweeping over him like a devastating force. The next moment, he couldn't stop himself and stumbled back about 10 steps. He pressed hard on a pillar to barely stop himself. A deep palm print had already appeared on the pillar, pressed out by him. The middle-aged man in sunglasses looked horrified, his hand trembled uncontrollably, and his nerves were completely numb. Who exactly are you? The middle-aged man in sunglasses looked at Hua Qiu in shock. Such a young martial artist, with just a light touch, rendered him unable to parry. There's a huge gap between their abilities. He found it hard to believe that there was such a powerful young martial artist in Beishan City. Why had he never heard of him before? I told you, I meant no harm, so don't stop me, Hua Qiu said indifferently. He had already held back too much force, otherwise, a casual flick of his finger would have crippled at least one of the opponent's arms. If he tries to bother her again, Hua Qiu will not hold back. 40, Chapter 40 Hua Dong's message. The middle-aged man in sunglasses stared at Hua Qiu with a wary expression. He did not make another move, because he knew that Hua Qiu's strength far surpassed his own. Who are you? The middle-aged man in sunglasses asked in a deep voice. Currently, in Xiagua, everyone who possesses such astonishing strength at such a young age is renowned in the martial arts world. He wanted to find out where Hua Qiu came from. You have no right to question me, Hua Qiu said indifferently, displeased with the middle-aged man's tone. The middle-aged man in sunglasses paused for a moment. No matter who you are, here's a piece of advice, don't harbor any improper thoughts about her. Keep your distance, or you'll bear the consequences, the middle-aged man said coldly. Hua Qiu frowned. He simply wanted to ask Lin Cindy a few questions. But this threat made him very unhappy. Hua Qiu hated being threatened the most in his life. No one has ever been able to threaten me, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Arrogant. The middle-aged man in sunglasses showed a disdainful look. Young man, don't think that just because you are exceptionally talented, you can look down on everyone. Some things in this world are far more powerful than you can imagine. Hua Qiu smiled. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's as ridiculous as a chi refining cultivator yelling at a nascent soul cultivator, telling the nascent soul cultivator to keep a low profile. His power is beyond the imagination of these mortals. Ordinary people are always ignorant and arrogant. There's probably nothing in this world that can exceed my imagination, Hua Qiu uttered. The middle-aged man wearing sunglasses frowned deeply. He still believed that Hua Qiu was a young martial artist who was arrogant because he thought he had good talent. One day, you'll understand what I mean, the middle-aged man said in a low voice. Hua Qiu ignored him. But no matter how much this person dares to make a move, he will not be polite, even if he has a relationship with his sister's best friend. During the stalemate, Lin Sinny came out of the restroom. She was taken aback when she saw the middle-aged man in sunglasses and Hua Qiu locked in a standoff. Uncle Tian, let's talk this out, don't be impulsive. She quickly ran towards the two of them. She was terrified that Uncle Tian would hurt someone again. This was her part-time job, and she didn't want Uncle Tian to cause trouble. Are you all right? Lin Sinny blinked her big, bright eyes and looked Hua Qiu up and down before asking. I'm fine, Hua Qiu replied. That's good. Lin Sinny breathed a sigh of relief. Cough. Uncle Tian coughed lightly. He has something to do. He didn't look well and hasn't recovered yet. I don't know what kind of strength this young man has, but his legs are still numb and he has some difficulty standing still. Miss, let's go, Uncle Tian said. Lin Sinny nodded. Wait a minute, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Hua Qiu said to Lin Sinny. Lin Sinny looked over in confusion. Lin Sinny, nice to meet you. I am Hua Qiu, Hua Dong's older brother. Hua Qiu introduced himself with a faint smile. Lin Sinny was stunned for a moment. She had naturally heard Hua Dong mention her brother quite often. She looked at Hua Qiu's legs. As far as I can remember, Hua Dong's brother was disabled. My leg was healed not long ago, Hua Qiu said. So you're the good brother that Hua Dong has been longing for. Lin Sinny frowned slightly as she looked Hua Qiu up and down. Hua Qiu was taken aback. This younger sister's best friend seemed to dislike him. Hua Dong has gone missing, did you know? Lin Sinny asked. Hua Qiu nodded. I heard that you used the money Hua Dong got from selling himself to propose to a woman, is that right? Lin Sinny looked very displeased. Hua Qiu remained silent. In some respects, that is indeed the case. If it weren't for his depression, his mother wouldn't have taken the life-saving money that Hua Dong had worked so hard to get to the Zhou family to propose marriage. Although he was unaware of it. Not answering means you agree. Lin Sinny's face immediately turned ugly, and disgust appeared in her eyes. How ironic. Lin Sinny shook her head. Poor Hua Dong, you risked your life to get money to treat your mother's illness, but your beloved brother used your mother's life-saving money to woo her. What kind of brother is that? She sighed with a sorrowful expression. Hua Qiu remained silent. He felt extremely guilty and remorseful about this, which is why he wanted to find his sister even more. Go away, I don't want to talk to you. I'm afraid I'll lose my temper and start swearing, Lin Sinny said coldly. She is Hua Dong's inseparable best friend. Therefore, he disliked Hua Qiu even more and felt sorry for Hua Dong. I'm looking for news about Hua Dong, and I came to you to ask him about it, Hua Qiu said sincerely. Lin Sinny looked at Hua Qiu with disbelief. Even if you really wanted to find it, you couldn't do it with your abilities. Lin Sinny shook her head again. Go back and wait patiently, Hua Dong, I'll come find you. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. His expression showed some doubt. Humph, I will definitely find Hua Dong. Lin Sinny clenched her fists, revealing a cute but fierce look. I've been looking for Hua Dong ever since she went missing, and I've even spent all the money I had on me. Lin Sinny's voice trailed off. Although there's no news yet, I will definitely find it, soon. Hua Qiu was speechless for a moment. He understood something. Did Lin Sinny come here to work part-time to earn money because she spent all her money on Hua Dong? Hua Qiu had long had doubts. A girl who was followed and protected by an 8th-rank martial artist could not possibly be from an ordinary family. Logically speaking, a girl like this shouldn't lack money. Hua Dong, you do have a good best friend. Hua Qiu was slightly moved. I want to ask you, did Hua Dong do anything unusual before he disappeared, or did he say anything? Hua Qiu asked. Lin Sini hesitated, seemingly unwilling to tell Hua Qiu. Please tell me. Hua Qiu said urgently. Lin Sini sighed. The night before she disappeared, she said she was going to a very, very far place and that if her family came looking for her, let me tell her family not to worry, that she's doing well far away, and not to waste time looking for her. Hua Qiu was stunned. Hua Dong actually wouldn't let her family go to see her. What is she worried about, or is she afraid that her family will encounter misfortune if they look for her? He couldn't guess. She also asked me to tell you on her behalf, goodbye. Hua Qiu felt as if he had been punched in the heart, and he had difficulty breathing. Silly little sister. She made such a huge sacrifice, yet she still smiled and said goodbye. Fearing for the safety of her family, she refused to leave any clues. She's so stupid. How could I bear to let my sister, who is like this, wander outside? How could I bear to let her suffer all this alone? I should have realized it sooner if only I had kept a closer eye on her, Lin Sini said with a look of self-reproach. Hua Qiu took a deep breath, her gaze becoming even more resolute. No matter what mysterious and powerful force took Hua Dong away, he would uproot it completely. They will bear the wrath of a supreme immortal emperor for thousands of years. 41, Chapter 41 The Ambiguity of the Past. Perhaps right now, poor Dong Dong is suffering inhuman torture at the hands of evil people. Lin Sini wiped away her tears and said with concern. I don't know when she started crying. And what about you? Your sister has disappeared, and you're using the money she earned from selling herself to pursue a gold-digging woman. Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Sini glared at Hua Qiu and questioned him. I'm sorry, Hua Dong. Hua Qiu lowered her head. I will definitely find her and never let her suffer any harm again. Hua Qiu said resolutely. Lin Sini, however, did not believe it. Forget it. Even if you really want to, with your abilities, you won't get any results. I will find Hua Dong. You can go now. Hua Qiu did not move. The young lady told you to leave, so just leave, said Uncle Tian, the middle-aged man in sunglasses, irritably. According to Lin Sini's account, he felt that Hua Qiu was not a good person and did not want him to have too much contact with Lin Sini. Oh dear, who made our lovely little Sini cry? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Hua Qiu looked in the direction of the sound and was slightly taken aback. She was a tall woman wearing glasses and with slightly wavy hair. The combination of intellect and a touch of allure, along with her exquisite features, makes her exude a unique charm at all times. As soon as she appeared, all the men in the bar couldn't help but look over. Two beautiful women, one tall and one short, are a feast for the eyes. Hua Qiu's expression was strange because the beautiful woman looked familiar. With a slight recollection, I remembered. Qin Yaya was the class monitor in their high school class. Hua Qiu felt a strange sensation in her heart. In high school, Hua Qiu was a top student in her class and quite eye-catching. In fact, the two of them had a brief period of ambiguous and unclear feelings for each other. However, Qin Yaya came from a superior family and was far more outstanding than Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu felt that the two were far apart, so he stopped having any illusions and instead became infatuated with Zhou Yuan. Too much time has passed, and Hua Qiu can only remember a few old classmates. If it weren't for her obsession with and preservation of memories from this period, Hua Qiu probably wouldn't remember Qin Yaya either. I heard she opened a bar, but I never imagined it was here. Sister Yaya. Lin Sini suddenly threw herself into Qin Yaya's arms. The men in the bar were incredibly envious of this scene. Those alluring breasts, who wouldn't want to rush into them? Who bullied you? Tell Sister Yaya, and Sister Yaya will teach him a lesson for you. Qin Yaya patted Lin Xin's back affectionately and said with a smile. Then, she looked up at Hua Qiu and was taken aback. Hua Qiu, what are you doing here? Qin Yaya asked in surprise. Hua Qiu felt somewhat embarrassed. Sister yeah, do you know him? Lin Sini asked. Of course, we were high school classmates. Qin Yaya smiled radiantly, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. You little rascal, Hua Qiu, you didn't reply when I tagged you in the class group chat, and you didn't respond to my private messages either. I thought you had vanished into thin air, Qin Yaya said reproachfully, without any hint of estrangement. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Sorry, I haven't logged into QQ chat for a long time, so I didn't see it, Hua Qiu said. So that's how I thought that since you had Zhou Yuan, you were too lazy to pay attention to other female classmates. I misunderstood you, Qin Yaya laughed. How's it going? I heard you and Zhou Yuan are engaged. When are you having the wedding banquet? You can't be so stingy as to not send me an invitation, can you? She teased. It was cancelled a long time ago for some reasons, and I have no relationship with Zhou Yuan now, Hua Qiu said calmly. Qin Yaya looked astonished, and her eyes flickered with surprise. Oh wait, your leg is healed? She suddenly realized that Hua Qiu was standing when she spoke. Hua Qiu nodded. That's great, congratulations. Qin Yaya's smile became even brighter. By the way, tomorrow is my birthday. I've invited some old classmates to celebrate here. I wonder if our class monitor could do me the honor of joining us? She invited Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu looked troubled. He's busy searching for his sister now, how can he have time to play? Sister yeah, you have to let him come. Lin Sini's face showed a bitter expression when she heard this. She hates Hua Qiu. If Hua Qiu comes too, she doesn't want to participate. What's wrong? You can't be late tomorrow, or I'll dock your pay, Qin Yaya threatened. Okay, Lin Sini said helplessly. For the sake of her salary, she had no choice but to endure it. So, class monitor, are you willing to give the old class leader some face? Qin Yaya looked at Hua Qiu. We'll see, Hua Qiu could only reply somewhat perfunctorily. Qin Yaya frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the reply. Oh, right, I have something to tell you, Qin Yaya suddenly said. Sini, wait for me a moment, she greeted Lin Sini. After saying that, she gestured for Hua Qiu to follow her. The two walked to the bar. Hua Qiu, I heard that your mother has leukemia? She asked cautiously. Yes, it's late stage, Hua Qiu said. Qin Yaya pulled open the cash register on the bar, opened the cabinet, and took out all her money without hesitation. Here's about 50,000, take it to tide you over, let me know if you need more. Hua Qiu was stunned. When his mother was seriously ill, his father begged all his relatives and friends but couldn't borrow a single penny. Instead, he suffered a lot of humiliation. I never expected that an old classmate I hadn't seen or contacted in a long time would so readily give me so much money the first time we met. Don't overthink it, consider it a loan from me, remember to pay it back later, Qin Yaya said with a smile. But judging from her appearance, she doesn't seem like she'd actually be chasing after the debt. A warm feeling flowed through Hua Qiu's heart. Thank you, but it's alright, my mother's illness has already been cured, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Healed? Qin Yaya was taken aback. Why can late-stage blood diseases be cured? It was a very skilled doctor who cured him. I think he was a top-level physician certified by some medical association, Hua Qiu said. Really, that's really fortunate, Qin Yaya was happy for Hua Qiu. I hope you can cheer up in the future, she said this very seriously. Thank you, I will, Hua Qiu nodded with a smile. We'll talk later, I need to settle Xiao Sini's wages first, Qin Yaya said, walking out from behind the counter to find Lin Sini. Don't go, she said to Hua Qiu as she turned back. After watching him walk away, Hua Qiu suddenly stopped smiling. Beside Lin Sini, the middle-aged man in sunglasses also frowned and became wary. Bite. Hua Qiu turned on her phone. It was another message from that unknown number. Why haven't you made a move yet, you bastard? Don't you want to know anything about your sister? Hua Qiu pressed the black screen, her face instantly turning icy cold. Whoosh! The next moment, his figure moved and vanished in an instant. 42, Chapter 42. The mysterious man appears. Upon seeing Hua Qiu vanish in an instant, Uncle Tian, the middle-aged man in sunglasses, narrowed his eyes. Miss, I'll be going out for a bit, he said to Lin Sini before leaving. After taking a few steps, he suddenly leaped up, jumped out of the bar, and rushed into the night. He chased after it in a certain direction. That direction was the very direction in which Hua Qiu disappeared. In the pitch-black night, Hua Qiu moved like a ghost, darting about in the dim light. He went to the bar because he was certain that the person who sent him the message was monitoring the bar to see if he was really following orders to kidnap Lin Sini. Sure enough, just now, he sensed that aura. Sure enough, the man appeared near the bar. Seeing that he hadn't made a move for a long time, he angrily sent him a message. Little did he know that he was targeted by Hua Qiu the moment he appeared. Ahead, a dark figure was fleeing at top speed. He was horrified. I didn't expect to be discovered as soon as I appeared. As expected of a Zhong family expert capable of fighting numerous top assassins, he certainly has some skill, the man thought. However, his greatest strength is speed. At this moment, he used all his internal energy to push his movement technique to its limit, achieving the highest speed he could reach. Even a martial venerable wouldn't be able to catch up with me, who has agility and martial arts skills. He was somewhat smug, a smile appearing on his lips. However, when he turned around, his expression immediately froze. Hua Qiu followed closely behind, not falling behind at all. How is this possible? The man said in disbelief. It seems that he has become faster, and the other person has become faster as well. Moreover, the person didn't seem to be struggling at all. Hua Qiu's expression was icy, his gaze fixed on the man fleeing at top speed. Even if that person thought he was as fast as lightning, in his eyes he was nothing special. The reason they didn't act immediately was to stay away from the bar and avoid making a commotion that might frighten Lin Sini and Qin Yaya. Because he is now filled with murderous intent. How can they be so fast? Further behind, Uncle Tian, the middle-aged man in sunglasses, was struggling to catch up. Even with a lot of energy, he was still left far behind. This shocked him. The person in front clearly possessed rare movement and martial arts skills, so it was only natural that he was fast. But that young man named Hua Qiu was even more unbelievable. He strolled as if in a leisurely garden, keeping pace with those in front of him, never falling behind. What kind of monster is this kid? Shocked, Uncle Tian gritted his teeth and chased after him relentlessly. Recently, someone has been secretly investigating Lin Sini, intending to do something improper to her. He is determined to find out the truth. As they chased, the people ahead entered the suburban area. This place has long since moved away from bars. Suddenly, the person in front stopped running. Hua Qiu then stopped. His murderous intent surged so intensely it almost materialized. But he did not act immediately. After a while, Uncle Tian arrived, panting heavily, and sat down on the ground, catching his breath. Who are you? Hua Qiu asked, frowning as he stared at the man in black ahead. The man in black didn't hesitate and immediately removed his hood. He was a bearded man in his 40s. Hua Qiu sensed that his cultivation level was at the peak of the 8th rank, which was somewhat different from that of a 9th rank martial artist. Lin Wu, it's you. Uncle Tian's expression changed as he called out. That's right, it's me. Lin Wu replied with a cold smile. You're dreaming if you think you can take the young lady back. Uncle Tian said angrily. With me here, I won't let you succeed. Tian Zhongju, don't be too confident. You're just an 8th rank martial artist, Lin Wu said with disdain. Humph, I can handle you. Tian Zhongju said coldly. Deal with him, can you handle him? Lin Wu pointed at Hua Qiu. Tian Zhongju's expression froze. Originally, I asked him to kidnap Lin Sini. Once he made his move, you couldn't stop him. What? Tian Zhongju's expression changed as he looked at Hua Qiu. He was surprised, thinking that Hua Qiu was in cahoots with Lin Wu. Unfortunately, he's disobedient and hasn't made a move yet. Lin Wu shook his head. Where is my sister? Hua Qiu asked, staring at Lin Wu. He had been trying very hard to suppress his murderous intent, just wanting to get to the bottom of things. You're disobedient, so naturally you won't get any useful information. Lin Wu sneered. No one can threaten me. Hua Qiu narrowed his eyes. The fact that a mere 8th rank martial artist dared to be so presumptuous in front of him only intensified his killing intent. Don't think that becoming a martial venerable makes you invincible in this world, Lin Wu said with a smirk. This world is vast, far beyond your imagination. Martial venerables may be high and mighty in the mortal world, but on certain levels, they are not so rare. Hua Qiu's gaze was cold and sharp. This person talks too much nonsense, and he's very unhappy about it. In my mistress's eyes, you are nothing more than a slightly stronger pawn, a more ferocious dog, Lin Wu said mockingly, full of disdain. Hua Qiu frowned. Peace. Dog? Boom. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. At this moment, there was no longer any restraint. Even though it was night, the heavens and earth seemed to change color, and the world seemed to roar. The overwhelming killing intent was beyond description, even by the phrase stormy waves. It seemed as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. A fierce and terrifying aura swept across everything, threatening to tear everything in the world apart. This overwhelming aura enveloped Lin Wu. In an instant, the arrogance on Lin Wu's face vanished, replaced by deep shock. He felt like a small boat in a vast, raging ocean, a mere speck of dust, as insignificant as an ant, easily obliterated by a breath. On the other side, Tian Zhongju, who sensed some murderous aura, also changed his expression drastically, looking horrified. What a terrifying and powerful aura this is. Previously, he believed that Hua Qiu was able to defeat him because he must be a 9th rank martial artist. But now, his understanding has been completely refreshed. Is this the aura of a 9th rank martial artist? Shocking the ground is horrifying. Wu Zun. This is at least a martial venerable. Oh my god. Such a young martial venerable. Still in the mundane world. Even in some secluded places, they are extremely rare. Lin Wu, who was at the center of the murderous storm, felt it most deeply. He was drenched in cold sweat, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. He knew this young man was very capable. That night, he wreaked havoc in the Zhong family garden, killing many top assassins. Even the ultimate martial grandmaster is no match for him. But now, he truly understands how terrifying and powerful the other party is. Tell me, where is my sister? Hua Qiu slowly stepped forward, like a demon god, each step seeming to tread on Lin Wu's heart, making his face turn pale. Lin Wu coughed up blood on the spot, suffering a serious injury. However, Hua Qiu did not actually make a move. His mere aura was enough to make him feel a strong sense of life or death threat. You can't kill me, Lin Wu said through gritted teeth. If you knew who I am, you wouldn't dare to touch me even in this situation. Lin Wu still seemed fearless. I dare not? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. There is no one in this world he dares not kill. 43, Chapter 43. They're nothing. Where is my sister? Hua Qiu exuded a murderous aura, looking like a demon god. After searching for many days, he finally got news of his sister, but the man talked too much and never revealed anything, which infuriated him. He had long since lost his patience. Hua Qiu's appearance also frightened Lin Wu. You failed to do what you were ordered to do, and you still want intelligence? Lin Wu forced himself to remain calm and sneered. With powerful backing, he had enough confidence to challenge a martial venerable. Hua Qiu's expression turned somewhat ferocious. They keep making these clamors, again and again. However, they have been keeping the key information to themselves. I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't talk, you're dead. He said in a low voice. He understood that someone must be directing this peak 8th rank martial artist behind the scenes. He's just a nobody. Humph, do you dare kill me? Lin Wu said disdainfully, feeling utterly fearless. Hua Qiu completely lost patience. With a murderous intent, he raised one hand. Then go die. He didn't intend to ask any more questions and was about to make his move. At this moment, Lin Wu began to panic. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you can't bear the consequences. Lin Wu shouted. Hua Chou turned a deaf ear and didn't take it seriously. Boy, I'm from the ancient martial arts family, the Lin family. You've become a martial venerable. Haven't you heard of ancient martial arts families? They're not people you can afford to mess with. Lin Wu continued to shout. This was the first time Hua Chou had ever heard of the term ancient martial arts family. Perhaps it's a force even more powerful than the top-tier wealthy families. But why would he care? Seeing that Hua Chou didn't seem to be sick, Lin Wu's expression changed. If a martial venerable insists on making a move, he might not be able to escape. My master is the fragrant lady of the ancient martial arts Lin family. If you kill me, you will offend the Lin family, and my master will never let you off. Lin Wu shouted frantically. Hua Chou paused slightly. Lady Xiang. Is she the mastermind behind it all? Judging from this Mrs. Xiang may be quite famous. However, he had never heard of her and had no interest in who she was. Young man, I advise you to spare Lin Wu's life at this moment. Tian Zhongju also spoke up, offering his advice. Although it is remarkable that you have achieved the martial venerable status at your age, you are still too weak to face an ancient martial arts family. Madame Xiang's methods are extraordinary. If she wants you dead, it's very difficult for you to escape. Is that so? Hua Chou raised an eyebrow slightly. The martial venerable is a top figure in the secular martial arts world, yet he is still powerless against ancient martial arts families. It seems that the so-called ancient martial arts families are much more powerful. But he's not yet qualified to be wary of him. Ha ha ha, scared now? Lin Wu smiled smugly when he saw Hua Chou pause. So what if you're a martial venerable? You still have to obediently submit, don't you? Let me tell you the truth. Madame Xiang has taken a liking to you. It would be your honor to become her dog. My honor? Hua Chou's lips curled up. No matter how extraordinary Lady Xiang was, she was still just an ordinary person. They actually wanted to treat him like a dog, to control him. Commanding a supreme immortal emperor? They are so arrogant and ignorant. If you still won't tell me, then let's get going, Hua Chou said indifferently. Ha? Lin Wu was taken aback. Knowing my background, you still dare to kill me? He was somewhat incredulous. Aren't you afraid of the Lin family? Aren't you afraid of Madame Xiang? Hua Chou gave a cold laugh. They're nothing. Lin Wu's eyes widened. Someone actually dares to be so arrogant, not even putting Madame Xiang in their eyes. Hua Chou didn't bother to say another word and raised his hand to strike Lin Wu with a palm strike from a distance. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were splitting apart, erupted. The place where Lin Wu was located collapsed instantly under a tremendous force, forming a giant handprint. Lin Wu let out a painful sound. Pop! As if a bubble burst, Lin Wu's body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. This palm strike was unleashed by Hua Chou in anger, without holding back. Lin Wu's body was completely destroyed, leaving no trace. This. Tian Zhongju stared dumbfounded at the giant handprint not far away, utterly shocked. What terrifying power is this? From that distance, he actually annihilated a peak 8th rank martial artist with a single palm strike. Tian Zhongju had lived for over 40 years and had never seen such astonishing methods. What surprised him most was that upon hearing the names of the ancient martial arts Lin family and Madame Xiang, Hua Chou showed absolutely no interest, completely disregarding them and simply raising his hand to kill Lin Wu. He was merely a martial arts master who cultivated himself in the mortal world. How dare he confront a powerful ancient martial arts family? Tian Zhongju stared blankly at Hua Chou for a long while. Don't you really know how terrifying the ancient martial arts families and Madame Xiang are? He asked hesitantly. I don't know, Hua Chou said calmly. Tian Zhongju opened his mouth, then remained silent for a moment. In the secular martial arts world, martial venerables are indeed very powerful, but each ancient martial arts family has hundreds of years of martial arts heritage and accumulation. Their strength is simply beyond the reach of a secular martial venerable. Ancient martial arts families are not lacking in martial venerable experts. In fact, They even possess martial saints, who are above martial venerable. Do you know that even the Martial Alliance, the most powerful martial arts organization in the secular world, has to be wary of ancient martial arts families, grant them special privileges, and selectively ignore their actions? You knew nothing, yet you dared to kill Lin Wu directly? Tian Zhongju was utterly speechless. Is this young martial arts master overconfident or simply narrow-minded? I truly do not know, Hua Qiu said calmly. But now that I know, it's not all that great. Tian Zhongju's expression froze, unsure of what to say. Knowing the power of the ancient martial arts families, he remained so calm, not taking them seriously at all. Where does his confidence come from? Are you really not afraid of dying? Forrest, I won't report Wu's death to the Lin family, but you should keep a low profile from now on. The Lin family will definitely find out soon. Tian Zhongju sighed. He felt a little regretful. Hua Qiu is a rare genius. Unfortunately, he was targeted by Madame Xiang and killed one of her men. I don't know how much longer he can live. You're also a member of the Lin family. Hua Qiu stared indifferently at Tian Zhongju. The Lin family is very complicated, and it's hard to explain in a short time. Tian Zhongju shook his head. Lin Xinyi is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, but she had a falling out with the Lin family due to some issues and now lives alone outside. Some members of the Lin family want to harm her, while others want to protect her. I was sent to protect her. Now, the Lin family is in charge of Madame Xiang's faction this time. They send Lin Wu. We don't know what level of martial artist they will send next time. Madame Xiang is a mysterious and terrifying woman. Those who are targeted by her rarely have a good ending. You should be careful in the future. Tian Zhongju rattled off a lot of information in one breath. Hua Qiu remained expressionless. But a murderous intent was surging within him. He had no interest in exploring the mystery and horror surrounding Lady Xiang. But that woman dared to use Hua Dong's information to blackmail him and even try to control him. Act recklessly. She successfully angered Hua Qiu. She's the one who should be careful. 44, Chapter 44. Lin Xinyi in danger. Those people have already started their operation, trying to capture the young lady and take her back. I wonder what level of martial artists they will send next. Tian Zhongju said with a worried expression. It seems I need to go and investigate. You are a martial venerable, much stronger than me. Your missing sister has a close relationship with Miss. When I leave, could you please take care of her? Tian Zhongju said to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu nodded readily. He had some details he wanted to ask Lin Xinyi, and considering her relationship with Hua Dong, he would take care of her as a favor. At the same time, he also wanted to see the strength of the ancient martial arts families. Tian Zhongju thanked Hua Qiu and then left in a hurry. Long Yuan, how much do you know about the ancient martial arts families of Xia Kingdom? Hua Qiu called Long Yuan directly. Ancient martial arts family? Long Yuan was taken aback at first, then his tone became serious. The ancient martial arts families of Xia Kingdom are generally known as reclusive families. They rarely appear in the secular world, but they control a lot of wealth and power that ordinary people can hardly imagine, and their methods are amazing. Every ancient martial arts family has a top-level martial arts technique passed down. It is said that there are many experts in ancient martial arts families, and even super strong people above the martial venerable level guarding them. Most of the information about ancient martial arts families is just hearsay, and I don't know much about it. Hua Qiu frowned. Investigate the ancient martial arts family, the Lin family, and a woman nicknamed Lady Xiang, he ordered. Long Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Hua Qiu must have been in contact with people from ancient martial arts families. Master, did you fight with people from ancient martial arts families? Long Yuan asked. If so, please be vigilant at all times. I've heard that those ancient martial arts families are extremely protective of their own. If any member of their family suffers any mishap in the secular world, they will send out experts to suppress and kill any external enemies. Although I haven't had any contact with them, the power of ancient martial arts families is undeniable. Perhaps their strongest members have already transcended the realm of humanity. It's clear that even though Long Yuan was once ranked 4th in the world as a king-level assassin, he still harbors deep fear of ancient martial arts families. It's good that they come. I'll kill one of them as they come. Hua Qiu said indifferently. Even if they don't come, I'll still come to their door and wipe out their entire clan. Long Yuan was terrified. Even the leader of the martial alliance wouldn't dare say such a thing. Only his mysterious and unpredictable master would dare to show such contempt for ancient martial arts families. Long Yuan believes in master's abilities, but please be very careful, he said earnestly. Hua Qiu didn't say anything and hung up the phone. Lin family, you'd better send a stronger martial artist so I can see just how much this ancient martial arts family is capable of, Hua Qiu muttered to himself, his expression grim. Even in the cultivation world and the immortal realm, no one has ever dared to use him as a pawn or attempt to control him. But in the mundane world, I encountered. That's really interesting. Hua Qiu returned to the bar. Where's Uncle Tian, didn't he go out with you? Lin Sinny asked when she saw that only Hua Qiu had returned. He said he had some business to attend to and would be away for a few days. He asked me to look after you while he was gone, Hua Qiu replied. What? Lin Sinny's face immediately fell upon hearing this. She disliked Hua Qiu and didn't want him to take care of her. I don't need anyone to look after me, Lin Sinny pouted. I'm warning you, stay away from me if you dare get too close, I'll beat you up. She threatened in a cute but fierce way. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Lin Sinny is like a little kitten, completely harmless. Don't underestimate me, I'm very good at fighting, I've practiced martial arts. Lin Sinny waved her pink fists a couple of times. Hua Qiu neither agreed nor disagreed. Strangely enough, Lin Sinny, as the young lady of a powerful ancient martial arts family, is not even a martial artist of the lowest rank. Even in a secular martial arts family like the Zhong family, Zhong Xiling and her brother are at least mid-level 5th grade martial artists. What are you arguing about? Qin Yaya came closer, smiling. She already knew about Hua Qiu's relationship with Lin Sinny, and didn't pay much attention to their closeness. Sister Yaya, Hua Qiu actually wants to be my guardian, I can't accept that. Lin Sinny said unhappily. Guardian? Qin Yaya was taken aback. I only promised her uncle in sunglasses that I would look after her for a few days, Hua Qiu said. Qin Yaya was relieved. Otherwise, she really wouldn't feel at ease having Hua Qiu, a vigorous young man, as the guardian of a beautiful young woman. Sinny, don't be afraid, Hua Qiu is a very nice person, Qin Yaya said with a smile. Is he a good person? Lin Sinny asked, looking incredulous. Look at him, so weak and frail, he can't even hold the stage let alone take care of me, he couldn't even stop one of those bad guys last time. Hua Qiu frowned slightly upon hearing this. What bad guy? He asked. Those are the bad guys who came to cause trouble last time, It's nothing, just a few drunk people causing trouble, it's all been dealt with, Qin Yaya suddenly interrupted, and gestured to Lin Sinny with her eyes not to say anything more. Hua Qiu, of course, did not believe it. It seems that Qin Yaya's bar has encountered some difficulties. If you need anything next time, just give me a call, and I'll help you solve all your problems, Hua Qiu said to Qin Yaya. He then tore off a piece of paper, wrote down his number, and handed it to Qin Yaya. Qin Yaya parted her red lips, her gaze flickering. She reached out and took Hua Qiu's number. Sister Yaya wouldn't look for you. What's the point of looking for you, you're not as strong as me, Lin Sinny complained. Hua Qiu smiled. I'm leaving now, he said, then turned and left. Hua Qiu, tomorrow's gathering, Qin Yaya hurriedly called out. I'll be there, Hua Qiu said before leaving the bar. Qin Yaya laughed, looked down at the number on the paper, and rubbed it. Sister Yaya, you wouldn't do that, Hua Qiu. Lin Sinny's expression turned strange upon seeing this. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Yaya tapped her on the head, making her cry out in pain. Hua Qiu did not leave outside the bar. Lin Sinny resisted him, but he didn't force her to follow him. He decided to keep an eye on her secretly. This would also make it easier for the martial artists sent by the Lin family to take action, thus luring the enemy out of their hiding place. Not long after, Lin Sinny walked out of the bar carrying her small bag. She looked around furtively, appearing rather mischievous. Seeing that no one was around, she took out her phone and made a call. Where is the information I need? Lin Sinny asked. What, you want to tell me in person? Lin Sinny hesitated. Okay, she quickly nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, she hailed a taxi and headed to the outskirts of Beishan City. Hua Qiu followed along. Upon arriving in the suburbs, Lin Sinny got out of the car and looked at the dark alley ahead with a timid expression. But she eventually mustered up the courage to go inside. A strange man was waiting in the alley when he saw Lin Sinny enter. He revealed a lewd smile. Hua Qiu, who was hiding in the shadows, witnessed the scene. Is this how she finds Hua Dong? Hua Qiu felt both annoyed and amused. Unfortunately, Tian Zhongju is not around right now either. If he hadn't been there, Lin Sinny would definitely have met with misfortune tonight. This silly girl. Hee, you've come. The man in the alley licked his lips and said. He harbored ill intentions, revealing a sinister smile as he stared at Lin Sinny's alluring body, preparing to make his move. Hua Qiu's expression was icy, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. A mere low-level martial artist dares to lay a finger on my sister's best friend? He's courting death. 45, Chapter 45. Are you a martial arts master? What about the thing I asked you to investigate? How's it going? As soon as Lin Sinny saw the man in the alley, she immediately began to question him. Don't rush, the man laughed. That's the black market. Although you can find all the information there, it costs a lot of money. The money you gave me is not enough. Not enough? Lin Sinny's face was tense, and she was very unhappy. She gave all her money to this person, leaving her with no living expenses and having to work part-time outside of school. You clearly said before that you could find out, Lin Sinny said unhappily. Of course I can find out, but what you're looking for isn't simple. It will cost a lot of money. I'm out of money, Lin Sinny said with a bitter face. No money, that's not a good idea. The man frowned, his face darkening. But you've already taken a lot of money from me. You have to help me find out something, right? Lin Sinny said anxiously. Hee, it's not like you can't do it even if you don't have money. The man grinned lewdly, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Sinny. What do you want? Lin Sinny became wary and took 2 steps back. Little beauty, if you keep me company tonight, I promise I'll do everything I can to help you find someone. The man's expression was lewd as he slowly approached Lin Sinny. No, Lin Sinny panicked and kept backing away. Stop struggling, there's no one here. No one will come no matter how much you call. The man laughed even louder, reaching out his large hands to grab Lin Sinny. Lin Sinny was panicked and terrified. Uncle Tian. She cried out anxiously. There was no response. She then realized that Uncle Tian was no longer by her side. Help me! Lin Sinny shouted loudly, backing away continuously. She took off running. Little beauty, you can't escape my grasp. The man laughed, chasing her like a cat chasing a mouse. Lin Sinny lost one of her shoes while running, and she was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. She was filled with regret. If only I had known, I would have even let that annoying Hua Qiu come along. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Sinny bumped into something and stopped. She hurriedly reached out to touch it. I touched a warm, thick chest. Looking up, I saw a familiar face. Hua Qiu. Lin Sinny was very surprised. He actually appeared here. The man behind caught up and, upon seeing Hua Qiu, immediately changed his expression. Kid, I advise you not to ruin my plans, or you'll regret it. The man threatened menacingly. Hua Qiu, run, you can't beat him. He's a martial artist who operates in the black market. Lin Sinny shouted to Hua Qiu. In her eyes, Hua Qiu was just a weak, ordinary person. I'm not afraid. I don't even consider such a small fry a threat. Hua Qiu didn't take it seriously. Lin Sinny was stunned. How dare Hua Qiu say that? The other person was much more muscular than him, not to mention he was a martial artist. I'm afraid Hua Qiu doesn't even know what a martial artist is. Dare to call me a nobody? The man was furious after hearing Hua Qiu's words. Kid, you're tired of living, I'll show you what I'm capable of. With a shout, the man threw a punch at Hua Qiu's face. It's over. Lin Sinny was terrified, her face turning pale. The opponent came on strong, but Huaqiao didn't even react to dodge. She was so frightened that she closed her eyes. Boom! Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Lin Sinny opened her eyes, her face deathly pale. Huaqiao, are you alright? Are you badly injured? She looked at Huaqiao with concern. However, Huaqiao remained calm, showing no sign of anything being wrong. Lin Sinny was taken aback. A scream rang out from the side. Lin Sinny looked over in surprise. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching one arm, and cried out in pain. Lin Sinny was stunned. What happened? Huaqiao was fine, but the man was lying on the ground. This was made by Huaqiao? Could Huaqiao be a master? Lin Sinny looked incredulous. Martial artists who frequent the black market mostly live on the edge, leading a life of bloodshed, and are extremely ruthless. Lin Sinny knew how vicious they were. But to everyone's surprise, this person was actually taken down in one fell swoop by the annoying Huaqiao. How did he do it? Lin Sinny's understanding of Huaqiao was refreshed for the first time. Ami hand is broken. The man lying on the ground cried out in pain. You bastard, you deserve it. Lin Sinny shouted at him. Even though she almost met a violent end, she couldn't bring herself to say anything offensive to the bad guys. Huaqiao stared at the man with a cold expression. He had just put his arm around Lin Sinny when he threw a punch, breaking the man's arm bone. If it weren't for Lin Sinny's sake, fearing she couldn't bear to see the horrific scene, Huaqiao could have killed that man with a single punch. Damn it! The man's face turned ugly. Suddenly, he sprang up from the ground, a dagger appearing in his other hand, and stabbed towards them. Lin Sinny screamed in fright. Huaqiao's expression darkened, and an aura emanated from his body. Splash! The dagger in the man's hand instantly shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. How is this possible? The man was dumbfounded, his face showing disbelief. This scene was beyond his comprehension. Who are you? The man looked at Huaqiao in shock. As he got closer, he could see Huaqiao's facial features clearly, and his expression changed drastically in an instant. You are the one who took down the Zhong family's bounty. The man exclaimed in shock. You are the god of slaughter in the moonlight. That day, Huaqiao, in a wheelchair, took down the Zhong family's bounty on the black market. He was there too, and like everyone else, he had mocked Huaqiao. But then news spread that a master from the Zhong family had single-handedly wiped out all the assassins and defeated the king-level assassin, Tanlang, with a single punch. He was shocked at that time. He lost a lot of money, and it was quite a loss. He always remembered the Zhong family's experts. I never imagined it would happen right before my eyes. This is a god of death. The man immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his face filled with fear. What's wrong with him? Lin Sinny asked, puzzled by the man's expression. That man was a desperate criminal who frequented the black market, so why was he so terrified when he saw Huaqiao? Is Huaqiao really that scary? Run! The man had only one thought in his mind at that moment. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled at lightning speed. Even with one hand missing, his astonishing speed left Lin Sinny stunned. How did you scare him away? What did you do? Lin Sinny asked Huaqiao. I didn't do anything. Maybe he mistook me for someone he was afraid of, Huaqiao said. He placed one hand behind his back and waved it gently. The dagger fragments on the ground floated up. With a whoosh, a streak of cold light shot out, flying in the direction the man had fled. In the alley, the man ran a short distance before turning back in fear. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized the other party wasn't chasing him. I actually escaped with my life from that god of death. He couldn't believe it, and felt a strange sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, the man felt a jolt in his heart. He looked down and saw a bloody hole the size of a finger in his chest. He collapsed in terror. Behind them, Lin Sinny stared at Huaqiao with curiosity. Hey, you're not some martial arts master, are you? why does he call you the moonlit killer god? Are you as strong as my Uncle Tian? 46, Chapter 46 Surpassing the Ultimate Skills of Ancient Martial Arts Families. The one wearing sunglasses? Hua Qiu laughed at Lin Sini's question. With my strength, I could easily take on 10 of your Uncle Tian's men, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Lin Sini rolled her eyes on the spot. Keep bragging, at least make your bragging related to reality, okay? She gave her a disdainful look. Do you know how powerful Uncle Tian is? He's an 8th rank martial artist, although he's not considered a strong man in the family. I've heard them say that martial artists of Uncle Tian's caliber are rare outside. He's already considered a top-tier martial artist. You dare say you can beat 10 Uncle Tians? When Uncle Tian comes back, I'm going to tell him to teach you a lesson. The little girl was a bit angry. Hua Qiu touched her nose and didn't refute her. 8th rank martial artists, let alone 10, even if the number were several times greater, what could they do to him? If I hadn't come with you today, do you know what the consequences would have been? Hua Qiu said with a serious expression. Lin Sini fell silent. She was still terrified. If Hua Qiu hadn't appeared, she might have already been murdered, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Be more careful in the future. You trust people too easily and can't tell the difference between good and bad people, Hua Qiu admonished. It's better than some people using the money their sister worked so hard to earn to save their lives to pursue their hobbies, Lin Sini muttered under her breath. Let's go, I'll take you home, Hua Qiu said. Lin Sini looked somewhat embarrassed. Hua Qiu looked down and saw that she had lost one shoe, her delicate feet exposed, and she awkwardly stepped on her other foot. Hua Qiu looked around, walked a short distance, and found the silver high heels she had run away from. He picked up the shoes, walked over to Lin Sini, squatted down, and offered to help her put them on. The moment Hua Qiu touched Lin Sini's delicate foot, Lin Sini shuddered and took a step back, staring at Hua Qiu warily. No strange man had ever touched her feet before. Hua Qiu was also taken aback. Perhaps because she was her sister's best friend, she saw Hua Dong's shadow in her and unconsciously began to treat her as Hua Dong. You can wear them yourself, Hua Qiu said, handing her the shoes. Lin Sini took the high heels, but didn't move for a long time. What? Hua Qiu looked at her in confusion. It twisted my ankle, Lin Sini said embarrassedly. You should help me get dressed. A blush appeared on her face as she turned her head and whispered. Hua Qiu squatted down, holding the high heels, and gently lifted her small foot with one hand. Her feet were snow-white and perfectly shaped, like an extremely exquisite work of art. Lin Sini felt both shy and embarrassed as Hua Qiu held her jade-like feet in his hands, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. Done, Hua Qiu said quickly. I'll take you back. He stood up. Seeing that Lin Sini had difficulty moving around, he raised an eyebrow. I'll carry you on my back. He turned around, bent down, and made a carrying motion. Ha! Lin Sini was taken aback. She resisted. The pure and innocent eldest daughter of an ancient martial arts family has almost never had contact with men, let alone such intimate actions. But she can't walk now. She gritted her teeth, leaned forward, and climbed onto Hua Qiu's back. Lin Sini is very light. Her body was soft and warm. Hua Qiu didn't react much, he simply picked her up and carried her away. Lin Sini is different. Her face flushed red as she felt the strong back of the man behind her, her heart pounding wildly. In all her life, apart from her father, she had never been carried on the back of any other man. Lin Sini felt very strange and had some unusual thoughts she had never had before. This Hua Qiu seems different from what I imagined. Lin Sini's eyes were somewhat bewildered. In her imagination, Hua Qiu was a good-for-nothing cripple. A selfish and lecherous scoundrel who disregards the lives of his sister and mother. But today's encounter made her feel that Hua Qiu wasn't that kind of person. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Qiu carried Lin Sini to her place. To Hua Qiu's surprise, this place was not bustling, it was just an ordinary residential area in Beishan City. It's even a bit dilapidated. As the eldest daughter of a prestigious ancient martial arts family, pampered since childhood, how could she possibly adapt to living here? Upon entering Lin Sinny's residence, Hua Qiu was even more puzzled. It's a one-bedroom apartment with a cramped living room. The decor is quite ordinary and has a dated feel, with signs of peeling paint on the walls. Aren't you a young lady? Why aren't you staying at a nicer place? Hua Qiu asked. I have no money, Lin Sinny said, spreading her hands. I had a falling out with my family and ran away from home. Hua Qiu suddenly realized. The money I brought with me was enough to live on, but I spent it all searching for Hua Dong, and I still haven't found her. So, I can only do part-time jobs. Hua Qiu couldn't detect a trace of resentment on Lin Sinny's face. Yes, it was just the frustration of not being able to find Hua Dong. Hua Dong, you have a good best friend. Hua Qiu was somewhat moved. For a pampered young lady to go to such lengths for her, such friendship is truly precious. Doesn't your Uncle Tian care about you? Hua Qiu asked again. Uncle Tian is only responsible for protecting my safety and doesn't interfere with anything else. It seems that someone from the family is keeping me in check, Lin Sinny replied. What exactly caused you to fall out with your family? Hua Qiu asked casually. Lin Sinny paused for a moment. They're forcing me to marry someone I really dislike. Her pretty face darkened. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. It seems that even these powerful ancient martial arts families cannot escape the practice of marriage alliances. Also, I dislike many people in the family, especially that old hag. Lin Sinny said with a look of disgust. Hua Qiu's expression shifted. She was probably referring to the so-called Lady Xiang. I only regret that I don't have the talent for martial arts. If I had even a little talent, perhaps they'll be at the mercy of others, Lin Sinny sighed and said sadly. Her appearance was so pitiful that anyone would feel sorry for her. Do you like practicing martial arts? Hua Qiu asked, looking at her. Lin Sinny shook her head. I'm not interested in fighting or killing, but if I have enough strength and talent, I can have a voice and decide my own life. Hua Qiu looked Lin Sinny up and down. Indeed, you're not cut out for martial arts, he asserted. Even you say that. Lin Sinny was extremely frustrated. However, you might be better suited to practice other things, Hua Qiu said with a smile. Lin Sinny has spiritual roots. Although it's not a rare spiritual root, it's still alright. What kind of training? Lin Sinny asked curiously. Hua Qiu asked Lin Sinny to bring paper and pen. He wrote down a cultivation method for immortality in a hurry. This is the introductory cultivation technique of a certain immortal cultivation sect. A simple guide to qi cultivation. Just follow the method above and meditate every day. If you have the aptitude, you'll see results in no time, and then I'll teach you the rest, Hua Qiu said. Is this really a martial arts technique? You gave it to me? Lin Sinny looked at Hua Qiu in astonishment. Hua Qiu nodded. Lin Sinny was so moved she almost cried, her face full of gratitude. Hua Qiu looked puzzled. Why did her attitude change so quickly? He was unaware that martial arts techniques were incredibly precious in the secular martial arts world and even in ancient martial arts families. Every ancient martial arts family has a unique set of techniques, which are the foundation of their skills. With inheritance, a foundation can be laid. Hua Qiu's generosity greatly surprised Lin Sinny. How is this martial arts technique? Is it powerful? Lin Sinny asked. It's alright, Hua Qiu said casually. Compared to your Lin family's unique skills, it should be dozens of levels stronger. Huh? Lin Sinny's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. 47, Chapter 47 Denouncing Hua Qiu. Is your foot feeling any better? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Hua Qiu arrived at Lin Sinny's residence. Much better. I don't know if it's because I've been practicing martial arts. Lin Sinny seemed to be in a good mood. After Hua Qiu left yesterday, she looked at the martial arts manual he left behind with a skeptical expression and tried to practice it a few times. After several repetitions, I felt refreshed and my body felt more comfortable than ever before. After a good night's sleep, I can no longer feel any pain in my sprained ankle from yesterday. It feels like it's healed. The martial arts techniques you wrote for me are quite amazing. Thank you so much, Lin Sinny said to Hua Qiu, a rare occurrence for her. I've already told you, that technique is far more advanced than your Lin family's secret arts. You should practice it diligently, Hua Qiu said. I don't believe you, Lin Sini pouted. The Lin family is a powerful ancient martial arts family, and their unique skills are considered among the most exquisite martial arts in the Xia kingdom. She simply did not believe that a random mnemonic Hua Qiu could compare to the Lin family's secret techniques. I can't learn our family's secret techniques no matter how hard I try, but I learned your technique in no time. It's so simple. It must be a low-level martial art that can't compare to the Lin family's secret techniques, Lin Sini said. Hua Qiu laughed it off. She'll find out later. Alright, let's go to the bar. When Hua Qiu and Lin Sini arrived at Qin Yaya's bar, there were already some people there. Qin Yaya was greeting those people with a big smile on her face. Sister Yaya, we're here, Lin Sini called out. Qin Yaya immediately ran out. I was just about to call you, you're a little late, Qin Yaya said, feigning annoyance. It's all Hua Qiu's fault, so slow at everything, like an old man, Lin Sini complained. Qin Yaya gave a strange look. When did you two become so close? She asked, a little jealous. No way, if Uncle Tian weren't here, I wouldn't bother walking with him, Lin Sini said. Sister Yaya, I'm going to get ready now. I'll sing for you later, Lin Sini said as she headed towards the dressing room. Qin Yaya glanced at Lin Sini's retreating figure. What did you do yesterday? She asked Hua Qiu. I didn't do anything, Hua Qiu said calmly. Really? Qin Yaya asked, half believing and half doubting. I'm warning you, Xiao Sini is so innocent, don't you dare extend your evil clutches to her. You're overthinking it, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Come in and sit down, most of our old classmates have arrived, Qin Yaya said, inviting Hua Qiu inside. She led Hua Qiu into a private room. Classmates, look who's here. Qin Yaya called out with a smile as soon as she pushed open the door. Everyone inside looked up. Upon seeing Hua Qiu, the private room immediately fell silent. The group looked at each other, their expressions bewildered. Who do we have here? It's the class monitor. It's been a long time, someone said with a forced smile. It took me a lot of effort to get him to come, the class monitor is such a big shot, Qin Yaya teased. Hua Qiu's expression remained calm. As soon as he entered, he saw the expressions on everyone's faces and knew they didn't welcome him. That's normal. In high school, he was the class monitor, responsible for collecting homework. Even if someone couldn't pay, he still handled the matter impartially and reported it as required. At that time, Zhou Yuan and Qin Yaya were the most dazzling girls in the class. Many boys have a crush on the two of them. Because of Zhou Yuan, Hua Qiu had conflicts with many boys, and their relationships were not good. Hua Qiu didn't like dealing with these people, but he sat down for Qin Yaya's sake. In no time, the private room became lively again. But no one spoke to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu became too lazy to speak and gradually became an outsider. Qin Yaya had to run out to attend to others, so she couldn't keep an eye on Hua Qiu for a while. Hua Qiu silently sipped her tea. He noticed that the male classmate sitting opposite him would glance at him every now and then, his eyes filled with hostility. Hua Qiu thought for a moment, but couldn't remember who he was. In fact, Hua Qiu was unfamiliar with everyone in this private room. After all, thousands of years have passed. That male classmate made no attempt to hide his hostility towards Hua Qiu. Bang! After drinking several glasses of wine, the man's face was flushed, and he suddenly slammed the glass heavily on the table. Everyone was frightened by him. Su Fan, what's wrong? Someone asked. Su Fan stared intently at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, I heard you dumped Zhou Yuan, is that right? Su Fan asked with a stern face. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. What do you mean he abandoned Zhou Yuan? I've heard everything. You two were already engaged, but you broke off the engagement on the day itself and abandoned Zhou Yuan. Don't you have any conscience at all? Su Fan rebuked angrily. Judging from the appearance, she was once Zhou Yuan's suitor. Zhou Yuan is so outstanding she didn't mind that you are a useless cripple and was willing to marry you instead of being grateful. You did such a heinous thing. Do you have no humanity? Su Fan was extremely angry and continued to berate Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu looked displeased. Su Fan is such a simp. Zhou Yuan hadn't done anything to him, yet he was here demanding justice for her. You abandoned Zhou Yuan, and you even threatened her, demanding she return the betrothal gifts. Do you know that Zhou Yuan is now borrowing money everywhere, driven to desperation by you? She was crying the whole time she called me, and you're happy about that, aren't you? Su Fan stood up, furious. I'm asking you, you're nothing but a piece of trash, a cripple. What gives you the right to abandon Zhou Yuan? Judging from Su Fan's expression, he seemed ready to attack Hua Qiu directly, but he was held back by someone. A cold glint flashed in Hua Qiu's eyes. It's none of your business what I do with Zhou Yuan, he said with a stern face. It's not my place to say that. Su Fan's expression turned ferocious. Who do you think you are? Are you still that arrogant class monitor who used to wield power like a chicken feather? Even if your leg is healed, you'll still be nothing more than an unemployed bum with no education, to put it bluntly. You're just a good-for-nothing who's just waiting to die. I really don't understand how Zhou Yuan could be willing to marry someone like you. You're nothing but a toad. You're not worthy at all. Su Fan became more and more agitated as he spoke. Hua Qiu's expression was icy. He was already angry. This Su Fan takes himself too seriously. I just don't understand. I am so much better than you. Why would Zhou Yuan choose you? I just don't get it. Su Fan said with a look of resentment. I graduated from a prestigious university and now I've joined a large company and risen to a managerial position. My future is bright. What do you have to compare with me? What makes you think you, an unemployed bum, can win Zhou Yuan's favor? You got her, but you don't cherish her. Have you lost your mind? Hua Qiu stood up. I think you're the one who's lost your mind, he said coldly. Within his dantian, spiritual energy was already surging. Alright, Hua Qiu, shut up. A male classmate stood up and scolded. Su Fan's words were a bit extreme, but they weren't wrong. You did make a mistake regarding Zhou Yuan. Su Fan is drunk and just throwing a tantrum. Can't you just bear with it? Endure? Hua Qiu's gaze turned icy cold in an instant. When has he, even a powerful immortal emperor, ever tolerated anything? 48, Chapter 48. You want me to give up my seat, is that it? The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Hua Qiu, didn't you see Su Fan is drunk? Why are you arguing with him? A female classmate stood up and criticized Hua Qiu. Exactly, you're the class monitor, yet you're so serious about arguing with your old classmates. Someone else chimed in. Tell me why you abandoned Zhou Yuan with your qualifications. It's no exaggeration to say you're marrying above your stationy. Really don't know what you were thinking, said a boy who had once pursued Zhou Yuan. Everyone in the private room was speaking up for Su Fan. Not a single person was on Hua Qiu's side. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. He couldn't be bothered to explain to these people. As for Su Fan, he's practically a clown. Hua Qiu had no interest in paying attention to these people and turned to leave the private room. Stop! Su Fan shouted. Hua Qiu, are you feeling guilty? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it, right? Back in the day, you were a shining star in the class. Now, I really look down on you. Hua Qiu glanced at him. Who do you think you are? Why should I need your approval? He said indifferently. What did you say? Su Fan roared in anger. I'm going to teach you a lesson today and help Zhou Yuan get revenge. He shouted, rolling up his sleeves. Su Fan stepped onto the table and jumped towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's face turned cold, and she reached out and grabbed it. In an instant, he grabbed Su Fan by the neck and lifted him into the air. This scene shocked the old classmates in the private room. It was as if Su Fan himself jumped over and got choked by Hua Qiu. Su Fan, who was 18 meters tall and quite strong, didn't even manage to touch Hua Qiu before Hua Qiu grabbed him by the neck and he couldn't move. The old classmates were all stunned for a moment. In my memory, Hua Qiu was a bookworm with extremely poor physical fitness. Where did he get such great strength? Let me go. Su Fan was almost out of breath. He was also surprised that Hua Qiu was so powerful. What are you doing? Qin Yaya was startled as she pushed open the door to the private room. She was terrified when she saw this scene as soon as she entered. "Hua Qiu, let Su Fan go, he'll suffocate if you keep him like this." Qin Yaya panicked and quickly tried to persuade him. "If Su Fan gets into trouble, Hua Qiu will bear criminal responsibility." Hua Qiu tossed it aside casually. Su Fan was thrown onto the sofa behind him, lying there like a dead dog. Although his expression was still angry, his gaze towards Hua Qiu was filled with fear, and he no longer dared to jump up. "They're all old classmates, how did things turn out like this?" Qin Yaya asked, puzzled. "It's nothing, he insisted on sparring with me, and I hit him a little too hard," Hua Qiu said calmly. The crowd looked at each other strangely. Judging from Su Fan's appearance, he almost fainted. Did they go a little too far? Who would have thought that the class monitor who was ridiculed back then would be so assertive now? "Why are you having such a proper sparring session?" Qin Yaya complained. "Sit down quickly, another classmate is here." Qin Yaya looked at her vibrating phone and went out to greet them. "You mustn't fight anymore," she said solemnly as she turned around. After Qin Yaya left the private room, it fell silent. The atmosphere was awkward. Su Fan dared not make another move, and for a moment, even his old classmates who had witnessed Hua Qiu's methods dared not mock him anymore. Hua Qiu, meanwhile, sat calmly on the edge, sipping tea. After a while, the door to the private room was opened. Qin Yaya led a man and a woman in. The woman was dressed glamorously, and the man was dressed in expensive designer brands, clearly indicating his financial strength. "Oh my, isn't this Qian Fangfang?" Someone immediately smiled and stood up. "You've become even more beautiful after all these years." "Qian Fangfang, we've been waiting for so long, you've finally come, haven't you?" Suddenly, everyone in the private room started flattering the woman. "Is this the boyfriend you were talking about?" They looked at the man Qian Fangfang was holding hands with, their eyes shining. "Yes, his name is Zhou Tsong, the general manager of Zhou Jinfu Group," Qian Fangfang introduced with a smile. "Zhou Jinfu Group, that's a huge conglomerate." Everyone was shocked. This is a very famous company in Beishan City. The Zhou family, which controls the Zhou Jinfu Group, is also one of the top families in Beishan City. They had heard that Qian Fangfang had hooked up with a rich second-generation heir, but they never expected him to be such a powerful one. "Young Master Zhou, hello, I'm Zhao Xiaoguan, Qian Fangfang's classmate." "Young Master Zhou, hello, I am." In an instant, several people rushed forward to curry favor with him. Qian Fangfang looked smug. She had to beg Zhou Tsong for a long time before he reluctantly agreed to come with her. She just wanted to show off in front of her old classmates. "Mr. Zhou, do you still remember me?" Su Fan rushed over to Zhou Tsong. "I am Su Fan, the supervisor of Qingxi district. We met at a meeting at headquarters last time." President Zhou's speech at the last meeting was brilliant. It was like a wake-up call for me. I still remember it vividly. He praised him with great enthusiasm, showing no trace of his earlier embarrassment. "I never would have guessed you were Qian Fangfang's boyfriend. What a coincidence. Qian Fangfang and I were quite close back in high school." Zhou Tsong raised an eyebrow. "Su Fan, right, I'll remember you," he nodded. "It's my honor to be remembered by President Zhou." Su Fan nodded and bowed, his face beaming. "I hope Mr. Zhou will give me more guidance in the future." He felt that his opportunity had come. "As long as you make good use of this relationship, you'll have no trouble achieving great success." Sit down, how can we let President Zhou stand?" Su Fan acted as if he were the host, gesturing for Zhou Tsong to sit down. Zhou Tsong looked around the private room. It was quite crowded and there were a lot of people. Zhou Tsong frowned. Su Fan, observing the expressions, immediately knew he was displeased. Su Fan looked around, then his gaze suddenly fixed on one spot. There, Hua Qiu remained silent throughout, quietly sipping her tea. Su Fan suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Hua Qiu, watch how I torment you to death," he thought to himself. "Hua Qiu, get up quickly and give President Zhou a seat." Su Fan pointed at Hua Qiu and said in a commanding tone. "Hurry up, can't you see Mr. Zhou has nowhere to sit? Hua Qiu ignored him. Su Fan was a little embarrassed. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Su Fan shouted angrily. Don't you even respect the general manager of Zhou Jinfu Group? He deliberately brought up Zhou Tsong. Zhou Tsong looked displeased. That person had been sitting there ever since he came in, as if ignoring him. This made him uncomfortable. You want me to give up my seat, is that it? Hua Qiu raised her head and asked calmly. The moment Zhou Tsong saw that face, he was immediately stunned. Then, his expression changed drastically. 49, Chapter 49 You've been fired. Zhou Tsong has a psychological trauma. That was the time at the Zhong family restaurant, when someone easily killed 4 top assassins in front of him with a wave of their hand. He still remembers the scene vividly. A killer's head rolled bloodily in front of him. He often has nightmares about it. As for that Jinx, he couldn't forget him either. At the Zhong family restaurant, one of his legs was broken, although it has now healed. He has never been to the Zhong family restaurant again, regarding it as a forbidden area in Beishan City. The moment Hua Qiu looked up and their eyes met, Zhou Tsong's expression changed. It's that Jinx. In an instant, Zhou Tsong turned pale with fright. He had never been so afraid of anyone in his entire life. Later, I heard that a battle had taken place in the Zhong family garden, where more than 50 top assassins had died, and the battle lasted only 5 minutes. He knew it must have been that scoundrel who did it. Zhou Tsong's scalp tingled, and he looked at Hua Qiu in fear, his expression and movements blank. Honey, what's wrong? Qian Fangfang asked, puzzled. As she spoke, she glanced at Hua Qiu. She was instantly stunned by that one glance. Hua Qiu. Qian Fangfang opened her mouth wide, her lips trembling. Wasn't she also filled with fear of Hua Qiu? That's someone who can kill as easily as eating or drinking. The two's performance left everyone dumbfounded. Mr. Zhou, do you know this Hua Qiu? Su Fan asked with a suspicious look. Zhou Tsong's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. He was terrified and had no time to pay attention to Su Fan. Hua Qiu, why are you still sitting? Get up and give President Zhou your seat. Su Fan said with displeasure when he saw Hua Qiu not moving. This is the general manager of Zhou Jinfu Group, a very prestigious position. It's your honor to give him your seat. Get up quickly. Su Fan ordered impatiently. Why aren't you up yet? Do you really not respect President Zhou? Anyone with eyes can see that Su Fan is deliberately targeting Hua Qiu and wants to use Zhou Tsong to suppress him. The old classmates watched coldly, or even gloated, as if waiting to see a good show. Mr. Zhou, this kid doesn't know what's good for him, Su Fan said to Zhou Tsong with a sneer. Shut up! Zhou Tsong shouted suddenly, his face showing anger. Su Fan was stunned. Mr. Zhou, did I say something wrong? He was confused and didn't understand why Zhou Tsong suddenly got angry. At this moment, Hua Qiu smiled. Is this Mr. Zhou? Do you need me to give you my seat? If so, just let me know, he said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tsong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could he dare to ask Hua Qiu to give up his seat for him? And no, I wouldn't dare. Please sit down, I can stand, Zhou Tsong said nervously, forcing a smile. Zhou Tsong's words caused everyone to look at him strangely. Why is the general manager of the prestigious Zhou Jinfu Group, the young master of the wealthy Zhou family, speaking so politely to Hua Qiu, an unknown nobody? Moreover, judging from his appearance, he seemed very uncomfortable, as if he was terrified of Hua Qiu. Everyone could see that Zhou Tsong was afraid of Hua Qiu. That expression was like a mouse seeing a cat. The more humble Zhou Tsong became, the less these people understood him. This shouldn't be happening. Hua Qiu and Zhou Tsong have vastly different identities. It would be more reasonable for their reactions to be reversed. Mr. Zhou, what's wrong? Su Fan asked, puzzled. This is not what he wanted to see. President Zhou, Hua Qiu is my high school classmate. He's just an ordinary person. You don't need to treat him like that. He doesn't deserve your treatment, Su Fan said hesitantly. Zhou Tsong's face immediately darkened. Didn't I tell you to shut up? He cursed angrily. Su Fan was stunned. The students were also stunned. Nobody understood what was going on. Jotsong felt like strangling Su Fan. He dared not provoke Hua Qiu, that wicked star, again. If the other party got angry and wanted his life, he would have no choice but to die. Can't you use your brain, you idiot? Jotsong pointed at Su Fan and cursed, he's sitting perfectly fine, what right do you have to make him give up his seat? Do you have the right to order him around? Su Fan's face turned extremely ugly. He lost face once again after being publicly scolded. But this time he was scolded without understanding why, and looked completely bewildered. Your name is Su Fan, right? Jotsong asked coldly. Yes, I am the supervisor of Qingxi district, Su Fan replied meekly. From now on, that's no longer the case, Jotsong said in a deep voice. Su Fan's expression changed, revealing a look of surprise. Mr. Zhou, I don't quite understand what you mean. Don't understand? Then I'll say it again, Su Fan, you're fired. Go back tomorrow, pack your things, and get out of here. Never set foot in any part of Zhou Jinfu Group again. Su Fan stood there blankly, unable to react for a long time. To VE been fired? He couldn't believe it. Everything was fine before, and I thought that by getting on Jotsong's good side, I would soon be promoted. How could this be the result? The students looked at each other in bewilderment. This reversal took everyone by surprise. President Zhou, why are you firing me? Su Fan was unwilling to give up and was also very resentful. Because you have no sense of propriety at all. Jotsong said, his face full of displeasure. Our company doesn't employ such stupid people. Su Fan's face turned extremely ugly. The next second, Jotsong put on a fawning smile. I wonder if you are satisfied with this solution. He asked Hua Qiu in a humble voice. The students were completely stunned. He actually treated Hua Qiu like that. How is that possible? He's a young master from a wealthy family. Hua Qiu, on the other hand, has absolutely no background whatsoever. Even Qin Yaya looked surprised. Most young masters from wealthy families are arrogant and proud. She found it hard to imagine what could have caused a wealthy young master to be so polite to Hua Qiu. The degree of humility. Su Fan was the most surprised. It turns out that Jotsong was fired because of Hua Qiu. Is Hua Qiu really that influential? He didn't understand. What does this have to do with me? That's your Zhou Jinfu Group's business. Hua Qiu acted as if it were none of his concern. That's, Jotsong chuckled in agreement. He was inwardly cursing. If he doesn't deal with Su Fan, he'll probably be implicated again today and suffer again. He doesn't want to break his leg again. These idiots in the HR department don't even bother to properly vet people when they hire. I am going to give them a piece of my mind when I get back. Jotsong muttered to himself. I suddenly remembered I have some urgent business to attend to today, so I won't bother you any longer. Sorry, I'll take my leave now. Jotsong hadn't even finished speaking before he started walking out of the private room. You're leaving already, at least sit for a while, Hua Qiu said politely. No more sitting. If you have the chance next time, you can come to the Zhou family as a guest. The Zhou family will do its best to entertain you. Jotsong said this when he was almost at the entrance of the bar. Everyone looked at Hua Qiu with strange expressions. What exactly did he do to inspire such awe in Jotsong? 50, Chapter 50, Whose gift is more valuable? Hua Qiu, what exactly is your relationship with the young master of the Zhou family? Inside the private room, a classmate asked Hua Qiu a question. Everyone was curious. Su Fan looked over with red eyes. He just couldn't understand it, and he wanted to know why Hua Qiu was treated that way by the young master of the wealthy family. It's nothing, just a brief encounter, Hua Qiu said casually. Just a brief encounter? The students didn't believe it. How could a single meeting make the young master of the Zhou family revere Hua Qiu as a god? Nonsense. Qian Fangfang, do you know what happened? When they didn't get an answer, a classmate turned to ask Qian Fangfang. Me? Qian Fangfang's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Hua Qiu, whose expression remained calm. I don't know either, Qian Fangfang said evasively. She felt extremely uncomfortable and wished she could escape from there as soon as possible. The atmosphere in the private room was strange. The students had many guesses about Hua Qiu. Although no one could guess his identity, for a time no one dared to speak ill of him anymore. Su Fan, on the other hand, remained silent with a gloomy expression, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door of the private room. Qin Yaya got up and opened the door. Standing at the door was a handsome young man. Sun Lang, you finally arrived, Qin Yaya smiled and called out. I'm sorry, Yaya, I had some things to take care of at the company and there was a bit of traffic on the way, so I'm late, the young man said with a smile. Alright, come in quickly, Qin Yaya let him in. The vice class monitor must be a very busy person, the students all smiled. Clearly, the visitor has good interpersonal relationships. Hua Qiu had a slight impression of this person. Sun Lang, the vice class monitor, is handsome, academically excellent, and comes from a good family. He is very popular with girls. I heard that he pursued Qin Ya, but was rejected. Hua Qiu had virtually no interaction with this person. Sorry, I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later, Sun Lang said with a smile as he sat down. Everyone who attended Qin Yaya's birthday party has arrived. Yeah, sit down. Are you waiting for someone else? Sun Lang called out, patting the seat next to him. We're not waiting anymore, we're all here, Qin Yaya said, taking a few steps forward and subtly sitting down next to Hua Qiu. Sun Lang's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. It's been quite a while since we've all gotten together. It's really not easy for us to gather together today, Qin Yaya said with emotion. She said this while looking at Hua Qiu. Yes, it really isn't easy, the others chimed in. Once the conversation started, the group began to chat, each taking turns to speak. So-called class reunions are mostly about asking each other what they're doing and how they're doing. Most people have ordinary jobs. Hey, I really envy the vice class monitor. He started his own company and his business is getting bigger and bigger now. He even drives a BMW 7 Series. Handsome, rich, and capable. I wonder which beautiful girl will be lucky enough to marry him in the future, a classmate complimented Sun Lang. Everyone glanced at Qin Yaya, whether intentionally or unintentionally. No, I was just lucky, Sun Lang said modestly. As for relationships, I already have someone I love, but beautiful women aren't interested in me. Hey class monitor, you and the vice class monitor are a perfect match, why don't you just get together? Someone egged on. Qin Yaya looked embarrassed. Hua Qiu, why aren't you saying anything? She changed the subject and looked at Hua Qiu. They just kept drinking tea. Is this tea really that good? Hua Qiu smiled. What does he have to say? This tea is actually not bad, he said dismissively. Really, how come I never noticed it before? Qin Yaya looked doubtful, then picked up Hua Qiu's teacup and took a small sip. This scene elicited various reactions from the group. Sun Lang, who had a sunny and handsome appearance, paused again, his gaze darkening as he looked at Hua Qiu. Qin Yaya was surprisingly acting so intimately with Hua Qiu. The students looked at Sun Lang, then at Hua Qiu. This tea isn't that good, Qin Yaya said, handing the teacup back to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, it's been years since I've seen you. How are you doing? Where are you working? Sun Lang asked, taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with Hua Qiu. I'm unemployed, Hua Qiu replied calmly. I see. Sun Lang smiled slightly. It's really hard to find a job these days. Companies have high requirements, and even being a security guard has many requirements, he lamented. Everyone could tell that there was something else behind his words. He was mocking Hua Qiu for being incompetent and uneducated, saying that no one would want him even as a security guard. Speaking of security guards, I happen to have 2 openings in my company. If you don't have anywhere to go for the time being, you can come and try working for me. We're classmates, so I won't treat you unfairly. I guarantee you'll get better treatment than others after you work for a while. I can promote you to security captain, whose monthly salary will be comparable to that of an average white-collar worker, enough to cover your expenses. So, how about it? Want to think about it? Sun Lang spoke very seriously, as if he really was thinking of Hua Qiu's best interests. No need, Hua Qiu said casually, I recently took a cushy job, which is enough to make a living. Alright, Sun Lang didn't say anything more, he had achieved his goal. He just wanted to remind Hua Qiu and imply to Qin Yaya that only he was a good match for her. Yaya, it's your birthday today. I've been thinking hard, but I still can't think of a suitable gift for you, Sun Lang said to Qin Yaya. In the end, I had no choice but to choose one that most women love. He took out a delicate little box and placed it on the table. What is this? Qin Yaya asked hesitantly. Open it and take a look, Sun Lang said with a smile. Qin Yaya opened the box, and a bright light immediately reflected from inside. Wow, such a big diamond ring! A female classmate exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The box contained a valuable item, a high-purity diamond ring. While the vice class monitor is really generous, the students murmured ambiguously. In a normal relationship, who would give a gift like a diamond ring? Qin Yaya looked hesitant and wasn't interested in the large diamond ring. I'm sorry, Sun Lang, I can't accept this gift, it's too valuable, she said. Yeah, this is a token of my appreciation. Whether it's valuable or not is not important, what matters is the sentiment, Sun Lang said with a smile. Qin Yaya frowned slightly, but never picked up the diamond ring. Hua Qiu, she suddenly looked to the side. It's been years since we last met. It's my birthday, and you're not even going to give me a birthday present? Hua Qiu was taken aback. To be honest, he didn't really prepare much. I wonder what surprise gift our classmate Hua Qiu has prepared for Yaya. Sun Lang interjected with a smile. He concluded that Hua Qiu couldn't offer any decent gifts. The gap is huge, I bet Qin Yaya can't tell who's better. The students were all looking at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu looked at Qin Yaya, who had a hopeful expression on her face. Then take this. As he spoke, he pulled something out. In an instant, the entire private room was suddenly illuminated. 51, Chapter 51 was definitely stolen. Hua Qiu took out a green gem the size of a pigeon egg. The gemstone was crystal clear, and as soon as it was taken out, its dazzling fluorescence dazzled everyone's eyes. Compared to the brilliance of this gemstone, the brilliance of Sun Lang's diamond ring was utterly insignificant, completely overshadowed. Holy crap, what is this thing? A male student exclaimed, quickly covering his eyes. A gem, such a big gem. The girl stared wide-eyed, completely oblivious to the glaring fluorescent light. Even Sun Lang was startled. He never expected that Hua Qiu could pull out such an amazing thing. This such a big gem. Qin Yaya's red lips parted slightly, her face also showing surprise. She comes from a wealthy family and has naturally seen plenty of gemstones and diamonds. But this was the first time she had ever seen something as exaggerated as the one Hua Qiu was holding. If this gem is real, how much would it be worth? Even with her limited knowledge, she couldn't have imagined it. I think I've seen this gem before. Chen Fangfang stared blankly at the green gem for a long time. She felt like she had seen it somewhere before. I remember now, she exclaimed excitedly, slapping her thigh. I've seen this gem at the Zhou family's house. It seems to be called Star of Tianshan. It's an extremely precious natural gem, known as a priceless treasure. The students were all stunned. Hua Qiu presented Qin Yaya with a priceless treasure as a birthday gift. Is it true or false? Qian Fangfang, you're saying this gemstone belongs to the Zhou family? Sun Lang asked, frowning. No, Qian Fangfang shook her head. I only saw a brochure at the Zhou family's house. Zhou said it was a promotional brochure for the largest auction house in the capital, listing items that would be auctioned off, each one priceless. And this Tianshan Star gemstone was the highlight of that auction. Qian Fangfang's words surprised everyone even more. How did the grand finale item from the largest auction hall in the capital end up in Hua Qiu's hands? Found it, found it! Someone shouted, staring at their phone. Everyone crowded around to take a look. The star of Tianshan, mined from the summit of Tianshan Mountain, is the largest and purest emerald in its perfect shape. It caused a huge sensation when it was auctioned at the Imperial Capital Auction Hall. It is said that the auction of the Tianshan star was extremely lively, with bidders constantly bidding. In the end, this top-quality gem was won by the Long family, a super-rich family in the capital, for an astronomical price. The students read the news aloud while comparing the pictures with the gems in their hands. They looked exactly the same. Is this gem really real? Sun Lang stared at Hua Qiu and questioned him. He couldn't help but have doubts. How could a top-quality gemstone that was auctioned off by a super-rich family in the capital possibly end up in Hua Qiu's hands? With Hua Qiu's abilities, even producing a diamond ring would be difficult, let alone accessing a top-tier item like the Tianshan star. Even if you sell him, you won't get a single scrap. Everyone knows that Hua Qiu comes from a very ordinary family. I think it's true, Hua Qiu said calmly. This was a gift from the Long family in the capital. I don't think they would send me anything fake. There are many more things like this in Hua Qiu's home. On the day he was awarded the title of national hero, many super-rich families came, and the gifts they brought were all extraordinary. It just so happened to be Qin Yaya's birthday, so Hua Qiu casually picked up something as a birthday gift. He never expected that this thing was hailed as priceless. What, it was given to you by the Long family of the capital? Sun Lang smiled. Hearing this, he immediately felt relieved. They immediately realized that Hua Qiu was bragging. The Long family is a super-rich family in the capital. That's a top-tier family that stands at the very pinnacle of the entire Xia kingdom. Let alone an ordinary person like Hua Qiu, even the big shots in Beishan City might not have the qualifications to make contact with him. Hua Qiu actually said that the Long family had given him the priceless Tianshan star. That's simply a fantasy. Absolutely impossible. It was indeed a gift from the Long family, Hua Qiu nodded. He Sun Lang burst out laughing. Hua Qiu, you're really exaggerating, he laughed, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Do you know what level the Long family in the capital is, and do you know what it means when they give away priceless treasures? Sun Lang asked two questions in a row. Hua Qiu remained silent. Even with our combined backgrounds, we're not qualified to say a single word to the Long family, let alone expect them to offer us gifts. So why would they give you the Tianshan star? You're being too unrealistic. You might as well be honest and just say it's a fake. Sun Lang didn't seem to say anything offensive, but his words were full of sarcasm. Indeed, if this were the real Tianshan star, and you actually got it, why would you be willing to give it away? One student said. The Long family spent an astronomical sum to acquire this priceless treasure. They would never be willing to give it away, and even if they were to give it away, they wouldn't give it to you. Your boasting is indeed too exaggerated and far removed from reality. The students, of course, didn't believe it either. Zhou Cong's attitude towards Hua Qiu had surprised them, and they were somewhat hesitant to underestimate Hua Qiu. However, this latest incident has drawn some disdain from the crowd. How could you say something like that? Su Fan, who had been keeping a low profile, finally perked up and started mocking Hua Qiu. You think you can just take what the Long family gave you? Who do you think you are? Do you think the Long family has to treat you like royalty? Hua Qiu, do you even know how valuable the real thing is? You could work your whole life and still not be qualified to bid on a single item at an auction. You're really exaggerating. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and remained silent. He told the truth, but no one believed him. Hua Qiu, it's alright, although it's a fake. It's still very beautiful. I like it very much. Thank you for the gift. Qin Yaya smiled, comforting Hua Adam, and took the gem from his hand. If you really gave me a real one, I really wouldn't dare to accept it. All my family's assets combined couldn't even buy a Tianshan star, she joked. I'm not lying, believe it or not, Hua Qiu said, somewhat displeased. A burst of laughter erupted from the private room. Sun Lang stared at Hua Qiu with a mocking expression. If this star of Tianshan is genuine, then there's only one possibility. You stole it. If it isn't, I'll eat it right here. 52, Chapter 52, The Coward. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Hua Qiu frowned. Fine, if you insist on believing it's fake, then it's fake, he said indifferently. He had no interest in arguing with these people, much less the time to prove himself to them. He gave the gift to Chinyaya, not caring what others thought. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why did you have to be so stubborn? Su Fan snorted and said. We all know your capabilities, so giving away a replica of the Tianshan star isn't anything shameful. Hua Qiu didn't bother to respond. In the entire private room, only one person had a different attitude. Qian Fangfang didn't speak, but stared at Hua Qiu for a moment, then looked at the dazzling gem the size of a pigeon egg. She felt that it was very likely the real Tianshan star. She was the only one here who had witnessed Hua Qiu's extraordinary nature. If the gemstone is real, Qian Fangfang's gaze flickered. What kind of concept is it that the Long family, a super-rich family in the capital, gave Hua Qiu a priceless treasure? Her body trembled slightly. Doesn't that mean even the super-rich families in the capital have to curry favor with Hua Qiu? She couldn't bear to think about it anymore. Hua Qiu, you were once so despicable, what kind of person are you now? Qian Fangfang's heart trembled. She was incredibly envious of Chinyaya, who was given a priceless treasure by Hua Qiu without batting an eye. Class monitor, you must take good care of this gem after all, it's a token of Hua Qiu's affection, Qian Fangfang rarely spoke up, reminding Chinyaya. I will, this is the first gift Hua Qiu gave me, Chinyaya said with a smile, clearly admiring the gemstone. She didn't care at all that it was a fake. Hua Qiu, then I'll accept it, thank you. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and said nothing. Sun Lang, this ring is too valuable, I really can't accept it, Chinyaya pushed Sun Lang's diamond ring back. Sun Lang's expression turned slightly unpleasant. She was overjoyed when Hua Qiu gave her a fake product. He gave her the real thing, but Chinyaya refused to accept it. This made him lose face. Yeah, just accept it, it's nothing to me, Sun Lang said. But Chinyaya refused to accept it no matter what. Sun Lang was caught in a dilemma, whether he took it back or not. Seeing this, the other students also took out their own gifts. They were all small gifts, not very valuable. Chinyaya accepted them all and thanked everyone. Only Sun Lang's ring stood out conspicuously on the table. Next comes the usual routine of singing happy birthday and cutting the cake. Seeing Chinyaya and Hua Qiu talking intimately, Sun Lang's expression grew increasingly unpleasant, and his eyes gradually darkened. The party was drawing to a close. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a chaotic noise came from outside, as if someone was smashing things. Screams erupted, causing chaos. Chinyaya's pretty face changed color, and she quickly stood up. Don't come out, I'll handle it, she hurriedly instructed everyone. The students had no idea what had happened. Yeah, I'll go with you to take a look. Sun Lang immediately got up and followed Chinyaya out. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and stood up as well. As soon as the door to the private room was opened, a chaotic commotion immediately filled the room. Hua Qiu glanced outside and saw several burly men smashing things up in Chinyaya's bar, scaring the customers into scattering in all directions. Stop, what you're doing is illegal. Chinyaya shouted anxiously. But she was weak and alone, and being a girl, the burly men ignored her completely and continued their violent assault. If you don't stop, I'm calling the police. Chinyaya shouted. Heck, call the police, go ahead and call if you want, see if it'll do any good, a burly man said dismissively, showing no fear whatsoever. The group of men were tall and strong, and in the blink of an eye, they had turned Chinyaya's quiet bar into a complete mess. Stop! Stop right now! Chinyaya cried out in panic. At the door of the private room, Hua Qiu's face darkened as he walked out. The other students followed. In just a short while, the bar was left in ruins, and the burly men finally stopped. They didn't leave, staring intently at Chinyaya. Chinyaya was a little scared. Who are you people, how dare you come here and cause trouble? Sun Lang felt his chance to show off had come, so he stepped forward and angrily rebuked the group. In broad daylight, is there no law anymore? You're running wild without even looking where you are. Su Fan, emboldened by the alcohol, walked over and stood with Sun Lang. "Don't be afraid, squad leader, we'll stand up for you today," he said proudly. "This is outrageous, how could you do this? You'll be sentenced for this." Several classmates, their faces filled with righteous indignation, surged forward. Although those people looked intimidating, they had the advantage of numbers. "Oh, interesting," several burly men sneered, their faces unfriendly. "Classmates, this is my business, I can't involve you," Xinyata quickly said. She knew those people were not to be trifled with. Yeah, we're all classmates, your problems are my problems, and I'm going to help you today," Sun Lang said confidently. He looked behind him and saw that only Hua Qiu and a few female classmates were still standing there. Unlike some people, who become cowards in times of crisis. After he finished speaking, he looked at the several burly men. "Speak, who are you?" Sun Lang shouted. "Kid, you really don't know your place," one of them sneered. "You're probably not up to the task of being a hero who saves a damsel in distress." Sun Lang also revealed a cold smile. They were not afraid of these people at all. Yeah, don't be afraid with me here today, they absolutely can't touch you," he turned around and said to Qinyaya with a smile, full of confidence. Qinyaya looked worried. Hua Qiu glanced at those people. "Sun Lang, you shouldn't get involved in this matter, it's probably beyond your control," he kindly reminded him. Because he could tell that these people were not ordinary thugs, they all had some martial arts skills. "What are you talking about?" Sun Lang gave him a cold look. "I stood up for Yaya, and you just cowered in the back and made sarcastic remarks, are you even a man?" Sun Lang mocked. "Exactly, Hua Qiu, whose side are you on? You call yourself an old classmate. You coward, I despise you. As your old classmate, I feel ashamed." The other students also criticized Hua Qiu with dissatisfaction, showing their contempt for him. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and said nothing more. "I don't care where you're from, you're just a bunch of street thugs. I advise you to be smart and apologize to Yaya right now and compensate the bar for its losses, or you'll be going to jail." Sun Lang threatened the burly men in a cold voice. "Do you know Li Shangqian, the former captain of the security team? I have some connections with him. Although he's in jail now, his connections within the security team remain. With just one phone call from me, the security team will be here immediately," Sun Lang said confidently. The vice class monitor actually has connections with the security team. The students were very surprised, but also full of confidence. Hua Qiu remained silent for a moment. "Is it something you can bring up as a connection with the former captain of the security force?" If Li Shangqian were in there, he would probably curse his ancestors for 18 generations. "Oh dear, security team, I'm so scared," a burly man exclaimed, feigning fear. "If you're scared, do as I say right now, otherwise, I'll call the security team immediately." Sun Lang's face showed smugness. Fuck you. A burly man laughed loudly, cursed angrily, and kicked Sun Lang hard. 53, Chapter 53. Stunned classmate. Sun Lang had no chance to react to the sudden kick. That kick landed squarely on his waist, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sun Lang screamed in agony, feeling as if his waist was about to break. He looked pained and furious, never expecting that a few thugs would dare to lay a hand on him. "You want to fight? Who's afraid of who?" Su Fan, drunk and emboldened by some unknown source, suddenly lunged forward. "Overestimating yourself," the burly man who kicked Sun Lang said disdainfully, and kicked him again. Su Fan was still in midair when he was kicked away. Bang! Su Fan fell heavily to the ground, causing the faces of his classmates to change. No one dared to go over there anymore, afraid that they would also end up lying on the ground. They're all talk and no action. When it comes to actually fighting, they all turn into cowards. You, Sun Lang pointed angrily at the group. "I'll have the security forces arrest you all, and none of you will escape," he said angrily. He lost face in front of Qinyata once again, feeling utterly ashamed and enraged. "You think the security team is anything special?" a burly man said with a mocking expression, showing no respect for the security team whatsoever. What do you mean? Sun Lang's heart skipped a beat. When Li Shangqian, the former captain of the security team, was around, he had to be humble and deferential to our boss. Just because you know a few security personnel, you think you're so great. The big man's words startled his old classmates, including Sun Lang. Who exactly are you people? Sun Lang asked hesitantly, his voice much weaker. I'm not afraid to tell you, we are from the Federation. One of them said coldly. The Federation. Sun Lang's expression changed drastically in an instant. The students also looked shocked. Clearly, everyone was afraid of that organization. What is the Federation? Hua Qiu asked in a low voice, having never heard of it. The Federation is an organization that has only emerged in the last 2 years, and it is full of mystery. Qian Fangfang continued his conversation and explained to him. It's said that the leader of this organization is no ordinary person, he's a ruthless figure in Beishan City, a tough guy who has connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. They have deep connections, they take commissions from others to do things for them, and they are ruthless. Even the big families in Beishan City don't dare to provoke the Federation easily. Hua Qiu nodded in realization. So that's what kind of organization it is. It sounds scary, but isn't it just a more powerful gang of thugs? Upon hearing that the other party was from the Federation, Sun Lang was completely speechless. This is not something that a single district security team can handle. If the security team really comes, they'll probably end up arresting him instead. That's the strength of the Federation. They have connections in both the legal and illegal worlds. The students were all timid and hesitant, not daring to utter a single fart for a long time. No one dared to step forward anymore. Su Fan, who had fallen to the side, immediately started playing dead, lying motionless on the ground in an attempt to deceive everyone. Kid, why aren't you yelling anymore? A burly man squatted down and patted Sun Lang's face. Sun Lang's face was extremely ugly. I dare not, I was blind to your greatness at this moment. He could no longer care about saving face and said in a trembling voice with fear. His former backbone and confidence have vanished. No matter how much he liked Xinyaya, it wasn't worth risking his life for her. Should we still stop them? The big man asked again. No. I wouldn't dare to stop you, please go ahead, Sun Lang said, bowing his head. Sun Lang, Xinyaya's expression was complicated. Sun Lang gave in so quickly that she was caught off guard. Yeah, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that, we can't afford to offend them, Sun Lang said with a gloomy face. Look, I've done all this for you. This back injury probably won't heal for at least another 100 days. Yeah, don't resist them anymore. It won't end well. They won't show any mercy to a woman. It's just a bar, right? Just give it to them at worst. I'll help you open another one just like it Laterno, even bigger than this one, okay? Xinyaya looked disappointed. She never expected Sun Lang to be this kind of person. It was all an act before. That's right, just hand over this land obediently, and everything will be fine, the burly man at the head of the group laughed. Young lady, no offense, but what's the point of you clinging to this spot? It's not like we're not going to pay you. Xinyaya's pretty face was tense. She was scared too. I disagree, this is my great-grandfather's land, and I will never sell it. She said, her body trembling, but she still mustered the courage to speak. I will never yield to you. Upon hearing this, the burly man's face darkened. You asked for this. He said viciously, walking towards Xinyaya. Xinyaya was terrified this time. None of her classmates dared to stand up, leaving her to face the situation alone. The burly man approached, and a large hand swung out at him. Xinyaya subconsciously closed her eyes. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't feel like anything had happened to me. She slowly opened her eyes and found that someone was standing in front of her at some point. Hua Qiu! Xinyaya exclaimed in surprise. When everyone else hesitated, Hua Qiu stood up for her. Hua Qiu firmly caught the burly man's outstretched hand. Are there still people who aren't afraid of death? The big man's expression grew even more gloomy. Boy, you're asking for death, he said coldly, then forcefully swung his hand. But soon, he showed a look of shock. He had used a great deal of strength, both didn't budge an inch. Although the young man looked thin, he possessed a terrifying strength that held him so tightly that he couldn't move an inch. The burly man stared at Hua Qiu, his expression changing. You're not qualified to mess with Qin Ya, Hua Qiu said coldly. Then, he casually picked up a throw. The burly man's massive body flew straight out. He almost flew out of the bar. The bar shook a couple of times when he fell. Hua Qiu Qin Ya exclaimed softly, covering her red lips, her eyes glazed over. Hua Qiu's abilities surprised her. His words made her heart flutter. The other members of the Federation were stunned. The students were stunned. The strength of the Federation is evident to all. Just look at how badly Sun Lang and Su Fan were beaten to know. But that man, nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as an ox, not only easily caught a punch from Hua Qiu, but also casually tossed him far away. How is this possible? Is this the coward from before? He's dead. At this moment, Sun Lang, who had been deeply shocked, came to his senses and a gloating sneer appeared on his face. He couldn't afford to offend the Federation, so he had no choice but to back down. Hua Qiu still dares to stand up and act like a hero, he's really courting death. He wanted to wait and see what happened, so he could maintain his composure. The Federation, is it? Hua Qiu's expression was icy, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. 54, Chapter 54. A phone call. The bar was silent for a while. Big brother. The members of the association finally realized what was happening and rushed to help the burly man at the bar entrance. The person was completely disoriented after the fall. Kid, you dare to go against our association, do you have a death wish? One of them shouted coldly, his expression ferocious and frightening. The Federation, is it that great? Hua Qiu said non-committally. The group of people all froze for a moment. This is the first time anyone has dared to so disregard the Federation. Hua Qiu's words not only shocked a few people, but also frightened his classmates quite a bit. Good heavens, this is practically smearing the Federation to death. What an arrogant brat, today, none of you will leave here alive. Someone threatened. The old classmates were all terrified and turned ashen-faced. This has nothing to do with us, brothers, we don't know him at all. One of them quickly said, trying to distance himself from the matter. Yes, we're not on the same side, you should just look for him. He should take responsibility for the mess he made. Hua Qiu was used to her classmates' estrangement and remained non-committal. Qin Ya's expression was complicated. She didn't understand why everyone was so materialistic, even though they had been laughing and joking just a moment ago. She sighed, that's human nature. Hua Qiu, no matter what happens, I will face it with you. She said earnestly to Hua Qiu. Don't worry, they can't cause any trouble, Hua Qiu said calmly. Qin Ya took it as him comforting himself. Actually, she was terrified too. But the thought of facing it together with Hua Qiu made it seem less frightening. No matter what you say, you can't escape. The members of the Federation didn't care about any of that. The students looked distressed. Hua Qiu, you're trying to be a hero, but you're dragging everyone down with you. Do you think you can afford to offend the Federation? You're overestimating yourself, you're just plain stupid. Sun Lang shouted, getting to the point. That's right. Right, it's all his fault. What does it have to do with us? He doesn't even know his own limitations. If anything happens to me, I'll haunt him even in hell. The students began to criticize and complain. Hua Qiu turned a deaf ear. To him, those people were like air, he had no interest in paying them any attention. Hua Qiu, I'm on your side, a weak voice rang out. Hua Qiu and Qin Ya looked over in surprise. It was Chen Fangfang who said those words. Chen Fangfang, are you stupid? Her classmates looked at her as if she were an idiot. In this situation, are you an idiot to still dare to side with Hua Qiu? Xian Fangfang didn't say anything. She thought to herself, you guys are the fools. Clap clap clap, the sound of applause rang out at the entrance of the bar. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut, dressed in a suit, walked in clapping his hands. President! Several members of the Federation immediately became respectful and called out loudly. The person who arrived was the head of the Federation, the infamous Zhao Chenggang, nicknamed Black-Hearted Tiger. When they saw several people calling him chairman, everyone in the bar, except for Hua Qiu, fell silent. Black-Heart Tiger, a ruthless man with connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, is a legend that circulates throughout Beishan City. It is said that this person has countless lives on his hands. It seems he served the Xia kingdom in his youth, killing countless people on the battlefield and earning a formidable reputation. Surprisingly, even the president of the Federation has stepped in. The students were pale, feeling that they might really die here today. You lot, you haven't been able to secure a single plot of land in all this time. I have to personally intervene, you're useless. Zhao Chenggang angrily reprimanded the members of the Federation. The burly men were silenced by his insults, their faces filled with shame. Zhao Chenggang looked at Hua Qiu with great interest. Kid, you're pretty good, he said with a faint smile. Hua Qiu's expression remained calm. He already knew that this person had been watching from the bar entrance. Not only him, but there are others outside. However, those who dare to oppose my association usually only have one fate. Zhao Cheng's tone suddenly changed, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. That is death. A murderous aura emanated from him. That's the aura one possesses only after killing many people. This aura caused those around Hua Qiu to tremble with fear. Qin Yaya's pretty face also turned pale as she silently approached Hua Qiu. She could only feel at ease when she was near Hua Qiu. You think you can take my life? Hua Qiu suddenly revealed a mocking smile. What, not enough? Zhao Chenggang frowned. Unexpectedly, even Black-Hearted Tiger would be looked down upon one day, by a mere young upstart. Hua Qiu shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Zhao Cheng's face darkened. How dare he provoke us, has he lost his mind? Several classmates were almost crying with fear, hating Hua Qiu to death and cursing him incessantly. That idiot, he's going to get everyone killed. Sun Lang's face was grim as he tried to figure out how to escape later. He felt that Hua Qiu's death here was a foregone conclusion. Hua Qiu looked outside the bar. I only brought about 20 people, which isn't enough, he said casually. Zhao Cheng's expression changed slightly. This kid actually stated the number of people outside. How did he know? Those people were there to collect your bodies, Zhao Chen said, grinning. After all, this piece of land is valuable, so we can't make it too dirty. Oh, I see. Hua Qiu feigned realization. Looks like I'll have to find someone to collect your bodies too, he said unhappily. After all, this is the city center, and it's Qin Yaya's bar, it can't be too dirty. Zhao Chenggang was stunned. He had never seen such an arrogant young man as Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu then picked up the phone and made a call. Call someone? Zhao Chenggang sneered. Calling anyone won't make a difference. He watched with a leisurely air. I'd like to see what kind of person could you summon to beg for mercy? Hua Qiu dialed the number. Huaguosher, what are your instructions? The person on the other end of the phone was filled with trepidation. Minister Wu, you have some manpower on your side, right? Send some to the Hai Sing bar in Qingxi district, they need to be efficient, Hua Qiu said indifferently. He wanted to call the Martial Alliance to collect the bodies of the Federation members. After all, they are the most professional and skilled at handling injuries and deaths resulting from martial arts battles. May I ask, Mr. Hua, what do you need us to do? Wu Pingqing asked. Come and collect the bodies of the Federation president and his men, Hua Qiu said. What? Wu Pingqing exclaimed in surprise, his voice changing. Huaguosher, is it that brat Zhao Chenggang is so blind that he offended you? he asked hurriedly. Send someone over quickly, and hurry up, Hua Qiu urged, not having time for idle chatter. Wait, Hua Guosher, please give me a little time, just a little time. Could you give the phone to Zhao Chenggang? Please let me say a few words to him. Hua Qiu frowned, displeased. He glanced at Zhao Chenggang. Someone wants you to answer the phone, he said. You want me to answer the phone? Zhao Chen just revealed a teasing smile. I'd like to hear who dares to speak to me. He walked over and took Hua Qiu's phone. Zhao Chenggang, you bastard, are you tired of living? A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the phone. Zhao Cheng's smile instantly froze. 55, Chapter 55. You dare to offend a national hero. That voice. Zhao Chen's expression changed. He was immediately scolded after receiving the call. He wanted to get angry, but the voice on the phone sounded very familiar. Who are you? Zhao Chenggang asked tentatively. Zhao Chenggang, you little bastard, you think you're all grown up now, you don't even recognize me anymore? Wu Pingqing was furious and continued to curse. You are Instructor Wu. Zhao Chenggang finally recognized the voice. He knew that tone all too well. That's how the instructor scolded him when he was serving in the military. Not only him, but everyone in the team at that time, no matter how powerful their background or how irritable their temper, was disciplined by Instructor Wu to the point of being obedient. Everyone was completely convinced of the power of Instructor Wu. For Zhao Chenggang, Instructor Wu can be considered his mentor. It was Instructor Wu who taught him the martial arts of killing, imparted a lot of experience to him, and trained him from a naive young man into a steel warrior on the battlefield. Instructor Wu deserves much credit for his current achievements. Hearing that voice again now feels so familiar and comforting. Instructor Wu, I heard you are the head of the Martial Arts Alliance branch in Beishan City. I am so sorry I haven't had a chance to visit you, Zhao Chenggang said apologetically. He was a fugitive who walked the line between the legitimate and criminal worlds. Wu Pingqing represented the pinnacle of the righteous path in Beishan City, and fearing that he would tarnish the old instructor's reputation, he never dared to meet him. Zhao Chen glanced at Hua Qiu. Unexpectedly, he actually managed to contact a very important person. This kid is something else. It seems we really can't touch him today. Who is that on the phone? How does Hua Qiu know them? The students were taken aback. It was obvious that Zhao Chen had just met the person on the phone, and his attitude was very respectful. Given Zhao Qinggong's status and position, anyone who could command such respect from him must be an extremely important figure. At that level, Hua Qiu, a commoner, shouldn't even have the chance to come into contact with it. Zhao Chenggang, you really have audacity, you little bastard, you almost blew the sky apart, do you know that? Wu Pingqing scolded him on the phone with exasperation. Instructor Wu, why do you say that? Zhao Chenggang asked in surprise. Hua Qiu was able to contact Wu Pingqing, and he had already planned to let the young man go. But now that I hear it, it seems that things are far more complicated than they appear. Could it bet this kid is someone important? Zhao Chenggang, I've always turned a blind eye to your tyrannical behavior in Beishan City, but this time, you've really messed up. Wu Pingqing said angrily. Zhao Qinggong's expression turned to shock. Instructor Wu, could you please explain yourself more clearly? How did I end up kicking a hornet's nest? He asked, somewhat incredulously. As far as I can remember, Instructor Wu rarely lost his temper like this. Isn't he just a young man with some connections? Why is Instructor Wu so furious? What else can I say, you arrogant bastard? Do you even know that if I hadn't called you on the phone in time, you'd be a corpse by now? Wu Pingqing's words shocked Zhao Chenggang to the extreme. He knew that Instructor Wu rarely joked. He couldn't believe it. Things have gotten this serious. Instructor Wu, please tell me what mistake I made. I need to die knowing why, right? His tone softened immediately, eager to find out the truth. Then I will tell you. Zhao Chenggang, how dare you attack a national hero of the highest caliber? Isn't that just courting death? Wu Pingqing said coldly. What? Zhao Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in surprise. He even thought he had misheard. A national hero of the highest caliber. He actually provoked a national hero of the highest caliber. Zhao Chenggang was fully aware of the status and privileges of a national hero. No matter how arrogant he was in Beishan, he was nothing compared to that extremely lofty being. Zhao Chenggang knew even more clearly that a national hero, if he were a martial artist, would definitely be a master of the martial venerable level. I could crush him with a flick of my wrist. Zhao Chen just trembled. This ruthless man, who had connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles of Beishan City, was terrified for the first time. His lips trembled as he looked up at the young man in front of him. Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently. That gaze was no different from looking at a dead person. Zhao Qing'an's body trembled. He couldn't believe it. This young man, at such a young age, is actually a highly respected national hero of the Xia Kingdom. He is a top-tier expert at the martial venerable level. Zhao Chenggang could hardly imagine what would have happened if he had actually made a move. Even without taking action, he was terrified. He offended a national hero of the highest caliber. If the other party pursues the matter, he won't even need to lift a finger. A single phone call will be enough to end Zhao Qing'an's life. Because he was a national hero. It is a powerful being that can control the life and death of many people. Zhao Cheng swallowed hard. At this moment, his face was full of bitterness. What incredible luck, just casually acquiring a piece of land and he manages to offend a national sage of the highest order. Instructor Wu, save me, he whispered, his voice full of pleading. That's why I called you on the phone so quickly, just to save you. Wu Pingqing said. Do you know why Huaguosher called me? He wanted me to bring the Martial Alliance to collect your corpses. Zhao Qing'an's face looked worse than if he had been crying. At first, he thought Hua Qiu was calling for help. He almost lost his life. Instructor Wu, what should we do now? Zhao Qing'an's voice was soft and lacked any confidence. He couldn't help but feel a chill when he saw Hua Qiu's cold expression. If it were him, he wouldn't easily let go of someone who offended him. Give the phone back to Huaguosher, and I'll shamelessly plead for you. The rest is up to you. Okay, Wu Pingqing said. Whether he can let you go or not, I don't know, because I have no right to influence the thoughts of a national hero. Zhao Chenggang had no choice but to obediently agree. He held Hua Qiu's phone in his hands, then bent down and respectfully presented it to Hua Qiu with both hands. Instructor Wu wants to talk to you. Please listen to me, he said in a trembling voice. Everyone in the bar witnessed this scene. The old classmates were stunned for a moment. The members of the Federation were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why Zhao Chenggang, the president of the Federation and a ruthless figure renowned throughout Beishan, would undergo such a dramatic change in attitude after receiving just one phone call. He actually bowed to Hua Qiu and used the formal you when he spoke to her. What exactly happened? Who was on the phone, and what did they say? How could Black-Hearted Tiger become so trembling and so respectful of Hua Qiu? No one can figure it out. Hua Qiu answered the phone impatiently. Minister Wu, you've already wasted a lot of my time, Hua Qiu said as soon as she took the phone. Have you set off yet? I'm about to make my move, he said calmly. Wu Pingqing was speechless. Black-Hearted Tiger Zhao Chenggang turned pale instantly, his legs trembling with fear. 56, Chapter 56 Incredibly Humble. Mr. Hua, please wait a moment. Wu Pingqing hurriedly made his request. That Zhao Chenggang was one of my former students. That bastard is incredibly audacious and has offended you. He is unforgivable. But could you please give me a little face and spare his life this time? Don't worry, as long as you spare his life, I will definitely punish him severely so that he will never dare to do it again. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. To be honest, he was displeased with the people in this association. Especially since they dared to bully the people around them. However, Wu Pingqing, from the Beishan City Martial Alliance branch, was considered an upright official. He had previously threatened Tan Lang on his behalf, wanting to protect him. Hua Qiu is considering it. He frowned and stared at Zhao Chenggang for a moment. Hua Qiu's expression made Zhao Chenggang very uneasy. Mr. Hua, I was blind to your greatness, please, for Instructor Wu's sake, show me some leniency, Zhao Chenggang quickly pleaded. You lot, get over here right now. He roared at the group of burly men. The group was terrified and scrambled over. I order you to apologize to Mr. Hua right now, without the slightest dissatisfaction, and with utmost sincerity. Zhao Chenggang said. What? The burly men looked as if they had seen a ghost, unable to believe it. Not only them, but all of Hua Qiu's old classmates were dumbfounded. What's wrong? The ruthless Zhao Chenggang was so humble in front of Hua Qiu that he not only apologized in person but also made his underlings apologize as well. This turn of events was so dramatic that it took people a while to react. Sun Lang and Su Fan stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with nothing but disbelief. They suffered a huge psychological shock. I was expecting Hua Qiu to be humiliated by the Federation, but I never imagined it would end like this. Hua Qiu, what are they doing? Qin Yaya was quite frightened, her face full of vigilance, thinking that the Federation was up to some new trick. Only Qian Fongfong smiled. She was very glad that she had made the right bet. What are you all standing there for? Believe me or not, I'll cripple you all. Seeing that his underlings didn't move, Zhao Chenggang roared in anger. The underlings were terrified and turned pale. They hurriedly bowed and scraped to Hua Qiu, apologizing profusely. Although they didn't understand, they were afraid of Zhao Chenggang. What's the use of apologizing to me? You should apologize to her. Hua Qiu looked at Qin Yaya with a cold expression. We're sorry, we were wrong. The underlings immediately turned to Qin Yaya and kept apologizing. Even worse, some knelt down, weeping and snotting as they confessed and begged Qin Yaya for forgiveness. The students not far away watched in silence for a long time. Those are all ruthless figures from the Federation. I've never seen them so humble before. Hua Qiu made just one phone call, and they were forced to grovel. Even the ruthless Zhao Chenggang had to keep a low profile and treat him like a god. This is extremely frightening. The students now have only one question on their minds. What exactly is Hua Qiu's identity? What gives him such power? Qin Yaya was completely stunned, blinking her big eyes several times, at a loss for what to do. These people were so arrogant before. Why did he kneel down to her? Miss, we were just doing this for someone else, and we have no grudge against you, Zhao Chenggang said to Qin Yaya, trying his best to make his smile seem friendly. I have offended you in the past, and I hope you will forgive me. I promise, this will never happen again. We are willing to compensate this bar 3 times for its losses, and in the future, if you ever need anything from our association, just say the word, and we will be at your service. Qin Yaya looked incredulous. She felt like she was dreaming. The harassment from the association had been a great source of distress and fear for her. But now, the level of politeness shown to her by the Federation's leaders shocked her beyond belief. Is this really a federation? This is not their style of doing things. There's only one reason. It was Hua Qiu's presence that made them become polite and even humble. Qin Yaya looked at Hua Qiu, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Hua Qiu, who occupied an important corner of her memory, shouldn't have such a big influence. It seems I don't recognize him anymore. Miss Qin, do you think this is acceptable? Zhao Chenggang asked Qin Yaya cautiously. Huh? Qin Yaya was taken aback. Oh, I can accept that, she said quickly. In short, the bar was saved, and the land was also saved. Zhao Chenggang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Hua Qiu, still feeling uneasy. Mr. Hua, do you think this approach is acceptable? Hua Qiu glanced at Qin Yaya. Since Qin Yaya had accepted, he had nothing more to say. It wouldn't be good to let blood be spilled in her bar. Remember, there won't be a next time, Hua Qiu said calmly. Definitely, definitely. Zhao Chen replied quickly, as if he had been granted a pardon. He was relieved to have survived. Did you hear that? Mr. Hua has shown mercy, so hurry up and thank Miss Qin and Mr. Hua. He ordered his underlings. Thank you, Miss Qin and Mr. Hua, for your mercy, the underlings obediently shouted in unison. They don't even know why they did it. But the fact that even the boss treats these two with such respect shows that they are definitely not simple characters, so it's always good to be careful. Clean it up immediately and restore the bar to its original state as quickly as possible. Zhao Chenggang said. Yes. The younger men got busy and became cleaners. Zhao Cheng shouted towards the outside of the bar, and more than 20 members of the Federation rushed in and quickly cleaned up the damaged bar. A group of Federation members were doing the work of laborers. This scene looks incredibly eerie. Sir, are you alright? Let me help you up. They were also extremely polite to Hua Qiu's classmates. Someone kindly went to help Sun Lang and Su Fan, who were lying on the ground. The two found it incredible. It's okay, I am fine, they quickly replied with a smile. Because of Hua Qiu, they were treated with great courtesy, which stirred up a complex and indescribable emotion in their hearts. Don't worry about those, just clean them up like garbage, Hua Qiu suddenly said. He pointed to Sun Lang and Su Fan, as well as those old classmates. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. Hua Qiu remembered their previous attitude and wouldn't give them a friendly look. Hua Qiu, the group wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. They were the ones who started it. Yes, sir. The members of the Federation immediately shooed the group away like trash. Su Fan and Sun Lang fared even worse. They had just been helped up when they were pushed down again and thrown out. Sai Qin Yaha sighed, but did not stop her. She finally saw through these people. Chen Fangfang, try to stay in touch with the class monitor more often and strengthen your friendships, Hua Qiu said to the only classmate who hadn't been kicked out. Chen Fangfang showed a look of surprise. She knew that this was a hint of approval from Hua Qiu. If she doesn't act out of line in the future, she might be able to establish a connection with Hua Qiu through their classmate relationship. Qian Fangfang was overjoyed. Someone who can make the ruthless Zhao Chenggang grovel with just a phone call, that person must have some powerful backing. After seeing Qian Fangfang off, Hua Qiu's expression darkened. Now, tell me, who ordered you to seize this land? Hua Qiu stared at Zhao Chenggang. 57, Chapter 57 The Astonishing Strength of the Yi Family. Hua Qiu pulled Zhao Chenggang aside, making sure Qin Yaya couldn't hear their conversation. Zhao Chenggang lowered his voice as he learned of Hua Qiu's thoughts. Mr. Hua, it was the head of the Yi family, a martial arts family in Zishanling, Beishan City, who sent us to forcibly seize this land, he said in a low voice. The Yi family was very generous, offering a very high price, and told us that we must get this land no matter what means we use. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Martial arts family? He only knew one martial arts family, and that was the Zhong family. These martial arts families not only cultivate martial arts but also own family businesses, wielding considerable influence in various aspects. Generally speaking, martial arts families have greater capabilities and influence than ordinary business families. There probably aren't many martial arts families in Beishan City. Hua Qiu knew that Zishanling was a suburban area of Beishan City, where an ancient tomb was located, hence the name. It is quite rare for a family to establish their clan's estate in a less developed suburb. Tell me about the Yi family, Hua Qiu said. The Yi family has always been quite low-key. Members of the Yi family rarely show their faces in Beishan City. They are the most mysterious martial arts family in Beishan City, Zhao Chenggang said with a frown. Although they rarely show their faces, the Yi family's strength should not be underestimated. I've heard that the Yi family has hidden experts, but I don't know exactly how strong they are. The martial artists of Beishan City speculate that the strength of the Yi family should be no less than that of the Zhong family, and may even be stronger than the Zhong family. Hua Qiu neither agreed nor disagreed. No matter how strong it is, how strong can it be? Why does the Yi family insist on this land? What are their motives? Hua Qiu asked again. I don't know about that, Zhao Chenggang said with an awkward smile. I did ask, but they kept it a secret and wouldn't reveal any information. Hua Qiu was somewhat displeased. What exactly is this so-called martial arts family, the Yi family, up to? He hated it when people acted mysteriously. Although the Yi family is very powerful, with Mr. Hua here now, I'm sure they won't dare to covet this place anymore, no matter how arrogant they are, Zhao Chenggang said with a smile. The person in front of us has cultivated to the martial venerable realm at such a young age, and has been awarded the title of Hall of Fame with such a lofty title. How could a martial arts family in Beishan City afford to offend him? He believed that as long as the Ho family wasn't stupid, they would definitely back down. I'll call the head of the Yi family right now and warn them. Zhao Chen had just finished speaking when he took out his phone and made a call. It took quite a while before the call was answered. Hey, Patriarch He, Zhao Chengang spoke impatiently. Did you get it done? A hoarse voice came from the phone. The Federation cannot handle this matter, nor will it do so. The commission will be fully refunded later, Zhao Chengang said. Ha, you dare to break the contract? The head of the Yi family was furious and very unhappy. That's right, the alliance is ruined. Even if your Yi family wants to pay damages for breach of contract, we are willing to do so, Zhao Chengang said coldly. I'm calling you to give you some advice. The Yi family shouldn't even think about getting their hands on this land for the Haising Bar anymore. This place is no longer something that the Yi family alone can get their hands on. What did you say? The head of the Yi family asked angrily. Patriarch He, I won't beat around the bush with you, Zhao Chengang said. Let me tell you clearly, Haising Bar is currently being protected by a top-tier figure and he's someone the Yi family can't afford to offend. No martial arts family in Beishan City can afford to offend him. If you ignore our advice and still try to take this land, and anger the big shot, the consequences will be something your He family can't afford. Silence fell on the phone. After a while. Tell me, what kind of important person is he? The head of the Yi family asked. Zhao Chang looked at Hua Qiu, his expression questioning. Hua Qiu nodded. If the Yi family, upon learning his identity, backs down, he can save himself some trouble. Now I have to find Hua Dong and keep an eye on Lin Sini. I don't have much free time. Then I'll tell you. Zhao Chen just laughed. This sir is a national hero of the Xia kingdom, a figure of unparalleled stature. How about it, big enough? After he finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell silent again. Alright, I got it, a cold voice rang out. Beep. The phone call ended. What does this mean? Zhao Chengang asked, his expression showing displeasure. He was very dissatisfied with the reaction of the He family patriarch. Shouldn't we at least be shocked? That's a national hero of the highest caliber. How could he be so calm? Furthermore, it didn't say whether the Yi family had made a decision or whether they would give up. Mr. Hua, Zhao Chengang looked helpless. Alright, that's settled then, Hua Qiu said calmly. He had already gotten the answer from the last words of the Yi family patriarch. The Yi family will not give up. The most mysterious martial arts family in Beishan City. So you're not even interested in top-tier national heroes or martial arts masters? Hua Qiu smiled faintly, her smile slightly cold. Since the Yi family doesn't know what's good for them, he won't mind the trouble. Even if it causes some shock in the martial arts world in the future, he doesn't care. Shishan Mausoleum, a suburb of Beishan City. The mysterious Yi family, a martial arts clan, is located deep within the western mountains. With the construction of pavilions, walkways, and towers, the overall layout of the Yi family home has a distinctly ancient charm. Deep within the Yi family's territory, a thin, middle-aged man walked into the Yi family garden. In the garden pavilion, an elderly man with white hair and a white beard sat cross-legged. With each breath the old man took, white breath emanated from his mouth and nose, lingering in the air for a long time. If anyone from the martial arts world were here and witnessed this scene, they would surely be shocked. The breath used in practice is like a bolt of silk. Only martial artists with extremely high levels of martial arts skill can do this. The mysterious Yi family, a martial arts clan in Beishan City, actually has a martial venerable level expert in charge. Judging from the old man's aura, it was extremely powerful. This person is an extremely powerful veteran martial arts master. His martial arts cultivation is far beyond what ordinary martial venerables can compare to. Ancestor. The thin middle-aged man walked into the pavilion, bowed respectfully to the old man, and called out. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming with sharp light. Black-hearted tiger broke the contract regarding that land, he said coldly. Why? The old man asked calmly. He said that a big shot was protecting that bar, and he didn't want to offend the big shot, so he preferred to break the contract with our family. I found out that the so-called big shot is a young martial arts master who suddenly rose to prominence in Beishan City some time ago. This man is named Hua Qiu. In his early 20s he once stood up for the Zhong family, killing more than 50 high-level assassins and defeating Tan Lang, a king-level assassin at the martial sect realm, in one move. Afterwards, he was awarded the title of Hall-level national hero by the Martial Alliance. The middle-aged man recounted Hua Qiu's information one by one. Oh? Upon hearing this, the white-haired old man's expression changed. A martial venerable expert in his 20s is truly rare. He can be called a genius. However, we must obtain what is buried in that field. It seems that a dazzling new star in the martial arts world is about to fall. 58, Chapter 58. Not qualified. Where is Lin Sini? After Hua Qiu and Zhao Chen finished speaking, they looked around and realized that Lin Sini had not reappeared since she entered the bar. After such a chaotic situation, she should at least come out and check it out. He immediately spread his divine sense throughout the bar, but found no trace of Lin Sini. Hua Qiu frowned. Although he was attending a party, he was also keeping a close eye on things and found that no powerful martial artists had come to the bar. Has the Lin family started making moves? Hua Qiu's gaze narrowed slightly. The idea of kidnapping Lin Sini without him noticing is probably impossible in the secular world of martial arts. Ask the staff at the bar if they've seen Lin Sini, Hua Qiu quickly told Qin Ya. Qin Ya also realized something was wrong and quickly went to ask. They said Xiao Sini took a phone call and went out shortly before those people came in, Qin Ya told Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. I'll go find it. He quickly left the bar. Once outside the bar, Hua Qiu immediately released his divine sense to sense things. This was the first time he had released his divine sense in this way since his rebirth. The divine sense of an immortal emperor is incredibly powerful. However, due to his current low level of cultivation, he was greatly restricted, and each use would result in a huge consumption. He extended his divine sense outwards from the bar. He was getting anxious. If something happens to Lin Sini, he will feel sorry for his sister. Finally, after using his divine sense extensively, he found Lin Sini in a small alley. In his perception, besides Lin Sini, there were two other men there, and the three of them were talking about something. Whoosh! When Hua Qiu moved at full speed, he was like a bolt of lightning, so fast that his figure was barely visible. In a small alley not far from the Haising bar, Lin Sini was facing two people. One of them was a middle-aged man with a square face who exuded an air of authority. He was talking to Lin Sini. Another person stood upright beside him, as if he were one of his subordinates. Sini, listen to me, come back with me. Only I can protect you now, the middle-aged man said to Lin Sini with a look of affection. Lin Sini's eyes were a little red, and she sniffed. Why should I go with you? She pouted, her expression full of resentment. 10 years ago you abandoned us, mother and daughter, and ran away. Now you come to me with these kinds of words. Why should I believe you? She harbored deep resentment towards the man. Sigh. The man sighed, his face showing bitterness. Back then, father had no choice. Over the years, I've been trying my best to get you and your daughter out of the Lin family. I know that the Lin family wants to use you for a marriage alliance. Trust your father, I will definitely protect you this time. Good boy, come with daddy. Tears streamed down Lin Sini's face. The person opposite her was her biological father. But she hated him. No. Lin Sini said stubbornly. The middle-aged man looked helpless and gave a wink to the person next to him. He wanted to forcibly take Lin Sini away. Suddenly, the person next to him frowned. Who goes there? He shouted, looking in the direction behind Lin Sini. Someone's here? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. The next moment, a figure appeared behind Lin Sini. Hua Qiu. Lin Sini was startled and called out. The middle-aged man and the people next to him squinted. They had only just realized that this person had already appeared on the scene like a ghost, standing behind Lin Sini. Fast, too fast. Why didn't you tell me you were coming out? Hua Qiu said to Lin Sini, somewhat angrily. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to Hua Dong? Next time something like this happens, you must tell me first, understand? He instructed. Lin Sini was somewhat surprised. This was the first time Hua Qiu had ever lost his temper with her. She hadn't expected him to be so worried about her safety. Oh, she responded softly. The middle-aged man opposite her looked at Hua Qiu with a long face in great displeasure. That's his precious daughter, what kind of guy is this? He dared to be mean to his precious daughter. Looking at Lin Sini's obedient appearance, and then thinking about her rebellious and stubbornness when facing him, the man felt a surge of anger. Hey kid, who are you, what's your relationship with Sini? The man shouted at Hua Qiu in an annoyed tone. Hua Qiu turned to look at the man. And who are you? Hua Qiu asked indifferently, without answering him. Hua Qiu's arrogance made the man sneer. I am Lin Tianjiao, Lin Sini's biological father. He said in a deep voice. Where did you come from, kid, what's your background? He demanded. Hua Qiu frowned. Lin Sini doesn't seem to get along with her father. The Lin family's affairs are truly complicated. Boy, which ancient martial arts family are you from? Lin Tianjiao asked sharply. He could tell that Hua Qiu was extraordinary, and that his martial arts cultivation must be quite high, hence his question. After all, it's difficult for ordinary martial artists to achieve such profound martial arts skills at such a young age. My name is Hua Qiu, a person of the mortal world, Hua Qiu said, neither humble nor arrogant. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianjiao frowned even more deeply. How dare a commoner like you approach my daughter and be so intimate with her, aren't you overestimating yourself? Do you know who she is? Hua Qiu smiled faintly. She's just a young lady from an ancient martial arts family in my eyes, she's no different from my sister. Lin Tianjiao's expression froze. This worldly lad. Very arrogant. Lin Tianjiao could sense that he seemed to care nothing about ancient martial arts families. Does he truly understand the power of ancient martial arts families? If I had known, I wouldn't have reacted this way. After all, he was just a martial artist from the secular world. It's been a long time since I've seen such a proud young man, Lin Tianjiao said coldly. He felt that Hua Qiu had a poor harvest. He is short-sighted and narrow-minded. Once he truly understands the terror of ancient martial arts families, he will definitely never dare to underestimate them again. However, I don't have time to waste with you right now. I am here today to take Sini away. Since you're Sini's friend, I won't hurt you, just obediently step aside and don't get in my way. Lin Tianjiao waved his hand impatiently. Hua Qiu, Lin Sini pitifully took Hua Qiu's hand. She didn't want to leave. This scene made it seem as if fire was burning in Lin Tianjiao's eyes. How could a father stand to see his little darling being intimate with someone else? Get out! Lin Tianjiao shouted angrily. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and shook his head. A murderous aura appeared on Lin Tianjiao's face. Then don't blame me, you're far from qualified to stop me from taking Sini away. He sneered, disdainful, and was about to order the person next to him to make a move. A mere venerable realm martial artist is not qualified to snatch someone from me, Hua Qiu said calmly. Upon hearing this, both Lin Tianjiao and the person beside him were shocked. 59, Chapter 59 Strong. Hua Qiu's casual remark surprised both Lin Tianjiao and the other person. His words were extremely arrogant. But that wasn't the reason for their astonishment. To their astonishment, Hua Qiu had actually revealed the realm of martial artists in a single sentence. Indeed, the person next to Lin Tianjiao is wearing a mask, keeping a low profile, but he is a genuine martial venerable expert. His aura was calm and steady, without giving away any information. How did that kid figure it out? Moreover, he knew the martial arts level here, yet he still looked down on them. Martial venerable is a top-tier existence in the mortal world. He doesn't even take him seriously. Lin Tianjiao was stunned. Not caring about ancient martial arts families can be interpreted as not being aware of the power of ancient martial arts families. But venerable martial lord, shouldn't you at least show some respect? For a moment, the two were unsure how to handle Hua Qiu. This person should be an ordinary martial venerable, not as strong as Long Yuan. Hua Qiu glanced at the person next to Lin Tianzhou. His divine perception is something that mortals cannot understand. He could tell the man's level of cultivation as soon as he arrived. At the same time, he also noticed that Lin Tianzhou had a foundation in martial arts cultivation, but now he had no cultivation at all, and he didn't know why his martial arts had been ruined. However, in the secular world, it is extremely rare to be able to treat a martial venerable as a subordinate. After all, any martial master would be revered as a national hero of the Xia kingdom, holding an extremely high status. How could they be willing to submit to others? Kid, I don't know whether to say you lack a clear understanding of powerful beings or are just arrogant and conceited. Lin Tianzhou stared at Hua Qiu, his expression gloomy. You don't even respect martial venerables. I'd like to see what you're relying on. Teach him a lesson, but spare his life. He winked at the masked man. The masked man nodded. The masked man walked towards Hua Qiu. With each step he took, he released a portion of his martial venerable aura. A martial venerable level expert's aura can exert immense pressure on ordinary martial artists. It feels so bad, Lin Sini said with a pained expression, feeling a tightness in her chest. Calm your mind and silently recite the incantation I taught you, Hua Qiu said. Lin Sini quickly did as instructed. That oppressive feeling actually disappeared. Ha! Lin Tianzhou's face showed shock upon seeing this. He intended to reprimand the masked man, but somehow his aura also enveloped Lin Sini. Unexpectedly, Lin Sini was able to dispel the oppressive aura of the martial venerable. Sini, isn't she unable to practice martial arts? Lin Tianzhou was very surprised. Even a high-level martial artist of the 8th or 9th rank couldn't withstand it. What exactly did that kid teach her? He couldn't imagine what kind of magic could have such a miraculous effect. This kid is no ordinary person. He gleamed as he watched Hua Qiu remain calm and composed despite the oppressive aura of a martial venerable. I always use methods that kill, so it's really difficult for me to spare your life. I'll try to hold back, the masked man said as he approached Hua Qiu. You talk too much nonsense. Hua Qiu looked displeased. It seems that these worldly people always like to say some meaningless nonsense when they take action. It's like you're saying everyone has to stop. That's Lin Sini's father on the other side. He can't just kill both of them, can he? This is the first time someone has ever said this to me. The masked man was taken aback, then laughed. Fine, take this, the masked man said, and then launched his attack in an instant. His body left an afterimage as he punched Hua Qiu with incredible speed. The punch was instinctively aimed at Hua Qiu's chest, but the masked man realized something was wrong and changed his angle, avoiding his heart. Hua Qiu could tell that this person was indeed skilled at killing, and his moves instinctively targeted vital points. Considering the other party's leniency, Hua Qiu wouldn't go too far. He didn't make a move until the masked men were right in front of him. Simple and unpretentious, without any tricks, he simply threw a punch. Upon seeing this, the masked man frowned deeply. How dare they confront a martial venerable head-on? The internal energy carried by a martial master alone is enough to shatter the bones and tendons of an ordinary martial artist. But it was too close, he couldn't back down in time. You asked for it, the masked man's face hardened. Boom! In an instant, the two fists collided. The masked man's expression changed drastically. The moment the two forces collided, his fierce power was instantly blasted away and vanished without a trace. Immediately afterwards, he felt an incomparably domineering force coming towards him. Bang! Before they could even react, the masked man was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. What? Lin Tianzhou was shocked and lost his composure. He knew very well what kind of strength the masked man possessed. He had witnessed firsthand how spectacular battles between martial venerables could be. But he never expected that a martial venerable expert would be blasted away by another person's punch so easily and without any suspense. Clean, efficient, and completed in one go. There is only one explanation for this situation. That is, the disparity in strength between the two sides is too great. How is this possible? Lin Tianjiu was extremely shocked and stared at Hua Qiu in disbelief. That kid is just a worldly martial artist, and he's so young. He actually sent his martial venerable henchman flying with a single punch. Anyone would be shocked if this happened to them. The masked man, who had been sent flying far away, regained his balance and landed with the help of his martial arts prowess. He took several steps back before finally regaining his footing. But he couldn't help spit out a mouthful of blood. This scene made Lin Tianjiao's eyelids twitch. It was obvious that he was injured, and it looked quite serious. The opponent only threw one punch, and it was a head-on collision. Lin Tianjiao scrutinized Hua Qiu again, his gaze changing. At such a young age, with such astonishingly powerful cultivation. You Yuri at least at the 4th rank of martial venerable. The masked man exclaimed in shock. Xian Huaxiu said a sentence. The martial venerable is also divided into 9 ranks. The difference between each level of the martial venerable realm is far greater than that between martial artists below the martial venerable realm. If the difference in rank is even 1 grade, it is generally very difficult to win. The masked man was no weakling either, possessing the 2nd grade martial venerable realm. Hua Qiu could send him flying and injure him with a single punch, hence his statement. Hua Qiu, he said, you are a martial venerable? Lin Sini's mouth dropped open in surprise when she heard this. Although she was unable to practice martial arts, she was born into an ancient martial arts family and knew that martial venerable was a very powerful realm among martial artists. It seems that very few of the younger generation in the family have achieved what he has at this age. So, he's a genius. Is this really the refined and gentle older brother that Hua Dong described? Martial venerable 4th rank. Lin Tianjiu murmured. This is a very influential martial artist in the ancient martial arts family, and can be considered a high-ranking member. A young martial artist from the secular world shouldn't have such cultivation. After all, even geniuses from ancient martial arts families, with their abundant resources and advanced techniques, rarely achieve such astonishing accomplishments. Kid, who exactly are you? What's your purpose in getting close to Sini? His gaze was deep. He absolutely did not believe that Hua Qiu had a background as a secular martial artist. I told you, I am a martial artist from the secular world, Hua Qiu said calmly. Don't look down on martial artists in the secular world. Who says that ordinary martial artists can't defeat ancient martial arts families? 60, Chapter 60. I'm going to take down the Lin family. Who says that ordinary martial artists can't defeat ancient martial arts families? Hua Qiu's words shocked all 3 of them. Both Lin Sini and Lin Tianjiu looked at him with disbelief. Throughout history, no secular martial artist has ever said such a thing. For a secular martial artist to wipe out an ancient martial arts family is harder than climbing to heaven. After all, each ancient martial arts family has hundreds of years of martial arts heritage, and is full of experts with immense strength. And what about martial artists in the secular world? Without cultivation techniques and resources, it's virtually impossible to rise to the level of a powerful martial artist in an ancient martial arts family. What Hua Qiu said was absolutely appalling. What did you say? Lin Tianjiao asked incredulously. You don't mean Toyo will want to do something to the Lin family, he said, his eyes wide. So what if we're from ancient martial arts families? Hua Qiu maintained his attitude. You think that ancient martial arts families are the pinnacle of the martial arts world in Xia Kingdom, but little do you know that there are heavens beyond heavens. Some things are more sublime than all your understanding and surpass all human imagination. At that level, what do ancient martial arts families amount to? The 3 of them looked dazed. They couldn't understand what Hua Qiu was saying, nor could they comprehend it. But they all understood. Hua Qiu truly disdains ancient martial arts families and shows them absolutely no respect. In fact, his words make it seem as if ancient martial arts families are nothing more than a fart in his eyes. Therefore, the 3 of them could only look at Hua Qiu as if he were a lunatic. He's gone mad. He must be crazy. Are you going to deal with the Lin family? Lin Tianjiao asked again in a low voice. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Not bad, he nodded. That so-called fragrant madam from the Lin family dared to use information about his sister to blackmail him, trying to control him like a dog slave. That woman was destined not to live. The Lin family was that woman's only support. Then let it be destroyed. Hissed the masked man gasped. Lin Tianjiao's expression turned extremely serious. Do you know that even if one cultivates to the martial venerable realm, within an ancient martial arts family, one can only be considered a master, not invincible? Do you know that every ancient martial arts family has a supreme expert above the martial venerable level in charge? They have transcended the mundane world and become beings on another level? Do you know that even with your extraordinary talent, facing a powerful ancient martial arts family is nothing more than a moth drawn to a flame, courting death? Lin Tianjiao asked 3 questions in a row, staring at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's arrogance and strength aroused his strong interest in this young man. Perhaps you should ask those ancient martial arts families if they are afraid of someone like me? Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Lin Tianjiao was speechless. He still underestimated Hua Qiu's arrogance. He's gone completely mad. I really don't know where he gets his confidence from. Is it solely based on his exceptional talent and current abilities? That probably won't work. Hua Qiu, is it because of me that you decided to fight against the Lin family? Lin Xini blinked her big, bright eyes and stared blankly at Hua Qiu. Move. She was almost moved to tears. I never imagined that someone I hated so much at first would be willing to fight against a powerful ancient martial arts family for me. This time, Hua Qiu was speechless. Seeing Lin Xini's teary-eyed look, he didn't want to discourage her. I guess so, Hua Qiu could only say. It makes perfect sense to get news of my sister and, incidentally, save Lin Xini. You're so kind. Lin Xini was almost crying with snot and tears streaming down her face, and she was looking at Hua Qiu as if he were her own brother. However, you're too stupid. The Lin family is not something you can deal with, Lin Xini sniffed and then spat out another sentence. Hua Qiu's smile froze for a moment. What is this little girl thinking? I never imagined that someone would go to such lengths for Xini, Lin Tianjia thought to himself as he watched. He felt that Hua Qiu was infatuated with Lin Xini and was willing to go through fire and water for her. Although this kid comes from a humble background and has no connections, he has exceptional talent and courage. He's much better than that arrogant and domineering scion of a noble family. He began to acknowledge Hua Qiu's talent. Young man, I admire your courage, Lin Tianjiao said. However, you are still too arrogant. Ancient martial arts families are not as simple as you think. Since you've decided to fight against the Lin family for Xini's sake, perhaps you can lend me a hand. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. Would you like to lend me a hand? Not bad, Lin Tianjiao nodded. 10 years ago, I was dissatisfied with the actions of some people in the Lin family and resolutely decided to break away from the family. In the past 10 years, I have been thinking about overthrowing their tyrannical rule every moment. I have made many preparations for this, and now I have a solid foundation. It will not be a problem for me to confront the Lin family in the future. Since you're willing to go to such lengths for my daughter, I'll tentatively acknowledge you. Come help me, join forces with me, and let's take down the Lin family. Lin Tianjiao spoke with great passion and fervor. After it's all done, I might be able to agree to your relationship with Xini. Dad, what are you saying? Lin Xini blushed. Hua Qiu's expression remained calm. How much longer do you need? He asked, looking at Lin Tianjiao. 10 years, Lin Tianjiao replied. Bullshit. Hua Qiu uttered 3 words indifferently. Lin Tianjiao's face stiffened. Don't complain about the long time. I started from scratch, and in 20 years I have the strength to fight against a huge ancient martial arts family that is already extremely remarkable. He said indignantly. To achieve great things, one must be patient. Young people, you're always so impatient. What's the use of being impatient? He lectured Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu simply couldn't be bothered to listen. I don't need your help. I'll take over the Lin family soon and wipe them out, he said calmly. Lin Tianjiao was very angry. This kid's arrogance and self-confidence are truly unbearable. After a while. Since you are unwilling to cooperate with me, then hand Cindy over to me, and I will protect her, Lin Tianjiu said in a deep voice. Impossible, Hua Qiu replied with a straight face. You are too weak to protect her. Lin Tianjiu was so angry he almost vomited blood. Kid, don't think that's all the strength I have. He roared. They're all the same, not much better. Hua Qiu remained noncommittal. Lin Tianjiao's face was extremely ugly. Hua Qiu actually dared to underestimate him. If you don't give up, then let's fight again, but this time I won't hold back, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Lin Tianjiu was speechless. The masked man couldn't beat Hua Qiu, and the outcome would be the same no matter how many times he fought. If we're not going to fight, then we're leaving. Hua Qiu nudged Lin Xinyi, signaling her to follow him. Lin Xinyi hesitated for a moment, glanced at Lin Tianjiao, and then followed Hua Qiu. Lin Tianjiu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Master, do you think he really has a chance against the Lin family? The masked man asked as he approached. It's almost impossible, Lin Tianjiu said solemnly. If someone above the martial venerable level makes a move, he will only face certain death. But this kid is a bit arrogant, but he also has huge potential. We should keep an eye on him in the future. I'm really curious to see if he can still maintain his arrogance and confidence after being thwarted by the Lin family's experts. 61, Chapter 61. Throwing himself into her arms. Hello? Hua Qiu had just dropped Lin Xinyi off at home when she received a phone call. He frowned when he saw the caller ID showed Zhou Yuan. After a moment, he answered the phone. Hua Qiu, can we meet? Zhou Yuan said on the phone, her voice pleading. Is it necessary to meet? Hua Qiu asked coldly. Have you raised the money yet? If you have, pay it back as soon as possible. The 3-day deadline has passed. Zhou Yuan remained silent for a while. That's 700,000 yuan, and we only have 3 days to raise it. How can we possibly come up with that? Even selling a house takes more than 3 days just for the process. Zhou Yuan's voice was filled with bitterness. That's none of my business. If your family still can't come up with the money by tomorrow, I'll have the relevant authorities arrest you. Your whole family will spend your next life in prison. Hua Qiu showed no mercy whatsoever. Hua Qiu, do you have to be so heartless? Zhou Yuan cried. You were the ones who were heartless first, Hua Qiu replied coldly. 700,000. It was the money from my sister selling herself. It was my mother's life-saving money. It was the beginning of his tragic past life. I don't want to waste any more words with you. I'm hanging up, Hua Qiu said impatiently. Wait, don't hang up. Zhou Yuan exclaimed anxiously. Please, I beg you, can you come and see me? Even if it's just for the sake of us being classmates, please give me a chance to repent to you, I beg you. If you'd like to come here, Zhou Yuan said in address. After hanging up the phone, Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. Zhou Yuan, I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. The address Zhou Yuan mentioned was a hotel. Hua Qiu calmly found the room Zhou Yuan had mentioned. Hua Qiu calmly found the room Zhou Yuan had mentioned. The door wasn't closed. He pushed open the door and went inside. Hua Qiu, you've come, Zhou Yuan appeared and called out. She was wearing a sexy, revealing nightgown, exposing a large portion of her cleavage. Some private areas are only partially covered. With Zhou Yuan's looks and figure, most men would find it hard to resist such a display of affection. Hua Qiu, Zhou Yuan's eyes were glazed over as she hugged Hua Qiu. Playing this trick? Hua Qiu remained unmoved, his body swaying slightly, causing her to miss her target. Ouch! Zhou Yuan stumbled and fell, showing a reproachful expression. Hua Qiu, why are you dodging? You made me fall and hurt myself, Zhou Yuan said sweetly. Hua Qiu looked displeased. Zhou Yuan, stop with this act, he said indifferently. The more Zhou Yuan acted this way, the more disgusted he felt. Hua Qiu, haven't you always wanted me? Zhou Yuan's expression was full of provocation. Come on, today and from now on, I'm yours, completely yours. You can do whatever you want with me. Zhou Yuan stood up and took off her pajamas. A seductive, alluring body was displayed before Hua Qiu without reservation. Come on, don't you want me? Zhou Yuan continued to tease, making some gestures. Hua Qiu remained unmoved, his expression growing increasingly cold. Thinking back, I feel pathetic for my past self. In his heart, Zhou Yuan had always been a sacred and inviolable angel. Until their engagement, he hadn't even touched Zhou Yuan once. Yet she could so shamelessly pander to rich young masters. Now, his status has undergone a dramatic change, and Zhou Yuan is trying to please him again, using the same tricks. This woman has become so cheap again, throwing herself into my arms. How ironic. Zhou Yuan, do you know how despicable you are? Hua Qiu said with a look of disgust. Zhou Yuan was stunned. She never expected that despite her best efforts, Hua Qiu would completely disregard her. Is he even a man? How could he resist such temptation? Back then, even a single glance from her could leave Hua Qiu with lingering memories. Hua Qiu, do I really have no attraction for you at all? Zhou Yuan was very unwilling. She had never been so devastated and began to doubt her own charm. If it were any other man, 8 or 9 out of 10 would be unable to resist your charm, Hua Qiu said. But I'm different, I find you dirty. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened. His face turned extremely pale. That sentence was incredibly insulting, even she was almost breathless from the insult. She did this out of wishful thinking, believing that since Hua Qiu had been so infatuated with her, if she used her charm and threw herself into his arms, Hua Qiu would definitely be unable to resist. Hua Qiu is not the same person she used to be. If she could become his woman, the status, wealth, and honor she would gain would far surpass her former highest aspirations. But she never expected that Hua Qiu would hate her so much. He looked down at me with disdain, as if I were a lowly creature. That was a contempt and disgust that emanated from the very core of their being. Also, in my eyes now, you have no charm whatsoever, you're no different from a lump of rotten flesh, so don't waste your time, Hua Qiu said. Which of the beautiful and ethereal fairies in the cultivation world and the immortal realm is 10 times better than Zhou Yuan in appearance and temperament? Even Zhong Xiling and Qi Nyaya are no match for Zhou Yuan. Even the inexperienced Lin Sini is more charming than her. Zhou Yuan shed tears. As a woman who loves beauty, it was an immense hurt to have her beauty and charm belittled by Hua Qiu to the point of being worthless. My self-esteem was shattered. I came only to see how pathetic and despicable you are now, the one who used to be so high and mighty and looked down on me, Hua Qiu said calmly. Zhou Yuan could hardly believe it. Why do you hate me so much? She asked, completely bewildered. Just because I asked for your family's 700,000 yuan dowry, just because I cheated on you? What did I do wrong? Is it wrong for people to strive for a better life? I just wanted to live a better life. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's expression instantly turned somewhat ferocious. Now that things have come to this, she actually feels that she hasn't done anything seriously wrong? Still unrepentant. That 700,000 yuan was my mother's life-saving money. Hua Qiu said angrily. I became a cripple to save you, but you showed no gratitude whatsoever. It was you who ruined my whole family. You are the one who started my miserable life. You actually think you didn't do much wrong? Hua Qiu was furious and extremely angry. Zhou Yuan, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths, even 1,000 deaths cannot atone for your sins. Hua Qiu's appearance frightened Zhou Yuan. She was confused. Hua Qiu is doing just fine now, isn't she? Adorned with glory, holding a lofty position. Since you hate me so much, why don't you just let me die? She said bitterly. She'd had enough. In the past 3 days, she has exhausted all her resources and begged everyone she knows in order to raise 700,000 yuan. She finally understood the predicament Hua Qiu's family faced when they had to beg for help everywhere. I was treated coldly, looked down upon, and disliked. I suffered too much indignation. She's barely surviving. Wouldn't it be too easy for you to just die? Hua Qiu said coldly. The pain you are enduring now is not even 1/10,000th of what I once experienced. Hua Qiu was deeply troubled. He once watched helplessly as his mother passed away, painfully bid farewell to his weary father, and could not find his sister's remains. He was treated like a dog, suffering countless humiliations and torments, deprived of any human dignity. All of this is thanks to Zhou Yuan. And now, she doesn't even think she's done anything wrong. How can we let her off so easily? 62, Chapter 62 Zhou Yuan's Threat. Hua Qiu left the hotel. In her hotel room, Zhou Yuan broke down in tears. Today, her self-esteem was completely crushed by Hua Qiu. The words Hua Qiu left behind before she left made her even more devastated. Your suffering has only just begun, you must endure everything. Don't even think about suicide. I'll have people watching you. Suicide is impossible. Zhou Yuan was filled with despair about her future. She regretted it, she hated it. He regretted everything he had done to Hua Qiu. If he had been more obedient and married Hua Qiu honestly, perhaps everything would have been different. She hated even more that Hua Qiu had humiliated her to the point of worthlessness and trampled on her dignity. If God gives me a chance, Hua Qiu, I will make you suffer eternal damnation. Zhou Yuan said bitterly, her face showing deep-seated hatred. Then, she fell into a period of dejection. Now that Hua Qiu is at the height of his power and a highly respected national figure, she truly doesn't know how to confront him. Zhou Yuan walked out of the hotel, looking dejected. He. As they walked to a dimly lit area, a strange laugh suddenly rang out. Zhou Yuan showed a look of fear. Who is it? She asked fearfully. Little beauty, don't be afraid, someone said from the shadows. Then, a figure appeared. He was a thin, short old man with an extremely ugly appearance. He stared at Zhou Yuan lecherously, without even blinking. Who are you? Zhou Yuan took a few steps back. I am an elder of the Hishou sect, the old man replied, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yuan's alluring figure. Little beauty, are you interested in becoming my apprentice? I can let you experience ultimate pleasure and make you an incomparably powerful being. The old man chuckled. Zhou Yuan's expression hardened. She didn't know anything about the Hishou sect, nor did she understand the meaning of taking a master. What powerful being? Zhou Yuan asked. A truly powerful being is one who can trample everyone under their feet and do whatever you want. The old man said. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. If I wanted to trample a national hero of the Xia kingdom under my feet, would that be possible? Oh? The old man raised an eyebrow. Your goals are quite ambitious. A national hero of Xia kingdom is indeed unattainable for ordinary people, but as long as you follow me to cultivate divine skills, what difficulty will it be to trample a national hero under your feet in the future? Hope was rekindled in Zhou Yuan's heart. Okay, if what you say is true, I am willing to become your disciple. She said emphatically. She could almost see Hua Qiu kneeling at her feet, begging for mercy like a dog. I'm here in Beishan on business and can't leave for a while. Otherwise I would have practiced my divine skills with you for 3 days and 3 nights. The old man revealed a lewd smile. Go to the Hishou sect first, and I'll teach you properly after I've finished my business. Zhou Yuan nodded. Follow me, the old man gestured. Zhou Yuan obediently did as she was told. How could she not see the old man's lustful intentions? But as long as she can crush Hua Qiu and vent her anger, she's willing to do anything. Stop! A loud shout rang out, and 2 people emerged from the shadows. They were martial artists from the Martial Alliance branch, sent to monitor Zhou Yuan. You can't take this person with you. The old man glanced at the 2 of them and chuckled strangely. How dare 2 mere low-level martial artists be so insolent before this elder? You're asking for it. In the suburbs, Hua Qiu returned home and was preparing to rest. My phone suddenly rang. It was Wu Pingqing calling. Hua Guosher, something's happened. Wu Pingqing said anxiously. The two martial artists sent by the branch to monitor Zhou Yuan were seriously injured by the evil sect martial artists and have now been sent to the emergency room. Whether they can be saved is questionable. Hua Qiu frowned. Where is Zhou Yuan? He asked. It was taken away by that evil martial artist, and it can no longer be found. Hua Qiu frowned even more deeply. I will immediately send 2 pills to the hospital and have someone feed them to the injured person. He will recover in less than half a day, he said. Half a day? Is that really possible? Wu Pingqing was very surprised. Those two were seriously injured and on the verge of death, barely clinging to life. As long as he still has a breath left, he can be saved, Hua Qiu said calmly. Now, I'm going to go and see for myself. He hung up the phone, got dressed, and went out. Using his spiritual power, he arrived at the scene of the incident in about 10 minutes. Wu Pingqing was there. Hua Guosher is truly incredibly fast, he said with a look of astonishment. It's quite a distance of tens of kilometers from the suburbs to here. What kind of heretical cultivators are they? Hua Qiu asked. Without further ado, Wu Pingqing pulled up the nearby CCTV footage and showed it to Hua Qiu. In the video, an old man simply waved his hand, and a pink ribbon appeared, forming the shape of a flower. 2 branch warriors were hit and sent flying. Who goes there? The patrolling warriors from the nearby branch were very close and immediately drove over. The old man and Zhou Yuan leaped into the air and disappeared into the night. Based on preliminary assessment, they are cultivators from the heretical He Xiu sect, Wu Pingqing said. Judging from his moves, he should be at the martial venerable realm, equivalent to an elder of the He Xiu sect. This sect practices the dual cultivation method of absorbing yin to replenish yang and absorbing yang to replenish yin. They used to frequently go down the mountain to kidnap people, committing heinous crimes. They were later besieged by the alliance leader and his forces, and retreated into the mountains, disappearing without a trace. Unexpectedly, they have now reappeared. I must report to headquarters immediately, Wu Pingqing said solemnly. Recently, for some reason, those hidden evil cultivators have become more active than before. There must be some conspiracy involved. Hua Qiu has no interest in the evil faction. However, Zhou Yuan was taken away by the elders of the He Xiu sect. Beep beep. Hua Qiu's phone rang. Hua Qiu looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Zhou Yuan calling. He answered the call. Hua Qiu, guess where I am right now? Zhou Yuan's voice, it rang out. You'd never guess what kind of path I'm about to embark on. In the hotel, you humiliated me beyond recognition, trampled on my self-esteem and dignity, and made it impossible for me to even die. Hua Qiu, do you know how much I hate you? Zhou Yuan said angrily. You're just a national hero. What's so great about you? Just you wait, it won't be long before I come back and crush you under my feet, making you wish you were dead. Zhou Yuan was already screaming hysterically. Someone said he'd help me kill you. You better not die, live well, and live until the day I trample you under my feet. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Yuan laughed wildly. Then she hung up the phone. When Hua Qiu called back, the other party's phone was switched off. Zhou Yuan, do you think you can stand up to me now that you have a new backer? Hua Qiu suddenly sneered. Isn't it just a heretical sect that practices cultivation together? How could she be so confident? Hua Guosher, what are your plans next? Wu Pingqing asked from the side. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Kill the elders of the He Xiu sect, destroy the He Xiu sect. 63, Chapter 63. Looking down upon the martial venerable. After Wu Pingqing reported the presence of the elders of the He Xiu sect, the Martial Alliance headquarters attached great importance to it. After learning that Hua Qiu had the idea of destroying the He Xiu sect, even the leader of the Martial Alliance was alarmed and personally contacted Hua Qiu via video call. Hua Qiu, the He Xiu sect is not that simple. You have just entered the martial venerable realm, you must not go and confront them head-on. The Martial Alliance leader advised. Don't worry, headquarters will investigate this matter. We will let you know as soon as we have any news. The evil martial artists have committed numerous atrocities, and the Martial Alliance will wipe them all out sooner or later. Hua Qiu gave a perfunctory reply. If we wait for the Martial Alliance to wipe them out, it will take forever. It's more practical to do it yourself. My cultivation is progressing too slowly. I need to find a way to speed it up, Huaqiu pondered. Currently, I'm at the first level of the creation technique, which is only considered the beginning of immortal cultivation. I'm just a novice. Even though he was once the most powerful immortal emperor and possessed top-tier cultivation techniques, the spiritual energy on Earth was too thin, causing his cultivation level to improve slowly. I should be able to handle anyone within the martial venerable realm, but I haven't fought anyone above that level yet, so it's still unknown who is stronger or weaker, Huaqiu judged. He planned to use his privileges as a national hero to acquire some cultivation resources. I just don't know if it exists on Earth. Just as he was pondering this, Qin Yaya called him, saying she had something to tell him, sounding very serious. When Huaqiu entered the Hai Sing bar, Qin Yaya immediately pulled him into a quiet private room and locked the door from the inside, acting all mysterious. What is it? Huaqiu asked. I have something to show you, Qin Yaya said. Then, she took out an exquisite wooden box. This is something I dug out from underground when I started building this bar, Qin Yaya said. It's strange, I don't know what material this box is made of. I've tried many methods but I can't open it, and I can't even damage it. I want you to see if you have a way to open it. Huaqiu stared at the box for a while. His gaze sharpened. With his powerful divine sense, he detected pure spiritual energy. There's a magical object in the box. Perhaps the Yi family, a secretive martial arts clan, went to great lengths to obtain this land precisely for this very thing. Huaqiu placed one hand on the box and channeled a stream of spiritual energy into it. Click-clack, the box made a sound of a mechanism loosening, and then the box slowly opened. Qin Yaya was taken aback. Huaqiu actually opened it in one go, without me even seeing him do anything. It was amazing. Even before the box was fully opened, it was already emitting fluorescence. Fluorescence. Huaqiu became increasingly certain. That was a rich spiritual energy. When the box was fully opened, two pale blue, egg-sized crystals were revealed. What is this? It's so beautiful! Qin Yaya exclaimed. Huaqiu's gaze flickered, and he picked up a crystal to examine it. A mid-grade spirit stone. He had his answer in an instant. It's unbelievable to see something like this in the mundane world. These are two mid-grade spirit stones, and they are of good quality. This thing is very useful to him, no wonder the He family coveted it. With this, Huaqiu could advance to the second level of the creation technique. Only at the second level of the creation technique can one be considered a true cultivator, transcending mortals. He can use some techniques from cultivators of lower ranks. Huaqiu, do you recognize this? Qin Yaya asked curiously when she saw Huaqiu lost in thought. I know him, Huaqiu nodded. This thing is of little use to ordinary people, but it is a true treasure to some special people. If those people find out about their existence, it could cause a huge uproar, with many people fighting and killing each other over them. That's serious? Qin Yaya stuck out her tongue, indicating her incomprehension. You are one of those special people too? Qin Yaya looked at Huaqiu and asked hesitantly. She had long sensed Huaqiu's extraordinary nature. Perhaps Huaqiu was at a latitude unknown to her, making her feel that he was out of reach. Huaqiu was taken aback. Yes, Huaqiu nodded. Qin Yaya's expression was somewhat complicated. Then you can take this. She closed the box and pushed it directly to Huaqiu. Huaqiu was slightly taken aback. Do you know how precious this treasure is, and you just gave it to me like that? Qin Yaya revealed a charming smile, looking completely unconcerned. This is the real treasure, but you just gave it to me so easily, Qin Yaya said, taking out a gem the size of a pigeon's egg. It was a birthday gift from Huaqiu, the Tianshan star. After returning home that night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The fact that the Federation treated Huaqiu so humbly made her believe that Huaqiu was not lying. So she showed the Tianshan star to her grandfather, who was an expert in collecting antiques and gemstones. Upon seeing the Tianshan star, Qin Yaya's grandfather's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Grandpa told her that the gemstone was absolutely genuine, a truly rare treasure. Qin Yaya was utterly shocked. She couldn't imagine how Hua Qiu had obtained it. That's a treasure owned by a super rich family. She couldn't believe that Hua Qiu had so easily given her such a rare treasure. Qin Yaya's heart has been restless these past 2 days. There was joy, and there was uncertainty. That was the only birthday gift Hua Qiu ever gave her, and she couldn't bear to return it. After much thought, he decided to give that item to Hua Qiu. From the very beginning, she was determined to give it away for free. I can tell you definitively that this thing is far more valuable than the Star of Tianshan, Hua Qiu said earnestly. Really, that's great. Qin Yaya smiled happily upon hearing this. She was also worried that the contents inside were worthless. But to me they are just 2 worthless stones, they should be in the hands of someone who knows their use. Hua Qiu remained silent for a long time. Alright, then I'll accept it, I owe you a huge favor, he said with a smile. What do you mean by owing? We'll reciprocate, and we'll be even. Qin Yaya held up the gemstone with a mischievous smile. Hua Qiu didn't say anything. He will remember this favor and will definitely find a chance to repay it in the future. After leaving the bar, Hua Qiu hurriedly returned to her residence. Holding 2 mid-grade spirit stones in his hands, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. It didn't stop until dawn the next day. When he opened his eyes, the 2 spirit stones in his hand were now just dust and impurities. Hua Qiu smiled with satisfaction as he felt the spiritual energy in his dantian, which was much more abundant than yesterday. He has achieved the 2nd level of the creation technique. Now my whole body is filled with immense power. He casually made a hand seal, and a purple ball of fire appeared in his hand. That ball of fire seemed to have little energy, yet it could easily reduce a cultivator at the chi refining stage to ashes. At this point, what do martial artists who surpass martial venerable count for in my eyes? From this day forward, he will be above even the martial venerable. 64, Chapter 64 Attacking the Yi family. After a night of cultivation, Hua Qiu felt refreshed and invigorated. After getting up and washing up, he turned his phone back on. When Hua Qiu is cultivating, he usually turns off his phone to avoid being disturbed. Unexpectedly, as soon as the phone was turned on, more than 20 missed calls popped up. The caller ID showed Lin Sinny as the caller ID. Could it be that the Lin family has sent someone? His expression turned cold. Hua Qiu instructed the people at the Martial Alliance branch to keep an eye on Lin Sinny at all times and to report to him immediately if anything went wrong. But the branch office hasn't made a move either. Hua Qiu quickly called back. Hua Qiu, where have you been? Why didn't you answer my call? Lin Sinny called out anxiously as soon as the call connected, her voice sounding almost like she was about to cry. Sorry, my phone is off, Hua Qiu said. What happened? Hua Qiu, Sister Yayash's gone missing, Lin Sinny cried anxiously. Hua Qiu's expression froze. It was Qin Yaya who got into trouble first. Where are you? I'm coming right now. When Hua Qiu arrived at the Hai Sing bar, Lin Sinny was sitting inside looking helpless. Seeing Hua Qiu arrive was like seeing a savior to her. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail, Hua Qiu said. I called Sister Yaya this morning, but she didn't answer. I felt something was wrong, so I went to her house to ask. It turned out she didn't go home at all last night, Lin Sinny said, rubbing her eyes. We've searched everywhere she might go, but she hasn't appeared. The Qin family has already reported her missing to the police and checked all the surveillance footage, but we still can't find where she disappeared. Hua Qiu, tell me, where is Yaya right now? Could she have been harmed by bad people? Lin Sinny was extremely worried, as she regarded Qin Yaya as her own sister. I called you, but you didn't answer. I couldn't do anything about it. Lin Sinny looked aggrieved and tearful. It's my fault. Hua Qiu patted her head. Don't worry, I will definitely find her, Hua Qiu comforted her. After comforting Lin Sinny, Hua Qiu called Wu Pingqing directly. The information controlled by the Martial Alliance branch is more comprehensive than that of any public institution. Wu Pingqing dared not delay and immediately mobilized everyone to investigate. Soon, a video taken by a hidden camera was sent to Hua Qiu. In the video footage, Qin Yaya was walking home from get-off work when, as she passed a sparsely populated area, a dark figure suddenly darted out and abducted her. The dark figure was extremely fast, so Wu Pingqing deliberately slowed down the recording speed. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. I met this person not long ago. It was the same elder from the He-Xiu sect who took Zhou Yuan away. Those who practice the He-Xiu sect are lewd and lustful. Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold and sharp in an instant. The killing intent was already surging and overwhelming. Is the He-Xiu sect so eager to court death? Through our various methods of tracking, we discovered that this person took Miss Qin out of the central area, headed straight for the suburbs, and finally arrived at Shishan Mausoleum, where they entered the He family, a martial arts family, Wu Pingqing said. The He family? Hua Qiu's killing intent intensified. Unexpectedly, they were colluding with evil sects, and this elder of the He-Xiu sect might have been invited by them. We also found out that the He family has serious problems. The He family has always kept a low profile, but they have secretly done a lot of things, maintaining long-term contact with the underworld and even evil martial artists. We don't know what they are plotting. Wu Pingqing was also very troubled. Within his jurisdiction, a huge calamity had been lurking all along. Who cares about the He cultivation sect or the He family? Hua Qiu's eyes flashed with cold light, filled with killing intent. Anyone who dares to touch those around him will only face one fate. Huaguosher, what are you planning to do? Wu Pingqing asked in surprise. Murder, Hua Qiu said calmly. Huaguosher, please calm down. The He family now has an elder of the He-Xiu sect, who is a martial venerable level expert. The He family may also be hiding an even stronger existence. We have detected a very powerful aura, Wu Pingqing quickly advised. I'll report this to headquarters and request that they dispatch a martial venerable level expert to assist you. Hua Qiu said nothing and hung up the phone immediately. Oh dear, Wu Pingqing slapped his thigh in frustration. Immediately assemble all mid to high level martial artists in the branch and follow me to Shishan Mausoleum. He quickly gave the order and instructed someone to report to headquarters. Our Huaguosher is too impulsive, he said helplessly. Shishan Mausoleum, a suburb of Beishan City. Following the directions given by Wu Pingqing, Hua Qiu went straight to the He family's house. On the way, he received another call from Lin Sini. She said the Qin family had been threatened, told to hand over what was under the bar, or they would kill her. The He family really is after that thing, Hua Qiu said with a cold laugh. Unfortunately, he used up those 2 mid-grade spirit stones last night. Even if he were still alive, he would never accept the He family's blackmail. No one can threaten Hua Qiu. The He family's ancestral home is located halfway up the Shishan Mausoleum. Hua Qiu leaped into the air, his body soaring with each step, landing more than 10 meters away. He stepped on tree branches, truly scaling walls and rooftops, and lightly ascended the mountain. Soon, Hua Qiu saw a huge courtyard. Above the main gate is a plaque that reads He Residence. Hua Qiu raised his foot to force his way in. Huaguosher, wait a moment. Suddenly, someone shouted from above. Wah-ah! A helicopter hovered overhead, and Wu Pingqing quickly jumped down. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to catch up with Hua Qiu, so he came directly by helicopter. We finally caught up here. Huaguosher, please wait a moment. The branch's warriors are gathering here, and the Zhong family's warriors are also on their way. We will act together once everyone has arrived. Many hands make light work, Wu Pingqing said solemnly. After he reported to headquarters took it very seriously and instructed him that no matter what, Hua Qiu must not be allowed to get into trouble. I have already ordered the deployment of high explosive weapons at that point. Even if they have powerful martial venerable experts, they'll be hampered. Wu Pingqing hoped Hua Qiu would wait and not rush in rashly now. Hua Qiu looked down the mountain and could vaguely see figures. There were quite a lot of people there. Wu Pingqing has probably mobilized the entire Beishan Martial Arts Alliance branch. Hua Qiu glanced at the quiet He family estate. You're right about one thing, he said calmly. There is indeed more than one venerable level martial artist in the He family besides the elder of the He cultivation sect. There is another one who is even stronger. Wu Pingqing swallowed. 2 martial venerables, that's going to be tough. Even if they outnumber each other, it might not be of any use. How strong? He asked. Martial venerable rank 5 or above, Huaqiu said. What, a great martial venerable? Wu Pingqing was stunned on the spot, and his voice trembled. The martial venerable realm becomes increasingly difficult with each step. Each product has a significant difference. Those with a cultivation level of martial venerable rank 5 or above are called great martial venerables, whose power is difficult to predict. Some martial artists even jokingly refer to the great martial venerable as a human nuclear bomb. That level is beyond what ordinary martial artists can contend with simply by numbers. Wu Pingqing immediately felt intimidated and even considered backing out. Huaguosher, do you think we should reconsider this? Let's wait for the experts from headquarters to arrive before taking any action. Before the words were finished. Bang! Huaqiu kicked the gate of the He residence to pieces. What did you say? He asked, turning around. Wu Pingqing stared in disbelief, his expression blank. 65, Chapter 65 can be destroyed at will. Who is it? As soon as the gate of the He family mansion shattered, there was an immediate reaction inside. Several martial artists from the He family appeared at the door, staring intently at the two of them. Who are you, you scoundrels? How dare you come to the He family to cause trouble? Are you tired of living? One of them shouted, pointing at the two men. Humph, I am Wu Pingqing, the branch manager of the Beishan Martial Alliance, and this is Mr. Hua, a national hero of our Xia kingdom. How dare you be so presumptuous? Wu Pingqing quickly recovered and shouted with a stern face. The Martial Alliance branch minister, a national hero of Xia kingdom? The He family members looked somewhat uneasy. Go and report to the patriarch immediately. Someone whispered. One of them jogged away to report. Take him down. The leader then gave the order. How dare you, is your He family planning a rebellion? Wu Pingqing roared in anger. What martial arts alliance, what national hero, they will all submit to the He family sooner or later. The leader said coldly. Wu Pingqing's expression changed. There's definitely something fishy going on with the Ho family. Huaqiu didn't even bother to say a word. With a casual wave of his hand, he displayed a technique he was adept at. A few leaves flew out. With a few muffled groans, the He family members collapsed to the ground, dying instantly. There wasn't even time to be terrified. Then, Huaqiu stepped into the He family's house. Wu Pingqing hesitated for a moment, but had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow him inside. At this moment, 3 people were sitting in the pavilion inside the He family's inner courtyard. The old patriarch of the He family had white hair and beard, and was resting with his eyes closed. The gaunt old elder of the Huaqiu sect looked left and right, his eyes darting around. He was getting impatient. The young woman we caught last night was absolutely gorgeous, even more alluring than Zhou Yuan. Unfortunately, the He family patriarch said he hadn't gotten the item yet and wouldn't let him touch that young woman. At one moment, the patriarch of the He family opened his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Here you are. He gave a cold laugh and uttered 2 words. Report, 2 people claiming to be a branch minister of the Martial Alliance and a national hero of the Xia kingdom have broken down the gate and barged in, someone shouted as they ran over. They've arrived so quickly? The head of the He family was slightly surprised. They've come here to die, the He family patriarch said calmly. Over the years, my He family has kept a low profile and preserved our strength. It's time to let those so-called righteous martial artists see the power of my One Qi alliance. Let the martial world descend into chaos from this day forward. The patriarch of the He family looked at the elder of the Huaqiu sect. Elder Huyan, didn't you want to kill that newly promoted martial venerable? Go ahead, he said. He, the elder of the Huaqiu sect laughed strangely. A martial arts prodigy in his early 20s, I, Huyan Dameng, will personally kill him. He licked his lips, got up, and walked out. Ancestor, can he handle it? The He family patriarch asked, glancing at the retreating figure of the Hashio sect elder. Even a newly promoted martial venerable has his limits. Huyan Dameng has been a martial venerable for many years, so taking him down shouldn't be a problem. After saying that, the He family patriarch continued to close his eyes and rest. In the outer courtyard of the He family home, Hua Qiu frowned slightly as she looked at the layout of the He family's residence. Why do I feel a little dizzy when I look at this road ahead? Wu Pingqing felt unwell and looked puzzled. A crude maze. Hua Qiu remained non-committal. I never imagined that the He family would have such a mysterious array formation. This thing, which can barely be considered a maze, is far inferior to the arrays in the cultivation world. However, it's enough to confuse ordinary martial artists. It shouldn't have any effect on those above the martial venerable level. Branch manager, Mr. Hua. Came shouts from behind, and many people rushed over. However, it was the martial artists from the Martial Alliance branch and the Zhong family who arrived. They were all exhausted, having rushed here at full speed and expended a great deal of energy. Everyone should be extra careful. There are 2 martial venerable experts in the He family, Wu Pingqing said solemnly. What? Everyone was shocked. No one expected that the low-profile He family would have such astonishing strength. Although they outnumbered each other, apart from Hua Qiu, none of them had the ability to fight against a martial venerable expert. Wu Pingqing sighed. If he were to reveal that the He family possessed a great martial venerable, it would be a tremendous shock to these people. The battle is now on, and morale must not be allowed to waver. When the fight breaks out, you all stay away, Hua Qiu suddenly said. Although these people came to help, they were of little use. They couldn't do anything to the martial venerable. Instead, they would only become a burden to him. Mr. Hua, even if there are martial venerable experts, we are not afraid. We are willing to fight alongside you. Zhong Xiling said with a stern face. Hua Qiu smiled. It's enough that they have the will. The difference in strength is there, and courage alone is useless. He, another little beauty. Suddenly, a strange laugh rang out. On the courtyard wall in front, an old man stood, staring at Zhong Xiling with a lewd look on his face. This North Mountain is truly a wonderful place, with so many beauties. It seems this elder is quite fortunate in love. He laughed, saying. Zhou Yuan is already quite good, Shi Nyaya and this little girl are all top-notch. Huyan Dameng had been picking flowers for many years, but he had rarely seen such beauty. His heart was restless. He wished he could take the 2 beauties right there and then. Who are you? Zhong Xiling felt uncomfortable under his gaze, took a step back, and shouted. Little beauty, I am Elder Huyan Dameng of the Hashio sect. Come with me, and I will make you feel like you're in heaven. Huyan Dameng said. The Hashio sect. The Zhong family members' expressions changed drastically. That was a notorious evil sect. Elder Huyan Dameng of the Hashio sect was also infamous for harming many respectable women and was despised by righteous martial artists. Upon hearing about this person's deeds, Zhong Xiling's face immediately turned pale. Little beauty, let this elder pamper you properly. Wu Xian Dameng grinned lewdly and suddenly made his move. He was a martial arts master who excelled in speed. The moment he moved, he created afterimages. He went straight towards Zhong Xiling, intending to kidnap her. Zhong Xiling's pretty face was filled with fear, and she quickly backed away. The Zhong family also quickly intervened. But how could they be faster than the other? Huyan Dameng flashed past, his hands reaching restlessly for Zhong Xiling's sensitive areas. Humph. Hua Qiu snorted coldly from the other side and casually waved his hand. With a casual wave, a gust of wind instantly formed, blocking the path between Huyan Dameng and Zhong Xiling. Left with no other choice, Huyan Dameng halted his attack and looked over with a grim expression. You're the newly promoted martial venerable, right? He sized up Hua Qiu, his expression full of disdain. You dare to ruin my plans? You're overestimating yourself. I promised my good disciple that I would use your head to make her happy. Very well, since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Hua Qiu remained indifferent and gave a cold laugh. Zhou Yuan has found such a helper, and she dares to threaten me, that's just wishful thinking. He also held Huyan Dameng in the same contempt. A mere second-rank martial venerable, I could easily annihilate him. 66, Chapter 66 Crushing. Hua Qiu's words caused Huyan Dameng to pause in surprise. You can kill him so easily? He sneered, looking at Hua Qiu with a ridiculous expression. Kid, you're all talk and no action. I haven't seen anyone as arrogant as you in a long time. The last one, I chopped him into mincemeat and threw him into the valley to feed the wolves. Even Hua Qiu's side looked at him with strange expressions. Elder Huyan Dameng of the Haxiu sect was infamous, but his strength was truly formidable. Back then, in the battle against the Martial Alliance, even the righteous martial venerables, whose cultivation levels were higher than his, couldn't do anything to him. Even they felt that Hua Qiu was being too arrogant. Killing you would be a matter of moments, Hua Qiu said calmly. Then, he took a step and began to walk slowly toward Huyan Dameng. There were no fancy moves, it seemed he was simply going to walk over and take his life. I'll kill you first, then I'll enjoy myself with the little beauty, Huyan Dameng leered, not taking Hua Qiu seriously at all. He leaped into the air, forming a human-shaped storm that swept towards Hua Qiu. As he approached Hua Qiu, a pink glow emanated from his body. The aura was extremely strange. Zhou Xiling felt restless as soon as she took a breath, as if ants were crawling all over her body, making her feel itchy and strange, which caused her face to flush. This is the evil art of the Haxiu sect, which can corrupt people's minds. Everyone must hold fast to their original intentions. Wu Pingqing shouted with a grim expression. No one in the courtyard dared to be negligent and quickly began to practice their internal energy techniques to resist the aura of the evil energy. Zhou Xiling looked at Hua Qiu with concern. He's in the eye of the storm and is the most affected. Can he stay true to himself? A trivial skill. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent, and his steps did not falter in the slightest. Such tricks could not shake his celestial emperor's soul in the slightest. You do have some skill. Seeing that Hua Qiu was completely unaffected, Huyan Dameng was slightly surprised. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. That was merely a side effect of the combined cultivation method. Huyan Dameng suddenly flipped over, and a pink streak shot out, slicing towards Hua Qiu like a cutting line. Hua Guosher, be careful of that internal force, dodge quickly. Wu Pingqing shouted a warning upon seeing this. During the last great battle, someone tried to forcefully combine the internal energy of the cultivation sect, but was instantly cut in half and died without a complete corpse. Hide? Hua Qiu scoffed. That was never his style. Since his rebirth, when has he ever avoided a battle? Why should a supreme immortal emperor hide? He continued walking calmly, completely ignoring the pink ribbon. Die. Huyan Dameng laughed loudly, watching the bolt of lightning strike Hua Qiu, and muttered to himself. Sizzle. Just as the bolt of lightning was about to strike Hua Qiu's body, a sudden change occurred. It seemed to have encountered a great obstacle. The ribbon could hardly advance an inch, and even sparks flew as it cut. That was Hua Qiu's spiritual energy automatically protecting his body. What happened? Huyan Dameng asked, somewhat surprised. Few dare to forcefully combine the internal energy of the cultivation method. This is the first time such a situation has occurred. Pop. Suddenly, the pink ribbon vanished without a trace, as if a candle had been blown out. This scene made Huyan Dameng's eyes widen in astonishment. He couldn't understand it. A dignified elder of the Haxiu sect, a martial venerable expert, couldn't even understand what move his opponent used, yet it managed to erode his internal energy. The kid didn't seem to do anything, he just simply took a step forward. Since this move can't hurt you, then let's fight in close combat. Huyan Dameng's face darkened, and he blasted towards Hua Qiu like a whirlwind. A rumbling sound, like thunder, echoed in the courtyard. When a martial venerable expert makes a move, flying sand and stones are commonplace. Heaven-shattering fist. Huyan Dameng roared, his two fists carrying the force of thunder and lightning as they slammed into Hua Qiu's chest. He is a martial arts master who excels in speed. Using this move now, with its combination of speed and power, he was confident that he could severely injure even a martial venerable who was a rank higher than him. The air was buzzing, unable to withstand the immense pressure. Faced with such terrifying power in the eyes of everyone, Hua Qiu still did not dodge. This arrogance infuriated Huyan Dameng. Die! He shouted the word again, slamming his fists down. As the bullet was about to strike Hua Qiu's chest, his pupils dilated. The next moment, blood and flesh will splatter everywhere. Boom! With a loud bang, Huyan Dameng's fist stopped. The shockwave from the impact spread outwards, directly knocking over several people who were nearby. Flowers and trees were all broken, and rocks were shattered. Ha ha ha! Huyan Dameng laughed wildly. Because he was certain he had hit the target. Your laughy's awful, a voice suddenly rang out. What? Huyan Dameng's expression changed. Upon closer inspection, he realized there was no scene of blood and gore at all. His fist stopped a finger's width in front of Hua Qiu's chest. An invisible barrier blocked the force of his fists. How is this possible? Huyan Dameng exclaimed in disbelief. He knew how powerful he was, yet that immense power was completely while his opponent remained unharmed. Before he could even be shocked, Huyan Dameng suddenly felt an even more terrifying force rebounding from somewhere invisible. This power spread from his fist throughout his entire body. Puff! Huyan Dameng spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly blasted away. He smashed through several artificial rocks before finally crashing heavily into a mess. Everyone was stunned. It was the elders of the Hashio sect who were attacking. Hua Qiu had clearly done nothing. Without even making a single move, he severely injured a second-rank martial venerable. What kind of divine fighting style is this? How incredibly powerful this is. Huyan Dameng's face was pale, and his expression was full of terror. He was utterly shocked and found it hard to accept this fact. Raifang Mingming is just a newly promoted martial venerable. How could he possibly have such terrifying strength? I haven't even made a move yet, and you've already fallen. Hua Qiu continued to slowly walk towards him, uttering these words. Huyan Dameng's eyes widened, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, I was angry. He's a veteran martial arts master. Despite employing all his techniques, he not only failed to defeat a newly promoted martial venerable, but also ended up severely injured and on the verge of death. Nobody would believe me if I told them. I told you, killing you is something I can do with ease. Hua Qiu walked up to him and looked down at him indifferently. Huyan Dameng was frightened. I never imagined I'd be in this situation. If you kill me, the entire Hashio sect will not let you off. Huyan Dameng tried to make Hua Qiu wary. Spare my life, and I will leave immediately and never be your enemy again. And that Zhou Yuan, I'll kill her as soon as I get back, so she won't have a chance to rise to power. Let me go. Making enemies of the Hashio sect will do you no good. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. It doesn't matter anymore, he said. Anyway, I'm going to destroy the entire Hashio sect. Huyan Dameng's expression suddenly changed, revealing an expression of disbelief. 67, Chapter 67. The infamous Blood Butcher. Even when many powerful figures from the Martial Alliance joined forces to besiege the Hashio sect, they were unable to wipe it out. This young martial venerable dared to utter such arrogant words, saying he would destroy the Hashio sect. But this time, Huyan Dameng dared not underestimate him again. A martial artist who is so powerful at such a young age may indeed have that kind of strength in the future. What do you want in return for letting me go? Huyan Daming readily yielded, "As long as you let me go, I'll give you anything you want. Do you want the cultivation techniques of the joint cultivation sect, and all those beautiful women? I can give them all to you. And all the wealth I've accumulated over the years, I can give you anything." Hua Qiu showed an impatient expression. In this mundane world, most of the enemies he encounters now are initially arrogant and overconfident, but when they are no match for him, they become cowardly and beg for mercy. None of them had any integrity. Hua Qiu was too lazy to waste any more words on this person. He pointed his finger at the neck of the incessantly talking Huyan Daming and made a sweeping motion. Huyan Daming's words came to an abrupt halt. He felt a tightness in his throat and could no longer speak. He touched his throat blankly and discovered that there was a long, bloody gash there at some point. Huyan Daming's eyes widened, then his neck tilted to the side and he breathed his last. His eyes were filled with deep regret and resentment. The Yi family patriarch offered him a large reward to help kill a young martial arts master. He came full of confidence, but he never expected to lose his life. Wu Pingqing and the others approached, looking at Huyan Daming's corpse with complicated expressions. "A martial venerable has fallen," Wu Pingqing said, his throat dry. The martial venerable is the realm that countless martial artists dream of achieving throughout their lives. Very few martial artists can cultivate to that level, and they are revered by countless people. Huyan Daming was, after all, an elder of the evil sect Huxiu sect, a true veteran martial venerable, yet he was easily killed by Hua Qiu, a newly promoted martial venerable. Anyone who saw this would sigh in dismay. "I can't guess what level Hua Guosher is at now." Wu Pingqing shook his head, making no attempt to hide his astonishment. Reaching the martial venerable realm in one's early 20s is a testament to extraordinary talent. Yet he actually possesses the strength to instantly kill a veteran martial arts master. This is a true prodigy, an immeasurable prodigy. Inside the Yi family's inner courtyard, in the pavilion, the old patriarch of the Yi family suddenly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. "Ancestor, is there something wrong?" the Yi family patriarch asked. "Huyan Daming is dead," the Yi family patriarch said in a deep voice. "What?" The head of the Yi family was shocked. Huyan Daming hadn't even been gone for a quarter of an hour. How did he die? He was a second-grade martial venerable expert, so who could kill him in such a short time? Ancestor, could it be that he was killed by that newly promoted martial venerable? The Yi family patriarch asked incredulously. The old patriarch of the Yi family nodded, his expression turning gloomy. "You underestimated that person. Who would have thought that after years of seclusion, the Xia kingdom would produce such an amazing talent? Huyan Daming has been indulging in beauty and neglecting his cultivation all these years. Now he is dying at the hands of a newly promoted martial venerable. He is truly a piece of trash. It seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Hua Qiu and his group stormed into the inner courtyard of the Yi family. Although the Yi family has a powerful expert at the great martial venerable level, the other members of the Yi family are not much stronger, and their strength is about the same as that of the Zhong family's martial artists. With the combined efforts of the Martial Arts Alliance branch members and the Zhong family, Hua Qiu didn't even need to lift a finger. The group advanced unimpeded. They arrived at the garden deep within the Ho family estate. There was no one else in the garden, except for two people in the pavilion. Hua Qiu immediately looked at the old man with white hair and beard. "This is the great martial venerable." He looked the man over, a look of understanding on his face. "We have a rough preliminary assessment of the great martial venerable's strength." The white-haired old man was also sizing up Hua Qiu. He frowned. No matter how he probed, Hua Qiu didn't exude any sharp aura. He looks much like an ordinary person who doesn't know martial arts. "Don't let your aura leak out," the white-haired old man squinted. Many powerful beings among the martial venerables could not achieve the same naturalness as that young man. "Is that the great martial venerable of the Yi family?" Wu Pingqing looked into the pavilion and asked Hua Qiu in a low voice. Hua Qiu nodded. Wu Pingqing immediately tensed up, staring at the white-haired old man as if facing a formidable enemy, not daring to even breathe loudly. What? The Yi family has a great martial venerable. Upon hearing this, the Zhong family members' expressions changed drastically, and their hair stood on end. Ordinary martial venerables are already powerful enough, and great martial venerables are even stronger than the rest. How could ordinary martial artists possibly deal with them? He could kill everyone here in a very short time. What are you afraid of? You don't need to lift a finger, Hua Qiu said calmly. Even with his statement, the people were still uneasy. That's a grand martial venerable. They did not believe that Hua Qiu was strong enough to fight against a great martial venerable level expert. No matter how talented someone is, there is an insurmountable gap between an ordinary martial venerable and a great martial venerable. This person looks familiar. Wu Pingqing stared at the white-haired old man, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before. I remember now, he suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. He is one of the high-ranking members of the Qi Dao Alliance, He Miexing, who was known as the Blood Butcher back then. I saw his portrait at headquarters. Wu Pingqing's exclamation startled everyone. The One Qi Alliance is an alliance formed by evil martial artists, leading them to fight against righteous martial artists. Only those at the level of Great Martial Venerable or above are qualified to serve as high-ranking members of the One Qi Alliance. Each of them was infamous. Blood Butcher He Miexing was one of the most famous high-ranking members of the One Qi Alliance. He was extremely ruthless, killing countless people in the last battle between good and evil. He annihilated many high-level martial artists, causing great damage to the Righteous Alliance. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, he appeared here. It turns out the Yi family was just a hideout of the Qi Dao Alliance. There was actually a high-ranking member of the Qi Dao Alliance who had been lying low in Beishan City for more than 10 years, Wu Pingqing said with a look of hatred. He should have paid attention to the Yi family much earlier. Without the arrival of the powerful figures from the Martial Alliance headquarters, they have no chance of winning. I never thought that after more than 10 years, someone would still remember me. He Miexing, the patriarch of the Yi family, revealed a cold smile. Unfortunately, there are too few of you today, not enough for this old man to kill. After more than 10 years of seclusion, I have finally begun to kill, but I cannot kill to my heart's content, which is quite boring. Before He Miexing could even release any of his aura, everyone on the side was already terrified. There was no way around it. The Great Martial Venerable's oppressive aura was simply too strong. They brought over 100 people in total, and the Blood Butcher still said it wasn't enough to kill them all. Hua Guosher, you are the future hope of the Martial Alliance. When the fight starts, I and the branch warriors will fight to the death to hold him off for a while. Please cherish your time and escape as soon as possible, Wu Pingqing said in a low voice with a resolute expression. The opponent is the Blood Butcher, not an ordinary Great Martial Venerable. You are still young and cannot fight against him this time. Please put away your arrogance. Your life is more important. He was prepared to sacrifice himself for Su Mengyuan, determined to preserve the future of the Xia kingdom no matter what. He believed his sacrifice was worthwhile, and that Hua Qiu would surely grow into an upright leader. Your worries are unnecessary, Hua Qiu said calmly. Perhaps the Great Martial Venerable is a shadow, an invincible force, to them. But in front of Hua Qiu, what is there to fear, Great Martial Venerable? 68, Chapter 68. Even the Great Martial Venerable was terrified. Hua Qiu, at the age of 25, advanced to the Martial Venerable realm and defeated the martial sect Tan Lang in one move. Blood Butcher He Miexing looked at Hua Qiu with sharp eyes and spoke his information. Now, you have also killed Elder Huyan Daming of the Haxiu sect at such a young age. You have achieved brilliant results. You can be considered the most dazzling genius in the Xia kingdom in the past 100 years. Such an outstanding talent, how could those old guys in the Martial Alliance bear to let you come here? He Miexing revealed a cruel smile. His meaning was clear, a peerless genius was about to fall. Blood Butcher, Hua Guosher is the young martial artist most valued by the Alliance leader. If you dare to injure him today, you will be hunted down by the entire Martial Alliance leadership. Wu Pingqing stepped forward and said emphatically. He Miexing revealed a contemptuous smile. In the battle 13 years ago, I killed 2 of the Martial Alliance's high-ranking members. How could they possibly hunt me down? Since the martial alliance's higher-ups value him so much, I must kill him today. Such talent, if he grows up, could truly become a major threat to the Qi-Dao alliance. Wu Pingqing's expression froze. I have already deployed long-range high-destruction firearms around the He family's residence. You'd better not make any rash moves. He Miexing's smile became even more disdainful. Using firearms to threaten a great martial venerable? Joke. Unless a large-scale deployment of advanced weaponry is made, no matter how powerful those long-range sniping weapons are, how can they lock onto a great martial venerable? Wu Pingqing's face was grim. He also knew that they couldn't do anything to the blood butcher. Alright, I've wasted too much time talking to you all, He Miexing said impatiently. Young man surnamed Hua, I ask you, is the treasure box beneath that land in your hands? He stared intently at Hua Qiu and questioned him. 13 years ago, I buried the treasure box underground. The box was equipped with a special mechanism, and you do not yet have the ability to open it. If you are willing to hand it over, I may consider sparing your life. The Yi family has already investigated and found that Hua Qiu and Qin Yaya have a close relationship. Most of what they want is in Hua Qiu's hands. It's in my hands, Hua Qiu said. If you know what's good for you, hand it over right now, shouted the head of the He family. I opened it casually, it didn't seem that difficult, he said with a faint smile. What? The He family patriarch and He Miexing's expressions froze. Impossible, no one but me could open that box. He Miexing refused to believe it. Your perspective is too narrow, Hua Qiu said. Those two crystals are indeed excellent, as they enabled me to improve my cultivation level. Upon hearing this, He Miexing's face turned extremely gloomy. Those two crystals were obtained at great cost back then, and because they were being chased by the higher-ups of the martial alliance, they were buried under a piece of land. After more than 10 years, he finally recovered from his injuries and returned to Beishan City with the main purpose of retrieving the two crystals. That was his hope of reaching the level of martial venerable. But now, this kid has beaten me to it. He Miexing was furious and instantly unleashed his killing intent. The entire garden felt cold. He Miexing has killed many people. His murderous aura, imbued with a chilling, bone-deep coldness, seemed to contain the resentment of countless tragic victims, something only the powerful could withstand. It hurt so much, Zhong Xiling said with a pained expression, almost unable to breathe. The others also looked pale, felt heavy, and had difficulty walking. The malevolent energy assaults their minds, and over time, it can even suffocate them to death. This is the great martial venerable. Wu Pingqing's face was filled with fear. That's absolutely terrifying. They couldn't even withstand the killing intent alone, so how could they possibly fight back? Enveloped by such terrifying killing intent, they immediately lost their will to fight. Because we cannot defeat them. He Miexing suddenly let out a surprised exclamation. He noticed that the young martial arts master stood there without reacting, his expression unchanged. It was as if his intense killing intent had no effect on her. He Miexing was slightly surprised. Disperse! Hua Qiu shouted, seeing that everyone looked distressed. This shout was like the resounding clang of a great bell. Another kind of fluctuation appeared in the air. A sound wave swept across, instantly washing away the intense killing intent. Everyone breathed heavily, finally feeling a sense of relief, but also extremely frightened. Some people even collapsed to the ground, covered in sweat. He Miexing couldn't help but show a look of shock. A shout shattered his killing intent. What kind of tactic is this? Even he had never seen it before. This the head of the He family said in disbelief. In the eyes of the He family, their ancestor was invincible. But in this one round, the kid actually managed to fight the old ancestor to a draw. How could he not be surprised? You all retreat outside the courtyard to avoid being caught in the crossfire, Hua Qiu said to the people behind him. Let's retreat, we'll only be a burden to Mr. Hua if we stay here, Zhong Yuanshan said helplessly. So everyone left the courtyard and moved away from the battleground. Wu Pingqing really didn't want to leave. But Hua Qiu looked at him sharply, and he had no choice but to do as he was told. Soon, only 3 people remained in the inner courtyard. He Miexing also signaled to the head of the He family to retreat. I acknowledge you, you are qualified to fight me, He Miexing said, looking at Hua Qiu. Why should I need your acknowledgement, you are not qualified. Hua Qiu revealed a superior attitude, his eyes full of indifference. With everyone else gone, he can then make his move. No more need for any scruples. Feeling Hua Qiu's disdain, He Miexing was furious. Even the higher-ups in the martial alliance dared not underestimate him. How dare a newly promoted martial venerable be so arrogant? Arrogant. You stole my crystal, and I will tear you to pieces. With a loud shout, He Miexing officially made his move. He was surrounded by a blood-red aura and exuded a strong stench of blood. He was like an incomparably sharp blood sword, annihilating everything in his path into nothingness. Wah, the air itself seemed to hiss violently. He Miexing's reputation as the blood butcher was well-deserved. Carrying intense killing intent and overwhelming power, he charged towards Hua Qiu. Sword intent? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. He was quite surprised that an ordinary martial arts master had cultivated sword intent. He paused slightly, then brought his 2 fingers together, pointing the sword forward. The same sword intent was unleashed. In an instant, He Miexing's pupils dilated, he was quite shocked. How could he possibly have cultivated sword intent? He Miexing couldn't believe it. Even among great martial venerables, only a very few outstanding individuals have the potential to master something like sword intent. He was able to kill 2 martial arts masters precisely because of the power of his sword intent. Now, a newly promoted martial venerable was actually able to effortlessly unleash his sword intent, which left him no choice but to be astonished. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sword intents collided. Boom! For a moment, deafening sounds continued, as if a huge explosion had occurred in the inner courtyard. In the outer courtyard, Wu Pingqing and the Zhong family looked surprised and worried. The fighting between martial artists at the great martial venerable level is terrifying. I wonder if Mr. Hua will be able to get out alive. The great martial venerable was too strong, which caused them to lose confidence in Hua Qiu. Inside the courtyard, He Miexing looked utterly incredulous. Just now, the 2 sword intents collided. His powerful sword intent was actually disintegrated. Although he wasn't injured, he could sense that the young martial master opposite him possessed unfathomable sword intent and hadn't fully unleashed it. I only used 30% of my strength just now, but this time I will go all out. He Miexing said coldly. He decided to treat his opponent as a martial artist of the same level and stop testing him. No need, Hua Qiu said calmly. I'll make one move, if you can withstand it, you can live. After he finished speaking, he lifted his foot. Stepping into the air, soaring upwards, standing in mid-air. He Miexing was stunned. Hua Qiu looked down at him from the air, his eyes filled with indifference towards all living beings. Great Emperor Heaven-Shattering Finger. 69, Chapter 69. Who can threaten the immortal Emperor? Hua Qiu stood in the air, his whole body radiating dazzling light. He seemed like a supreme god, looking down on all living beings on earth. With a soft shout, the world changed color in an instant. It was as if the mountains had collapsed and the earth had split open, and the sun and moon had lost their light. He pointed a finger in the air, shattering all the darkness. That was no ordinary finger. A single, earth-shattering finger strike. The Supreme Emperor's finger. What's going on? What happened? The people in the outer courtyard were stunned by the strange scene in the inner courtyard of the He family. There it was like a howling hurricane and a roaring tsunami. The enormous buzzing sound was deafening. What is this? In the inner courtyard, He Miexing completely lost his composure, staring blankly at the sky in disbelief. He seemed to see a gigantic finger pressing down from the clouds. That single finger annihilated everything, destroyed all life, seemingly pressing down on the sky to collapse and the earth to turn into nothingness. That incredibly terrifying and destructive aura constantly assaulted He Niexing's mind. He was deeply shocked, and his heart trembled involuntarily. He is a powerful Grand Marshal Venerable, a true powerhouse in this world. But he had cultivated for many years and had never seen such a terrifying scene. That was a phenomenon that no ordinary person could cause, it was beyond his comprehension. It's a hallucination, it must be a hallucination. He roared, biting his tongue, trying to come to his senses. He didn't believe anyone in the world had such an ability. However, the enormous finger pressed down from the sky, getting closer and closer. An immense pressure descended, seemingly about to crush everything in the Yi family's inner courtyard into dust. My God, what kind of trick is this? The head of the Yi family cowered under the eaves, looking at the sky in horror. He was utterly horrified. Hallucination, it's all a hallucination. He Niexing was still roaring, even punching himself hard, trying to wake himself up. Aside from spitting out a mouthful of blood, the scene in the sky remained unchanged. He roared in pain. The immense pressure had already invaded his body, making him feel as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him. Tear! He Niexing's clothes ripped open, and after letting out a shout, he was pressed to the ground, unable to even lift his head. He was trembling all over. This terrifying power was beyond his comprehension. He was so powerless, like an ant, at the mercy of others. How could he be this strong? He Niexing was terrified. When Huaqiao actually made his move, he finally realized just how terrifying it was. Completely powerless to fight back. He is not a martial venerable, he is not a martial venerable. He Niexing roared. You are a martial saint who surpasses even the martial venerable. At this moment, He Niexing could only think of those two words. Above the martial venerable, revered as a saint in martial arts, transcending the mortal realm. Martial saint. He Niexing's expression was extremely ferocious. He couldn't accept that such a young martial artist had already reached the legendary realm. He must have used that spirit stone to break through to the martial saint realm. He Niexing was extremely unwilling. That originally belonged to him. Martial saint, how could it be a martial saint? The Yi family patriarch's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. When the martial saint descends, no matter how powerful a martial venerable is, they are nothing but ants. But that person is so young. Prepare to die. Huaqiao, standing in the air, uttered 3 words with a cold expression. This was the first time he had gone all out since his rebirth, wanting to test his skills against a great martial venerable. As expected, the great martial venerable was powerless to fight back. So he got too lazy to waste any more time. With one finger, it pressed downwards. All the flowers, plants, and trees have vanished. One side of the inner courtyard's land cracked, revealing ravines. My life is over. He Niexing roared in unwilling anger, but he could only offer his neck for execution. Suddenly, Huaqiao's expression changed. Because the ground below cracked, a different scene was revealed below. There's a hidden room downstairs. When the dark room was exposed, Huaqiao saw a familiar face. It's Qin Yaya. Qin Yaya looked terrified, imprisoned in a dark room surrounded by darkness. She refused to reveal that Huaqiao had taken the spirit stones from the box, resigning herself to her fate and dying silently there. At one moment, a tremor came from above, the ground cracked, and light shone down. So she looked up. She was stunned at first glance. She saw Huaqiao radiating dazzling light in the sky, shining brilliantly. He was standing in mid-air. Like a god. At this moment, a tremendous shock filled Qin Yaya's heart. She knew Huaqiao was extraordinary. Such extraordinary and unconventional events left her stunned and completely speechless. From the air, Huaqiao's expression changed when she saw Qin Yaya below. He quickly withdrew his attack. Otherwise, even Qin Yaya would have been killed if that finger had struck. In an instant, the emperor's finger disappeared, the sky returned to clarity, and the deafening sound dissipated with the wind. Naturally, that powerful oppressive force also disappeared. He Miexing, lying on the ground, trembled as he looked up at the sky. There's nothing left, as if it never existed. But he would never forget that terrifying scene. Why did you stop? He looked puzzled. If Huaqiu doesn't stop, he has no doubt that he will be reduced to ashes. He Miexing was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the ground. Upon seeing Qin Yaya in the darkroom, he immediately understood everything. He quickly realized what was happening, and suddenly leaped up and jumped into the underground chamber. At this moment, Qin Yaya was his only hope for survival. He Miexing quickly approached Qin Yaya, who was staring blankly, and grabbed her by the neck. Then, he jumped back to the ground with Qin Yaya. Huaqiu also landed. Haha, you surnamed Hua, you even if you are terrifyingly powerful, you still have a weakness, right? He Miexing laughed maniacally. You went through all this trouble to get here, wasn't it all to save this woman? Right now, she's in my hands with just a little force, I can snap her throat and kill her instantly. Huaqiu stared at him with an icy expression. You brat surnamed Hua, if you hadn't stolen my precious crystal, I doubt you could have reached such a level no matter how talented you are. I truly hate you. He Miexing said through gritted teeth. But none of that will help if you want to save this woman's life, you have to do as I say. He Miexing said, a cold smile on his face. Now, you kill yourself on the spot, otherwise, I'll strangle her. He commanded, tightening his grip and choking Qin Yaya until she was almost suffocating and made painful noises. Huaqiu Qin Yaya managed to say a few words, hating herself for becoming a hostage used by the enemy to coerce Huaqiu. The killing intent in Huaqiu's eyes was more intense than ever before. He hated being threatened more than anything in his life. No one can threaten a supreme immortal emperor. 70, Chapter 70, Can we know the might of the immortal emperor? Mr. Hua, how are you? Hua Guosher, are you still alive? Shouts came from outside the courtyard, and everyone was filled with worry. The commotion was too loud, they were worried that Huaqiu had met with some misfortune. Mr. Hua fought against the great martial venerable, but his chances of survival are slim. Zhong Yuanshan sighed, saying dejectedly. Everyone was in low spirits. I don't believe he's dead. I want to go in and see. Zhong Xiling said, her pretty face tense. She couldn't believe that the man who had always given her the feeling of invincibility would die so easily. She believed that he could still create miracles. Zhong Xiling ignored everything and ran straight into the inner courtyard of the He family. Mr. Hua is a great benefactor of our Zhong family. Even if he dies, we will still collect his body. Zhong Yuanshan said through gritted teeth, and followed him inside. The entire Zhong family followed. Wu Pingqing naturally followed without hesitation. He prayed in his heart that the future rising star of the martial alliance would survive. When everyone rushed into the inner courtyard of the Yi family, the scene before them stunned them. The ruins were broken, the soil and stones were cracked, and the place was in complete disarray. It looked as if the place had suffered a devastating disaster. Mr. Hua is over there. Zhong Xiling pointed to a spot in the courtyard, her face showing surprise. He's still alive. Great. Everyone was overjoyed. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrible battle Huaqiu just went through, but he actually survived is truly worthy of the name. Something seems wrong. Wu Pingqing glanced over there, his expression one of utter astonishment. Everyone was stunned. There stood the powerful martial venerable from the He family, holding a girl in his hand as they confronted Huaqiu. It seems like they are threatening Huaqiu. Upon closer inspection, everyone immediately looked at each other in bewilderment. The He family's grand martial venerable expert was barely clothed and covered in bloodstains, looking extremely disheveled. In contrast, Huaqiu was dressed neatly and without any dishevelment. In that battle just now, did Hua Guosher win? Wu Pingqing asked blankly. These words shocked everyone. They were all worried about whether Huaqiu could survive the great martial venerable's attack. But now, things seem a little off. Damn it, he seems to have completely crushed the great martial venerable of the He family. In an instant, everyone's hearts were filled with turbulent waves. Although the elder of the Hashio sect also lost, he was just a veteran martial venerable, and could still be classified on the same level as Huaqiao. But the He family's great martial venerable is on a completely different level. Even he was no match for Huaqiao? Just how strong is Huaqiao? Everyone was stunned, dumbfounded. I knew it, he would definitely succeed. Zhong Siling's heart was surging with emotion, and she couldn't remain calm. Huaqiao, a godlike man. No matter how strong the enemy, they will all be defeated by him. Where exactly is his limit? Or rather, does he have a limit? Wu Pingqing was the most shocked, his eyes widening like a bull's. He no longer knew what words to use to define this genius. He has completely redefined the martial arts world's concept of genius. A high-ranking member of the One Qi Alliance, a great martial venerable, has actually been reduced to having to resort to coercing hostages to fight against him. Wu Pingqing exclaimed in astonishment, his face filled with regret. I wonder what he will do. On the other side, He Miexing's expression grew increasingly ferocious. I told you to kill yourself, didn't you hear me, or do you want to watch her die in front of you? He had completely gone mad. This girl is very important to you, isn't she? Are you just going to watch her die? Tears welled up in Qi Nyaya's eyes as she looked at Huaqiao with sorrow. She kept shaking her head. She was saying something silently. I'm not important, don't sacrifice your life for me. If Huaqiao dies because of her, then she doesn't want to live either. Huaqiao lowered his head slightly, his expression extremely gloomy. That day, our first reunion. Without hesitation, she took out all the money she had on her and offered it to him for emergency use. All the other students treated her coldly, but she alone greeted them with a warm and welcoming smile, showing no sign of disdain. Even Huaqiao, who has seen through the coldness and warmth of human relationships, couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Even knowing the value of the spirit stone, which was incredibly precious to cultivators, she gave it to herself without hesitation. Huaqiao owes her an enormous favor. How could Huaqiao let such a woman die? That shameless patriarch of the Yi family dared to threaten his benefactor with his life. You deserve to die. Huaqiao said coldly. Ha, you dare to make such threats? He Miexing was furious upon hearing this. Once we understand the current situation, I am the one who has the right to speak. Immediately, kill yourself on the spot, or I will take action. As he spoke, He Miexing's eyes flashed with malice, and he was about to kill Qi Nyaya half to death to intimidate Huaqiao. Qi Nyaya closed her eyes, a smile playing on her lips, preparing to face death peacefully. At that moment, Huaqiao suddenly looked up. He opened his eyes, and a dazzling divine light shone from them. In the blink of an eye, the world changed. He Miexing jolted awake, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The sky and earth were dark, and the surrounding fields were shrouded in mist. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded throughout the world. Countless cultivators appeared, and a fierce battle raged across the heavens and earth. He Miexing only glanced at it for a moment, and his mind went blank and his expression became dazed. What kind of soldiers were they? As they fought, they casually unleashed dazzling beams of light, possessing earth-shattering power. Even the weakest person can fly through the air and disappear into the earth, destroying mountains and rivers with a flick of their wrist. He Miexing had never been so shocked. What kind of beings are these? Are they legendary immortals? The mere trace of their aura emanating from their fighting sent He Miexing trembling with fear. Compared to these people, he was as weak as an ant. Suddenly, the dome shattered, and a person stepped out. He stood above all others, his expression indifferent. He Miexing stared intently, his pupils dilating uncontrollably. Although the man was dressed in a long robe, like an ancient person, his appearance was clearly that of the young martial arts master named Huaqiao. Destroy! Huaqiao stood in the air, looking down at the masses below, and waved his hand. With a single wave, all things were annihilated, even the strongest cultivators were reduced to ashes, utterly powerless to resist. With a flick of his finger, he annihilated countless immortals, and the world seemed to be on the verge of being reduced to nothingness. Thump! He Miexing instantly collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. What level of existence is this? How could he be so incredibly powerful? Is he even human? Above the sky, Huaqiu cast his gaze down at He Miexing, his expression indifferent. He Miexing trembled, as if he had lost his soul. You deserve to die. Huaqiu said coldly. Destroy. He raised his hand towards He Miexing. He Miexing was terrified the next moment, his entire body was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace of his remains. The inner courtyard of the He family. He Miexing, who was holding Qin Yana hostage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward softly. His expression was filled with terror, as if his soul had been ripped out. Who exactly are you? He pointed at Huaqiu, his body trembling, and asked in shock and fear. What kind of scene was that? If an ordinary person didn't die of fright upon seeing such a scene, they would be considered to have a strong mind. This scene left Wu Pingqing and the Zhong family stunned. They only saw Huaqiu glance at them once, and the next moment the Yi family patriarch turned pale with fright as if he had seen a ghost, then coughed up blood and collapsed. Everyone was stunned and speechless. A single glance terrified the great martial venerable half to death? Are you kidding me? Even actors wouldn't dare act like this. Only the parties involved know what really happened. Huaqiu calmed his breathing slightly. His cultivation level was too low, and he was somewhat strained when he used the immortal emperor's divine soul to launch a mental attack for the first time. Huaqiu began to walk towards the Yi family patriarch. In the spiritual realm, he caused it to vanish into thin air. In reality, it must also be destroyed. 71, Chapter 71 The Heavenly Order of Pursuit. He Miexing was completely exhausted. His head was throbbing with pain, and he felt like his brain was about to explode. This is even more painful and helpless than being seriously injured. He didn't know what methods Huaqiu had used to inflict such a severe blow on him. That was a level he couldn't comprehend. Qin Yaya had been prepared to die, but suddenly felt the pressure on her neck disappear, and opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a hand reaching out. Huaqiu gently pulled her into his arms. Her body went limp, and she couldn't help but fall into Huaqiu's arms. Feeling that unique warmth, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drag you down, she said remorsefully. You did nothing wrong, Huaqiu comforted her, patting her shoulder. After crying for a while, Qin Yaya recovered and reluctantly left Huaqiu's embrace, her pretty face flushed. Joan Siling looked at the two of them, her eyes flashing, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Huaqiu took another step. He walked up to He Miexing. He Miexing is now haggard and weak, and no longer poses any threat. He Miexing suddenly laughed, his voice filled with a sense of desolation. I, He Miexing, have dominated the martial arts world for decades, and even the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance couldn't do anything to me today. This old man has actually been defeated by a mere brat, he said with a self-deprecating smile. If he had been as cautious as before and had tested this young martial master more thoroughly, he wouldn't have lost his life here. Boy, you are definitely the most terrifying person in the entire martial arts world. In the future I don't even know what kind of existence you are. He Miexing looked at Huaqiu with a strange expression. He had never experienced such methods, nor such feelings of terror and helplessness. The Dao Alliance is about to emerge, and the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom will once again be in turmoil. The Dao Alliance's overthrow of the Martial Alliance is just around the corner. But I never expected such a freak like you to emerge. If you continue to grow, the Dao Alliance will one day perish because of you. You are just like that peerless genius who was hailed as the future god of martial arts 60 years ago. He Miexing suddenly revealed a cold smile. Since I'm about to die, I'll give you a big gift before I go. Huaqiu frowned slightly, wondering what trick he was up to now. But no matter what tricks you try, it won't work. As he walked over, he noticed that He Miexing had his hands behind his back and was making some small movements. Suddenly, He Miexing threw both hands into the sky. Bang! A plume of fireworks shot straight into the sky and exploded above the Yi family's house, forming a huge kill character that lingered for a long time. What is that? Joan Siling looked up and her pretty face changed slightly. The word kill gave her a bad feeling. What, they actually issued a top-level kill order? Wu Pingqing's expression changed drastically after taking a look. His face turned extremely pale. Zhong Yuanshan and the others were also astonished upon hearing this. A heavenly kill order? Hua Qiu read aloud, raising an eyebrow. That's right, it's the highest order of the One Qi Alliance, the heavenly kill order. He Miexing sneered repeatedly. Since the founding of the One Qi Dao Alliance, this heavenly kill order has only been issued once. 60 years ago. This is the second time. However, you are worthy of the Dao Alliance's efforts. I have relayed your information to the headquarters of the Qi Dao Alliance. Young man, it's either you who dies, or the Dao Alliance perishes. This old man awaits your arrival in the underworld. After saying that, He Miexing raised his hand and slammed it hard on the top of his head. He sensed Hua Qiu's intense killing intent and knew that Hua Qiu would definitely not let him go. Given the vast difference in strength, he had no chance of escaping and chose to commit suicide instead. He Miexing let out a muffled groan, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he died on the spot. Everyone was stunned. The Yi family mansion was desolate, with only the blood-red kill character in the sky emitting a faint light. Ancestor! The head of the Yi family crawled out from a pile of rubble and saw the tragically dead He Miexing, his face filled with grief. The Yi family is completely finished. After years of lying low, he originally intended to rise to prominence, overthrow the martial alliance, and dominate the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. The patriarch is dead, and the Yi family warriors are either dead or injured. The ancestor has issued the Dao Alliance's heavenly kill order. You're finished. No matter how strong you are, the Dao Alliance will stop at nothing to kill you. The Yi family patriarch roared at Hua Qiu as if he were insane. You are the common enemy of the Dao Alliance. We are locked in a fight to the death. Hua Qiu was displeased by the words of the Yi family patriarch. He wasn't interested in any of those heavenly kill orders. Grandpa, what exactly is the heavenly kill order? Zhong Siling asked Zhong Yuanshan. The heavenly kill order is the highest directive of the One Qi Alliance. Once activated, all members of the One Qi Alliance, that is, all martial artists of the evil sects, must kill the wanted person at all costs, Zhong Yuanshan said solemnly. Mr. Hua has become the public enemy of the evil faction. Zhong Siling's face stiffened. It's that serious. Heaven knows how many martial artists the evil sect has. 13 years ago, in the great battle between good and evil, although the good side ultimately won, they also suffered heavy losses. Countless righteous martial artists died or were injured, and even several grand martial venerables of the martial alliance perished. If all the evil martial artists were hunting down one person, Zhong Siling really didn't know how that person could possibly survive. 60 years ago, the martial alliance produced an unparalleled genius who also advanced to the martial venerable realm. In his early 20s he was invincible among his peers, and it was common for him to kill enemies of higher levels later. He even mastered the legendary divine skill and was only one step away from becoming a martial saint. He was prophesied to become the supreme god of martial arts. Wu Pingqing continued. His existence caused great panic within the Qi Dao Alliance. After deliberation, the alliance's leadership decided to issue a kill order, defining it as the highest directive, ordering all members of the evil sects to make the assassination of that genius their ultimate goal. The entire Qi Dao Alliance mobilized its experts, even martial saints joined the fray, resulting in an extremely fierce battle. In the end, a peerless genius tragically perished, and only then did the righteous and evil forces gradually cease hostilities. That is the greatest loss our righteous sect has suffered in a century. Wu Pingqing exclaimed. Now, Hua Guosher has also become a martial venerable at a young age, and not long after his advancement, he was able to defeat a senior martial venerable from the One Qi Dao Alliance. Such talent surpasses even the peerless geniuses of yesteryear. No wonder the Blood Butcher felt panicked and launched the heavenly kill order once again. Everyone fell silent. The once unparalleled genius has ultimately fallen. Now, can Hua Qiu escape this calamity? No one dares to draw any conclusions. The pursuit by all the evil martial artists is no joke. Ordinary martial artists are one thing, but when the Qi Dao Alliance mobilizes its full strength, even legends above the martial venerable level will join the battle. The next battle between good and evil is about to begin. This time, we absolutely cannot repeat the same mistakes. Wu Pingqing said solemnly. I will immediately report this to headquarters and request that they dispatch their strongest experts to protect Huaguosher as quickly as possible. This time, we must protect the future god of martial arts. Huaguosher, you must go to the capital immediately and go to the core of the Martial Alliance headquarters. Only in this way can you avoid being harmed by the One Qi Dao Alliance, Wu Pingqing said solemnly to Hua Qiu. You want me to go to the Martial Alliance headquarters? Hua Qiu frowned, clearly displeased. He won't go. We haven't received any news about Hua Dong yet. A single heavenly kill order from the One Qi Dao Alliance silenced everyone. But he didn't take it seriously. Originally, he only wanted to destroy a cultivation sect. Now, however, he has become the public enemy of the evil faction. Hua Qiu glanced at He Miexing's corpse and sneered. Blood Butcher, you issued the heavenly kill order, thinking you could rid the evil alliance of a huge scourge. Little did you know, you were leading the entire Qi Dao Alliance to its destruction. Hua Qiu looked into the distance, his killing intent palpable. He would kill as many as the Qi Dao Alliance members came. 72, Chapter 72 I want to enter your world. Despite repeated persuasion from Wu Pingqing and the Zhong family, Hua Qiu refused to go to the Martial Alliance headquarters. Say I heard that the peerless genius from 60 years ago was the same. He refused to listen to the advice of the Martial Alliance's higher-ups and insisted on going out to travel. That's why he was intercepted and killed by many experts from the One Qi Dao Alliance, Wu Pingqing said helplessly. Why are all these geniuses so arrogant? He could only report to the Martial Alliance headquarters as soon as possible and ask the headquarters to send top experts to forcibly take Hua Qiu to the headquarters for care. The martial artists from the Martial Alliance branch began cleaning up the mess left by the He family. Hua Qiu led Qin Yahe down the mountain, preparing to return to the city. Qin Yahe was quite frightened and imprisoned for a night, leaving her physically weak. Hua Qiu needed to help her up from time to time. Inevitably, there will be physical contact between the two. Hua Qiu remained calm, while Qin Yahe felt feverish and her pretty face flushed. She noticed Hua Qiu during high school. From beginning to end, she never paid attention to Sun Lang, who came from a wealthy family and kept fawning over her. Her mind was always on Hua Qiu. The two had a slight flirtation, but later, for some reason, Hua Qiu pursued Zhou Yuan instead, and gradually drifted apart from her. Qin Yahe was down for a while. Later, Hua Qiu was hospitalized for saving Zhou Yuan, which left her with a physical disability. Hua Qiu was unaware that she was the only classmate who visited her while she was in a coma. After graduating from high school, Hua Qiu disappeared without a trace. After graduating from university, the next news I heard about Hua Qiu was that he was about to get engaged to Zhou Yuan. Qin Yahe was sad for a long time. Unexpectedly, when they met at the bar that day, his leg had healed, and he had broken up with Zhou Yuan. Thus, Qin Yahe's long-dormant thoughts began to stir again. At her birthday party, his gift made her ecstatic, and she treasured it as her most precious possession. When the Federation came to cause trouble, he stepped forward. His handsome appearance made her heart flutter, and she could never forget his silhouette. When the president of the Federation acted extremely humbly in front of Hua Qiu, she was shocked, but more than that, she was pleasantly surprised and happy for Hua Qiu. He had finally achieved something and amazed everyone. Upon learning that her birthday present was a genuine Tianshan star, she was astonished, yet overjoyed like never before, because Hua Qiu had actually given her something so precious. Perhaps it held a deeper meaning. Hua Qiu was overjoyed that the contents of the box could help her, even more so than if she had received a gift herself. Qin Yahe found that Hua Qiu's image was constantly on her mind, and she couldn't shake it off. She realized that she had fallen in love with this man long ago. At that moment, she saw the light of day again and saw him standing in the air, so dazzling and radiant, which gave her a tremendous shock. She then realized that Hua Qiu was not from the same world as her. It's another world that she might find hard to understand. Qin Yana gradually felt a sense of loss that she couldn't quite explain. Hua Qiu. Qin Yana suddenly called out softly. Hua Qiu looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Could you teach me martial arts? Qin Yana asked hesitantly, biting her red lips. Hua Qiu looked surprised. Qin Yana doesn't seem like someone interested in martial arts. Qin Yana, you might not be suited for martial arts, Hua Qiu said after looking her over. People who practice martial arts usually start from a young age, focusing on developing their physical strength and physique. With Qin Yana's frail physique, it would be difficult for her to achieve much if she started practicing martial arts now. Oh, upon hearing this, Qin Yana immediately became disappointed and lowered her head. What, you really want to learn martial arts? Hua Qiu asked with a smile. Qin Yana raised her head, her big eyes fixed on Hua Qiu. I just want to enter your world, to get closer to you, she murmured, her gaze becoming somewhat intense. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. He's not made of wood, how could he not understand Qin Yana's meaning? Hua Qiu's feelings were somewhat complicated. Reborn, his obsession is to take care of his family, find his missing sister, and, incidentally, take revenge. He has no plans regarding relationships. He had some female confidants in the cultivation world and later in the immortal realm. However, the path of cultivating immortality is inherently cruel, and later, due to various reasons, everyone gradually drifted apart, ultimately becoming a regret. He had watched in vain as his beloved passed away, and gradually forgot her in his remembrance. The path to immortality is long and arduous, who knows how far they will ultimately end up. Even though he had cultivated to the level of the supreme immortal emperor, Hua Qiu dared not claim to dominate the river of time or control everything. Perhaps no one will be able to accompany him to the end. Hua Qiu looked at Qin Yana, speechless for a long time. After all, she was a girl he had once had a flirtatious relationship with, so it would be a lie to say he wasn't emotionally affected at all. Hua Qiu, do I really have absolutely no talent for martial arts? Qin Yana's eyes were a little red. She hoped that Hua Qiu could give her a glimmer of hope. Martial arts training is not suitable for you, Hua Qiu said calmly, without lying. Qin Yana sniffled, and her eyes dimmed. This was a big blow to her. I understand, she said softly, a bitter smile on her face, turning her face away so that Hua Qiu wouldn't see the tears welling up in her eyes. However, you might be able to take another path, Hua Qiu suddenly said. Qin Yana's delicate body trembled, and she turned around, her eyes gradually brightening. The path I've walked, you can walk too, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Really? Qin Yana's face suddenly broke into a smile, accompanied by a few tears, making her look radiant and beautiful. Actually, I've thought that for some people, living a simple and ordinary life might be happier, Hua Qiu said. But since you are so willing, and I owe you a great favor, it's no problem to help you embark on this path. Qin Yana's eyes lit up, her gaze fixed intently on Hua Qiu. You'll find later that this is completely different from what you knew. The world will be new and exciting to you, but you must also be prepared that as time goes by, your loved ones grow old, and you remain unchanged. You will eventually have to send them off, leaving only sorrow. Have you thought it through? Qin Yana's gaze was firm. I've thought it through, I'll accept everything, she said earnestly. Hua Qiu nodded. He once taught Lin Sini the cultivation techniques for immortality. Qin Yana's talent is far inferior to Lin Sini's, but Hua Qiu can improve her through certain means. He selected a basic exercise technique suitable for Qin Yana and taught it to her. Qin Yana was extremely excited. She wasn't happy about anything new or unknown, she was simply happy to finally be able to enter Hua Qiu's world. Seeing Qin Yana's happy expression, Hua Qiu remained silent. He looked back at the blood-red kill character above the He family's house. Now I have friends, family, and people to care about. Those who oppose me will certainly use all sorts of means, and may very well harm those around me. If that's the case, why should I wait for them to make their move? I can nip any threat in the bud before they make a move. Hua Qiu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He has made his decision. 73, Chapter 73. The martial arts world in Xia Kingdom has been quite turbulent recently. The Heavenly Order of the One Qi Alliance lingered above the Yi family's residence for a long time, naturally attracting the attention of some people. 13 years later, the evil sect has re-emerged and immediately issued a top-level kill order, causing a significant shock to the righteous martial artists. The black market forums are buzzing with discussions about who the genius wanted by the Qi Dao alliances, and whether Xia Kingdom has produced another peerless genius as astonishing as the one from back then. Hua Qiu logged into the forum once and found that they had listed several of the most outstanding young martial arts talents in Xia Kingdom in the past decade, and were discussing who was most likely to be wanted. Hua Qiu discovered that his name was also on the list, only now he was referred to as a mysterious expert from the Zhong family. Because of the martial alliance's information blockade, most people do not know his true identity. He glanced at the others, they were all martial artists with names, surnames, and pictures of their appearances. There were 6 in total, all of them young martial artists, most of whom came from powerful martial arts families. The most popular candidate is a genius from a super-rich family in the capital, who reached the martial venerable realm at a young age and became famous even earlier than Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu simply laughed it off. Wu Pingqing repeatedly urged him to leave Beishan and go to the capital, but he refused each time. He did want to leave Beishan, but not to go to the capital. That night, Hua Qiu escorted Lin Sini home as usual. As he walked, he stopped. "What's wrong?" Lin Sini asked curiously. Hua Qiu looked ahead. "Come out," he said calmly. Soon, a person emerged from the shadows. This person is masked and is a martial arts master. Hua Qiu had fought him before, he was a bodyguard for Lin Sini's father, Lin Tianzhou. The fact that someone whose martial arts have been crippled still has a martial venerable by their side shows that Lin Tianzhou is indeed no ordinary person. "What is it?" Hua Qiu asked. "The Lin family has sent people to Beishan," the masked man said, his tone grave. Lin Tianzhou sent him to inform Hua Qiu. Lin Tianzhou admired Hua Qiu and had always wanted to recruit him. "I understand," Hua Qiu said calmly, without any further reaction. "That person is a master far stronger than me, with a cultivation level of martial venerable 4th grade. The masked man said, his tone becoming more forceful. Hua Qiu remained calm. "The leader sent me to tell you not to be reckless. Come with me. You may not be able to handle this alone. If you don't leave, please hand over the young lady. Only we can protect her." Hua Qiu smiled slightly. A mere 4th-rank martial venerable, no threat whatsoever. He didn't take it seriously. Even a great martial venerable is no match for him, so why should he care about a 4th-rank martial venerable? But these words filled the masked man with astonishment. Few dare to look down on a 4th-rank martial venerable. After all, those were top-tier experts who were just one step away from reaching the great martial venerable realm. "Since you're not leaving, then let the young lady come with me," the masked man said in a muffled voice. Hua Qiu glanced at Lin Sini. Lin Sini quickly grabbed one of his arms tightly and looked at him nervously. It was obvious that Lin Sini didn't want to go. "If she doesn't want to leave, no one can force her," Hua Qiu said. The masked man remained silent for a moment. "Young man, you may be arrogant because of your superior strength, but please don't treat the safety of Miss Lin as a joke," he said unhappily. "I'm too lazy to explain to you. If you want to take her away, fine, defeat me first." Hua Qiu's expression suddenly changed. The masked man was speechless. "I can't beat them." The situation became somewhat tense for a moment. "Stop arguing, just come with me," a voice suddenly rang out, very forceful. Hua Qiu looked in one direction. He had already discovered it. Someone had been following them even longer than the masked men, and is only now making a move. The masked man notified them too late. The people sent by the Lin family had already arrived. Day. A figure slowly walked out from one side. The man was around 40 years old, with an upright posture and a style of clothing that had an antique feel. He made no attempt to conceal his aura, revealing his 4th-grade martial venerable realm and demonstrating his immense power. His aura could even be described as overbearing and oppressive. The masked man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately went into battle mode, assuming a posture ready for a fight at any moment. He dared not be careless, because his opponent was very strong and had an extremely aggressive aura. The fourth-rank martial master of the Lin family glanced indifferently at the masked man and smiled disdainfully. "You're one of Lin Tianjiao's men, aren't you?" he said with a sneer. "That kid crippled himself and rebelled against the Lin family back then, but I didn't expect him to be so capable all these years, even having martial arts masters at the martial venerable level at his beck and call. However, if he thinks he can overthrow the Lin family with just a few low-level martial venerables, he's simply delusional." The masked man looked grim. His opponent was much stronger than him, and under the pressure of his aggressive aura, he was under immense pressure. "That kid thinks he's doing something in the secular world that we have no idea, but little do we know that we've been following his every move all these years." The masked man couldn't utter a single word. "I will spare your life today. Go back and tell Lin Tianjia that if he continues to cause trouble, don't blame the Lin family for showing no mercy in cleaning up their ranks." He relaxed, which made the masked man feel at ease. The masked man glanced at Hua Qiu and Lin Sini, hesitated for a moment, and then turned and left. "He won't be of much use here. We need to notify Lin Tianjiao immediately." After the masked man left, the Lin family martial master turned his gaze to Hua Qiu and Lin Sini. "Lin Sini, you've been out for a while now, have you had enough fun?" He didn't give Lin Sini a friendly look. "Your 13th uncle came to pick you up personally, which is a great honor for you as a young lady. Don't be ungrateful." I'm not going back with you." Lin Sini made a face at him. Hua Qiu could tell that Lin Sini loathed this man and had no affection for him whatsoever. "You dare!" The man glared one vertical line, and it was enraged. The air itself seemed to ripple violently. Lin Sini immediately hid behind Hua Qiu. "Hua Qiu, can you beat him?" Lin Sini asked softly. "He's really amazing," she said, her face falling. "No problem." Hua Qiu turned around and smiled at her. Lin Sini immediately broke into a bright smile. "I'm not going back with you. Hua Qiu will protect me. You can talk to him if you can beat him." Lin Sini stuck her head out and shouted at the man. "Let me tell you, Hua Qiu is also very powerful, like that masked guy from earlier. He could send him flying with one punch." He Lin family martial venerable laughed, his laughter containing a hint of sarcasm. "What's so great about defeating a martial venerable who has just entered the second rank?" Clearly, he did not consider Hua Qiu to be his opponent. "Not only you, but he's coming back to the Lin family with me too," the Lin family martial master said calmly, pointing at Hua Qiu. Lin Sini was stunned for a moment. "Why did you bring him back to the Lin family?" she asked, puzzled. The Lin family martial arts master stared at Hua Qiu with a piercing gaze and uttered a single sentence. "Madam, I want you." 74, Chapter 74 Heavenly Rank Cultivation Technique? Garbage. When Lin Jia wasn't uttered those words, Hua Qiu was taken aback. Lin Sini's expression was even more strange. She made a strange sound of disgust. "That old hag is shameless. She's even setting her sights on Hua Qiu. Doesn't she already have several male slaves? Isn't that enough?" Lin Sini said, frowning. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Could it be that the so-called Madame Xiang of the Lin family really has a taste for this? "Hua Qiu, let me tell you, although that old hag is indeed very charming, you must not be tempted by her," Lin Sini said to Hua Qiu with a serious expression. "I just don't understand why all those men are so eager to be with her. No matter how charming she is, she shouldn't be like that. She's almost old and past her prime," Lin Sini complained. "Insolence!" Upon hearing this, the Lin family's martial venerable flew into a rage and shouted in rebuke. "Lin Sini, how dare you, a mere junior, speak so presumptuously and disrespect your elders?" "She's not my elder," Lin Sini said unhappily. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful to the Lin family, I would have killed you with one palm." The Lin family's martial venerable was furious, his eyes filled with killing intent. Hua Qiu frowned. The relationships within the Lin family are truly complicated. Logically speaking, that man claimed to be Lin Sini's 13th uncle, so they were related by blood. How could he be willing to kill Lin Sini for the sake of an outsider? Hua Qiu could tell that if he hadn't had some reservations, he would have really killed Lin Sini. This made Hua Qiu a little curious about the so-called Lady Xiang. However, it was only a little bit of curiosity. As the most powerful immortal emperor, he had seen countless strange people and events. Madame has devoted herself to the Lin family with all her heart, yet there are always ungrateful wretches like you who oppose her. If it weren't for people like you, the Lin family would be in a completely different situation. The Lin family's martial venerable continued to criticize. I don't want to listen, you're just a bastard chanting sutras. Lin Sini covered her ears and rolled her eyes as she muttered. You. The Lin family's martial venerable trembled with rage, his killing intent growing even stronger. However, he ultimately managed to restrain himself. No matter what, you must come back with me today. Lin family martial venerable said, glaring at him. Then, he looked at Hua Qiu. Your name is Hua Qiu, right? You're quite good. You've successfully attracted the lady's attention. It's been a long time since the world has seen someone as talented as you. The lady admires you greatly and has bestowed upon you a special favor, giving you an opportunity to return to the Lin family with me, to serve her at her beck and call. Lin Jiawazhen spoke with great conviction, as if this were truly a blessing bestowed upon Hua Qiu. Even Hua Qiu, who was defined as an extremely arrogant person, was speechless after hearing this. A worldly lady, yet she held such an aloof and superior attitude. Do you want him to serve you like a dog? Hua Qiu smiled. That's quite confident. Does she know what kind of being she wants to subdue? Lin Jiawazhen saw through Hua Qiu's thoughts. Everyone who is chosen by the madam initially reacts just like you, said the Lin family martial arts master, seemingly unsurprised. But after they received the benefits from the lady, they were all willing to serve her with gratitude, and devoted themselves to her. Oh? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. What benefits will your wife give me? I'd like to see, he said. Lin family martial venerable revealed a meaningful smile. He pulled a booklet out of his pocket. Do you know what this is? He asked mysteriously. Hua Qiu's expression remained calm. Upon seeing this, the Lin family's martial arts master couldn't help but frown. This is a legendary heavenly rank cultivation technique, he said emphatically. Hua Qiu was taken aback. What exactly is a heavenly rank cultivation technique? He had never heard of it. You were born into the secular world. Although you are exceptionally talented, you definitely do not have a good lineage, said the Lin family martial master. A heavenly rank cultivation technique is a martial arts treasure. Even in ancient martial arts families, who wouldn't be tempted, even those above the martial venerable level would be shaken. As long as you are willing to follow Madame Xiang, you can cultivate the heavenly rank cultivation technique bestowed upon you by her. The Lin family martial venerable tempted. Hua Qiu's expression didn't change much. No matter how much the person raved about it, claiming it was a heavenly rank cultivation technique, he remained unmoved. What, they actually brought out a heaven rank cultivation technique? Not far away, the masked man who had not actually left and was watching from the shadows was immediately shocked upon hearing this. He was deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, the temptation offered by Madame Xiang was actually a heaven rank cultivation technique. No wonder those geniuses she favored eventually followed her willingly. That's a heavenly rank cultivation technique. In the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom, martial arts techniques are classified into heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The higher the rank, the more profound and extraordinary the technique. Most ordinary martial artists in the secular martial arts world practice yellow rank techniques, and some don't even have yellow rank techniques. Much more powerful martial arts families are likely to have Xian level techniques passed down through generations, which are incomparable to those of ordinary martial artists. Similar to those super martial arts families in the secular world, they all cultivate Xian level techniques. Earth rank cultivation techniques are only possessed by ancient martial arts families, which is the main reason why ancient martial arts families have always been able to transcend the ordinary. The cultivation method is extremely important. It determines a martial artist's potential and development. As for the legendary heavenly rank techniques, they are extremely rare and are true martial arts masterpieces. Even within ancient martial arts families, only a very small number of people have the opportunity to come into contact with it. Even if you can access them, they are mostly fragments. Even a martial saint, who surpasses even a martial venerable, may not have cultivated a heavenly rank technique. There is a saying that heavenly rank cultivation techniques are the foundation of martial saints, and can shorten that path by many times. Therefore, the masked man was particularly surprised when the Lin family's martial venerable took out a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Even he was tempted. He stared at Hua Qiu, his breathing rapid. With such a huge temptation, can he, with his pride and arrogance, really resist it? He didn't believe it. No one can resist the allure of a heavenly rank cultivation technique. What, could it be that you don't even want a heaven rank cultivation technique? Lin family martial venerable frowned and asked, seeing that Hua Qiu's expression hadn't changed much. Hua Qiu thought for a moment. Can I take a look first? He asked. Of course the Lin family martial master smiled slightly and agreed readily. Because this only records the beginning of the heavenly rank cultivation technique, which doesn't even reach the martial venerable realm, even if the other party memorizes it, they won't be able to cultivate to a higher realm. Lin Jia wasn't threw the booklet in his hand over. Hua Qiu caught it and then opened it to read. The martial venerable of the Lin family remained calm and composed. He didn't believe that Hua Qiu could maintain his original intentions after seeing the exquisite nature of the heavenly rank technique. Every martial artist who reads the beginning will be eager to know what happens next. Hua Qiu read through the booklet quickly, skimming the pages. He looked at it very carefully. This was exactly what the Lin family's martial arts master wanted. Not long after, Hua Qiu closed the booklet. How about it? Lin family martial venerable smiled calmly, confident. So this is a heavenly rank cultivation technique, Hua Qiu said. What rubbish, he said calmly, offering his assessment. What? Upon hearing this, the Lin family's martial arts master's expression instantly froze and stiffened. Not far away, the masked man also stared wide-eyed. 75, Chapter 75 Be prepared to die. He actually said that heaven-rank cultivation techniques are trash. The masked man stared at Hua Qiu with disbelief and incredulity. Damn it, who exactly is that kid? You can say he's arrogant, and you can say he doesn't respect the Lin family. But now, he actually says that heaven-rank cultivation techniques are trash? The masked man felt that his worldview had been shaken. That's a heavenly rank cultivation technique. A heavenly rank cultivation technique that even martial saints above martial venerable would fight to the death for. The masked men were all somewhat indignant. He had longed for a heavenly rank cultivation technique. Every martial artist dreams of this. The Lin family's martial arts master, who was full of confidence, suffered an even greater blow. It took him a long time to come to his senses. Kid, are you serious? He asked Hua Qiu with a stern face. Did I hear that right? You just said that heavenly rank cultivation techniques are trash? He asked incredulously. You heard me right, Hua Qiu said calmly. If this is a genuine heaven rank cultivation technique, then it is indeed rubbish, he said with a disdainful look and threw the booklet back. Lin Jiawuzuan caught it in a daze. His expression was extremely strange. He had never met anyone who would look down on a heaven-rank cultivation technique. He helped Madame Xiang recruit talents several times. This was the first and only failure. Lin family martial venerable couldn't believe it. How could a martial artist not even care about a heaven-rank technique? Is this guy over there out of his head? Is it because he simply doesn't understand the profound mystery of heaven-rank cultivation techniques that he's so dismissive? Hua Qiu, heaven-rank cultivation techniques seem to be really precious, Lin Sini tugged at Hua Qiu and whispered. As the eldest daughter of an ancient martial arts family, she was exposed to it from a young age and knew that the thing was extremely tempting. This thing really won't work, Hua Qiu said noncommittally. What I taught you is more than 10 times more advanced than this. You must cultivate diligently in the future and not let my efforts go to waste. Lin Sini nodded blankly, stunned. That incantation is even better than a heavenly rank cultivation technique? She didn't quite believe it. I can't believe it. Young man surnamed Hua, you really don't want this heaven rank cultivation technique? The Lin family marshal venerable asked, unwilling to give up. This kind of trash thinks he can subdue me, he's seriously underestimating me, Hua Qiu said, looking displeased. Can't your so-called lady produce anything of real value? Lin Jiawuzhen held his breath, his face turning red. That's incredibly bold of him. He doesn't even care about heavenly rank cultivation techniques, so what else could possibly catch his eye? You can't even grasp the profoundness of a heaven-rank cultivation technique. It seems that Madam has misjudged you this time. Yuri, nothing special, Lin family marshal venerable said coldly. He naturally didn't believe Hua Qiu's words, only thinking that Hua Qiu lacked vision. However, since Madam has taken a liking to you, I will bring you back to the family no matter what. The Lin family's marshal venerable's gaze was cold and sharp, his tone aggressive. Hua Qiu's face darkened. Want to take action? Ridiculous. Don't forget, Madam still has information about your missing sister, Lin family marshal venerable said coldly. If you want to find your sister, you must submit. A cold glint appeared in Hua Qiu's eyes. I'll go get the news about my sister myself, he said indifferently. No one can threaten me. Go get it yourself? Lin family marshal venerable laughed loudly, his expression full of contempt and sarcasm. Are you planning to storm the Lin family and personally question Madam? The Lin family's marshal venerable found it utterly ridiculous, completely regarding Hua Qiu as a joke. Kid, who do you think you are? You're just a mere young marshal venerable with some talent. Do you really think you're something special? Let me tell you, if you really dare, you won't even be able to get into the Lin family's gate. You'll die a horrible death outside, your body never to be found. As Lin Jiawuzhen spoke, he released his aura, enveloping Hua Qiu. He had lost his patience and was filled with anger. Now, all he wants to do is teach this kid a lesson and then drag the two of them back to the Lin family to report back. Don't even talk about the future, right now, I can crush you with a flick of my finger. The Lin family martial master said coldly, his killing intent palpable. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Whoosh! The next moment, the sound of wind breaking rang out, and his figure vanished in an instant. Dare to fight me, you're courting death. The Lin family's martial venerable was furious upon seeing this, and his martial venerable inner strength surged forth. A fourth-rank martial venerable is close to a great martial venerable, possessing formidable strength. He was arrogant and thought he could subdue Hua Qiu in an instant. Just as he was about to make his move against Hua Qiu, Lin Jiawuzhen's expression suddenly changed. Because he discovered that he couldn't track Hua Qiu down at all. From the moment Hua Qiu took action, he lost all connection with Hua Qiu. Arrogance and disdain vanished, replaced by solemnity. Finally, he caught a glimpse of Hua Qiu's presence. Lin Jiawuzhen was startled. When he finally caught sight of it, Hua Qiu was already standing right in front of him. A palm strike was already coming. As a fourth-rank martial venerable, he didn't even have time to react. The Lin family's martial arts master was greatly shocked. Fortunately, my powerful internal energy automatically protected me, surrounding my body. But the next moment. Buzz. With just a momentary fluctuation, the powerful internal energy surrounding the Lin family martial venerable instantly crumbled, leaving nothing behind. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's incredibly fragile. How is this possible? He was shocked and couldn't believe it. No matter how shocked he was, it was useless. Hua Qiu struck the Lin family's martial venerable with a palm. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Lin family's martial master staggered backward. Bang bang bang! The earthen wall behind him crumbled one after another, yet it still couldn't stop his movement. After smashing through 7 or 8 earthen walls, the Lin family martial master finally lay down amidst the rubble. His bones were shattered where he was struck, and all his internal energy was completely destroyed. With just one palm strike, he was severely injured. No more stations the strength to get up. The Lin family's martial arts master was utterly shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Just how strong is that kid on the other side? He was a fourth-rank martial venerable, yet he didn't even have a chance to resist. Could it be that the other party is a great martial venerable? No doubt about it, he's at least a great martial venerable. Upon realizing this, the Lin family's martial venerable was even more horrified. How could such a genius possibly exist in the mundane world? There aren't any ancient martial arts families like that. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant and presumptuous. It turns out he possesses terrifyingly powerful strength. Not far away, the masked man opened his mouth wide again, dumbfounded. He knew Hua Qiu was powerful, but he never imagined he was powerful to such an unbelievable degree. That's the strength of a great martial venerable. Both he and Lin Tianjiu misjudged the situation. Why would they need his help? He doesn't even have the right to offer any assistance. Who is this kid, a freak? The masked man stammered. Behind Hua Qiu, Lin Xinyi's face was also full of surprise. Although she didn't know much about martial arts, she was aware of how powerful her 13th uncle was. But Hua Qiu defeated him in a single move. He's so strong. How can he be so strong? If this person dies here, what would you do? Hua Qiu asked Lin Xinyi. Lin Xinyi was taken aback, and her expression became complicated. Although she disliked him, they were all members of the Lin family. Hua Qiu understood and withdrew her gaze. Go back and give your master a message, he said to the heavily injured Lin family martial master. She's dreaming if she thinks she can win me over, she's far from qualified. As for using my sister's information to blackmail me, that's the biggest mistake she's ever made. Soon, I will go to her and make her prepare to die. 76, Chapter 76 Mom's Best Friend. What, you don't know where the Lin family is? When Hua Qiu made up his mind to go to the Lin family and ask Lin Xinyi where the Lin family lived, to his surprise, Lin Xinyi shook her head with a confused look on her face. I ran away, she said, her voice filled with grievance. When I left the Lin family's house and looked back, all I could see were mountains and forests. I couldn't find the Lin family's house anymore. In the past, every time I came out, I was always brought out by someone else. To be honest, if I wanted to go back to the Lin family, I wouldn't know how to get back. According to the elders of the Lin family, it is a kind of Qimeng Duanjia technique passed down from our ancestors. It can bewitch people's minds and can deceive the heavens and the sea, hiding the whereabouts of an entire family. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. He was certain that the so-called Qimeng Duanjia technique Lin Xinyi mentioned was a kind of formation. If even the Yi family can have low-level illusion arrays, it's not surprising that ancient martial arts families, with their profound knowledge and experience, can set up hidden arrays. He believed that even though the Lin family was an ancient martial arts family, the array they could set up couldn't be that advanced, and he could see through it at a glance if he were present. The problem is, he doesn't know the location of the Lin family's land. After Hua Qiu pressed her for details, Lin Xinyi was still confused and could only give a general location. In the mountains outside Qishan City. Qishan City is the provincial capital, and outside the provincial capital is a mountain range that is famous both at home and abroad. Even Hua Qiu found it difficult to find a hidden family deep in those vast mountains. Helpless, Hua Qiu asked Long Yuan to investigate. Unfortunately, ancient martial arts families have always been secretive, and Long Yuan was unable to find much useful information. But he brought other information. Lin Tianjiu is the leader of the Black Market Northern Branch, which is located in Qishan City. Hua Qiu had asked him to investigate Lin Tianjiu's background. The leader of the Black Market's Northern Branch, Hua Qiu, was somewhat surprised. The Black Market is a mysterious and vast organization that exists all over the world. Even the Martial Alliance couldn't uncover the details of the Black Market organization, and they always kept to themselves. It's unexpected that Lin Tianjiu, who crippled his own martial arts, could become the leader of the Northern Territory branch. He certainly has considerable ability. No wonder he has martial arts masters at the martial venerable level following him. Qishan, is that so? Then I'll go to Qishan, Hua Qiu said. He wanted to personally inquire about the location of Lin Tianjiu's family. Madame Xiang of the Lin family used information about her sister to blackmail him, which made him very angry. Long Yuan, protect Lin Sini well, and report to me immediately if anything happens, Hua Qiu instructed. He taught Long Yuan the body refining methods of the immortal cultivators in the Long Yuan cultivation world. After this period of cultivation, with the help of some low-level pills refined by Hua Qiu, Long Yuan's physical strength far surpassed that of before. Hua Qiu believed that even if a martial artist at the great martial venerable level came, Long Yuan could withstand them. Before the Long family sends out even stronger warriors, Hua Qiu will find them first. Hua Qiu only told her parents about her plan to go to Qishan. You're going to Qishan? Zhang Lan, the mother, asked with a complicated expression. Do you remember Aunt Chu that I told you about? She asked. I remember, she was your best friend when you were young. Hua Qiu nodded. His mother had mentioned to him more than once that she had a close best friend, and the two had an extremely good relationship, like sisters. However, after they each started their own families, they gradually lost contact. Your Aunt Chu, she's also a person with a hard life. The mother took out a small box to show Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu opened it and found a gold necklace inside. When you were lying in the hospital, we spent all our savings. She didn't say anything, she just sent this, the mother sighed. I know, this was a wedding gift she received when she got married, and it's something she values very much. Although we are having a hard time, I have never sold this gold necklace. I wanted to return it to her, but she refused to take it back, so it has been sitting with me ever since. When you go to Qishan this time, please take this to return to her for Mom. Hua Qiu nodded. Don't worry, Mom, I will personally hand it over to Aunt Chu. Zhang Lan smiled and nodded. Xiao Qiu, Mom knows you're amazing now. If you can, when you get there, please help your Aunt Chu. Zhang Lan said softly. She has suffered a lot over the years, being abused by her husband and looked down upon by her in-laws. Mom, you don't need to say anything, I'll definitely help if I can. Hua Qiu said. Since she was his mother's best friend and hadn't abandoned her when his family was down on their luck, he would naturally take care of her. Given his current status and position, it would be nothing more than a small favor for him. After parting ways with her parents, Hua Qiu traveled alone to Qishan City, the provincial capital. The reason he left in such a hurry was because he could no longer stand the harassment from Wu Pingqing of the Martial Alliance branch. That person would call almost every few minutes, urging Hua Qiu to go to the capital. Hua Qiu immediately blocked him. As Hua Qiu boarded the train bound for Qishan, her thoughts wandered. He still remembered that in his previous life, after his family was destroyed, he dragged his crippled body all over the world searching for his sister's whereabouts. He wandered in Qishan. Penniless, he lived worse than a beggar and was on the verge of starvation. On one occasion, when he was starving to the point of fainting, he heard an extremely pleasant voice asking him if he was alright and then buying him food. But he was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. The girl, without any hesitation, chewed the food in her mouth and fed it to him herself. If it weren't for that person, he might have died long ago. When Hua Qiu woke up, she found herself surrounded by food and several large bills. He didn't know who the girl who saved him was, he only remembered her voice. That voice was etched into Hua Qiu's mind, and he wouldn't allow himself to forget it. He harbored resentment, but valued kindness even more. Unfortunately, he never saw that girl again. She became a beautiful memory sealed away in Hua Qiu's mind. I wonder if I will be fortunate enough to meet you in this lifetime. Hua Qiu murmured. If I were to see him again, I would surely repay the kindness I received in my past life. The train sped along and soon arrived at Qishan City Station. I had just gotten off the bus when a phone call came in. Hello? Xiao Qiu, I'm Aunt Chu. I've come to pick you up with my daughter, a woman said with a smile. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. His mother told Aunt Chu about his trip to Qishan and asked her to take good care of him. Unexpectedly, she went to great lengths to come directly to the station to greet me. Aunt Chu, I've arrived at my stop. Where are you now? Hua Qiu quickly replied. You're right at the exit. Come out quickly, let Auntie see how you've changed. Hua Qiu quickened her pace and walked towards the exit. As soon as he arrived at the exit, he glanced around and saw a woman waving at him. Xiao Qiu, here, she called out. It's clear that Aunt Chu must have been a beautiful woman when she was young, but now she has wrinkles and isn't as radiant as she used to be. Standing next to her was a tall, pretty girl in a short skirt. She looked a little younger than Hua Qiu, and her looks were naturally stunning. Her pair of incredibly long and beautiful legs were extremely eye-catching, and many men were secretly staring at her. She had her hands in her pockets, wore a pair of headphones, and looked somewhat displeased, as if she was very unhappy. Xiaoya, look, this is Hua Qiu, the girl you were betrothed to when you were little. Aunt Chu patted her and said with a smile. What, an arranged marriage between children? Hua Qiu was stunned on the spot. Upon hearing this, the young woman was immediately stunned, then a look of disgust appeared on her face, and her gaze towards Hua Qiu was full of contempt. How dare such a country bumpkin marry her? 77, Chapter 77. Looking down on street vendor goods. Lu Yeye finally looked at Hua Qiu properly and sized him up. Hua Qiu has delicate features, but her clothes are casual, and most importantly, she is carrying a burlap sack, making her look extremely rustic. Ugh! Lu Yeye immediately shuddered and showed an expression of utter disgust. Her first impression of Hua Qiu was very bad. Really, Zhenglan and I made a promise before, if we had both daughters or sons, we would have them become sworn sisters. If we had one boy and one girl, we would arrange a marriage between our children, Shuing said with a smile. The more she looked at Hua Qiu, the more she liked him. She had always wanted a son, but due to her poor health, she couldn't conceive again after giving birth to Lu Yeye. Hua Qiu is the son of her best friend, and she treats him like her own son. Yeye, look, Xiaoqiu is so pretty, she and you are such a perfect match. Shuing clapped her hands and exclaimed. Mom, what are you saying? Lu Yeye's pretty face looked rather unpleasant, and she became angry. That's what you decided on your own, I don't agree with it. She turned her face away directly. Hua Qiu could tell that Lu Yeye looked down on him and even felt a hint of disgust. He didn't care. Anyway, his mother wanted him to help Aunt Quas for her daughter. Since the other party didn't like him, he wouldn't bother trying to win her over. Aunt Chu, this is a local specialty that my mother asked me to bring you. Hua Qiu waved the burlap bag. You're here, why bring anything? Shuing said with a smile. Yeye, quickly help mom get this to the car, she called out to Lu Yeye. Lu Yeye glanced at the shameful burlap sack, her delicate brows furrowing deeply. I can't carry it, she said, and ran to her car. Oh, this child is really spoiled, Shuing shook her head. Xiaoqiu, don't worry about it too much, that's just how she is, you'll get to know her better as you spend more time with her, Shuing said to Hua Qiu with a smile. It's alright, Aunt Chu, I'll take it, Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Shuing suddenly grabbed him. She glanced into the car and noticed that Lu Yeye wasn't even looking in their direction. With her back to the car, she quickly pulled a paper bag from her purse and stuffed it into Hua Qiu's pocket. Aunt Chu, what are you doing? Hua Qiu asked. Xiaoqiu, Auntie knows your family is struggling financially. I am usually kept under close watch and can't send you money. This is a small gift from Auntie. Please keep it and take it home in a couple of days. Don't tell anyone. Shuing said softly. Hua Qiu touched the paper bag. There must be at least tens of thousands of yuan inside. This is extremely difficult for Aunt Chu given her situation. Hua Qiu had heard her mother say that. She used to be a popular figure at school, beautiful and with no shortage of suitors. Later, she married a man from a well-off family. The man's family looked down on her background, and his parents were even more contemptuous of her. Later, she gave birth to a daughter, but due to health reasons, she could not have any more children. As a result, she was neglected by her husband's family and her status was even lower than that of the family's pets. The man often got angry and complained, and would hit and scold her at the drop of a hat. The man's parents treated her like a wolf, giving her a monthly allowance for food, clothing, and other necessities, and never letting her spend a penny more than necessary. She had suffered a lot over the years, and her mother, Zhang Lan, knew this, so she wanted Hua Qiu to help her. When Hua Qiu had her accident, she wanted to help, but she didn't have the money, so she sent her gold necklace, which she had received at her wedding, to her mother. One can imagine how difficult it was for her to come up with those tens of thousands of yuan. Aunt Chu, no need, we have money now, we don't need it, Huaqiao said with a smile, refusing to take the paper bag. After the previous incident, he had no good feelings towards his so-called relatives and friends. He told his parents not to talk about their family situation to others, so as not to cause trouble. My mother must have believed it. She didn't even dare tell her best friend. Xiaoqiao, stop talking. Annie knows your family's situation, just accept it. Chuing said anxiously. She was afraid that if Huaqiao didn't accept it, someone would see. Mom, what are you two doing, pulling and tugging at each other? Lu Yeye poked her head out and shouted indignantly. Chu Ying's expression changed, and she could only quickly put the paper bag back into her bag. She gave Huaqiao a reproachful look. "And Chu, let's go," Huaqiao said with a smile. "You're just like your mother, so stubborn," Chu Ying said, reluctantly walking towards the car. After placing the local specialties in the trunk, Huaqiao opened the rear door. Lu Yeye sat in the back. She glared at Huaqiao with wide eyes, her gaze full of warning. It's as if it's saying, if you dare sit here, I'll make you regret it. Huaqiao Tsai was too lazy to put up with this girl's temper and sat in the passenger seat. "Aunt Chu, my mom asked me to give you something." Huaqiao handed a box to Chu Qin. "What is it?" she asked, opening the package. She froze when she saw the gold necklace inside. You all," she glared angrily at Huaqiao. "How could you do this? Why did you bring it back to me?" She was extremely disappointed. That big idiot Zhang Lan, doesn't she understand my good intentions? She was completely exasperated. "Aunt Chu, this is important to you too, please take it back, we really don't need it," Huaqiao said earnestly. Chu Ying stared blankly at the box. "Oh, right, Aunt Chu, I should give you a little something to give you," Huaqiao said with a smile. He took out a bead the size of a walnut, crystal clear and round, emitting a faint glow. "What is this? It's so beautiful." Chu Ying was immediately captivated after just one glance. Even Lu Yeye was drawn in, staring at the beads with curiosity. This is a luminous pearl. This was one of the gifts sent by the wealthy family on the day Huaqiao was awarded the title of national hero. Just like the Tianshan star given to Qin Yaya, this is also a priceless treasure. Huaqiao specially selected these items before setting off to give as a gift to Aunt Chu. She deserves this luminous pearl. This bead isn't some kind of precious gemstone, is it? It looks quite valuable. Chu Ying looked at it for a while, but hesitated and didn't dare to take it. Mom, you're overthinking it." Lu Yeye rolled her eyes upon hearing this. "He can't afford to give you anything nice. I've seen these things a lot at street stalls. They're just things that antique dealers use to fool people. They're not worth much, maybe 10 or 20 yuan each." There was a hint of disdain in her gaze as she looked at Huaqiao. She had absolutely no interest in these cheap, low-quality goods, yet she had the nerve to give them away as gifts. "Aunt Chu, this is really not worth much, it's just a token of my appreciation, please accept it," Huaqiao said with a smile. "Okay, then Auntie will accept it." Chu Ying smiled, no longer having any worries. "Xiaoqiao, did you only prepare a gift for me? What about you?" she asked, gesturing with her eyes. She genuinely wanted to bring the two of them together. "I don't care for that kind of thing," Lu Yeye said with a straight face. Huaqiao raised an eyebrow. After thinking for a moment, he took out a white jade bracelet and handed it to Lu Yeye. Under Chu Ying's watchful gaze, Lu Yeye had no choice but to accept it with a look of disgust. "Isn't this also a cheap, low-quality item?" she asked impatiently. Huaqiao smiled slightly and said nothing. Lu Yeye took it as tacit agreement and casually tossed the bracelet into her bag. Now that Chu Ying is watching, she can't do anything too outrageous. She thought that once her mother could no longer see, she would throw away this worthless junk from the street stall. Someone like her isn't even worthy of wearing it. And this country bumpkin Huaqiao is even less worthy of having that kind of relationship with her. 78, Chapter 78 The Humble Aunt Chu. Aunt Chu lives in the central area of Qishan City. When Huaqiao arrived here, he was slightly taken aback. There is a small villa in front of me, and the surrounding area is full of villas. In the heart of the provincial capital, those who can live in such places are mostly from influential backgrounds and are not ordinary families. Despite having such power, Aunt Chu couldn't even manage tens of thousands of yuan, which shows how abnormally the family controlled her. Xiao Qiu, your room has been cleaned by the housekeeper, it's right next to Yu's room, Chuing said warmly to Hua Qiu as they entered the house. Lu Yeye pouted. She was very dissatisfied with her mother's arrangement. Yeye, what are you standing there for? Go get Xiao Qiu a glass of water, Chuing called out. I'm exhausted, I need to rest, Lu Yeye said this and went into her room, slamming the door shut. Chuing looked helpless and asked Hua Qiu to be more understanding. I won't hold it against her, Hua Qiu said with a smile. If it were anyone else who gave him the cold shoulder, the outcome would have been very different. However, he felt very uncomfortable inside. He realized that even Aunt Chu's daughter didn't respect her much. You should rest for a bit, we'll have dinner when your Uncle Lu comes back, Chuing said, and then went out. Hua Qiu sat on the bed. Chuing was very thoughtful, the bed sheets and blankets were all new. My mom insisted that I go with her to pick someone up today, it's so annoying. Came a voice from next door. Hua Qiu frowned. As a cultivator, his hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he could easily hear the sounds from next door. I don't know what my mom was thinking, she actually arranged a marriage for me when I was little. What else can that guy do? He's just a country bumpkin, so embarrassing, I can't even be bothered with him. I have no idea what's going on in his head. He actually gave away a cheap, low-quality item that cost only 10 yuan as a gift. If my mom hadn't been glaring at me, I would have smashed that bracelet on the spot. This is the first time I've ever received such a cheap and tasteless gift. I can easily get a gift for my birthday that's worth at least 70 or 80,000 yuan. If not 100,000, he really knows how to give such a generous gift. I just want him to leave my house as soon as possible. I feel disgusted and uncomfortable just looking at him. Lu Yeye kept complaining and talking non-stop to people. Hua Qiu was speechless. Aunt Chu is such a kind person, how could she have given birth to such an impolite daughter? If it weren't for the fact that she was Aunt Chu's daughter, Hua Qiu wouldn't have bothered with her at all. This kind of woman, Hua Qiu shook his head. Similarly, he also had no good feelings towards Lu Yeye. Hua Qiu immediately shut down her hearing, not wanting to hear the sounds from next door. He began to contact Long Yuan. Soon, Long Yuan gave him an address. That's where the black market's northern branch is located. Knock knock knock. After a while, someone knocked on the door. Xiao Qiu, your Uncle Lu is back, come out and see him, Chuing called from outside. Hua Qiu got up and opened the door. I immediately spotted a man in the living room outside. The man was wearing a black suit, and he was serious and unsmiling. He was Chu Ying's husband, Lu Chang. After calling out to Hua Qiu, Chuing rushed over to help Lu Chang take off his suit jacket and wipe his sweat with a towel. You must be exhausted, sit down and rest for a bit, dinner will be ready soon, Chuing said, bustling around serving him. She was also covered in sweat, but she didn't care at all. Lu Chang sat on the sofa, and Chuing bent down to help him take off his leather shoes and put slippers on him. Then, Lu Chang waved his hand to send Chu Qin away. Hua Qiu frowned deeply as he read this. Aunt Chu is not Lu Chang's wife. This is clearly a servant. She actually managed to get through all those years. You must be Hua Qiu? Lu Chang looked at Hua Qiu, his expression still the same, slightly indifferent. Not bad, Hua Qiu replied calmly. His tone made Lu Chang frown slightly. What brings you to Qishan City? He asked. I came to see Aunt Ka, heard she's not doing well, Hua Qiu said, her expression cold. Lu Chang frowned even more deeply. Chuing, are you going to tell outsiders that you're not doing well? Lu Chang called out as he turned around. Don't you have food and clothes to wear? Where are you not doing well? He questioned. No, I was just joking with Xiao Qiu's mother. I am not having a bad time, Chuing quickly said. Xiao Qiu, don't worry, Auntie is very happy, really happy, Chuing said to Hua Qiu with a forced smile. She kept giving Hua Qiu meaningful glances, trying to get her to stop bringing these things up. There was even a pleading look in his eyes. Hua Qiu's heart skipped a beat. She was so humble. Even a stranger couldn't bear to see her like this. Besides, she was her mother's best friend. And he felt a sense of warmth upon their first meeting. Honey, Xiao Qiu doesn't have a job yet here in Xishan this time. Do you think you could help him find a job? Chu Ying asked tentatively. You're so capable, please help him, she pleaded. Arrange a job for him? Lu Cheng's face darkened slightly, revealing his displeasure. How many times have I said that the abuse of public power for private gain must be stopped? Even close relatives and friends cannot be favored. Are you only happy when my future is ruined? No, Chu Ying hurriedly waved her hand, looking flustered. I heard from Yaya that you arranged a marriage for her when she was a child. How come I didn't know that? Lu Chun questioned. That was an agreement I made with Xiao Qiu's mother before. Look how well these two children match. Chu Ying laughed. Nonsense. Lu Cheng slapped the sofa and stood up abruptly. What era are we living in? Stop clinging to feudal ideas. If others knew, they'd laugh at me, their leader, for arranging Yaya's marriage with a mere childhood betrothal. Is that right? Chu Ying was stunned by the shouting. This matter is not up to you, don't mess around, just give up on that idea now. After scolding him, Lu Cheng looked at Hua Qiu again. That Hua Qiu is just a woman's talk, don't take it seriously. You and Yaya are not a good match, and she is unlikely to like you. Just take it as Aunt Chu joking, Lu Cheng said calmly. Hua Qiu could see the deep contempt in his eyes. Since he came in, his gaze toward Hua Qiu has always been condescending, and he has not taken Hua Qiu seriously at all. His meaning was quite clear. A penniless young man who knows nothing is not good enough for his daughter. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Lu Cheng is overestimating Lu Yaya. He wouldn't even look at that kind of woman. He was furious. What angered me was the family's attitude towards Aunt Chu. She was so humble, so submissive, living so cautiously. It's all because of this family. Hua Qiu made her decision. He must change the situation. He wanted to make Aunt Chu stand up, step on their heads, and become someone they could only look up to. 79, Chapter 79 Breakthrough You. Hua Qiu's night at Aunt Chu's house was agonizing. Lu Yaya, who lives next door, was on the phone with several women until late at night, making so much noise that he couldn't concentrate on his cultivation. Finally, I entered the state only by directly shutting down my senses. For cultivators, sealing off their senses is very dangerous. They won't even know when an enemy is about to approach. The next morning, Hua Qiu got up very early. Unexpectedly, Aunt Chu got up even earlier than him. She was already busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for the family. Lu Cheng had to go to work, and Lu Yaya had to go to school, but they were both still sleeping at this time. Aunt Chu works even harder than the maids. Xiao Qiu, why are you up so early? You can sleep a little longer. Auntie will call you when breakfast is ready, Aunt Chu said with a smile. Auntie, I have to go out, so I won't have breakfast, Hua Qiu said with a complicated expression. He was determined to change Aunt Chu's situation, but his immediate priority was to find the Lin family and get news of his sister. With mixed feelings, Hua Qiu went out. Following the address given by Long Yuan, he went straight to a place in Xishan City. That's where the black market's northern branch is located. Black markets are usually very secretive, and Hua Qiu wouldn't have found them easily without Long Yuan's guidance. When he arrived at the Xishan Black Market branch, it was already around 10 o'clock. Xishan is the provincial capital, and it is also the black market hub of several cities in the north of Xia Kingdom. The Xishan Black Market is much larger than the Beishan Black Market. Naturally, this makes it even more chaotic and mixed. The martial artists here are generally more skilled than those in Beishan, and you can see several high-level martial artists from time to time. Hua Qiu headed straight for the location of the branch's official black market office. There are several huge venues there. There are auction halls, trading halls, gambling halls, and boxing rings. On the way into the museum, two people came towards us. Hua Qiu didn't pay any attention to the people around her and walked straight past. But when one of the two saw Hua Qiu, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but show fear. This person was none other than Hua Qiu's old classmate, Sun Lang, who had been thrown out of the Hai Sing bar last time and was pursuing Chinyaya. After the last incident, he lost all face and dared not harass Chinyaya again. He worked diligently and recently connected with a major client, which allowed him to access higher levels of the provincial capital. Today, he accompanied a major client to Chishan Heilongjiang to broaden his horizons. I never expected to run into Hua Qiu here. Hua Qiu had deeply impressed him at the bar last time. The leaders of the Federation were all subdued by him with just one phone call. His abilities must be extraordinary. Sun Lang quickly stepped aside, not daring to block the way. Hua Qiu walked past calmly, without even glancing at him. Xiao Sun, what's wrong? The portly middle-aged man next to him asked, noticing that something was wrong with his expression. Why are you so afraid of that young man? President Tong, that person is not simple, Sun Lang said with lingering fear. Even Black Heart Tiger, the president of the Beishan City Federation, treats him with utmost respect. I dare not provoke him. Oh? President Tong frowned and glanced at Hua Qiu. Although he didn't like Zhao Chungang, the black-hearted tiger, that man was still the number one figure in Beishan City. He was actually being very respectful to a young man. This kid probably has some connections. What's his name, what's his background? Chairman Tong asked. His name is Hua Qiu, and he was my high school classmate. I don't know anything about his background. He comes from an ordinary family, yet Zhao Chungang bows and scrapes to him like a god, Sun Lang said, shaking his head. Hua Qiu, never heard of it, Chairman Tong said casually. Hua Qiu walked into the reception hall of the Qishan branch. He walked over to the reception desk and looked around. There were only two pretty receptionists present. Sir, how can I help you? A receptionist asked with a smile. I need to speak with your branch leader, Lin Tianjiao, to inform him, he said calmly. Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions turned strange. This person immediately demanded to see the branch leader, and even addressed him by his first name. In the Qishan black market, few people would dare to be so rude. Sir, may I ask who you are? Someone asked tentatively. Beishan City, Hua Qiu just inform him, and he will come out to see me, Hua Qiu said. The two of them looked even stranger. No one has ever dared to ask to see the branch leader in such an attitude before. Sir, do you have an appointment? Someone asked cautiously. Hua Qiu shook his head. I'm so sorry, we don't have the authority to report this, and besides, the branch leader rarely sees guests. Hua Qiu's expression turned displeased. Tell Lin Tianjia that if he doesn't come out to see me, I'll smash up his Qishan branch, he said indifferently. The two girls' eyes widened in surprise. Did I hear that right? This guy is so arrogant. Is there something wrong with his brain? What kind of person would dare to utter such arrogant words? Doesn't he know what a branch leader is? Sir, please be careful what you say, or they'll kick you out, a receptionist whispered a warning. Who dares to act so recklessly here? However, some people had already noticed this side. A man who looked like a manager walked over with a dark expression. Hua Qiu had spoken quite loudly just now, and his face immediately darkened upon hearing it. What arrogance, daring to boast about smashing up the Qishan branch. Who are you? How dare you speak such arrogant words? Hua Qiu looked at that person. Are you qualified to report this to Lin Tianjiao? He asked. Of course I have, the man said, his expression growing increasingly grim. How dare you? You are not allowed to address the branch leader by his given name. Hua Qiu was impatient. Tell me, how can I meet your branch leader? He said. Heh, you want to see the branch leader? The man sized up Hua Qiu, noticing that he was young and didn't seem like a big shot, and his eyes showed some disdain. Not just anyone can meet the branch leader. I asked how I can see him? Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. You want to see the branch leader, is that it? Fine, the man sneered. There's a trading hall over there, you can go there and take out a priceless treasure, the kind that will cause a sensation throughout the entire black market. Or we could go to a casino, make all the gamblers lose, and win 700 or 800 million. Or, if you have the strength, you can go to the boxing ring to show your strength, defeat all your opponents, and win the title of black market boxing champion. Perhaps then, the branch leader will come out to see you. However, I imagine these things would be quite difficult for you, wouldn't they? If you can't do them, you won't be qualified to meet the branch leader. The man's teasing and disdain displeased Hua Qiu. He looked outside, his gaze finally settling on the black market boxing ring. Aren't you afraid I'll destroy all the boxing rings in your branch? He said. Break through, with your skills? The man replied as if he had heard the funniest joke. Kid, do you know who the strongest fighter in the Qishan black market is? No one has ever been able to dominate this boxing ring. Even if you have the skill, winning a world champion title is already the absolute limit. Hua Qiu turned around and walked directly towards the boxing ring. No one has ever been able to break through? We got it today. 80, Chapter 80, Make Me Fix a Fight? The underground boxing ring in Qishan's black market is very lively. Everywhere was filled with shouts and cheers, a chaotic scene. Sun Lang was also here with Chairman Tong. The two looked down and saw a burly man fighting with his opponent. The burly man punched his opponent out of the ring, sending him crashing to the ground. Bravo! The audience shouted, clapping their hands. Mad Lions, 23 consecutive wins. The host shouted. President Tong, your boxer is amazing, he's on a winning streak all this time. I think he'll be winning the championship title soon. Then you'll be able to make a fortune. Sun Lang quickly flattered him. Chairman Tong was very pleased. That burly man was a boxer he had hired at a high price. This time, he was aiming for the title of boxing champion at the Qishan Black Market Boxing Arena. With his winning streak in betting, he had already won a lot of money. Winning the boxing championship title would also grant him a huge reward from the Qishan Black Market. Furthermore, they would also receive a meeting with the branch leader of the Qishan Black Market. Why is he here too? Sun Lang suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He saw someone walk into the boxer's quarters below. It was Hua Qiu, whom he had met by chance not long ago. Could it be that he's also here to fight in underground boxing matches? Sun Lang was somewhat incredulous. He felt that Hua Qiu, given how Zhao Qingang treated her, shouldn't have been reduced to fighting in underground boxing matches. Most of the guys who come to fight in underground boxing are desperate criminals. They all need money. Perhaps this person has some strength, which is why Blackheart Tiger is treating him differently. Chairman Tong glanced at him, showing little interest in Hua Qiu. Below, Hua Qiu scanned the surrounding boxers. Most of them are mid to low-level martial artists, with a few high-level martial artists, all of whom have a long winning streak. Kid, once you're here, life or death is no longer a concern. You can still regret it now, the black market hall manager said to Hua Qiu with a mocking expression. You talk too much nonsense, let's get started, Hua Qiu said calmly. The lobby manager froze, his face turning grim. Oomph, you asked for it, you can't blame me. Someone, tell this kid from Beishan the rules of the fight. Someone immediately came over to greet Hua Qiu. The man rambled on and on, but Hua Qiu let it go in one ear and out the other. This is your first match, so you can only fight newcomers. Only if you win consecutive matches can you compete against higher-level boxers, the man said. Hua Qiu couldn't help but frown. This is too much trouble. Let's just have them all come at once, he said impatiently. All the surrounding boxers looked over, their expressions hostile. Arrogant people are disliked everywhere. Rules are rules, and they must be followed. Hua Qiu impatiently went up on the stage. Soon, his opponent also took the stage. The host rambled on and on. Start. Upon hearing those two words, Hua Qiu took action. Whoosh. The host had barely finished uttering the word beginning when Hua Qiu's opponent was already flying off the stage. The surroundings fell silent instantly. It happened so fast that no one could react in time. Beishan Wakia Sheng. The host announced, stunned. This kid's got some skills. Even the black market hall manager was taken aback. He originally intended for Hua Qiu to learn a lesson here. I never expected him to be so capable. Oh? In the audience above, Chairman Tong raised an eyebrow. He seems quite formidable. Sun Lang stared blankly down below, swallowing hard. He was an ordinary person who had never been in contact with martial artists before. Hua Qiu's attack was so precise that he couldn't even see the slightest movement. That newcomer seems to be quite capable. Some people also noticed Hua Qiu. People started placing bets on him. Soon, the next game will begin. Start. Whoosh. The moment the host finished speaking, the person was sent flying. Hua Qiu stood still, without moving an inch. The host looked like he'd seen a ghost. Beishan Hua Qiu Shang. Great. Some audience members cheered for Hua Qiu. His fighting style was clean, efficient, and swift. Clearly, he was a master. Chairman Tong and Sun Lang above also turned their attention to Hua Qiu, and began to focus on his battle. Arrange for a higher-level boxer for him, the lobby manager said with a slightly grave expression. The host did as instructed. Start. Whoosh. The same outcome. As soon as the host uttered 2 words, Hua Qiu's opponent was sent flying off the stage. This time, even the lobby manager was speechless. Because the person assigned to Hua Qiu was already a high-level 7th-rank martial artist. That was instantly defeated. What level of strength does he need? Who knows, he might actually have the ability to challenge for the boxing world title. Clap clap clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. More and more people are paying attention to Hua Qiu's arena. More and more people are betting on him. He became a dazzling new star, overshadowing even Chairman Tong, the top favorite to win the boxing championship. President Tong had already frowned. If this continues, that person could very well become an obstacle for him. Below. Continue. The lobby manager ordered. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. No matter what kind of martial artist they are, the ending is the same. They don't even have a chance to fight, they'll be kicked out of the ring as soon as the host yells start. I don't even know how I lost. The audience above was thrilled. Too strong, that kid is too strong. He's so young yet possesses such skill, he's clearly aiming for the world championship title. Perhaps other boxers really aren't his match. The lobby manager's forehead was already sweating. It seems we've brought in a jinx. Chairman Tong's face was gloomy. Because next, Hua Qiu will be fighting his boxer. Sun Lang took a deep breath. He understood somewhat. No wonder Zhao Chenggang was so polite to Hua Qiu. There is such a strength as beyond that of ordinary people. I never imagined that someone who was once disabled would become so extraordinary. Sun Lang, isn't that kid your classmate? Go down and say a few words to him, Chairman Tong said with a gloomy face. Sun Lang looked surprised. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, he nodded in agreement. Sun Lang arrived at the boxer's rest area. Hua Qiu, he called out. Hua Qiu looked over indifferently. I need to talk to you. Sun Lang walked up to him. Next, you will be fighting against Chairman Tong's boxer. Chairman Tong told me to tell you that you must lose. He will give you a huge reward, far more than the prize money you would earn from boxing, Sun Lang said. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. Let him throw a fight? Seriously? Sun Lang noticed Hua Qiu's dissatisfaction. Hua Qiu, although you are very strong, you are just a martial artist, he said. Do you know who Chairman Tong is? He's the chairman of a powerful organization in Qishan City, with immense power and a high status. He's not like that ruthless Zhao Qingang. I advise you not to offend him. Just listen to him and you'll get paid. I assent that a win-win situation? As an old classmate, I sincerely advise you, this isn't Beishan anymore here. No matter how arrogant you are, you have to keep a low profile. Beishan is, after all, a small place. Hua Qiu, however, turned a deaf ear and didn't take it seriously. What, Chairman Tong? I don't know him. Tell him to get as far away from me as possible, Hua Qiu said. Sun Lang's eyes widened in surprise.